the pleasures of the country. O Rus, quando ego te auspiciam, Horace. You've no doubt come to wait for the Paris mail, monsieur, said the host of an inn where he had stopped to breakfast. Today or tomorrow, it matters little, said Julien. The mail arrived while he was still posing as indifferent. There were 2 free places. "Why, it's you, my poor Falcoz," said the traveller who was coming from the Geneva side to the one who was getting in at the same time as Julien. "I thought you were settled in the outskirts of Lyons," said Falcoz, "in a delicious valley near the Rhone." "Nicely settled. I'm running away." "What? You are running away? You Saint-Giraud! Have you, who look so virtuous, committed some crime?" said Falcoz with a smile. "On my faith it comes to the same thing. I'm running away from the abominable life which one leads in the provinces. I like the freshness of the woods and the country tranquillity, as you know. You have often accused me of being romantic. I don't want to hear politics talked as long as I live, and politics are hounding me out." "But what party do you belong to?" "To none, and that's what ruins me. That's all there is to be said about my political life. I like music and painting. A good book is an event for me. I'm going to be 44. How much longer have I got to live? 15, 20, 30 years at the outside? Well, I want the ministers in 30 years' time to be a little cleverer than those of today, but quite as honest. The history of England serves as a mirror for our own future. There will always be a king who will try to increase his prerogative. The ambition of becoming a deputy, the fame of Mirabeau, and the hundreds of thousand francs which he won for himself will always prevent the rich people in the province from going to sleep. They will call that being liberal and loving the people. The desire of becoming a peer or a gentleman of the chamber will always win over the ultras. On the ship of state, everyone is anxious to take over the steering because it is well paid. Will there be never a poor little place for the simple passenger? Is it the last elections which are forcing you out of the province? My misfortune goes further back. 4 years ago I was 40 and possessed 500,000 francs. I'm 4 years older today, and probably 50,000 francs to the bad, as I shall lose that sum on the sale of my chateau of Montfleury in a superb position near the Rhone. At Paris I was tired of that perpetual comedy which is rendered obligatory by what you call 19th century civilization. I thirsted for good nature and simplicity. I bought an estate in the mountains near the Rhine. There is no more beautiful place under the heavens. The village clergyman and the gentry of the locality pay me court for 6 months. I invite them to dinner. I have left Paris, I tell them, so as to avoid talking politics or hearing politics talked for the rest of my life. As you know, I do not subscribe to any paper. The less letters the postman brought me, the happier I was. That did not suit the vicar's book. I was soon the victim of 1,000 unreasonable requests, annoyances, etc. I wished to give 200 or 300 francs a year to the poor. I was asked to give it to the Paris associations, that of St. Joseph, that of the Virgin, etc. I refused. I was then insulted in 100 ways. I was foolish enough to be upset by it. I could not go out in the morning to enjoy the beauty of our mountain without finding some annoyance which distracted me from my reveries and recalled unpleasantly both men and their wickedness. On the Rogation processions, for instance, whose chanting I enjoy, It is probably a Greek melody. They will not bless my fields because, says the clergyman, they belong to an infidel. A cow dies belonging to a devout old peasant woman. She says the reason is the neighborhood of a pond which belongs to my infidel self, a philosopher coming from Paris, and 8 days afterwards I find my fish in agonies, poisoned by lime. Intrigue in all its forms envelops me. The justice of the peace, who is an honest man, but frightened of losing his place, always decides against me. The peace of the country proved a hell for me. Once they saw that I was abandoned by the vicar, the head of the village congregation, and that I was not supported by the retired captain, who was the head of the Liberals, they all fell upon me, down to the mason whom I had supported for a year, down to the very wheelwright who wanted to cheat me with impunity over the repairing of my ploughs. In order to find some support, and to win at any rate some of my lawsuits, I became a Liberal. But, as you say, those damned elections come along. They asked for my vote. For an unknown man? Not at all, for a man whom I knew only too well. I refused. It was terribly imprudent. From that moment I had the Liberals on my hands as well, and my position became intolerable. I believe that if the vicar had got it into his head to accuse me of assassinating my servant, there would be 20 witnesses of the 2 parties who would swear that they had seen me committing the crime. You mean to say you want to live in the country without pandering to the passions of your neighbors, without even listening to their gossip? What a mistake! It is rectified at last. Montfleury is for sale. I will lose 50,000 francs if necessary, but I am overjoyed I am leaving that hell of hypocrisy and annoyance. I'm going to look for solitude and rustic peace in the only place where those things are to be found in France, on a 4th story looking on to the Champs-Élysées. And moreover, I'm actually deliberating if I shall not commence my political career by giving consecrated bread to the parish in the Rue Quartier. All this would not have happened under Bonaparte, said Falcoz, with eyes shining with rage and sorrow. Very good, but why didn't your Bonaparte manage to keep his position? Everything which I suffer today is his work. At this point Julien's attention was redoubled. He had realized from the first word that the Bonapartiste Falcoz was the old boyhood friend of Monsieur de Rênal, who had been repudiated by him in 1816, and that the philosopher Saint-Giraud must be the brother of that chief of the prefecture of, who managed to get the houses of the municipality knocked down to him at a cheap price. And all this is the work of your Bonaparte, an honest man, aged 40, and possessed of 500,000 francs, however inoffensive he is, cannot settle in the province and find peace there. Those priests and nobles of his will turn him out. "Oh, don't talk evil of him," exclaimed Falcoz. "France was never so high in the esteem of the nations as during the 13 years of his reign. Then every single act was great." "Your emperor, devil take him," replied the man of 44, "was only great on his battlefields and when he reorganized the finances about 1802. What is the meaning of all his conduct since then? What with his chamberlains, his pomp, and his receptions in the Tuileries, he has simply provided a new edition of all the monarchical tomfoolery. It was a revised edition, and might possibly have lasted for a century or 2. The nobles and the priests wished to go back to the old one, but they did not have the iron hand necessary to impose it on the public. Yes, that's just how an old printer would talk. Who has turned me out of my estate? Continued the printer angrily. The priests, whom Napoleon called back by his Concordat, instead of treating them like the state treats doctors, barristers, and astronomers, simply seeing in them ordinary citizens, and not bothering about the particular calling by which they are trying to earn their livelihood. Should we be saddled with these insolent gentlemen today, if your Bonaparte had not created barons and counts? No, they were out of fashion. Next to the priests, it's the little country nobility who have annoyed me the most, and compelled me to become a liberal. The conversation was endless. The theme will occupy France for another half-century. As Saint-Giraud kept always repeating that it was impossible to live in the provinces, Julien timidly suggested the case of Monsieur de Rênal. "Zounds, young man, you're a nice one," exclaimed Falcoz. "He turned spider so as not to be fly, and a terrible spider into the bargain. But I see that he is beaten by that man Valenod. Do you know that scoundrel? He's the villain of the piece. What will your Monsieur de Rênal say if he sees himself turned out one of those fine days, and Valenod put in his place?" "He will be left to brood over his crimes," said Saint-Giraud. "Do you know Verrières, young man? Well, Bonaparte, heaven confound him, Bonaparte and his monarchical tomfoolery rendered possible the reign of the Rênal and the Chalons, which brought about the reign of the Valenod and the Maslon." This conversation, with its gloomy politics, astonished Julien and distracted him from his delicious reveries. He appreciated but little the first sight of Paris as perceived in the distance. The castles in the air he had built about his future had to struggle with the still present memory of the 24 hours that he had just passed in Verrières. He vowed that he would never abandon his mistress's children, and that he would leave everything in order to protect them, if the impertinence of the priests brought about a republic and the persecution of the nobles. What would have happened on the night of his arrival in Verrières if, at the moment when he had leant his ladder against the casement of Madame de Rênal's bedroom, he had found that room occupied by a stranger, or by Monsieur de Rênal? But how delicious, too, had been those first 2 hours when his sweetheart had been sincerely anxious to send him away, and he had pleaded his cause, sitting down by her in the darkness. A soul like Julien's is haunted by such memories for a lifetime. The rest of the interview was already becoming merged in the first period of their love, 14 months previous. Julien was awakened from his deep meditation by the stopping of the coach. They had just entered the courtyard of the post in the Rue Rousseau. "I want to go to La Malmaison," he said to a cabriolet which approached. "At this time, monsieur? What for?" "What's that got to do with you? Get on." Every real passion only thinks about itself. That is why, in my view, passions are ridiculous at Paris, where one's neighbour always insists on one's considering him a good deal. I shall refrain from recounting Julien's ecstasy at La Malmaison. He wept. What? In spite of those wretched white walls, built this very year, which cut the path up into bits? Yes, monsieur, for Julien, as for posterity, there was nothing to choose between Arcole, Saint-Helena, and La Malmaison. In the evening, Julien hesitated a great deal before going to the theatre. He had strange ideas about that place of perdition. A deep distrust prevented him from admiring actual Paris. He was only affected by the monuments left behind by his hero. So here I am, in the centre of intrigue and hypocrisy. Here reign the protectors of the Abbé de Frilair. On the evening of the third day, his curiosity got the better of his plan of seeing everything before presenting himself to the Abbé Pirard. The abbé explained to him coldly the kind of life which he was to expect at Monsieur de la Mole's. If you do not prove useful to him at the end of some months, you will go back to the seminary, but not in disgrace. You will live in the house of the Marquis, who is one of the greatest seigneurs of France. You will wear black, but like a man who is in mourning, and not like an ecclesiastic. I insist on your following your theological studies 3 days a week in a seminary where I will introduce you. Every day at 12 o'clock you will establish yourself in the Marquis's library. He counts on making use of you in drafting letters concerning his lawsuits and other matters. The Marquis will scribble on the margin of each letter he gets the kind of answer which is required. I have assured him that at the end of 3 months you will be so competent to draft the answers that out of every dozen you hand to the Marquis for signature, he will be able to sign 8 or 9. In the evening, at 8 o'clock, you will tidy up his bureau, and at 10 you will be free. It may be, continued the Abbé Pirard, that some old lady or some smooth-voiced man will hint at immense advantages, or will crudely offer you gold to show him the letters which the Marquis has received. "Ah, monsieur!" exclaimed Julien, blushing. "It is singular," said the abbé with a bitter smile, "that poor as you are, and after a year at a seminary, you still have any of this virtuous indignation left. You must have been very blind." "Can it be that blood will tell?" muttered the abbé in a whisper, as though speaking to himself. "The singular thing is," he added, looking at Julien, "that the Marquis knows you. I don't know how. He will give you a salary of 100 louis to commence with. He is a man who only acts by his whim. This is his weakness. He will quarrel with you about the most childish matters. If he is satisfied, your wages may rise in consequence up to 8,000 francs. But you realize," went on the abbé sourly, "that he is not giving you all this money simply on account of your personal charm. The thing is to prove yourself useful. If I were in your place, I would talk very little, and I would never talk about what I know nothing about." "Oh, yes," said the abbé, "I have made some inquiries for you. I was forgetting Monsieur de la Mole's family. He has 2 children, a daughter and a son of 18, eminently elegant, the kind of madman who never knows today what he will do tomorrow. He has spirit and valor. He has been through the Spanish War. The Marquis hopes, I don't know why, that you will become a friend of this young Count Norbert. I told him that you were a great classic, and possibly he reckons on your teaching his son some ready-made phrases about Cicero and Virgil. If I were you, I should never allow that handsome young man to make fun of me, and before I accepted his advances, which you will find perfectly polite but a little ironical, I would make him repeat them more than once. I will not hide from you the fact that the young Count de la Mole is bound to despise you at first, because you are nothing more than a little bourgeois. His grandfather belonged to the court, and had the honour of having his head cut off in the Place de Grève on the 26th April, 1574, on account of a political intrigue. As for you, you are the son of a carpenter of Verrières, and what is more, in receipt of his father's wages. Ponder well over these differences, and look up the family history in Marie-Henri. All the flatterers who dine at their home make from time to time what they call delicate allusions to it. Be careful of how you answer the pleasantries of Monsieur le Count de la Mole, chief of a squadron of hussars and a future peer of France, and don't come and complain to me later on." "It seems to me," said Julien, blushing violently, "that I ought not even to answer a man who despises me." "You have no idea of his contempt. It will only manifest itself by inflated compliments. If you were a fool, you might be taken in by it. If you want to make your fortune, you ought to let yourself be taken in by it." "Shall I be looked upon as ungrateful," said Julien, "if I return to my little cell number 108 when I find that all this no longer suits me?" "All the toadies of the house will no doubt calumniate you," said the abbé, "but I myself will come to the rescue. Ad sum qui feci. I will say that I am responsible for that resolution." Julien was overwhelmed by the bitter and almost vindictive tone which he noticed in Monsieur Pirard. That tone completely infected his last answer. The fact is that the abbé had a conscientious scruple about loving Julien, and it was with a kind of religious fear that he took so direct a part in another's life. "You will also see," he added with the same bad grace, as though accomplishing a painful duty, "you will also see Madame the Marquise de la Mole. She is a big blonde woman, about 40, devout, perfectly polite, and even more insignificant. She is the daughter of the old Duc de Chaulnes, so well known for his aristocratic prejudices. This great lady is a kind of synopsis in high relief of all the fundamental characteristics of women of her rank. She does not conceal for her own part that the possession of ancestors who went through the Crusades is the sole advantage which she respects. Money only comes a long way afterwards. Does that astonish you? We are no longer in the provinces, my friend. You will see many great lords in her salon talk about our princes in a tone of singular flippancy. As for Madame de la Mole, she lowers her voice out of respect every time she mentions the name of a prince, and above all the names of a princess. I would not advise you to say in her hearing that Philip II or Henri VII were monsters. They were kings, a fact which gives them indisputable rights to the respect of creatures without birth like you and me. Nevertheless, added Monsieur Pirard, we are priests, for she will take you for one. That being our capacity, she considers us as spiritual valets necessary for her salvation. Monsieur, said Julien, I do not think I shall be long at Paris. Good, but remember that no man of our class can make his fortune except through the great lords. With that indefinable element in your character, at any rate, I think it is you will be persecuted if you do not make your fortune. There is no middle course for you. Make no mistake about it. People see that they do not give you pleasure when they speak to you. In a social country like this, you are condemned to unhappiness if you do not succeed in winning respect. What would have become of you at Besançon without this whim of the Marquis de la Mole? One day you will realize the extraordinary extent of what he has done for you, and if you are not a monster, you will be eternally grateful to him and his family. How many poor abbés more learned than you have lived years at Paris on the 15 sous they got for their mass and their 10 sous they got for their dissertations in the Sorbonne? Remember what I told you last winter about the first years of that bad man Cardinal Dubois. Are you proud enough by chance to think yourself more talented than he was? Take, for instance, a quiet and average man like myself. I reckon on dying in my seminary. I was childish enough to get attached to it. Well, I was on the point of being turned out when I handed in my resignation. You know what my fortune consisted of. I had 520 francs capital, neither more nor less, not a friend, scarcely 2 or 3 acquaintances. Monsieur de la Mole, whom I had never seen, extricated me from that quandary. He only had to say the word, and I was given a living where the parishioners are well-to-do people above all crude vices, and where the income puts me to shame, it is so disproportionate to my work. I refrained from talking to you all this time simply to enable you to find your level a bit. One word more. I have the misfortune to be irritable. It is possible that you and I will cease to be on speaking terms. If the airs of the Marquise or the spiteful pleasantries of her son make the house absolutely intolerable for you, I advise you to finish your studies in some seminary 30 leagues from Paris, and rather north than south. There's more civilization in the north, and, he added, lowering his voice, I must admit that the nearness of the Paris papers puts fear into our petty tyrants. If we continue to find pleasure in each other's society, and if the Marquise's house does not suit you, I will offer you the post of my curate, and will go equal shares with you in what I get from the living. I owe you that, and even more, he added, interrupting Julien's thanks for the extraordinary offer which you made me at Besançon. If, instead of having 520 francs, I had had nothing, you would have saved me. The abbé's voice had lost its tone of cruelty. Julien was ashamed to feel tears in his eyes. He was desperately anxious to throw himself into his friend's arms. He could not help saying to him, in the most manly manner he could assume, I was hated by my father from the cradle. It was one of my great misfortunes, but I shall no longer complain of my luck. I have found another father in you, monsieur. That is good, said the embarrassed abbé, then suddenly remembering quite appropriately a seminary platitude. You must never say luck, my child, always say providence. The fiacre stopped. The coachman lifted up the bronze knocker of an immense door. It was the Hôtel de la Mole, and to prevent the passers-by having any doubt on the subject, these words could be read in black marble over the door. This affectation displeased Julien. They are so frightened of the Jacobins. They see a Robespierre and his tumbril behind every head. Their panic is often gloriously grotesque, and they advertise their house like this so that in the event of a rising the rabble can recognize it and loot it. He communicated his thoughts to the Abbé Pirard. Yes, poor child, you will soon be my curate. What a dreadful idea you have got into your head. Nothing could be simpler, said Julien. The gravity of the porter, and above all the cleanness of the court, struck him with admiration. It was fine sunshine. What magnificent architecture, he said to his friend. The hotel in question was one of those buildings of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, with a flat façade, built about the time of Voltaire's death. At no other period had fashion and beauty been so far from one another.
Chapter 32. Entry into Society. Ludicrous and pathetic memory. The first drawing-room where one appeared alone and without support, at the age of 18. The look of a woman sufficed to intimidate me. The more I wished to please, the more clumsy I became. I evolved the most unfounded ideas about everything. I would either abandon myself without any reason, or I would regard a man as an enemy simply because he had looked at me with a serious air. But all the same, in the middle of the unhappiness of my timidity, how beautiful did I find a beautiful day. Kant. Julien stopped in amazement in the middle of the courtyard. Pull yourself together, said the Abbé Pirard. You get horrible ideas into your head. Besides, you are only a child. What has happened to the new mirari of Horace? No enthusiasm. Remember that when they see you established here, this crowd of lackeys will make fun of you. They will see in you an equal who has been unjustly placed above them. And under a masquerade of good advice and a desire to help you, they will try to make you fall into some gross blunder. Let them do their worst, said Julien, biting his lip, and he became as distrustful as ever. The salons on the first story, which our gentlemen went through before reaching the Marquis's study, would have seemed to you, my reader, as gloomy as they were magnificent. If they had been given to you just as they were, you would have refused to live in them. This was the domain of yawning and melancholy reasoning. They redoubled Julien's rapture. How can anyone be unhappy, he thought, who lives in so splendid an abode? Finally, our gentlemen arrived at the ugliest rooms in this superb suite. There was scarcely any light. They found there a little keen man with a lively eye and a blonde wig. The abbé turned round to Julien and presented him. It was the Marquis. Julien had much difficulty in recognizing him. He found his manner was so polite. It was no longer the grand seigneur with that haughty manner of the Abbey of Pré-les-Hauts. Julien thought that his wig had much too many hairs. As the result of this opinion, he was not at all intimidated. The descendant of the friend of Henry III seemed to him at first of a rather insignificant appearance. He was extremely thin and very restless, but he soon noticed that the Marquis had a politeness which was even more pleasant to his listener than that of the Bishop of Besançon himself. The audience only lasted 3 minutes. As they went out, the abbé said to Julien, "You looked at the Marquis just as you would have looked at a picture. I am not a great expert in what these people here call politeness. You will soon know more about it than I do, but really, the boldness of your looks seemed scarcely polite." They had got back into the fiacre. The driver stopped near the boulevard. The abbé ushered Julien into a suite of large rooms. Julien noticed that there was no furniture. He was looking at the magnificent gilded clock representing a subject which he thought very indecent, when a very elegant gentleman approached him with a smiling air. Julien bowed slightly. The gentleman smiled and put his hand on his shoulder. Julien shuddered and leapt back. He reddened with rage. The Abbé Pirard, in spite of his gravity, laughed till the tears came into his eyes. The gentleman was a tailor. "I give you your liberty for 2 days," said the abbé as they went out. "You cannot be introduced before then to Madame de la Mole. Anyone else would watch over you as if you were a young girl during these first few moments of your life in this new Babylon. Get ruined at once, if you have got to be ruined, and I will be rid of my own weakness of being fond of you. The day after tomorrow, this tailor will bring you 2 suits. You will give the man who tries them on 5 francs. Apart from that, don't let these Parisians hear the sound of your voice. If you say a word, they will manage somehow to make fun of you. They have a talent for it. Come and see me the day after tomorrow at noon. Go and ruin yourself. I was forgetting. Go and order boots and a hat at these addresses." Julien scrutinized the handwriting of the addresses. "It's the Marquis's hand," said the abbé. He is an energetic man who foresees everything and prefers doing to ordering. He is taking you into his house so that you may spare him that kind of trouble. Will you have enough brains to execute efficiently all the instructions which he will give you with scarcely a word of explanation? The future will show. Look after yourself. Julien entered the shops indicated by the addresses without saying a single word. He observed that he was received with respect, and that the bootmaker, as he wrote his name down in the ledger, put Monsieur de Sorel. When he was in the cemetery of Père Lachaise, a very obliging gentleman, and what is more, one who was liberal in his views, suggested that he should show Julien the tomb of Marshal Ney, which a sagacious statecraft had deprived of the honor of an epitaph. But when he left this liberal, who with tears in his eyes almost clasped him in his arms, Julien was without his watch. Enriched by this experience, 2 days afterwards, he presented himself to the Abbé Pirard, who looked at him for a long time. "Perhaps you are going to become a fop," said the abbé to him severely. Julien looked like a very young man in full mourning. As a matter of fact, he looked very well, but the good abbé was too provincial himself to see that Julien still carried his shoulders in that particular way which signifies in the provinces both elegance and importance. When the Marquis saw Julien, his opinion of his graces differed so radically from that of the good abbé as he said, "Would you have any objection to Monsieur de Sorel taking some dancing lessons?" The abbé was thunderstruck. "No," he answered at last. "Julien is not a priest." The Marquis went up the steps of a little secret staircase, 2 at a time, and installed our hero in a pretty attic which looked out on the big garden of the hotel. He asked him how many shirts he had got at the linen draper's. 2, answered Julien, intimidated at seeing so great a lord condescend to such details. "Very good," replied the Marquis quite seriously, and with a certain curt imperiousness which gave Julien food for thought. "Very good. Get 22 more shirts. Here are your first quarter's wages." As he went down from the attic, the Marquis called an old man. "Arsène," he said to him, "you will serve Monsieur Sorel." A few minutes afterwards, Julien found himself alone in a magnificent library. It was a delicious moment. To prevent his emotion being discovered, he went and hid in a little dark corner. From there he contemplated with rapture the brilliant backs of the books. "I shall be able to read all these," he said to himself. "How can I fail to like it here? Monsieur de Rênal would have thought himself dishonored forever by doing 100th part of what the Marquis de la Mole has just done for me. But let me have a look at the copies I have to make." Having finished his work, Julien ventured to approach the books. He almost went mad with joy as he opened an edition of Voltaire. He ran and opened the door of the library to avoid being surprised. He then indulged in the luxury of opening each of the 80 volumes. They were magnificently bound and were the masterpiece of the best binder in London. It was even more than was required to raise Julien's admiration to the maximum. An hour afterwards, the Marquis came in and was surprised to notice that Julien spelled Kella with 2 L, Kella. Is all that the abbé told me of his knowledge simply a fairy tale? The Marquis was greatly discouraged, and gently said to him, "You are not sure of your spelling?" "That is true," said Julien, without thinking in the least of the injustice that he was doing to himself. He was overcome by the kindness of the Marquis, which recalled to him, through sheer force of contrast, the superciliousness of Monsieur de Rênal. "This trial of the little Franc-Comtois abbé is waste of time," thought the Marquis, "but I had such great need of a reliable man." "You spell Kella with 1 L," said the Marquis to him, "and when you have finished your copies, look the words whose spelling you are not sure of up in the dictionary." The Marquis sent for him at 6 o'clock. He looked at Julien's boots with manifest pain. "I'm sorry for a mistake I made. I did not tell you that you must dress every day at 5:30. Julien looked at him but did not understand. "I mean to say, put on stockings. Arsène will remind you. Today I will make your apologies." As he finished the sentence, Monsieur de la Mole escorted Julien into a salon, resplendent with gilding. On similar occasions, Monsieur de Rênal always made a point of doubling his pace so as to have the privilege of being the first to pass the threshold. His former employer's petty vanity caused Julien to tread on the Marquis's feet and hurt him a great deal because of his gout. "So he's clumsy to the bargain," he said to himself. He presented him to a woman of high stature and of imposing appearance. It was the Marquise. Julien thought that her manner was impertinent, and that she was a little like Madame de Maugiron, the wife of the sub-prefect of the arrondissement of Verrières, when she was present at the Saint-Charles dinner. Rendered somewhat nervous by the extreme magnificence of the salon, Julien did not hear what Monsieur de la Mole was saying. The Marquise scarcely deigned to look at him. There were several men there, among whom Julien recognized with an inexpressible pleasure the young Bishop of Agde, who had deigned to speak to him some months before at the ceremony of Poëléo. This young prelate was doubtless frightened by the tender look which the timidity of Julien fixed on him, and did not bother to recognize the provincial. The men assembled in the salon seemed to Julien to have a certain element of gloom and constraint. Conversation takes place in a low voice in Paris, and little details are not exaggerated. A handsome young man with moustaches came in about 6:30. He was very pale and had a very small head. "You always keep us waiting," said the Marquise, as he kissed her hand. Julien realized that it was the Count de la Mole. From the very first he thought he was charming. "Is it possible," he said to himself, "that this is the man whose offensive jests are going to drive me out of the house?" As the result of scrutinizing Count Norbert, Julien noticed that he was in boots and spurs. "And I have got to be in shoes just like an inferior, apparently." They sat down at table. Julien heard the Marquise raising her voice a little and saying something severe. Almost simultaneously, he noticed an extremely blonde and very well-developed young person who had just sat down opposite him. Nevertheless, she made no appeal to him. Looking at her attentively, he thought that he had never seen such beautiful eyes, although they betokened a great coldness of soul. Subsequently, Julien thought that, though they looked bored and skeptical, they were conscious of the duty of being impressive. Madame de Rênal, of course, had very fine eyes, he said to himself. She used to be universally complimented on them, but they had nothing in common with these. Julien did not know enough of society to appreciate that it was the fire of repartee which from time to time gave their brilliancy to the eyes of Mademoiselle Mathilde, for that was the name he heard her called by. When Madame de Rênal's eyes became animated, it was with the fire of passion, or as the result of a generous indignation on hearing of some evil deed. Toward the end of the meal, Julien found a word to express Mademoiselle de la Mole's type of beauty. Her eyes are scintillating, he said to himself. Apart from her eyes, she was cruelly like her mother, whom he liked less and less, and he ceased looking at her. By way of compensation, he thought Count Norbert admirable in every respect. Julien was so fascinated that the idea never occurred to him of being jealous and hating him because he was richer and of nobler birth than he was himself. Julien thought that the Marquis looked bored. About the second course, he said to his son, "Norbert, I ask all your good offices for Monsieur Julien Sorel, whom I have just taken into my staff, and of whom I hope to make a man, si cela se peut." "He is my secretary," said the Marquis to his neighbor, and he spelled Skella with 2 L's. Everybody looked at Julien, who bowed to Norbert in a manner that was slightly too marked, but speaking generally, they were satisfied with his expression. The Marquis must have spoken about the kind of education which Julien had received, for one of the guests tackled him on Horace. It was just by talking about Horace that I succeeded with the Bishop of Besançon, said Julien to himself. Apparently, that is the only author they know. From that instant, he was master of himself. This transition was rendered easy, because he had just decided that he would never look upon Mademoiselle de la Mole as a woman after his own taste. Since the seminary, he had the lowest opinion of men, and was not to be easily intimidated by them. He would have enjoyed all his self-possession if the dining-room had been furnished with less magnificence. It was, as a matter of fact, 2 mirrors, each 8 feet high, in which he would look from time to time at the man who was speaking to him about Horace, which continued to impress him. His phrases were not too long for a provincial. He had fine eyes, whose brilliancy was doubled by his quavering timidity, or by his happy bashfulness when he had given a good answer. They found him pleasant. This kind of examination gave a little interest to a solemn dinner. The Marquis signed to Julien's questioner to press him sharply. Can he possibly know something? He thought. Julien answered and thought out new ideas. He lost sufficient of his nervousness, not indeed to exhibit any wit, for that is impossible for any one ignorant of the special language which is used in Paris, but to show himself possessed of ideas which, though presented out of place and ungracefully, were yet original. They saw that he knew Latin perfectly. Julien's adversary was a member of the Academy Inscriptions, who chanced to know Latin. He found Julien a very good humanist, was not frightened of making him feel uncomfortable, and really tried to embarrass him. In the heat of the controversy, Julien eventually forgot the magnificent furniture of the dining-room. He managed to expound theories concerning the Latin poets, which his questioner had never read of anywhere. Like an honest man, he gave the young secretary all due credit for them. As luck would have it, they started a discussion on the question of whether Horace was poor or rich, a good-humored and careless voluptuary who made verses to amuse himself, like Chapelle, the friend of Molière and La Fontaine, or a poor devil of a poet laureate who wrote odes for the king's birthday, like Southey, the accuser of Lord Byron. They talked about the state of society under Augustus and under George IV. At both periods, the aristocracy was all-powerful, but while at Rome it was despoiled of its power by Maecenas, who was only a simple knight, it had in England reduced George IV practically to the position of a Venetian doge. This discussion seemed to lift the Marquis out of that state of bored torpor in which he had been plunged at the beginning of the dinner. Julien found meaningless such modern names as Southey, Lord Byron, and George IV, which he now heard pronounced for the first time. But everyone noticed that whenever the conversation dealt with events that had taken place in Rome, and about which knowledge could be obtained by a perusal of the works of Horace, Martial, or Tacitus, etc., he showed an indisputable superiority. Julien coolly appropriated several ideas which he had learned from the Bishop of Besançon in the historic conversation which he had had with that prelate. These ideas were not the least appreciated. When everyone was tired of talking about poets, the Marquise, who always made it a rule to admire whatever amused her husband, deigned to look at Julien. Perhaps an educated man lies hid beneath the clumsy manners of these young abbés, said the academician who happened to be near the Marquise. Julien caught a few words of what he said. Ready-made phrases suited the intellect of the mistress of the house quite well. She adopted this one about Julien, and was very pleased with herself for having invited the academician to dinner. He has amused Monsieur de la Mole, she thought. Chapter 33. The First Steps. This immense valley, filled with brilliant lights and so many thousands of men, dazzles my sight. No one knows me. All are superior to me. I lose my head. Poème de l'Ave, Reina. Julien was copying letters in the library very early the next day, when Mademoiselle Mathilde came in by a little dummy door, very well masked by the backs of the books. While Julien was admiring the device, Mademoiselle Mathilde seemed astonished and somewhat annoyed at finding him there. Julien saw that she was in curl papers and had a hard, haughty, and masculine expression. Mademoiselle de la Mole had the habit of surreptitiously stealing books from her father's library. Julien's presence rendered this morning's journey abortive, a fact which annoyed her all the more as she had come to fetch the second volume of Voltaire's Princes of Babylon, a worthy climax to one of the most eminently monarchical and religious educations which the convent of the Sacred Heart had ever provided. This poor girl of 19 already required some element of spiciness in order to get up an interest in a novel. Count Norbert put in an appearance in the library about 3 o'clock. He had come to study a paper so as to be able to talk politics in the evening, and was very glad to meet Julien, whose existence he had forgotten. He was charming and offered him a ride on horseback. "My father will excuse us until dinner." Julien appreciated the us and thought it charming. "Great heavens, Monsieur le Comte," said Julien, "if it were a question of feeling an 80-foot tree or hewing it out and making it into planks, I would acquit myself all right, I dare say. But as for riding a horse, I haven't done such a thing 6 times in my life." "Well, this will be the 7th," said Norbert. As a matter of fact, Julien remembered the King of Dash's entry into Verrières, and thought he rode extremely well. But as they were returning from the Bois de Boulogne, he fell right in the middle of the Rue du Bac, as he suddenly tried to get out of the way of a cabriolet, and was spattered all over with mud. It was lucky that he had 2 suits. The Marquis, wishing to favor him with a few words at dinner, asked him for news of his excursion. Norbert began immediately to answer him in general terms. "Monsieur le Comte is extremely kind to me," answered Julien. "I thank him for it, and I fully appreciate it. He was good enough to have the quietest and prettiest horse given to me. But after all, he could not tie me on to it, and owing to the lack of that precaution, I had a fall right in the middle of that long street near the bridge." Madame Mathilde made a futile effort to hide a burst of laughter, and subsequently was indiscreet enough to ask for details. Julien acquitted himself with much simplicity. He had grace without knowing it. "I prophesy favorably about that little priest," said the Marquis to the academician. "Think of a provincial being simple over a matter like that. Such a thing has never been witnessed before, and will never be witnessed again. And what is more, he describes his misfortune before ladies." Julien put his listeners so thoroughly at their ease over his misfortune that at the end of the dinner, when the general conversation had gone off on to another subject, Mademoiselle Mathilde asked her brother some questions over the details of the unfortunate occurrence. As she put numerous questions, and as Julien met her eyes several times, he ventured to answer himself, although the questions had not been addressed to him, and all 3 of them finished up by laughing just as though they had all been inhabitants of some village in the depths of a forest. On the following day, Julien attended 2 theology lectures, and then came back to copy out about 20 letters. He found a young man, who, though very carefully dressed, had a mean appearance and an envious expression, established near him in the library. The Marquis entered. "What are you doing here, Monsieur Tanbeau?" he said severely to the newcomer. "I thought," answered the young man with a base smile. "No, monsieur, you thought nothing of the kind. This is a try-on, but it is an unfortunate one." Young Tanbeau got up in a rage and disappeared. He was a nephew of the academician, who was a friend of Madame de la Mole, and intended to take up the profession of letters. The academician had induced the Marquis to take him as a secretary. Tambo used to work in a separate room, but having heard of the favor that was vouchsafed to Julien, he wished to share it, and he had gone this morning and established his desk in the library. At 4 o'clock, Julien ventured, after a little hesitation, to present himself to Count Norbert. The latter was on the point of going riding, and being a man of perfect politeness, felt embarrassed. "I think," he said to Julien, "that you had better go to the riding school, and after a few weeks I shall be charmed to ride with you." "I should like to have the honor of thanking you for the kindness which you have shown me. Believe me, monsieur," added Julien very seriously, "that I appreciate all I owe you. If your horse has not been hurt by the reason of my clumsiness of yesterday, and if it is free, I should like to ride it this afternoon." "Well, upon my word, my dear Sorel, you do so at your own risk and peril. Kindly assume that I have put forth all the objections required by prudence. As a matter of fact, it is 4 o'clock. We have no time to lose." As soon as Julien was on horseback, he said to the young count, "What must one do not to fall off?" "Lots of things," answered Norbert, bursting into laughter. "Keep your body back, for instance." Julien put his horse to the trot. They were at the Place Louis XIV. "Oh, you foolhardy youngster," said Norbert. "There are too many carriages here, and they are driven by careless drivers into the bargain. Once you are on the ground, their tilburys will run over your body. They will not risk spoiling their horses' mouths by pulling up short." Norbert saw Julien 20 times on the point of tumbling, but in the end the excursion finished without misadventure. As they came back, the young count said to his sister, "Allow me to introduce a dashing daredevil." When he talked to his father over the dinner from one end of the table to the other, he did justice to Julien's courage. It was the only thing one could possibly praise about his style of riding. The young count had heard in the morning the men who groomed the horses in the courtyard making Julien's fall an opportunity for the most outrageous jokes at his expense. In spite of so much kindness, Julien soon felt himself completely isolated in this family. All their customs seemed strange to him, and he was cognizant of none of them. His blunders were the delight of the valets. The Abbé Pirard had left for his living. If Julien is a weak reed, let him perish. If he is a man of spirit, let him get out of his difficulties all alone, he thought. End of chapter 33.
The Hôtel de la Mole. If everything in the aristocratic salon of the Hôtel de la Mole seemed strange to Julien, that pale young man in his black suit seemed in his turn very strange to those persons who deigned to notice him. Madame de la Mole suggested to her husband that he should send him off on some business on those days when they had certain persons to dinner. "I wish to carry the experiment to its logical conclusion," answered the Marquis. "The Abbé Pirard contends that we are wrong in crushing the self-respect of the people whom we allow around us. One can only lean on what resists. The only thing against this man is his unknown face, apart from that he is a deaf-mute." "If I am to know my way about," said Julien to himself, "I must write down the names of the persons whom I see come to the salon, together with a few words on their character." He put at the head of the list 5 or 6 friends of the house who took every opportunity of paying court to him, believing that he was protected by a whim of the Marquis. They were poor, dull devils, but it must be said in praise of this class of men, such as they are found today in the salon of the aristocracy, that everyone did not find them equally tame. One of them was now allowing himself to be bullied by the Marquis, who was venting his irritation at a harsh remark which had been addressed to him by the Marquise. The masters of the house were too proud or too prone to boredom. They were too much used to finding their only distraction in the addressing of insults to enable them to expect true friends. But, except on rainy days, and in rare moments of savage boredom, they always showed themselves perfectly polite. If the 5 or 6 toadies who manifested so paternal an affection towards Julien had deserted the Hôtel de la Mole, the Marquise would have been exposed to long spells of solitude, and in the eyes of women of that class, solitude is awful. It is the symbol of disgrâce. The Marquis was charming to his wife. He saw that her salon was sufficiently furnished, though not with peers, for he did not think his new colleagues were sufficiently noble to come to his house as friends, or sufficiently amusing to be admitted as inferiors. It was only later that Julien fathomed these secrets. The governing policy of a household, though it forms the staple of conversation in bourgeois families, is only alluded to in families of the class of that of the Marquis in moments of distress. So paramount, even in this bored century, is the necessity of amusing oneself, that even on the days of dinner parties the Marquis had scarcely left the salon before all the guests ran away. Provided that one did not make any jests about either God or the priests or the king or the persons in office or the artists who enjoyed the favor of the court or of anything that was established, provided that one did not praise either Béranger or the opposition papers or Voltaire or Rousseau or anything which involved any element of free speech, provided that above all that one never talked politics, one could discuss everything with freedom. There is no income of 100,000 crowns a year, and no blue ribbon which could sustain a contest against such a code of salon etiquette. The slightest live idea appeared a crudity. In spite of the prevailing good form, perfect politeness and desire to please, ennui was visible in every face. The young people who came to pay their calls were frightened of speaking of anything which might make them suspected of thinking or of betraying that they had read something prohibited, and relapsed into silence after a few elegant phrases about Rossini and the weather. Julien noticed that the conversation was usually kept alive by 2 vice-counts, and that 5 barons whom Monsieur de la Mole had known at the time of their emigration. These gentlemen enjoyed an income of from 600,000 to 800,000 francs. 4 swore by the Quotidienne, and 3 by the Gazette de France. One of them had every day some anecdote to tell about the chateau, in which he made lavish use of the word admirable. Julien noticed that he had 5 crosses. The others, as a rule, only had 3. By way of compensation, 6 footmen in livery were to be seen in the anteroom, and during the whole evening ices or tea were served every quarter of an hour, while about midnight there was a kind of supper with champagne. This was the reason that sometimes induced Julien to stay till the end. Apart from this, he could scarcely understand why anyone could bring himself to take seriously the ordinary conversation in this magnificently gilded salon. Sometimes he would look at the talkers to see if they themselves were not making fun of what they were saying. "My Monsieur de Maistre, whom I know by heart," he thought, "has put it 100 times better, and all the same he is pretty boring." Julien was not the only one to appreciate this stifling moral atmosphere. Some consoled themselves by taking a great quantity of ices, others by the pleasure of saying all the rest of the evening, "I have just come from the Hôtel de la Mole, where I learnt that Russia," etc. Julien learnt from one of the toadies that scarcely 6 months ago Madame de la Mole had rewarded more than 20 years of assiduous attention by promoting the poor Baron le Bourguignon, who had been a sub-prefect since the Restoration, to the rank of a prefect. This great event had whetted the zeal of all these gentlemen. Previously there were few things to which they would have objected. Now they objected to nothing. There was rarely any overt lack of conversation, but Julien had already caught at meals 2 or 3 little short dialogues between the Marquis and his wife, which were cruel to those who were seated near them. These noble personages did not conceal their sincere contempt for everyone who was not sprung from people who were entitled to ride in the carriages of the king. Julien noticed that the word crusade was the only word which gave their face an expression of deep seriousness akin to respect. Their ordinary respect had always a touch of condescension. In the middle of this magnificence and this boredom, Julien was interested in nothing except Monsieur de la Mole. He was delighted to hear him protest one day that he had had nothing to do with the promotion of that poor Le Bourguignon. It was an attention to the Marquise. Julien knew the truth from the Abbé Pirard. The Abbé was working in the Marquise's library with Julien one morning at the eternal de Frilair lawsuit. "Monsieur," said Julien suddenly, "is dining every day with Madame la Marquise one of my duties, or a special favour that they show to me?" "It's a special honour," replied the scandalized Abbé. "Monsieur the académicien, who has been cultivating the family for 15 years, has never been able to obtain so much for his Monsieur Tombeau." "I find it, sir, the most painful part of my employment. I was less bored at the seminary. Sometimes I see even Mademoiselle de la Mole yawn, and yet she ought to be accustomed to the social charms of the friends of the house. I'm frightened of falling asleep. As a favour, obtain permission for me to go and get a 40-sou dinner in some obscure inn." The Abbé, who was a true snob, was very appreciative of the honour of dining with a great lord. While he was endeavouring to get Julien to understand this point of view, a slight noise made them turn round. Julien saw Mademoiselle de la Mole listening. He reddened. She had come to fetch a book, and had heard everything. She began to entertain some respect for Julien. "He has not been born servile," she thought, "like that old abbé. Heavens, how ugly he is!" At dinner, Julien did not venture to look at Mademoiselle de la Mole, but she was kind enough to speak to him. They were expecting a lot of visitors that day, and she asked him to stay. The young girls of Paris are not at all fond of persons of a certain age, especially when they are slovenly. Julien did not need much penetration to realize that the colleagues of Monsieur le Bourguignon who remained in the salon had the privilege of being the ordinary butt of Mademoiselle de la Mole's jokes. On this particular day, whether or not by reason of some affectation on her part, she proved cruel to bores. Mademoiselle de la Mole was the centre of a little knot which used to form nearly every evening behind the Marquise's immense armchair. There were to be found there the Marquis de Croisenois, the Comte de Caylus, the Vicomte de Lux, and 2 or 3 other young officers, the friends of Norbert or his sister. These gentlemen used to sit down on a large blue sofa. At the end of the sofa, opposite the part where the brilliant Mathilde was sitting, Julien sat in silence on a little, rather low straw chair. This modest position was envied by all the toadies. Norbert kept his father's young secretary in countenance by speaking to him, or mentioning him by name once or twice in the evening. On this particular occasion, Mademoiselle de la Mole asked him what was the height of the mountain on which the citadel of Besançon is planted. Julien had never any idea this mountain was higher or lower than Montmartre. He often laughed heartily at what was said in this little knot, but he felt himself incapable of inventing anything analogous. It was like a strange language which he understood but could not speak. On this particular day, Mathilde's friends manifested continuous hostility to the visitors who came into the vast salon. The friends of the house were the favoured victims at first, inasmuch as they were better known. You can form your opinion as to whether Julien paid attention. Everything interested him, both the substance of things and the manner of making fun of them. "And there is Monsieur Descoulis," said Mathilde. "He doesn't wear a wig any more. Does he want to get a prefectship through sheer force of genius? He is displaying that bald forehead which, he says, is filled with lofty thoughts." "He is a man who knows the whole world," said the Marquis de Croisenois. "He also goes to my uncle, the cardinal's. He's capable of cultivating a falsehood with each of his friends for years on end, and he has 200 or 300 friends. He knows how to nurse friendship. That is his talent. He will go out, just as you see him, in the worst winter weather, and be at the door of one of his friends by 7 o'clock in the morning. He quarrels from time to time, and he writes 7 or 8 letters for each quarrel. Then he has a reconciliation, and he writes 7 or 8 letters to express his bursts of friendship. But he shines most brilliantly in the frank and sincere expansiveness of the honest man who keeps nothing up his sleeve. This maneuver is brought into play when he has some favour to ask. One of my uncle's grand vicars is very good at telling the life of Monsieur Descoulis since the Restoration. I will bring him to you." "Bah! I don't believe all that. It's professional jealousy among the lower classes," said the Comte de Caylus. "Monsieur Descoulis will live in history," replied the Marquis. "He brought about the Restoration, together with the Abbé de Prat and the Messieurs de Talleyrand and Pozzo di Borgo." "That man has handled millions," said Norbert, "and I can't conceive why he should come here to swallow my father's epigrams, which are frequently atrocious. How many times have you betrayed your friends, my dear Descoulis?" he shouted at him one day from one end of the table to the other. "But is it true that he has played the traitor?" asked Mademoiselle de la Mole. "Who has not played the traitor?" "Why," said the Comte de Caylus de Norbert, "do you have that celebrated liberal Monsieur St. Clair in your house? What the devil's he come here for? I must go up to him and speak to him and make him speak. He is said to be so clever." "But how will your mother receive him?" said Monsieur de Croisenois. He has such extravagant, generous, and independent ideas." "Look," said Mademoiselle de la Mole, "look at the independent man who bows down to the ground to Monsieur d'Escoulis while he grabs hold of his hand. I almost thought he was going to put it to his lips." "D'Escoulis must stand better with the powers that be than we thought," answered Monsieur de Croisenois. "Sainclair comes here in order to get into the academy," said Norbert. "See how he bows to the Baron L. Croisenois." "It would be less base to kneel down," replied Monsieur de Luz. "My dear Sorel," said Norbert, "you are extremely smart, but you come from the mountains. Mind you never bow like that great poet is doing, even to God the Father. And there's a really witty man, Monsieur the Baron Bâton," said Mademoiselle de la Mole, imitating a little the voice of the flunkey who had just announced him. "I think that even your servants make fun of him." "What a name, Baron Bâton," said Monsieur de Caylus. "What's in a name? He said to us the other day," went on Mathilde. "Imagine the Duc de Bouillon announced for the first time. So far as I am concerned, the public only need to get used to me." Julien left the vicinity of the sofa. Still insufficiently appreciative of the charming subtleties of a delicate raillery to laugh at a joke, he considered that a jest ought to have some logical foundation. He saw nothing in these young people's conversation except a vein of universal scandal-mongering, and was shocked by it. His provincial or English prudery went so far as to detect envy in it, though in this he was certainly mistaken. "Comte de Norbert," he said to himself, who has had to make 3 drafts for a 20-line letter to his colonel, would be only too glad to have written once in his whole life 1 page as good as Monsieur Sainclair. Julien approached successively the several groups and attracted no attention by reason of his lack of importance. He followed the Baron Bâton from a distance and tried to hear him. This witty man appeared nervous, and Julien did not see him recover his equanimity before he had hit upon 3 or 4 stinging phrases. Julien thought that this kind of wit had great need of space. The Baron could not make epigrams. He needed at least 4 sentences of 6 lines each in order to be brilliant. "That man argues, he does not talk," said someone behind Julien. He turned round and reddened with pleasure when he heard the name of the Comte de Chalvet. He was the subtlest man of the century. Julien had often found his name in the Memorial of Sainte Helena, and in the portions of history dictated by Napoleon. The diction of Comte de Chalvet was laconic. His phrases were flashes of lightning, just, vivid, deep. If he talked about any matter, the conversation immediately made a step forward. He imported facts into it. It was a pleasure to hear him. In politics, however, he was a brazen cynic. "I am independent, I am," he was saying to a gentleman with 3 stars, of whom apparently he was making fun. "Why insist on my having today the same opinions I had 6 weeks ago? In that case, my opinion would be my master." 4 grave young men who were standing round scowled. These gentlemen did not like flippancy. The Comte saw that he had gone too far. Luckily, he perceived the honest Monsieur Malone, a veritable hypocrite of honesty. The Count began to talk to him. People closed up, for they realized that poor Malone was going to be the next victim. Monsieur Malone, although he was horribly ugly, and his first steps in the world were almost unmentionable, had by dint of his morals and his morality married a very rich wife who had died. He subsequently married a second very rich one who was never seen in society. He enjoyed, in all humility, an income of 60,000 francs, and had his own flatterers. Comte de Chalvet talked to him pitilessly about all of this. There was soon a circle of 30 persons round them. Everybody was smiling, including the solemn young men who were the hope of the century. Why does he come to Monsieur de la Mole, where he is obviously only a laughing-stock? Thought Julien. He approached the Abbé Pirard to ask him. Monsieur Malone made his escape. Good, said Norbert. There is one of the spies of my father gone. There is only the little limping Napier left. Can that be the key of the riddle? Thought Julien. But if so, why does the Marquis receive Monsieur Malone? The stern Abbé Pirard was scowling in a corner of the salon, listening to the lackeys announcing the names. This is nothing more than a den, he was saying, like another Basil. I see none but shady people come in. As a matter of fact, the severe abbé did not know what constitutes high society, but his friends, the Jansenites, had given him some very precise notions about those men who only get into society by reason of their extreme subtlety in the service of all parties, or of their monstrous wealth. For some minutes that evening he answered Julien's eager questions fully and freely, and then suddenly stopped short, grieved at having always to say ill of everyone, and thinking he was guilty of a sin. Bilious Jansenist as he was, and believing, as he did, in the duty of Christian charity, his life was a perpetual conflict. How strange that Abbé Pirard looks, said Mademoiselle de la Mole, as Julien came near the sofa. Julien felt irritated, but she was right all the same. Monsieur Pirard was unquestionably the most honest man in the salon, but his pimply face, which was suffering from the stings of conscience, made him look hideous at this particular moment. Trust physiognomy after this, thought Julien. It is only when the delicate conscience of the Abbé Pirard is reproaching him for some trifling lapse that he looks so awful, while the expression of that notorious spy Napier shows a pure and tranquil happiness. The Abbé Pirard, however, had made great concessions to his party. He had taken a servant, and was very well dressed. Julien noticed something strange in the salon. It was that all eyes were being turned towards the door, and there was a semi-silence. The flunky was announcing the famous Baron Tolly, who had just become publicly conspicuous by reason of the elections. Julien came forward and had a very good view of him. The Baron had been the president of an electoral college. He had the brilliant idea of spiriting away the little squares of paper which contained the votes of one of the parties, but to make up for it he replaced them by an equal number of other little pieces of paper containing a name agreeable to himself. This drastic maneuver had been noticed by some of the voters, who had made an immediate point of congratulating the Baron de Tolly. The good fellow was still pale from this great business. Malicious persons had pronounced the word galleys. Monsieur de la Mole received him coldly. The poor Baron made his escape. "If he leaves us so quickly, it's to go to Monsieur Comte," said Comte de Chalvet, and everyone laughed. Little Tombeau was trying to win his spurs by talking to some silent nobleman and some intriguers, who, though shady, were all men of wit, and were on this particular night in great force in Monsieur de la Mole's salon, for he was mentioned for a place in the ministry. If he had not yet any subtlety of perception, he made up for it as one who will see by the energy of his words. "Why not sentence that man to 10 years' imprisonment?" he was saying at the moment when Julien approached his knot. "Those reptiles should be confined to the bottom of a dungeon. They are to languish to death in jail. Otherwise their venom will grow and become more dangerous. What is the good of sentencing him to a fine of 1,000 crowns? He is poor, so be it, all the better, but his party will pay for him. What the case required was a 500 francs fine and 10 years in a dungeon." Well, to be sure, who is the monster they are speaking about, thought Julien, who was viewing with amazement the vehement tone and hysterical gestures of his colleague. At this moment the thin, drawn little face of the academician's nephew was hideous. Julien soon learnt that they were talking of the greatest poet of the century. "You monster!" Julien exclaimed half aloud, while tears of generosity moistened his eyes. "You little rascal," he thought, "I will pay you out for this. Yet," he thought, "those are the unborn hopes of the party of which the Marquis is one of the chiefs. How many crosses and how many sinecures would that celebrated man whom he is now defaming have accumulated if he had sold himself? I won't say to the mediocre ministry of Monsieur de Nerval, but to one of those reasonably honest ministries which we have seen follow each other in succession." The Abbé Pirard motioned to Julien from some distance off. Monsieur La Mole had just said something to him, but when Julien, who was listening at the moment with downcast eyes to the lamentations of the bishop, had at length got free and was able to get near his friend, he found him monopolized by the abominable little Tombeau. The little beast hated him as the cause of Julien's favour with the Marquis, and was now making up to him. "When will death deliver us from that aged rottenness?" It was in these words of a biblical energy that the little man of letters was now talking of the venerable Lord Holland. His merit consisted in an excellent knowledge of the biography of living men, and he had just made a rapid review of all the men who could aspire to some influence under the reign of the new King of England. The Abbé Pirard passed into an adjacent salon. Julien followed him. "I warn you, the Marquis does not like scribblers. It is his only prejudice. No Latin and Greek, if you can manage it. The history of the Egyptians, Persians, etc. He will honor and protect you as a learned man. But don't write a page of French, especially on serious matters which are above your position in society, or he will call you a scribbler and take you for a scoundrel. How is it that, living as you do in the hotel of a great lord, you don't know the Duc de Castries' epigram on Alembert and Rousseau? The fellow wants to reason about everything. Everything leaks out of here, thought Julien, just like the seminary. He had written 8 or 6 fairly drastic pages. It was a kind of historical eulogy of the old surgeon major, who had, he said, made a man of him. The little notebook, said Julien to himself, has always been locked. He went up to his room, burnt his manuscript, and returned to the salon. The brilliant scoundrels had left it, Only the men with the stars were left. 7 or 8 very aristocratic ladies, very devout, very affected, and of from 30 to 35 years of age, were grouped round the table that the servants had just brought in ready served. The brilliant Marechal de Fervaques came in apologizing for the lateness of the hour. It was more than midnight. She went and sat down near the marquise. Julien was deeply touched. She had the eyes and the expression of Madame de Rênal. Mademoiselle de la Mole's circle was still full of people. She was engaged with her friends in making fun of the unfortunate Comte de Thaler. He was the only son of that celebrated Jew who was famous for the riches that he had won by lending money to kings to make war on the peoples. The Jew had just died, leaving his son an income of 100,000 crowns a month, and a name that was only too well known. This strange position required either a simple character or force of willpower. Unfortunately, the Comte was simply a fellow who was inflated by all kinds of pretensions, which had been suggested to him by all his toadies. Monsieur de Caylus asserted that they had induced him to make up his mind to ask for the hand of Mademoiselle de la Mole, to whom the Marquis de Croisenois, who would be a duke with 100,000 francs a year, was paying his attentions. "Oh, do not accuse him of having a mind," said Norbert pitifully. Willpower was what the poor Comte de Thaler lacked most of all. So far as this side of his character went, he was worthy of being a king. He would take counsel from everybody, but he never had the courage to follow any advice to the better end. His physiognomy would be sufficient in itself, Mademoiselle de la Mole was fond of saying, to have inspired her with a holy joy. It was a singular mixture of anxiety and disappointment, but from time to time one could distinguish gusts of self-importance, and above all, that trenchant tone suited to the richest man in France, especially when he had nothing to be ashamed of in his personal appearance, and was not yet 36. "He is timidly insolent," Monsieur de Croisenois would say. The Comte de Caylus, Norbert, and 2 or 3 mustachioed young people made fun of him to their heart's content, without him suspecting it, and finally packed him off as 1 o'clock struck. "Are those your famous Arab horses waiting for you at the door in this awful weather?" said Norbert to him. "No, it is a new pair, which are much cheaper," said Monsieur de Thaler. "The horse on the left cost me 5,000 francs, while the one on the right is only worth 100 louis. But I would ask you to believe me when I say that I only have him out at night. His trot, you see, is exactly like the other ones." Norbert's remark made the Comte think it was good form for a man like him to make a hobby of his horses, and that he must not let them get wet. He went away, and the other gentleman left a minute afterwards, making fun of him all the time. "So," thought Julien, as he heard them laugh on the staircase, "I have the privilege of seeing the exact opposite of my own situation. I have not got 20 louis a year, and I found myself side by side with a man who has 20 louis an hour, and they made fun of him. Seeing a sight like that cures one of envy, of sensibility, and a great pious lady. An idea which has any life in it seems like a crudity. So accustomed are they to colourless expression. Woe to him who introduces new ideas into his conversation. Faublas. This was the stage Julien had reached when after several months of probation, the steward of the household handed him the third quarter of his wages. Monsieur de la Mole had entrusted him with the administration of his estates in Brittany and Normandy. Julien made frequent journeys there. He had chief control of the correspondence relating to the famous lawsuit with the Abbé de Frilair. Monsieur Pirard had instructed him. On the data of the short notes which the Marquis would scribble on the margin of all the various paper which were addressed to him, Julien would compose answers which were nearly all signed. At the theology school his professors complained of his lack of industry, but they did not fail to regard him as one of their most distinguished pupils. This varied work, tackled as it was with all the ardor of suffering ambition, soon robbed Julien of that fresh complexion which he had brought from the provinces. His pallor constituted one of his merits in the eyes of his comrades, the young seminarists. He found them much less malicious, much less ready to bow down to a silver crown than those of Besançon. They thought he was consumptive. The Marquis had given him a horse. Julien, fearing that he might meet people during his rides on horseback, had given out that this exercise had been prescribed by the doctors. The Abbé Pirard had taken him into several Jansenist societies. Julien was astonished. The idea of religion was indissolubly connected in his mind with the ideas of hypocrisy and covetousness. He admired those austere, pious men who never gave a thought to their income. Several Jansenists became friendly with him and would give him advice. A new world opened before him. At the Jansenists he got to know a Comte Altamira, who was nearly 6 feet high, was a liberal, a believer, and had been condemned to death in his own country. He was struck by the strange contrast of devoutness and love of liberty. Julien's relations with the young Comte had become cool. Norbert had thought that he answered the jokes of his friends with too much sharpness. Julien had committed 1 or 2 breaches of social etiquette, and vowed to himself that he would never speak to Mademoiselle Mathilde. They were always perfectly polite to him in the Hôtel de la Mole, but he felt himself quite lost. His provincial common sense explained this result by the vulgar proverb, tout beau, tout nouveau. He gradually came to have a little more penetration than during his first days, or it may have been that the first glamour of Parisian urbanity had passed off. As soon as he left off working, he fell a prey to a mortal boredom. He was experiencing the withering effects of that admirable politeness so typical of good society, which is so perfectly modulated to every degree of the social hierarchy. No doubt the provinces can be reproached with a commonness and a lack of polish in their tone, but they show a certain amount of passion when they answer you. Julien's self-respect was never wounded at the Hôtel de la Mole, but he often felt at the end of the day as though he would like to cry. The café waiter in the provinces will take an interest in you if you happen to have some accident as you enter his café. But if this accident has everything about it which is disagreeable to your vanity, he will repeat 10 times in succession the very word which tortures you, as he tells you how sorry he is. At Paris they make a point of laughing in secret, but you always remain a stranger. We passed in silence over a number of little episodes which would have made Julien ridiculous if he had not been to some extent above ridicule. A foolish sensibility resulted in his committing innumerable acts of bad taste. All his pleasures were precautions. He practiced pistol shooting every day. He was one of the promising pupils of the most famous maître d'armes. As soon as he had an instant to himself, instead of employing it in reading, as he did before, he would rush off to the riding school and ask for the most vicious horses. When he went out with the master of the riding school, he was almost invariably thrown. The Marquis found him convenient by reason of his persistent industry, his silence, and his intelligence, and gradually took him into his confidence with regard to all his affairs, which were in any way difficult to unravel. The Marquis was a sagacious businessman on all those occasions when his lofty ambition gave him some respite. Having special information within his reach, he would speculate successfully on the exchange. He would buy mansions and forests, but he would easily lose his temper. He would give away hundreds of louis and would go to law for a few hundred francs. Rich men with a lofty spirit have recourse to business, not so much for results as for distraction. The Marquis needed a chief of staff who would put all his money affairs into clear and lucid order. Madame de la Mole, although of so even a character, sometimes made fun of Julien. Great ladies have a horror of those unexpected incidents which are produced by a sensitive character. They constitute the opposite pole of etiquette. On 2 or 3 occasions the Marquis took his part. If he is ridiculous in your salon, he triumphs in his office. Julien, on his side, thought he had caught the Marquise's secret. She deigned to manifest an interest in everything the minute the Baron de la Jumat was announced. He was a cold individual, with an expressionless physiognomy. He was tall, thin, ugly, very well dressed, passed his life in his chateau, and, generally speaking, said nothing about anything. Such was his outlook on life. Madame de la Mole would have been happy for the first time in her life if she could have made him her daughter's husband. Pronunciation. If fatuity is pardonable, it is in one's first youth, for it is then the exaggeration of an amiable thing. It needs an air of love, gaiety, nonchalance. But fatuity coupled with self-importance, fatuity with a solemn and a self-sufficient manner, this extravagance of stupidity was reserved for the 19th century. Such are the persons who want to unchain the hydra of revolutions. Le Johannesburg pamphlet. Considering that he was a new arrival who was too disdainful to put any questions, Julien did not fall into unduly great mistakes. One day, when he was forced into a café in the Rue Saint-Honoré by a sudden shower, a big man in a beaver coat, surprised by his gloomy look, looked at him in return just as Mademoiselle Amanda's lover had done before at Besançon. Julien had reproached himself too often for having endured the other insult to put up with this stare. He asked for an explanation. The man in the tailcoat immediately addressed him in the lowest and most insulting language. All the people in the café surrounded them. The passers-by stopped before the door. Julien always carried some little pistols as a matter of precaution. His hand was grasping them nervously in his pocket. Nevertheless, he behaved wisely and confined himself to repeating to his man, "Monsieur, your address. I despise you." The persistency in which he kept repeating these 6 words eventually impressed the crowd. "By Jove, the other who's talking all to himself ought to give him his address," they exclaimed. The man in the tailcoat, hearing this repeated several times, flung 5 or 6 cards in Julien's face. Fortunately, none of them hit him in the face. He had mentally resolved not to use his pistols except in the event of his being hit. The man went away, though not without turning round from time to shake his fist and hurl insults at him. Julien was bathed in sweat. So, he said angrily to himself, the meanest of mankind has it in his power to affect me as much as this. How am I to kill so humiliating a sensitiveness? Where was he to find a second? He did not have a single friend. He had several acquaintances, but they all regularly left him after 6 weeks of social intercourse. I am an unsociable, he thought, and I am now cruelly punished for it. Finally, it occurred to him to rout out an old lieutenant of the 96th named Lynne, a poor devil with whom he often used to fence. Julien was frank with him. "I'm quite willing to be your second," said Lynne, "but on one occasion. If you fail to wound your man, you will fight with me straight away." "Agreed," said Julien, quite delighted, and they went to find Monsieur de Beauvoisis at the address indicated on his card at the end of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. It was only when he was being ushered in that Julien thought it might quite well be the young relation of Madame de Rênal, who had once been employed at Rome or the Naples embassy, and who had given the singer Geronimo a letter of introduction. Julien gave one of the cards which had been flung at him the previous evening with one of his own to a tall valet. He and his second were kept waiting for a good 3/4 of an hour. Eventually they were ushered into an elegantly furnished apartment. They found there a tall young man who was dressed like a doll. His features presented the perfection and the lack of expression of Greek beauty. His head, which was remarkably straight, had the finest blonde hair. It was dressed with great care, and not a single hair was out of place. It was to have his hair done like this. That is why this damned fop has kept us waiting, thought the lieutenant of the 96th. The variegated dressing gown, the morning trousers, everything down to the embroidered slippers was correct. He was marvellously well groomed. His blank and aristocratic physiognomy betokened rare and orthodox ideas, the ideal of a Metternichian diplomatist. Napoleon as well did not like to have in his entourage officers who thought. Julien, to whom his lieutenant of the 96th had explained that keeping him waiting was an additional insult, after having thrown his card so rudely in his face, entered brusquely Monsieur de Beauvoisis's room. He intended to be insolent, but at the same time to exhibit good form. Julien was so astonished by the niceness of Monsieur de Beauvoisis's manners, and by the combination of formality, self-importance, and self-satisfaction in his demeanour, by the admirable elegance of everything that surrounded him, that he abandoned immediately all idea of being insolent. It was not his man of the day before. His astonishment was so great at meeting so distinguished a person instead of the rude creature whom he was looking for, that he could not find a single word to say. He presented one of the cards which had been thrown at him. "That's my name," said the young diplomat, not at all impressed by Julien's black suit at 7 o'clock in the morning, "but I do not understand the honor." His manner of pronouncing these last words revived a little of Julien's bad temper. "I've come to fight you, monsieur, and he explained in a few words the whole matter. Monsieur Charles de Beauvoisis, after mature reflection, was fairly satisfied with the cut of Julien's black suit. "It comes from Staub, that's clear," he said to himself, as he heard him speak. "That waistcoat is in good taste. Those boots are all right, but on the other hand, just think of wearing a black suit in the early morning. It must be to have a better chance of not being hit," said the Chevalier de Beauvoisis to himself. After he had given himself this explanation, he became again perfectly polite to Julien, and almost treated him as an equal. The conversation was fairly lengthy, for the matter was a delicate one, but eventually Julien could not refuse to acknowledge the actual facts. The perfectly mannered young man before him did not bear any resemblance to the vulgar fellow who had insulted him the previous day. Julien felt an invincible repugnance towards him. He noted the self-sufficiency of the Chevalier de Beauvoisis, for that was the name by which he had referred to himself, shocked as he was when Julien called him simply Monsieur. He admired his gravity, which, though tinged with a certain modest fatuity, he never abandoned for a single moment. He was astonished at his singular manner of moving his tongue as he pronounced his words, but after all, this did not present the slightest excuse for picking a quarrel. The young diplomatist very graciously offered to fight, but the ex-lieutenant of the 96th, who had been sitting down for an hour, with his legs wide apart, his hands on his thigh, and his elbows stuck out, decided that his friend, Monsieur de Sorel, was not the kind to go and pick a quarrel with a man because someone else had stolen that man's visiting cards. Julien went out in a very bad temper. The Chevalier de Beauvoisis's carriage was waiting for him in the courtyard before the steps. By chance, Julien raised his eyes and recognized in the coachman his man of the day before. Seeing him, catching hold of him by his big jacket, tumbling him down from his seat, and horsewhipping him thoroughly, took scarcely a moment. Two lackeys tried to defend their comrade. Julien received some blows from their fists. At the same moment he cocked one of his little pistols and fired on them. They took to flight. All this took about a minute. The Chevalier de Beauvoisis descended the staircase with the same pleasing gravity, repeating with his lordly pronunciation, "What is this? What is this?" He was manifestly very curious, but his diplomatic importance would not allow him to evince any greater interest. When he knew what it was all about, a certain haughtiness tried to assert itself in that expression of slightly playful nonchalance which should never leave a diplomatist's face. The lieutenant of the 96th began to realize that Monsieur de Beauvoisis was anxious to fight. He was also diplomatic enough to wish to reserve for his friend the advantage of taking the initiative. "This time," he exclaimed, "there is ground for a duel." "I think there's enough," answered the diplomat. "Turn that rascal out," he said to his lackey. "Let someone else get up." The door of the carriage was open. The Chevalier insisted on doing the honors to Julien and his friend. They sent for a friend of Monsieur de Beauvoisis, who chose them a quiet place. The conversation on their way went, as a matter of fact, very well indeed. The only extraordinary feature was the diplomatist in a dressing-gown. "These gentlemen, although very noble, are by no means as boring," thought Julien, "as the people who come and dine at Monsieur de la Mole's, and I can see why," he added in a moment afterwards. "They allow themselves to be indecent. They talked about the dancers that the public had distinguished with its favors at the ballet presented the night before. The two gentlemen alluded to some spicy anecdotes of which Julien and his second, the lieutenant of the 96th, were absolutely ignorant. Julien was not stupid enough to pretend to know them. He confessed his ignorance with a good grace. This frankness pleased the Chevalier's friend. He told him these stories with the greatest detail and extremely well. One thing astonished Julien inordinately. The carriage was pulled up for a moment by an altar which was being built in the middle of the street for the procession of Corpus Christi Day. The two gentlemen indulged in the luxury of several jests. According to them, the curé was the son of an archbishop. Such a joke would never have been heard in the house of Monsieur de la Mole, who was trying to be made a duke. The duel was over in a minute. Julien got a ball in his arm. They bandaged it with a handkerchief, which they wetted with brandy, and the Chevalier de Beauvoisis requested Julien with great politeness to allow him to take him home in the same carriage that had brought him. When Julien gave the name of Monsieur de la Mole's hotel, the young diplomat and his friend exchanged looks. Julien's fiacre was here, but they found these gentlemen's conversation more entertaining than that of the good lieutenant of the 96th. By Jove, so a duel is only that, thought Julien. What luck I found that coachman again. How unhappy I should have been if I had had to put up with that insult as well. This amusing conversation had scarcely been interrupted. Julien realized that the affectation of diplomatists is good for something. So ennui, he said to himself, is not a necessary incident of conversation among well-born people. These gentlemen make fun of the Corpus Christi procession and dare to tell extremely obscene anecdotes, and, what is more, with picturesque details. The only thing they really lack is the ability to discuss politics logically, and that lack is more than compensated by their graceful tone and the perfect aptness of their expressions. Julien experienced a lively inclination for them. How happy I should be to see them often. They had scarcely taken leave of each other before the Chevalier de Beauvoisis had enquiries made. They were not brilliant. He was very curious to know his man. Could he decently pay a call on him? The little information he had succeeded in obtaining from him was not of an encouraging character. "Oh, this is awful," he said to his second. "I can't possibly own up to having fought a duel with a mere secretary of Monsieur de la Mole, simply because my coachman stole my visiting cards." "There is no doubt that all this may make you look ridiculous." That very evening the Chevalier de Beauvoisis and his friend said everywhere that this Monsieur Sorel, who was, moreover, quite a charming young man, was a natural son of an intimate friend of the Marquis de la Mole. This statement was readily accepted. Once it was established, the young diplomatist and his friend deigned to call several times on Julien during the fortnight. Julien owned to them that he had only been to the opera once in his life. "That is awful," said one. "That is the only place one does go to. Your first visit must be when they are playing the Conte Horry." The Chevalier de Beauvoisis introduced him at the opera to the famous singer Geronimo, who was then enjoying an immense success. Julien almost paid court to the Chevalier. His mixture of self-respect, mysterious self-importance, and the fatuous youthfulness fascinated him. The Chevalier, for example, would stammer a little, simply because he had the honor of seeing frequently a very noble lord who had this defect. Julien had never before found combined in one and the same person the drollery which amuses, and those perfect manners which should be the object of a poor provincial's imitation. He was seen at the opera with the Chevalier de Beauvoisis. This association got him talked about. "Well," said Monsieur de la Mole to him one day, "so here you are, the natural son of a rich gentleman of Franche-Comté, an intimate friend of mine." The Marquis cut Julien short as he started to protest that he had not in any way contributed to obtaining any credence for this rumour. Monsieur de Beauvoisis did not fancy having fought a duel with the son of a carpenter. I know it, said Monsieur de la Mole. "It is my business now to give some consistency to this story, which rather suits me. But I have one favour to ask of you, which will only cost you a bare half-hour of your time. Go and watch every opera day at 11:30 all the people in society coming out in the vestibule. I still see you have certain provincial mannerisms. You must rid yourself of them. Besides, it would do you no harm to know, at any rate by sight, some of the great personages to whom I may one day send you on a commission. Call in at the box-office to get identified. Admission has been secured for you." An attack of gout. And I got advancement, not on my merit, but because my master had the gout. Bertolotti. The reader is perhaps surprised by this free and almost friendly tone. We had forgotten to say that the Marquis had been confined to his house for 6 weeks by the gout. Mademoiselle de la Mole and her mother were at Hyères, near the Marquise's mother. The Comte de Norbert only saw his father at stray moments. They got on very well, but had nothing to say to each other. Monsieur de la Mole, reduced to Julien's society, was astonished to find he possessed ideas. He made him read the papers to him. Soon the young secretary was competent to pick out the interesting passages. There was a new paper which the Marquis abhorred. He had sworn never to read it, and spoke about it every day. Julien laughed. In his irritation against the present time, the Marquis made him read Livy aloud. The improvised translation of the Latin text amused him. The Marquis said one day, in that tone of excessive politeness which frequently tried Julien's patience, "Allow me to present you with a blue suit, my dear Sorel. When you find it convenient to wear it and to come and see me, I shall look upon you as the younger brother of the Comte de Chaulnes, that is to say, the son of my friend the old Duke." Julien did not quite gather what it was all about, but he tried a visit in the blue suit that very evening. The Marquis treated him like an equal. Julien had a spirit capable of appreciating true politeness, but he had no idea of nuances. Before this freak of the Marquise's, he would have sworn that it was impossible for him to have been treated with more consideration. "What an admirable talent!" said Julien to himself. When he got up to go, the Marquise apologized for not being able to accompany him by reason of his gout. Julien was preoccupied with this strange idea. "Perhaps he's making fun of me," he thought. He went to ask advice of the Abbé Pirard, who was being less polite than the Marquis, made no other answer except to whistle, and changed the subject. Julien presented himself to the Marquis the next morning in his black suit, with his letter-case and his letters for signature. He was received in the old way, but when he wore the blue suit that evening, the Marquise's tone was quite different, and absolutely as polite as on the previous day. "As you are not exactly bored," said the Marquis to him, "by these visits which you are kind enough to pay to a poor old man, you must tell him about all the little incidents of your life. But you must be frank, and think of nothing except narrating them clearly and in an amusing way. For one must amuse oneself," continued the Marquis. "That's the only reality in life. I can't have my life saved in a battle every day, or get a present of 1,000,000 francs every day. But if I had Rivarol here by my sofa, he would rid me every day of an hour of suffering and boredom. I saw a lot of him at Hamburg during the emigration." And the Marquis told Julien the stories of Rivarol and the inhabitants of Hamburg, who needed the combined efforts of 4 individuals to understand an epigram. Monsieur de la Mole, being reduced to the society of this little abbé, tried to teach him. He put Julien's pride on its mettle. As he was asked to speak the truth, Julien resolved to tell everything, but to suppress 2 things: his fanatical admiration for the name which irritated the Marquis, and that complete skepticism which was not particularly appropriate to a prospective curé. His little affair with the Chevalier de Beauvoisis came in very handy. The Marquis laughed till the tears came into his eyes at the scene in the café in the Rue Saint-Honoré with the coachman who had loaded him with sordid insults. The occasion was marked by a complete frankness between the Marquis and the protégé. Monsieur de la Mole became interested in this singular character. At the beginning he had encouraged Julien's droll blunders in order to enjoy laughing at them. Soon he found it more interesting to correct very gently this young man's false outlook on life. "All other provincials who come to Paris admire everything," thought the Marquis. "This one hates everything. They have too much of affectation. He has not affectation enough, and fools take him for a fool." The attack of gout was protracted by the great winter cold and lasted some months. "One gets quite attached to a fine spaniel," thought the Marquis. "Why should I be so ashamed of being attached to this little abbé? He is original. If I treat him as a son, well, where's the bother? The whim, if it lasts, will cost me a diamond and 500 louis in my will." Once the Marquis had realized his protégé's strength of character, he entrusted him with some new business every day. Julien noticed with alarm that this great lord would often give him inconsistent orders with regard to the same matter. That might compromise him seriously. Julien now made a point, whenever he worked with him, of bringing a register with him in which he wrote his instructions, which the Marquis initialed. Julien had now a clerk who would transcribe the instructions relating to each matter in a separate book. This book also contained a copy of all the letters. This idea seemed at first absolutely boring and ridiculous, but in 2 months the Marquis appreciated its advantages. Julien suggested to him that he should take a clerk out of a banker's, who was to keep proper bookkeeping accounts of all the receipts and of all the expenses of the estates which Julien had been charged to administer. These measures so enlightened the Marquis as to his own affairs that he could indulge the pleasure of undertaking 2 or 3 speculations without the help of his nominee, who always robbed him. "Take 3,000 francs for yourself," he said one day to his young steward. Monsieur, I should lay myself open to calumny. What do you want, then? Retorted the Marquis irritably. Perhaps you will be kind enough to make out a statement of account and enter it in your own hand in the book. That order will give me a sum of 3,000 francs. Besides, it's Monsieur the Abbé Pirard who had the idea of all this exactness in accounts. The Marquis wrote out his instructions in the register with the bored air of the Marquis de Montsade listening to the accounts of his steward, Monsieur Poisson. Business was never talked when Julien appeared in the evening in his blue suit. The kindness of the Marquis was so flattering to the self-respect of our hero, which was always morbidly sensitive, that in spite of himself he soon came to feel a kind of attachment for this nice old man. It is not that Julien was a man of sensibility, as the phrase is understood at Paris, but he was not a monster, and no one since the death of the old major had talked to him with so much kindness. He observed that the Marquis showed a politeness and consideration for his own personal feelings which he had never found in the old surgeon. He now realized that the surgeon was much prouder of his cross than was the Marquis of his blue ribbon. The Marquise's father had been a great lord. One day, at the end of a morning audience for the transaction of business, when the black suit was worn, Julien happened to amuse the Marquis, who kept him for a couple of hours, and insisted on giving him some bank-notes which his nominee had just brought from the house. I hope, Monsieur le Marquis, that I am not deviating from the profound respect which I owe you, if I beg you to allow me to say a word. Speak, my friend. Monsieur le Marquis will deign to allow me to refuse this gift. It is not meant for the man in the black suit, and it would completely spoil those manners which you have kindly put up with in the man in the blue suit. He saluted with much respect, and went out without looking at his employer. This incident amused the Marquis. He told it in the evening to the Abbé Pirard. I must confess one thing to you, my dear Abbé. I know Julien's birth, and I authorize you not to regard this confidence as a secret. His conduct this morning is noble, thought the Marquis, so I will ennoble him myself. Some time afterwards the Marquis was able to go out. Go and pass a couple of months at London, he said to Julien. Ordinary and special couriers will bring you the letters I have received, together with my notes. You will write out the answers and send them back to me, putting each letter inside the answer. I have ascertained that the delay will be no more than 5 days. As he took the post down the Calais route, Julien was astonished at the triviality of the alleged business on which he had been sent. We will say nothing about the feeling of hate and almost horror with which he touched English soil. His mad passion for Bonaparte is already known. He saw in every officer a Sir Hudson Lowe, in every great noble a Lord Bathurst, ordering the infamies of St. Helena and being recompensed by 6 years of office. At London he really got to know the meaning of sublime fatuity. He had struck up a friendship with some young Russian nobles who initiated him. Your future is assured, my dear Sorel, they said to him. You naturally have that cold demeanor, 1,000 leagues away from the sensation one has at the moment, that we have been making such efforts to acquire. You have not understood your century, said the Prince Korasoff to him. Always do the opposite of what is expected of you. On my honor, there you have the sole religion of the period. Don't be foolish or affected, for then follies and affectations will be expected of you, and the maxim will no longer prove true. Julien covered himself with glory one day in the salon of the Duke of Fitzfolk, who had invited him to dinner together with the Prince Korasoff. They waited for an hour. The way in which Julien conducted himself in the middle of 20 people who were waiting is still quoted as a precedent among the young secretaries of the London embassy. His demeanor was unimpeachable. In spite of his friends, the dandies, he made a point of seeing the celebrated Philip Vane, the one philosopher that England has had since Locke. He found him finishing his 7th year in prison. The aristocracy doesn't joke in this country, thought Julien. Moreover, Vane is disgraced, calumniated, etc. Julien found him in cheery spirits. The rage of the aristocracy prevented him from being bored. "There's the only merry man I've seen in England," thought Julien to himself as he left the prison. The idea which tyrants find most useful is the idea of God, Vane had said to him. We suppress the rest of the system as being cynical. "What amusing notion do you bring me from England?" said M. de la Mole to him on his return. He was silent. "What notion do you bring me, amusing or otherwise?" repeated the Marquis sharply. "In the first place," said Julien, "the sanest Englishman is mad 1 hour every day. He is visited by the demon of suicide, who is the local god. In the second place, intellect and the genius lose 25% of their value when they disembark in England. In the third place, nothing in the world is so beautiful, so admirable, so touching as the English landscapes." "Now it is my turn," said the Marquis. "In the first place, why do you go and say at the ball at the Russian ambassador's that there were 300,000 young men of 20 in France who would passionately desire war? Do you think that is nice for the kings?" "One doesn't know what to do when talking to great diplomats," said Julien. "They have a mania for starting serious discussions. If one confines oneself to the commonplaces of the papers, one is taken for a fool. If one indulges in some original truth, they are astonished and at a loss for an answer, and get you informed by the first secretary of the embassy at 7 o'clock next day that your conduct has been unbecoming." "Not bad," said the Marquis, laughing. "Anyway, I will wager Monsieur Deep One that you have not guessed what you went to do in England." "Pardon me," answered Julien. "I went there to dine once a week with the king's ambassador, who is the most polite of men." "You went to fetch this cross you see here," said the Marquis to him. "I do not want to make you leave off your black suit, and I have got accustomed to the more amusing tone I have assumed with the man who wears the blue suit. So understand this until further orders. When I see this cross, you will be my friend, the Duke of Chaulnes' younger son, who has been employed in the diplomatic service the last 6 months without having any idea of it. Observe," added the Marquis very seriously, cutting short all manifestations of thanks, "that I do not want you to forget your place. That is always a mistake, and a misfortune both for patron and for dependent. When my lawsuits bore you, or when you no longer suit me, I will ask a good living like that of our good friend the Abbé Pirard's for you, and nothing more," added the Marquis dryly. This put Julien's pride at its ease. He talked much more. He did not so frequently think himself insulted and aimed at by those phrases which are susceptible of some interpretation, which is scarcely polite, and which anybody may give utterance to in the course of an animated conversation. The cross earned him a singular visit. It was that of the Baron de Valenod, who came to Paris to thank the minister for his barony and arrive at an understanding with him. He was going to be nominated mayor of Verrières and to supersede Monsieur de Rênal. Julien did not fail to smile to himself when Monsieur Valenod gave him to understand that they had just found out that Monsieur de Rênal was a Jacobin. The fact was that the new baron was the ministerial candidate at the election for which they were all getting ready, and that it was Monsieur de Rênal who was the liberal candidate at the great electoral college of the department, which was in fact very ultra. It was in vain that Julien tried to learn something about Madame de Rênal. The baron seemed to remember their formal rivalry, and was impenetrable. He concluded by canvassing Julien for his father's vote at the election which was going to take place. Julien promised to write. "You ought, Monsieur le Chevalier, to present me to Monsieur the Marquis de la Mole." I ought, as a matter of fact, thought Julien, but a rascal like that? As a matter of fact, he answered, I am too small a personage in the Hôtel de la Mole to take it upon myself to introduce anyone. Julien told the Marquis everything. In the evening he described Valenod's pretensions, as well as his deeds and feats since 1814. "Not only will you present the new baron to me," replied de la Mole very seriously, "but I will invite him to dinner for the day after tomorrow. He will be one of our new prefects." "If that is the case, I ask for my father the post of director of the workhouse," answered Julien coldly. "With pleasure," answered the Marquis gaily. "It shall be granted. I was expecting a lecture. You are getting on." Monsieur de Valenod informed Julien that the manager of the lottery office at Verrières had just died. Julien thought it humorous to give that place to Monsieur de Cholin, the old dotard whose petition he had once picked up in de la Mole's room. The Marquis laughed heartily at the petition, which Julien recited as he made him sign the letter which requested that appointment of the Minister of Finance. Monsieur de Cholin had scarcely been nominated when Julien learned that the post had been asked by the department for the celebrated geometrician Monsieur Gros. That generous man had an income of only 1,400 francs, and every year had lent 600 to the late manager who had just died, to help him bring up his family. Julien was astonished at what he had done. "That's nothing," he said to himself. "It will be necessary to commit several other injustices if I mean to get on, and also to conceal them beneath pretty, sentimental speeches. Poor Monsieur Gros! It is he who deserves the cross. It is I who have it, and I ought to conform to the spirit of the government which gives it to me." What is the decoration which confers distinction? "Thy water refreshes me not," said the transformed genie. "'Tis nevertheless the freshest well in all Diarbekir." Pellico. One day Julien had just returned from the charming estate of Villequier on the banks of the Seine, which was the especial subject of Monsieur de la Mole's interest, because it was the only one of all his properties which had belonged to the celebrated Boniface de la Mole. He found the Marquise and her daughter, who had just come back from Hyères, in the hotel. Julien was a dandy now, and understood the art of Paris life. He manifested a perfect coldness towards Mademoiselle de la Mole. He seemed to have retained no recollection of the day when she had asked him so gaily for details of his fall from his horse. Mademoiselle La Mole thought that he had grown taller and paler. There was no longer anything of the provincial in his figure or his appearance. It was not so with his conversation. Too much of the serious and too much of the positive element were still noticeable. In spite of these sober qualities, his conversation, thanks to his pride, was destitute of any trace of the subordinate. One simply felt that there were still too many things which he took seriously. But one saw that he was the kind of man to stick to his guns. "He lacks lightness of touch, but not brains," said Mademoiselle de la Mole to her father, as she rallied him on the cross that he had given Julien. "My brother has been asking you for it for 16 months, and he is a La Mole." "Yes, but Julien has surprises, and that's what the de la Mole, whom you are referring to, has never been guilty of." Monsieur le Duc de Retz was announced. Mathilde felt herself seized by an irresistible attack of yawning. She knew so well the old gildings and the old habitués of her father's salon. She conjured up an absolutely boring picture of the life which she was going to take up at Paris, and yet, when at Hyères, she had regretted Paris. "And yet I am 19, she thought. "That's the age of happiness, say all those gilt-edged ninnies." She looked at 8 or 10 new volumes of poetry which had accumulated on the table in the salon during her journey in Provence. She had the misfortune to have more brains than Messieurs de Croisnat, de Caylus, de Luce, and her other friends. She anticipated all that they were going to tell her about the fine sky of Provence, poetry, the South, etc., etc. These fine eyes, which were the home of the deepest ennui, and worse still, of the despair of ever finding pleasure, lingered on Julien. At any rate, he was not exactly like the others. "Monsieur Sorel," she said, in that short, sharp voice, destitute of all femininity, which is so frequent among young women of the upper class. "Monsieur Sorel, are you coming tonight to Monsieur de Retz's ball?" "Mademoiselle, I have not had the honor of being presented to Monsieur the Duke." One would have said that these words and that title seared the mouth of the proud provincial. "He asked my brother to take you there, and if you go, you could tell me some details about the Villequier estate. We are thinking of going there in the spring, and I would like to know if the chateau is habitable, and if the neighboring places are as pretty as they say. There are so many unmerited reputations." Julien did not answer. "Come to the ball with my brother," she added, very dryly. Julien bowed respectfully. "So I owe my due to the members of the family, even in the middle of a ball. Am I not paid to be their business-man?" His bad temper added, "God knows, moreover, if what I tell the daughter will not put out the plans of the father, brother, and mother. It is just like the court of a sovereign prince. You have to be absolutely negative, and yet give no one any right to complain." "How that big girl displeases me," he thought, as he watched the walk of Mademoiselle de la Mole, whom her mother had called to present to several women friends of hers. She exaggerates all the fashions. Her dress almost falls down to her shoulders. She is even paler than before she went away. How nondescript her hair has grown as a result of being blonde. You would say that the light passed through it. What a haughty way of bowing and of looking at you. What queenly gestures. Mademoiselle de la Mole had just called her brother at the moment when he was leaving the salon. The Comte de Norbert approached Julien. "My dear Sorel," he said to him, "where would you like me to pick you up tonight for Monsieur's ball? He expressly asked me to bring you." "I know well whom I have to thank for so much kindness," answered Julien, bowing to the ground. His bad temper, being unable to find anything to lay hold of in the polite and almost sympathetic tone in which Norbert had spoken to him, set itself to work on the answer he had made to that courteous invitation. He detected in it a trace of subservience. When he arrived at the ball in the evening, he was struck with the magnificence of the Hôtel de Retz. The courtyard at the entrance was covered with an immense tent of crimson with golden stars. Nothing could have been more elegant. Beyond the tent, the court had been transformed into a wood of orange trees and of pink laurels in full flower. As they had been careful to bury the vases sufficiently deep, the laurel trees and the orange trees appeared to come straight out of the ground. The road which the carriages traversed was sanded. All this seemed extraordinary to our provincial. He had never had any idea of such magnificence. In a single instant his thrilled imagination had left his bad temper 1,000 leagues behind. In the carriage on their way to the ball, Norbert had been happy, while he saw everything in black colors. They had scarcely entered the courtyard before the roles changed. Norbert was only struck by a few details which, in the midst of all that magnificence, had not been able to be attended to. He calculated the expense of each item, and Julien remarked that the nearer he got to a sum total, the more jealous and bad-tempered he appeared. As for himself, he was fascinated and full of admiration when he reached the first of the salons where they were dancing. His emotion was so great that it almost made him nervous. There was a crush at the door of the second salon, and the crowd was so great that he found it impossible to advance. The decorations of the second salon presented the Alhambra of Granada. "That's the queen of the ball, one must admit," said a young man with a moustache, whose shoulders stuck into Julien's chest. Mademoiselle Formand, who has been the prettiest of all the winter, realizes that she will have to go down to the second place. See how strange she looks. In truth, she is straining every nerve to please. Just look at that gracious smile now that she is doing the figure in that quadrille all alone. On my honor, it is unique. Mademoiselle de la Mole looks as if she controlled the pleasure which she deserves from her triumph, of which she is perfectly conscious. One might say that she fears to please anyone who talks to her. Very good. That is the art of alluring. Julien vainly endeavored to catch sight of the alluring woman. 7 or 8 men who were taller than he prevented him from seeing her. "There is quite a lot of coquetry in that noble reserve," said the young man with the moustache, "and in those big blue eyes, which are lowered so slowly when one would think they were on the point of betraying themselves," answered his neighbor. On my faith, nothing could be cleverer. See the pretty Fermont looking quite common next to her, said the first. That air of reserve means how much sweetness would I spend on you if you were the man who was worthy of me. And who could be worthy of the sublime Mathilde, said the first man. Some sovereign prince, handsome, witty, well-made, a hero in war, and 20 years old at the most. The natural son of the Emperor of Russia, who would be made a sovereign in honor of his marriage, or quite simply the Comte de Thaler, who looks like a dressed-up peasant. The door was free, and Julien could go in. Since these puppets consider her so remarkable, it is worthwhile for me to study her, he thought. I shall then understand what these people regard as perfection. As his eyes were trying to find her, Mathilde looked at him. My duty calls me, said Julien to himself, but it was only his expression which was bad-humoured. His curiosity made him advance with a pleasure which the extremely low-cut dress on Mathilde's shoulders very quickly accentuated, in a manner which was scarcely flattering for his own self-respect. Her beauty has youth, he thought. 5 or 6 people, whom Julien recognized as those who had been speaking at the door, were between her and him. Now, monsieur, you have been here all the winter, she said to him. Is it not true that this is the finest ball of the season? He did not answer. This quadrille of Coulon strikes me as admirable, and those ladies dance it perfectly. The young men turned round to see who was the happy man, an answer from whom was positively insisted on. The answer was not encouraging. I shall not be able to be a good judge, mademoiselle. I pass my life in writing. This is the first ball of this magnificence which I have ever seen. The young men with moustache were scandalized. You are a wise man, Monsieur Sorel, came the answer, with a more marked interest. You look upon all these balls, all these festivities, like a philosopher, like J.J. Rousseau. All these follies astonish without alluring you. Julien's imagination had just hit upon an epigram which banished all illusions from his mind. His mouth assumed the expression of a perhaps slightly exaggerated disdain. J.J. Rousseau, he answered, is, in my view, only a fool when he takes it upon himself to criticize society. He did not understand it, and he went into it with the spirit of a lackey who has risen above his station. He wrote the Contrat Social, answered Mathilde reverently. While he preaches the Republic and the overthrow of monarchical dignities, the parvenu was intoxicated with happiness if a duke would go out of his way after dinner to one of his friends. Oh, yes, the Duke of Luxembourg at Montmorency used to accompany a Coindet from the neighborhood of Paris, went on Mademoiselle de la Mole, with all the pleasure and enthusiasm of her first flush of pedantry. She was intoxicated with her knowledge, almost like the academician who discovered the existence of King Feretrius. Julien's look was still penetrating and severe. Mathilde had had a moment's enthusiasm. Her partner's coldness disconcerted her profoundly. She was all the more astonished, as it was she who was accustomed to produce that particular effect on others. At this moment the Marquis de Croisenois was advancing eagerly towards Mademoiselle de la Mole. He was for a moment 3 yards away from her. He was unable to get closer because of the crowd. He smiled at the obstacle. The young Marquise de Rouvray was near her. She was a cousin of Mathilde. She was giving her arm to her husband, who had only married her a fortnight ago. The Marquis de Rouvray, who was also very young, had all the love which seizes a man who, having contracted a marriage of convenience, exclusively arranged by the notaries, finds a person who is ideally pretty. Monsieur de Rouvray would be a duke on the death of a very old uncle. While the Marquis de Croisenois was struggling to get through the crowd and smiling at Mathilde, she fixed her big, divinely blue eyes on him and his neighbors. Could anything be flatter, she said to herself. There is Croisenois, who wants to marry me. He is gentle and polite. He has perfect manners, like Monsieur de Rouvray. If they did not bore, those gentlemen would be quite charming. He, too, would accompany me to the ball with that smug, limited expression. 1 year after the marriage, I shall have my carriage, my horses, my dresses, my chateau 20 leagues from Paris. All this would be as nice as possible, and enough to make a Countess de Roiville, for example, die of envy, and afterwards Mathilde bored herself in anticipation. The Marquis de Croisenois managed to approach her and spoke to her, but she was dreaming and did not listen to him. The noise of his words began to get mixed with the buzz of the ball. Her eye mechanically followed Julien, who had gone away, with an air which, though respectful, was yet proud and discontented. She noticed in a corner far from the moving crowd the Comte Altamira, who had been condemned to death in his own country, and whom the reader knows already. One of his relatives had married a Prince de Conti in the reign of Louis XIV. This historical fact was some protection against the police of the congregation. I think being condemned to death is the only real distinction, said Mathilde. It is the only thing which cannot be bought. Why, that's an epigram. I just said, what a pity it did not come at a moment when I could have reaped all the credit for it. Mathilde had too much taste to work into the conversation a prepared epigram, but at the same time she was too vain not to be extremely pleased with herself. A happy expression succeeded the palpable boredom on her face. The Marquis de Croisenois, who had never left off talking, saw a chance of success and waxed twice as eloquent. What objection could a caviller find with my epigram? Said Mathilde to herself. I would answer my critic in this way. The title of Baron or Viscount is to be bought. A cross, why, it is a gift. My brother has just got one. What has he done? A promotion. Why, that can be obtained by being 10 years in a garrison, or have the ministers of war for a relative, and you will be a chief of a squadron like Norbert. A great fortune. That's rather more difficult, and consequently more meritorious. It is really quite funny. It's the opposite of what books say. Well, to win a fortune, why, you marry Monsieur Rothschild's daughter. Really, my epigram is quite deep. Being condemned to death is still the one privilege which one has never thought of canvassing. Do you know the Count Altamira? She said to Monsieur de Croisenois. Her thoughts seemed to have been so far away and this question had so little connection with all that the poor Marquis had been saying for the last 5 minutes, that his good temper was ruffled. He was nevertheless a man of wit, and celebrated for being so. Mathilde is eccentric, he thought. That's a nuisance, but she will give her husband such a fine social position. I don't know how the Marquis de la Mole manages. He's connected with all that is best in all parties. He is a man who is bound to come out on top. And besides, this eccentricity of Mathilde's may pass for genius. Genius, when allied with good birth, or a large fortune, so far from being ridiculous, is highly distinguished. She has wit, moreover, when she wants to. That mixture, in fact, of brains, character, and ready wit which constitute perfection. As it is difficult to do two things at the same time, the Marquis answered Mathilde with a vacant expression, as though he were reciting a lesson. Who does not know that poor Altamira? And he told her the history of his conspiracy, abortive, ridiculous, and absurd. Very absurd, said Mathilde, as if she were talking to herself. But he has done something. I want to see a man. Bring him to me, she said to the scandalized Marquis. Comte Altamira was one of the most avowed admirers of Mademoiselle de la Mole's haughty and impertinent manner. In his opinion, she was one of the most beautiful persons in Paris. How fine she would be on a throne, he said to Monsieur de Croisenois, and made no demur at being taken up to Mathilde. There are a good number of people in society who would like to establish the fact that nothing is in such bad form as a conspiracy. In the 19th century, it smacks of Jacobinism, and what could be more sordid than unsuccessful Jacobinism? Mathilde's expression made fun a little of Altamira and Monsieur de Croisenois, but she listened to him with pleasure. A conspirator at a ball. What a pretty contrast, she thought. She thought that this man with his black moustache looked like a lion at rest, but she soon perceived that his mind had only one point of view, utility, admiration for utility. The young Comte thought nothing worthy his attention except what tended to give his country two-chamber government. He left Mathilde, who was the prettiest person at the ball, with alacrity, because he saw a Peruvian general come in. Despairing of Europe such as Monsieur de Metternich had arranged it, poor Altamira had been reduced to thinking that when the states of South America had become strong and powerful, they could restore to Europe the liberty which Mirabeau has given it. A crowd of mustachized young men had approached Mathilde. She realized that Altamira had not felt allured, and was piqued by his departure. She saw his black eye gleam as he talked to the Peruvian general. Mademoiselle de la Mole looked at the young Frenchman with that profound seriousness which none of her rivals could imitate. Which of them, she thought, could get himself condemned to death, even supposing he had a favorable opportunity? This singular look flattered those who were not very intelligent, but disconcerted the others. They feared the discharge of some stinging epigram that would be difficult to answer. Good birth vouchsafes 100 qualities whose absence would offend me. I see as much in the case of Julien, thought Mathilde, but it withers up those qualities of soul which make a man get condemned to death. At that moment someone was saying near to her, Comte Altamira is the second son of the Prince of San Nazaro Pimentel. It was a Pimentel who tried to save Conradin, was beheaded in 1268. It is one of the noblest families in Naples. So, said Mathilde to herself, what a pretty proof this is of my maxim that good birth deprives a man of that force of character in default of which a man does not get condemned to death. I seem doomed to reason falsely tonight. Since I am only a woman, like any other, well, I must dance. She yielded to the solicitations of Monsieur de Croisenois, who had been asking for a gallop for the last hour. To distract herself from her failure in philosophy, Mathilde made a point of being perfectly fascinating. Monsieur de Croisenois was enchanted, but neither the dance, nor her wish to please one of the handsomest men at court, nor anything at all, succeeded in distracting Mathilde. She could not possibly have been more of a success. She was the queen of the ball. She coldly appreciated the fact. What a blank life I shall pass with a person like Croisenois, she said to herself, as he took her back to her place an hour afterwards. What pleasure do I get, she added sadly, if after an absence of 6 months I find myself at a ball which all the women of Paris were mad with jealousy to go to. And what is more, I am surrounded by the homage of an ideally constituted circle of society. The only bourgeois are some peers and perhaps one or two Juliens. And yet, she added with increasing sadness, what advantages has not fate bestowed upon me? Distinction, fortune, youth, everything except happiness. My most dubious advantages are the very ones they have been speaking to me about all the evening. Wit, I believe I have it, because I obviously frighten everyone. If they venture to tackle a serious subject, they will arrive after 5 minutes of conversation, and as though they had made a great discovery at a conclusion which we have been repeating to them for half an hour. I am beautiful. I have that advantage for which Madame de Staël would have sacrificed everything. And yet I'm dying of boredom. Shall I have reason to be less bored when I have changed my name for that of the Marquis de Croisenois? My God, though, she added, while she almost felt as if she would like to cry, isn't he really quite perfect? He's a paragon of the education of the age. You can't look at him without his finding something charming and even witty to say to you. He is brave. But that Sorel is strange, she said to herself, and the expression of her eyes changed from melancholy to anger. I told him that I had something to say to him, and he hasn't deigned to reappear. The ball. The luxurious dresses, the glitter of the candles, all those pretty arms and fine shoulders, the bouquets, the intoxicating strains of Rossini, the paintings of Ciceri. I am beside myself. Journeys of Usseri. You are in a bad temper, said the Marquise de la Mole to her. Let me caution you, it is ungracious at a ball. I have only a headache, answered Mathilde disdainfully. It is too hot here. At this moment the old Baron Tolly became ill and fell down, as though to justify Mademoiselle de la Mole's remark. They were obliged to carry him away. They talked about apoplexy. It was a disagreeable incident. Mathilde did not bother much about it. She made a point of never looking at old men, or anyone who had the reputation of being bad company. She danced in order to escape the conversation about the apoplexy, which was not apoplexy, inasmuch as the Baron put in an appearance the following day. "But Sorel does not come," she said to herself after she had danced. She was almost looking around for him when she found him in another salon. Astonishing, but he seemed to have lost that impassive coldness that was so natural to him. He no longer looked English. "He's talking to Count Altamira, who was sentenced to death," said Mathilde to herself. "His eye is full of a sombre fire. He looks like a prince in disguise. His haughtiness has become twice as pronounced." Julien came back to where she was, still talking to Altamira. She looked at Altamira fixedly, studying his features in order to trace lofty qualities which can earn a man the honour of being condemned to death. "Yes," he was saying to Comte Altamira as he passed by her, "Danton was a real man." "Heavens, can he be a Danton?" said Mathilde to herself. "But he has so noble a face, and that Danton was so horribly ugly, a butcher, I believe." Julien was still fairly near her. She did not hesitate to call him. She had the consciousness and the pride of putting a question that was unusual for a young girl. "Was not Danton a butcher?" she said to him. "Yes, in the eyes of certain persons," Julien answered her with the most thinly disguised expression of contempt. His eyes were still ardent from his conversation with Altamira, but unfortunately for the people of good birth he was an advocate at Mairie-sur-Seine. "That is to say, mademoiselle," he added maliciously, "he began like many peers whom I see here." It was true that Danton laboured under a great disadvantage in the eyes of beauty. He was ugly. These last few words were spoken rapidly, in an extraordinary and indeed very discourteous manner. Julien waited for a moment, leaning slightly forward and with an air of proud humility. He seemed to be saying, "I am paid to answer you, and I live on my pay." He did not deign to look up at Mathilde. She looked like his slave, with her fine eyes open abnormally wide and fixed on him. Finally, as the silence continued, he looked at her, like a valet looking at his master to receive orders. Although his eyes met the full gaze of Mathilde, which were fixed on him all the time with a strange expression, he went away with a marked eagerness. "To think of a man who is as handsome as he is," said Mathilde to herself as she emerged from her reverie, "praising ugliness in such a way. He is not like Caylus or Croisenois. This Sorel has something like my father's look when he goes to a fancy-dress ball as Napoleon." She had completely forgotten Danton. "Yes, I am decidedly bored tonight." She took her brother's arm, and to his great disgust made him take her round the ballroom. The idea occurred to her of following the conversation between Julien and the man who had been condemned to death. The crowd was enormous. She managed to find them, however, at the moment when, 2 yards in front of her, Altamira was going near a dumbwaiter to take an ice. He was talking to Julien with his body half turned round. He saw an arm in an embroidered coat which was taking an ice close by. The embroidery seemed to attract his attention. He turned round to look at the person to whom the arm belonged. His noble and yet simple eyes immediately assumed a slightly disdainful expression. "You see that man," he said to Julien in a low voice. "That is the Prince of Araceli, ambassador of—" "He asked Monsieur de Nerval, your minister for foreign affairs, for my extradition this morning. See, there he is over there playing whist. Monsieur de Nerval is willing enough to give me up, for we gave up 2 or 3 conspirators to you in 1816. If I am given up to my king, I shall be hanged in 24 hours. It will be one of those handsome mustachioed gentlemen who will arrest me." "The wretches!" exclaimed Julien half aloud. Mathilde did not lose a syllable of their conversation. Her ennui had vanished. "They are not scoundrels," replied Count Altamira. "I talk to you about myself in order to give you a vivid impression. Look at the Prince of Araceli. He casts his eyes on his golden fleece every 5 minutes. He cannot get over the pleasure of seeing that decoration on his breast. In reality, the poor man is really an anachronism. The fleece was a signal honor 100 years ago, but he would have been nowhere near it in those days. But nowadays, so far as people of birth are concerned, you have to be an Araceli to be delighted with it. He had a whole town hanged in order to get it." "Is that the price he had to pay?" said Julien anxiously. "Not exactly," answered Altamira coldly. "He probably had about 30 rich landed proprietors in his district who had the reputation of being liberals thrown into the river." "What a monster!" pursued Julien. Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was leaning her head forward with keenest interest, was so near him that her beautiful hair almost touched his shoulder. "You are very young," answered Altamira. "I was telling you that I had a good married sister in Provence. She is still pretty, good, and gentle. She is an excellent mother, performs all her duties faithfully, is pious, but not a bigot." "What is he driving at?" thought Mademoiselle de la Mole. "She is happy," continued the Comte Altamira. "She was so in 1815. I was then in hiding at her house on her estate near Dontibos. Well, the moment she learnt of Marshal Ney's execution, she began to dance." "Is it possible?" said Julien, thunderstruck. "It's party spirit," replied Altamira. "There are no longer any real passions in the 19th century. That's why one is so bored in France. People commit acts of the greatest cruelty, but without any feeling of cruelty." "So much the worse," said Julien. "When one does commit a crime, one ought at least to take pleasure in committing it. That's the only good thing they have about them, and that's the only way in which they have the slightest justification." Mademoiselle de la Mole had entirely forgotten what she owed to herself, and placed herself completely between Altamira and Julien. Her brother, who was giving her his arm, and was accustomed to obey her, was looking up at another part of the room, and in order to keep himself in countenance was pretending to be stopped by the crowd. "You are right," Altamira went on. "One takes pleasure in nothing one does, and one does not remember it. This applies even to crimes. I can show you perhaps 10 men in this ballroom who have been convicted of murder. They have forgotten all about it, and everybody else as well. Many are moved to the point of tears if their dog breaks a paw. When you throw flowers on their grave at Père Lachaise, as you say so humorously in Paris, we learn they united all the virtues of the knights of chivalry, and we speak about the noble feats of their great-grandfathers who lived in the reign of Henri IV. If, in spite of the good offices of the Prince of Araceli, I escape hanging, and I ever manage to enjoy the use of my money in Paris, I will get you to dine with 8 or 10 of these respected and callous murderers. At that dinner you and I will be the only ones whose blood is pure, but I shall be despised and almost hated as a monster, while you will be simply despised as a man of the people who has pushed his way into good society." "Nothing could be truer," said Mademoiselle de la Mole. Altamira looked at her in astonishment, but Julien did not deign to look at her. "Observe that the revolution, at whose head I found myself," continued the Comte Altamira, "only failed for the one reason that I would not cut off 3 heads and distribute among our partisans 7 or 8 millions which happened to be in a box of which I happened to have the key. My king, who is burning to have me hanged today, and who called me by my Christian name, before the rebellion, would have given me the great ribbon of his order if I had had those 3 heads cut off and had had the money in those boxes distributed, for I should have had at least a semi-success, and my country would have had a charter like. So wags the world. It's a game of chess. At that time, answered Julien with a fiery eye, you did not know the game. Now— You mean I would have the heads cut off, and I would not be a Girondin, as you said I was the other day? I will give you your answer, said Altamira sadly. When you have killed a man in a duel, a far less ugly matter than having him put to death by an executioner. Upon my word, said Julien, the end justifies the means. If, instead of being an insignificant man, I had some power, I would have 3 men hanged in order to save 4 men's lives. His eyes expressed the fire of his own conscience. They met the eyes of Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was close by him, and their contempt, so far from changing into politeness, seemed to redouble. She was deeply shocked, but she found herself unable to forget Julien. She dragged her brother away and went off in a temper. I must take some punch and dance a lot, she said to herself. I will pick out the best partner and cut some figure at any price. Good, there is that celebrated cynic, the Comte de Fervaques. She accepted his invitation. They danced. The question is, she thought, which of us 2 will be the more impertinent, but in order to make absolute fun of him, I must get him to talk. Soon all the other members of the quadrille were dancing as a matter of formality. They did not want to lose any of Mathilde's cutting repartee. Monsieur de Fervaques felt uneasy, and as he could only find elegant expressions instead of ideas, began to scowl. Mathilde, who was in a bad temper, was cruel, and made an enemy of him. She danced till daylight, and then went home terribly tired. But when she was in the carriage, the little vitality she had left was still employed in making her sad and unhappy. She had been despised by Julien, and could not despise him. Julien was at the zenith of his happiness. He was enchanted without his knowing it by the music, the flowers, the pretty women, the general elegance, and above all by his own imagination, which dreamt of distinction for himself and of liberty for all. "What a fine ball!" he said to the Comte. "Nothing is lacking." "Thought is lacking," answered Altamira, and his face betrayed that contempt which is only more deadly from the very fact that a manifest effort is being made to hide it as a matter of politeness. "You are right, Monsieur le Comte. There isn't any thought at all, let alone enough to make a conspiracy. I am here because of my name, but thought is hated in your salon. Thought must not soar above the level of the point of a vaudeville couplet. It is then rewarded. But as for your man who thinks, if he shows energy and originality, we call him a cynic. Was not that name given by one of your judges to Courier? You put him in prison as well as Béranger. The priestly congregation hands over to the police everyone who is worth anything amongst you, individually, and good society applauds. The fact is, your effete society prizes conventionalism above everything else. You will never get beyond military bravery. You will have Murat, never Washingtons. I can see nothing in France except vanity. A man who goes on speaking on the spur of the moment may easily come to make an imprudent witticism, and the master of the house thinks himself insulted." As he was saying this, the carriage in which the Comte was seeing Julien home stopped before the Hôtel de la Mole. Julien was in love with his conspirator. Altamira had paid him this great compliment, which was evidently the expression of a sound conviction. You have not got the French flippancy, and you understand the principle of utility. It happened that Julien had seen the day before Marino Faliero, a tragedy by Casimir de la Vigne. Has not Israel Bertuccio got more character than all those noble Venetians? Said our rebellious plebeian to himself. And yet those are the people whose nobility goes back to the year 700, a century before Charlemagne, while the cream of the nobility at Monsieur de Ritz's ball tonight only goes back, and that rather lamely, to the 13th century. Well, in spite of all the noble Venetians whose birth makes so great, it is Israel Bertuccio whom one remembers. A conspiracy annihilates all titles confirmed by social caprice. There a man takes for his crest the rank that is given him by the way in which he faces death. The intellect itself loses some of its power. What would Danton have been today in this age of the Valneau and the Raynal? Not even a deputy for the public prosecutor. What am I saying? He would have sold himself to the priests. He would have been a minister, for after all the great Danton did steal. Mirabeau also sold himself. Napoleon stole millions in Italy. Otherwise he would have been stopped short in his career by poverty, like Pichegru. Only Lafayette refrained from stealing. Ought one to steal? Ought one to sell oneself? Thought Julien. This question pulled him up short. He passed the rest of the night in reading the history of the Revolution. When he wrote his letters in the library the following day, his mind was still concentrated on his conversations with Count Altamira. As a matter of fact, he said to himself after a long reverie, if the Spanish liberals had not injured their nation by crimes, they would not have been cleared out as easily as they were. They were haughty, talkative children, just like I am, he suddenly exclaimed, as though waking up with a start. What difficulty have I surmounted that entitles me to judge such devils who, once alive, dared to begin to act? I'm like a man who exclaims at the close of a meal, I won't dine tomorrow, but that won't prevent me from feeling as strong and merry like I do today. Who knows what one feels when one is halfway through a great action? These lofty thoughts were disturbed by the unexpected arrival in the library of Mademoiselle de la Mole. He was so animated by his admiration for the great qualities of such invincibles as Danton, Mirabeau, and Carnot, that, though he fixed his eyes on Mademoiselle de la Mole, he neither gave her a thought nor bowed to her, and scarcely even saw her. When finally his big open eyes realized her presence, their expression vanished. Mademoiselle de la Mole noticed it with bitterness. It was in vain that she asked him for Véry's History of France, which was on the highest shelf, and thus necessitated Julien going to fetch the longer of the two ladders. Julien had brought the ladder and had fetched the volume and given it to her, but had not yet been able to give her a single thought. As he was taking the ladder back, he hit in his hurry one of the glass panes in the library with his elbow. The noise of the glass falling on the floor finally brought him to himself. He hastened to apologize to Mademoiselle de la Mole. He tried to be polite, and was certainly nothing more. Mathilde saw clearly that she had disturbed him, and that he would have preferred to have gone on thinking about what he had been engrossed in before her arrival, to speaking to her. After looking at him for some time, she went slowly away. Julien watched her walk. He enjoyed the contrast of her present dress with the elegant magnificence of the previous night. The difference between the two expressions was equally striking. The young girl who had been so haughty at the Duc de Retz's ball had, at the present moment, an almost plaintive expression. As a matter of fact, said Julien to himself, that black dress makes the beauty of her figure all the more striking. She has a queenly carriage, but why is she in mourning? If I ask someone the reason for this mourning, they will think I am putting my foot in it again. Julien had now quite emerged from the depth of his enthusiasm. I must read over again all the letters I have written this morning. God knows how many missed-out words and blunders I shall find. As he was forcing himself to concentrate his mind on the first of these letters, he heard the rustle of a silk dress near him. He suddenly turned round. Mademoiselle de la Mole was 2 yards from his table. She was smiling. This second interruption put Julien into a bad temper. Mathilde had just fully realized that she meant nothing to this young man. Her smile was intended to hide her embarrassment. She succeeded in doing so. "You are evidently thinking of something very interesting, Monsieur Sorel. Is it not some curious anecdote about that conspiracy which is responsible for Comte Altamira being in Paris? Tell me what it is about. I'm burning to know. I will be discreet, I swear it." She was astonished at hearing herself utter these words. What? Was she asking a favour of an inferior? Her embarrassment increased, and she added with a little touch of flippancy, "What has managed to turn such a usually cold person as yourself into an inspired being, a kind of Michelangelo prophet?" This sharp and indiscreet question wounded Julien deeply, and rendered him madder than ever. "Was Danton right in stealing?" he said to her brusquely, in a manner that grew more and more surly. "Ought the revolutionaries of Piedmont and of Spain to have injured the people by crimes, to have given all the places in the army and all the orders to undeserving persons? Would not the persons who wore these orders have feared the return of the king? Ought they to have allowed the treasure of Turin to be looted? In a word, mademoiselle," he said, coming near her with a terrifying expression, "ought the man who wishes to chase ignorance and crime from the world to pass like the whirlwind and do evil indiscriminately?" Mathilde felt frightened, was unable to stand his look, and retreated a couple of paces. She looked at him a moment, and then, ashamed of her own fear, left the library with a light step.
Chapter 40. Queen Marguerite. Love, in what madness do you not manage to make us find pleasure? Letters of a Portuguese Nun. Julien reread his letters. How ridiculous I must have appeared in the eyes of that Parisian doll, he said to himself when the dinner bell rang. How foolish to have really told her what I was thinking. Perhaps it was not so foolish. Telling the truth on that occasion was worthy of me. Why did she come to question me on personal matters? That question was indiscreet on her part. She broke the convention. My thoughts about Danton are not part of the sacrifice which her father pays me to make. When he came into the dining-room, Julien's thoughts were distracted from his bad temper by Mademoiselle de la Mole's mourning, which was all the more striking because none of the other members of the family were in black. After dinner he felt completely rid of the feeling which had obsessed him all day. Fortunately, the academician who knew Latin was at dinner. "That's the man who will make the least fun of me," said Julien to himself, "if, as I surmise, my question about Mademoiselle de la Mole's mourning is in bad taste." Mathilde was looking at him with a singular expression. So this is the coquetry of the women of this part of the country, just as Madame de Renal described it to me, said Julien to himself. I was not nice to her this morning. I did not humour her caprice of talking to me. I got up in value in her eyes. The devil doubtless is no loser by it. Later on, her haughty disdain will manage to revenge herself. I defy her to do her worst. What a contrast with what I have lost! What charming naturalness! What naivety! I used to know her thoughts before she did herself. I used to see them come into existence. The only rival she had in her heart was the fear of her children's death. It was a reasonable, natural feeling to me, and even though I suffered from it, I found it charming. I have been a fool. The ideas I had in my head about Paris prevented me from appreciating the sublime woman. Great God, what a contrast! And what do I find here? Arid, haughty vanity, all the fine shades of wounded egotism, and nothing more. They got up from table. I must not let my academician get snapped up, said Julien to himself. He went up to him as they were passing into the garden, assumed an air of soft submissiveness, and shared in his fury against the success of Hernani. If only we were still in the days of lettres de cachet, he said. Then he would not have dared, exclaimed the academician with a gesture worthy of Talma. Julien quoted some words from Virgil's Georgics in reference to a flower, and expressed the opinion that nothing was equal to the Abbé Delille's verses. In a word, he flattered the academician in every possible way. He then said to him with the utmost indifference, I suppose Mademoiselle de la Mole has inherited something from some uncle for whom she is in mourning. What, you belong to the house? Said the academician, stopping short, and you do not know her folly? As a matter of fact, it is strange her mother should allow her to do such things, but between ourselves, they do not shine in this household exactly by their force of character. Mademoiselle's share has to do for all of them, and governs them. Today is the 30th of April, and the academician stopped and looked meaningly at Julien. Julien smiled with the most knowing expression he could master. What connection can there be between ruling a household, wearing a black dress, and the 30th of April? He said to himself. I must be even sillier than I thought. I must confess, he said to the academician, while he continued to question him with his look. Let us take a turn around the garden, said the academician, delighted at seeing an opportunity of telling a long and well-turned story. What, is it really possible you do not know what happened on the 30th of April, 1574? And where? Said Julien in astonishment. At the Place de Grève. Julien was extremely astonished that these words did not supply him with a key. His curiosity and his expectation of a tragic interest, which would be in such harmony with his own character, gave his eyes that brilliance which the teller of the story likes to see so much in the person who is listening to him. The academician was delighted at finding a virgin ear, and narrated at length to Julien how Boniface de la Mole, the handsomest young man of this century, together with Annibal de Coconasso, his friend, a gentleman of Piedmont, had been beheaded on the 30th of April, 1574. La Mole was the adored lover of Queen Marguerite of Navarre, and, observe, continued the academician, that Mademoiselle de la Mole's full name is Mathilde Marguerite. La Mole was at the same time a favourite of the Duc d'Alençon, and the intimate friend of his mistress's husband, the King of Navarre, subsequently Henri IV. On Shrove Tuesday of that year, 1574, the court happened to be at Saint-Germain, with the poor King Charles IX, who was dying. La Mole wished to rescue his friends the princes, whom Queen Catherine de Medici was keeping prisoner in her court. He advanced 200 cavalry under the walls of Saint-Germain. The Duc d'Alençon was frightened, and La Mole was thrown to the executioner. But the thing which affects Mademoiselle Mathilde, and which she has admitted to me herself 7 or 8 years ago, when she was 12, is a head, and the academician lifted up his eyes to the heavens. What struck her in this political catastrophe was the hiding of Queen Marguerite de Navarre in a house in the Place de Grève and her then asking for her lover's head. At midnight on the following day, she took that head in her carriage and went and buried it herself in a chapel at the foot of the hill of Montmartre. Impossible, cried Julien, really moved. Mademoiselle Mathilde despises her brother because, as you see, he does not bother one whit about this ancient history, and never wears mourning on the 30th of April. It is since the time of this celebrated execution, and in order to recall the intimate friendship of La Mole for the said Coconasso, who, Italian that he was, bore the name of Annibal, that all the men of that family bear that name, and, added the academician, lowering his voice, this Coconasso was, according to Charles IX. Himself, one of the cruellest assassins of the 24th of August, 1572. But how is it possible, my dear Sorrel, that you should be ignorant of these things, you who take your meals with the family? So that is why Mademoiselle de la Mole twice called her brother Annibal at dinner. I thought I had heard wrong. It was a reproach. It is strange that the Marquise should allow such follies. The husband of that great girl will have a fine time of it. This remark was followed by 5 or 6 satiric phrases. Julien was shocked by the joy which shone in the academician's eyes. We are just a couple of servants, he thought, engaged in talking scandal about our masters. But I ought not to be astonished at anything this academy man does. Julien had surprised him on his knees one day before the Marquise de la Mole. He was asking her for a tobacco receivership for a nephew in the provinces. In the evening, a little chambermaid of Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was paying court to Julien, just as Elisa used to do, gave him to understand that her mistress's mourning was very far from being worn simply to attract attention. This eccentricity was rooted in her character. She really loved that La Mole, the beloved lover of the most witty queen of the century, who had died through trying to set his friends at liberty. And what friends? The first prince of the blood, and Henri IV. Accustomed as he had been to the perfect naturalness which shone throughout Madame de Renal's whole demeanour, Julien could not help finding all the women of Paris affected, and, though by no means of a morose disposition, found nothing to say to them. Mademoiselle de la Mole was an exception. He now began to cease taking for coldness of heart that kind of beauty which attaches importance to a noble bearing. He had long conversations with Mademoiselle de la Mole, who would sometimes walk with him in the garden after dinner. She told him one day that she was reading the history of D'Aubigne and also Brantôme. Strange books to read, thought Julien, and the Marquis does not allow her to read Walter Scott's novels. She told him one day, with that pleased brilliancy in her eyes, which is the real test of genuine admiration, about a characteristic act of a young woman of the reign of Henry III, which she had just read in the memoirs of L'Étoile. Finding her husband unfaithful, she stabbed him. Julien's vanity was flattered. A person who was surrounded by so much homage, and who governed the whole house, according to the academician, deigned to talk to him on a footing almost resembling friendship. I made a mistake, thought Julien soon afterwards. This is not familiarity. I am simply the confidant of a tragedy. She needs to speak to someone. I pass in this family for a man of learning. I will go and read Brantôme, D'Aubigne, L'Étoile. I shall then be able to challenge some of the anecdotes which Madame de la Mole speaks to me about. I want to leave off this rôle of the passive confidant. His conversations with this young girl, whose demeanour was so impressive and yet so easy, gradually became more interesting. He forgot his grim rôle of the rebel plebeian. He found her well informed and even logical. Her opinions in the gardens were very different to those which he owned to in the salon. Sometimes she exhibited an enthusiasm and a frankness which were an absolute contrast to her usual cold haughtiness. The wars of the League were the heroic days of France, she said to him one day, with eyes shining with enthusiasm. Then everyone fought to gain something which he desired, for the sake of his party's triumph, and not just in order to win a cross as in the days of your emperor. Admit that there was less and less egotism and less pettiness. I love that century. And Boniface de la Mole was the hero of it, he said to her. At least he was loved in a way that it was perhaps sweet to be loved. What woman alive now would not be horrified at touching the head of her decapitated lover? Madame de la Mole called her daughter. To be effective, hypocrisy ought to hide itself, yet Julien had half confided his admiration for Napoleon to Mademoiselle de la Mole. Julien remained alone in the garden. That is the immense advantage they have over us, he said to himself. Their ancestors lift them above vulgar sentiments, and they have not got always to be thinking about their subsistence. What misery, he added bitterly. I am not worthy to discuss these great matters. My life is nothing more than a series of hypocrisies, because I have not got 1,000 francs a year with which to buy my bread and butter. Mathilde came running back. What are you dreaming about, monsieur? She said to him. Julien was tired of despising himself. Through sheer pride he frankly told her his thoughts. He blushed a great deal while talking to such a person about his own poverty. He tried to make it as plain as he could that he was not asking for anything. Mathilde never thought him so handsome. She detected in him an expression of frankness and sensitiveness which he often lacked. Within a month of this episode, Julien was pensively walking in the garden of the hotel, but his face had no longer the hardness and philosophic superciliousness which the chronic consciousness of his inferior position had caused to write upon it. He had just escorted Mademoiselle de la Mole to the door of the salon. She said she had hurt her foot while running with her brother. She leaned on my arm in a very singular way, said Julien to himself. Am I a coxcomb, or is it true that she has taken a fancy to me? She listens to me so gently, even when I confess to her all the sufferings of my pride. She, too, who is so haughty to everyone. They would be very astonished in the salon if they saw that expression of hers. It is quite certain that she does not show anyone else such sweetness and goodness. Julien endeavoured not to exaggerate this singular friendship. He himself compared it to an armed truce. When they met again each day, they almost seemed, before they took up the most intimate tone of the previous day, to ask themselves, are we going to be friends or enemies today? Julien had realized that to allow himself to be insulted with impunity even once by this haughty girl would mean the loss of everything. If I have got to quarrel, would it not be better that it should be straight away in defending the rights of my own pride, rather than in parrying the expressions of contempt which would follow the slightest abandonment of my duty to my own self-respect? On many occasions, on days when she was in a bad temper, Mathilde tried to play the great lady with him. These attempts were extremely subtle, but Julien rebuffed them roughly. One day he brusquely interrupted her. Has Mademoiselle de la Mole any orders to give her father's secretary? He said to her. If so, he must listen to her orders and execute them, but apart from that, he has not got a single word to say to her. He is not paid to tell her his thoughts. This kind of life, together with the singular surmises which it occasioned, dissipated the boredom which he had been accustomed to experience in that magnificent salon, where everyone was afraid, and where any kind of jest was in bad form. It would be humorous if she loved me, but whether she loves me or not, went on Julien, I have for my confidential friend a girl of spirit, before whom I see the whole household quake, while the Marquis de Croisenois does so more than anyone else. Yes, to be sure, that same young man who is so polite, so gentle, and so brave, and who has combined all those advantages of birth and fortune, a single one of which will put my heart at rest. He is madly in love with her. He ought to marry her. How many letters has Monsieur de la Mole made me write to those two notaries in order to arrange the contract? And I, though I am an absolute inferior when I have my pen in my hand, why, I triumph over that young man 2 hours afterwards in this very garden. For, after all, her preference is striking and direct. Perhaps she hates him because she sees in him a future husband. She is haughty enough for that. As for her kindness to me, I receive it in my capacity of confidential servant. But no, I am either mad or she is making advances to me. The colder and more respectful I show myself to her, the more she runs after me. It may be a deliberate piece of affectation, but I see her eyes become animated when I appear unexpectedly. Can the women of Paris manage to act to such an extent? What does it matter to me? I have appearances in my favour. Let us enjoy appearances. Heavens, how beautiful she is! How I like her great blue eyes when I see them at close quarters, and they look at me in the way they often do. What a difference between this spring and that of last year, when I lived an unhappy life among 300 dirty, malicious hypocrites, and only kept myself afloat through sheer force of character. I was almost as malicious as they were. That young girl is making fun of me, Julien would think in his suspicious days. She is acting in concert with her brother to make a fool of me. But she seems to have an absolute contempt for her brother's lack of energy. He is brave, and that is all. He has not a thought which dares to deviate from the conventional. It is always I who have to take up the cudgels in his defence. A young girl of 19. Can one at that age act up faithfully every second of the day to the part which one has determined to play? On the other hand, whenever Mademoiselle de la Mole fixes her eyes on me with a singular expression, Comte Norbert always goes away. I think that suspicious. Ought he not to be indignant at his sister singling out a servant of her household? For that is how I heard the Duc de Chaulnes speak about me. This recollection caused anger to supersede every other emotion. It is simply a fashion for old-fashioned phraseology on the part of the eccentric Duke. Well, she is pretty, continued Julien, with a tigerish expression. I will have her. I will then go away, and woe to him who disturbs me in my flight. This idea became Julien's sole preoccupation. He could not think of anything else. His days passed like hours. Every moment when he tried to concentrate on some important matter, his mind became a blank, and he would wake up a quarter of an hour afterwards with a beating heart and an anxious mind, brooding over the idea, does she love me? End of chapter 40.
Of a young girl's dominion. I admire her beauty, but I fear her intellect. Marie-Henri. If Julien had employed the time which he spent in exaggerating Mathilde's beauty, or in working himself up into a rage against that family haughtiness which she was forgetting for his sake, in examining what was going on in the salon, he would have understood the secret of her dominion over all that surrounded her. When anyone displeased Mademoiselle de la Mole, she managed to punish the offender by a jest which was so guarded, so well chosen, so polite, and so neatly timed, that the more the victim thought about it, the sorer grew the wound. She gradually became positively terrible to wounded vanity. As she attached no value to many things which the rest of her family very seriously wanted, she always struck them as self-possessed. The salons of the aristocracy were nice enough to brag about when you leave them, but that is all. The mere politeness alone only counts for something in its own right during the first few days. Julien experienced this after the first fascination, and the first astonishment had passed off. Politeness, he said to himself, is nothing but the absence of that bad temper which would be occasioned by bad manners. Mathilde was frequently bored. Perhaps she would have been bored anywhere. She then found a real distraction and real pleasure in sharpening an epigram. It was perhaps in order to have more amusing victims than her great relations, the academician and the 5 or 6 other men of inferior class who paid her court, that she had given encouragement to the Marquis de Croisenois, the Comte de Caylus, and 2 or 3 other young men of their highest rank. They simply represented new subjects for epigrams. We will admit with reluctance, for we are fond of Mathilde, that she had received many letters from several of them, and had sometimes answered them. We hasten to add that this person constitutes an exception to the manners of the century. Lack of prudence is not generally the fault with which the pupils of the noble convent of the Sacred Heart can be reproached. One day the Marquis de Croisenois returned to Mathilde a fairly compromising letter which she had written the previous night. He thought that he was thereby advancing his cause a great deal by taking this highly prudent step. But the very imprudence of her correspondence was the very element in it Mathilde liked. Her pleasure was to stake her fate. She did not speak to him again for 6 weeks. She amused herself with the letters of these young men, but in her view they were all like each other. It was invariably a case of the most profound, the most melancholy passion. They all represent the same perfect man, ready to leave for Palestine, she exclaimed to her cousin. Can you conceive of anything more insipid? So these are the letters I am going to receive all my life? There can only be a change every 20 years according to that kind of vogue which happens to be fashionable. They must have had more color in them in the days of the Empire. In those days, all these young society men had seen or accomplished feats which really had an element of greatness. The Duke of N., my uncle, was at Wagram. What brains do you need to deal a saber blow? And when they have had the luck to do that, they talk of it so often, said Mademoiselle de Saint-Hérédité, Mathilde's cousin. Well, those tales give me pleasure. Being in a real battle, a battle of Napoleon where 6,000 soldiers were killed, why, that's proof of courage. Exposing oneself to danger elevates the soul and saves it from the boredom in which my poor admirers seem to be sunk. And that boredom is contagious. Which of them ever thought of doing anything extraordinary? They are trying to win my hand. A pretty business, to be sure. I'm rich, and my father will procure advancement for his son-in-law. Well, I hope you'll manage to find someone who is a little bit amusing. Mathilde's keen, sharp, and picturesque view of life spoilt her language, as one sees. An expression of hers would often constitute a blemish in the eyes of her polished friends. If she had been less fashionable, they would almost have owned that her manner of speaking was, from the standpoint of feminine delicacy, to some extent unduly colored. She, on her side, was very unjust towards the handsome cavalier who filled the Bois de Boulogne. She envisaged the future not with terror, that would have been a vivid emotion, but with a disgust which was very rare at her age. What could she desire? Fortune, good birth, wit, beauty, according to what the world said, and according to what she believed. All these things had been lavished upon her by the hands of chance. So this was the state of mind of the most envied heiress of the Faubourg Saint-Germain when she began to find pleasure in walking with Julien. She was astonished at his pride. She admired the ability of the little bourgeois. He will manage to get made a bishop like the Abbé Mouret, she said to herself. Soon the sincere and unaffected opposition with which our hero received several of her ideas filled her mind. She continued to think about it. She told her friend the slightest details of the conversation, but thought that she would never succeed in fully rendering all their meaning. The idea suddenly flashed across her. I have the happiness of loving, she said to herself one day with an incredible ecstasy of joy. I am in love. I am in love, it is clear. Where can a young, witty, and beautiful girl of my own age find sensations if not in love? It's no good. I shall never feel any love for Croisenois, Caylus, and tutti quanti. They are unimpeachable, perhaps too unimpeachable. Anyway, they bore me. She rehearsed in her mind all the descriptions of passion which she had read in Manon Lescaut, the Nouvelle Héloïse, the letters of a Portuguese nun, etc., etc. It was only a question, of course, of the ground passion. Light love was unworthy of a girl of her age and birth. She vouchsafed the name of love to that heroic sentiment which was met with in France in the time of Henri III and Bassompierre. That love did not basely yield to obstacles, but, far from it, inspired great deeds. How unfortunate for me that there is not a real court like that of Catherine de Medici or of Louis XIII. I feel equal to the boldest and greatest actions. What would I not make of a king who was a man of spirit like Louis XIII? If he were sighing at my feet, I would take him to the Vendée, as the Baron de Tolly is so fond of saying, and from that base he would reconquer his kingdom. Then no more about a charter, and Julien would help me. What does he lack? Name and fortune. He will make a name. He will win a fortune. Croisenois lacks nothing, and he will never be anything else all his life but a duke who is half ultra and half liberal, an undecided being who never goes to extremes and consequently always plays second fiddle. What great action is not an extreme at the moment when it is undertaken? It is only after accomplishment that it seems possible to commonplace individuals. Yet it is love with all its miracles which is going to reign over my heart. I feel as much from the fire which is thrilling me. Heaven owed me this boon. It will not then have lavished in vain all its bounties on one single person. My happiness will be worthy of me. Each day will no longer be the cold replica of the day before. There is grandeur and audacity in the very fact of daring to love a man placed so far beneath me by his social position. Let us see what happens. Will he continue to deserve me? I will abandon him at first sign of weakness which I detect. A girl of my birth and of that medieval temperament which they are good enough to ascribe to me, she was quoting from her father, must not behave like a fool. But should I not be behaving like a fool if I were to love the Marquis de Croisenois? I should simply have a new edition over again of that happiness enjoyed by my girl cousins, which I so utterly despise. I already know everything the poor Marquis would say to me, and every answer I should make. What's the good of a love which makes one yawn? One might as well be in a nunnery. I shall have a celebration of the signing of a contract just like my younger cousin, when the grandparents all break down, provided, of course, that they are not annoyed by some condition introduced into the contract at the 11th hour by the notary on the other side. Is he a Danton? The need of anxiety, These words summed up the character of my aunt, the beautiful Marguerite de Valois, who was soon to marry the King of Navarre, whom we see reigning at present in France under the name of Henri IV. The need of staking something was the key to the character of this charming princess. Hence her quarrels and reconciliations with her brothers from the time when she was 16. Now, what can a young girl stake? The most precious thing she has, her reputation, the esteem of a lifetime. Memoir of the Duc d'Angoulême, the natural son of Charles IX. There is no contract to sign for Julien and me. There is no notary. Everything is on the heroic plane. Everything is the child of chance. Apart from the noble birth which he lacks, it is the love of Marguerite de Valois for the young La Mole, the most distinguished man of the time, over again. Is it my fault that the young men of the court are such great advocates of the conventional, and turn pale at the mere idea of the slightest adventure which is a little out of the ordinary? A little journey in Greece or Africa represents the highest pitch of their audacity, and moreover, they can only march in troops. As soon as they find themselves alone, they are frightened, not of the Bedouin's lance, but of ridicule, and that fear makes them mad. My little Julien, on the other hand, only likes to act alone. This unique person never thinks for a minute of seeking help or support in others. He despises others, and that is why I do not despise him. If Julien were noble as well as poor, my love would simply be a vulgar piece of stupidity, a sheer mésalliance. I would have nothing to do with it. It would be absolutely devoid of the characteristic traits of a grand passion, the immensity of the difficulty to be overcome, and the black uncertainty of the result. Mademoiselle de la Mole was so engrossed in these pretty arguments that, without realizing what she was doing, she praised Julien to the Marquis de Croisenois and her brother on the following day. Her eloquence went so far that it provoked them. "You be careful of this young man who has so much energy," exclaimed her brother. "If we have another revolution, he will have us all guillotined." She was careful not to answer, but hastened to rally her brother and the Marquis de Croisenois on the apprehension which energy caused them. It is at bottom simply the fear of meeting the unexpected, the fear of being nonplussed in the presence of the unexpected. Always, always, gentlemen, the fear of ridicule, a monster which had the misfortune to die in 1816. Ridicule has ceased to exist in a country where there are two parties, Monsieur de la Mole was fond of saying. His daughter had understood the idea. "So, gentlemen," she would say to Julien's enemies, "you will be frightened all your life, and you will be told afterwards, 'Ce n'était pas un loup, ce n'en était que l'ombre.'" Mathilde soon left them. Her brother's words horrified her. They occasioned her much anxiety, but the day afterwards she regarded them as tantamount to the highest praise. His energy frightens them in this age where all energy is dead. I will tell him my brother's phrase. I want to see what answer he will make. But I will choose one of the moments when his eyes are shining. Then he will not be able to lie to me. He must be a Danton, she added after a long and vague reverie. Well, suppose the revolution begins again. What figures will Croisenois and my brother cut then? It's settled in advance. Sublime resignation. They will be heroic sheep who will allow their throats to be cut without saying a word. Their one fear when they die will still be the fear of being bad form, If a Jacobin came to arrest my little Julien, he would blow his brains out, however small a chance he had of escaping. He is not frightened of doing anything in bad form." These last words made her pensive. They recalled painful memories, and deprived her of all her boldness. These words reminded her of the jests of Messieurs de Caylus, Croisenois, de Luz, and her brother. These gentlemen joined in censuring Julien for his priestly demeanour, which they said was humble and hypocritical. "But," she went on suddenly, with her eyes gleaming with joy, "the very bitterness and the very frequency of their jests prove, in spite of themselves, that he is the most distinguished man whom we have seen this winter. What matter his defects and the things which they make fun of? He has the element of greatness, and they are shocked by it. Yes, the very men who are so good and so charitable in other matters. It is a fact that he is poor, and that he has studied in order to be a priest. They are the heads of a squadron, and never had any need of studying. They found it less trouble. In spite of all the handicap of his everlasting black suit and of that priestly expression, which he must wear, poor boy, if he isn't to die of hunger, his merit frightens them. Nothing could be clearer. And as for that priest-like expression, why, he no longer has it after we have been alone for some moments, and after those gentlemen have evolved what they imagine to be a subtle and impromptu epigram. Is not their first look towards Julien? I have often noticed it, and yet they know well that he never speaks to them unless he is questioned. I am the only one whom he speaks to. He thinks I have a lofty soul. He only answers the points they raise sufficiently to be polite. He immediately reverts into respectfulness. But with me he will discuss things for whole hours. He is not certain of his ideas so long as I find the slightest objection to them. There has not been a single rifle shot fired all this winter. Words have been the only means of attracting attention. Well, my father, who is a superior man, and will carry the fortunes of our house very far, respects Julien. Everyone else hates him. No one despises him except my mother's devout friends. The Comte de Caylus had, or pretended to have, a great passion for horses. He passed his life in his stables and often breakfasted there. This great passion, together with his habit of never laughing, won for him much respect among his friends. He was the eagle of the little circle. As soon as they had reassembled the following day behind Madame de la Mole's armchair, Monsieur de Caylus, supported by Croisenois and by Norbert, began, in Julien's absence, to attack sharply the high opinion which Mathilde entertained for Julien. He did this without any provocation, and almost the very minute that he caught sight of Mademoiselle de la Mole. She tumbled to the subtlety immediately, and was delighted with it. So, there they are, all leagued together, she said to herself, against a man of genius who has not 10 louis a year to bless himself with, and who cannot answer them except in so far as he is questioned. They are frightened of him, black coat and all. But how would things stand if he had epaulettes? She had never been more brilliant. Hardly had Caylus and his allies opened their attack than she riddled them with sarcastic jests. When the fire of these brilliant officers was at length extinguished, she said to Monsieur de Caylus, "Suppose that some gentleman in the Franche-Comté mountains finds out tomorrow that Julien is his natural son, and gives him a name and some thousands of francs. Why, in 6 months he will be an officer of the hussars, like you, gentlemen, In 6 weeks he will have moustache like you gentlemen, and then his greatness of character will no longer be an object of ridicule. I shall then see you reduced, Monsieur the future Duke, to this stale and bad argument, the superiority of the court nobility over the provincial nobility. But where will you be if I choose to push you to extremities, and am mischievous enough to make Julien's father a Spanish duke, who was a prisoner of war at Besançon in the time of Napoleon, and who, out of conscientious scruples, acknowledges him on his deathbed? Messieurs de Caylus and de Croisenois found all these assumptions of illegitimacy in rather bad taste. That was all they saw in Mathilde's reasoning. His sister's words were so clear that Norbert, in spite of his submissiveness, assumed a solemn air, which one must admit did not harmonize very well with his amiable, smiling face. He ventured to say a few words. "Are you ill, my dear?" answered Mathilde with a little air of seriousness. "You must be very bad to answer jests by moralizing." "Moralizing from you? Are you soliciting a job as prefect?" Mathilde soon forgot the irritation of the Comte de Caylus, the bad temper of Norbert, and the taciturn despair of Monsieur de Croisenois. She had to decide, one way or the other, a fatal question which had just seized upon her soul. "Julien is sincere enough with me," she said to herself. "A man at his age, in an inferior position, and rendered unhappy as he is by an extraordinary ambition, must have need of a woman friend. I am perhaps that friend, but I see no sign of love in him. Taking into account the audacity of his character, he would surely have spoken to me about his love." The uncertainty and this discussion with herself, which henceforth monopolized Mathilde's time, and in connection with which she found new arguments each time that Julien spoke to her, completely routed those fits of boredom to which she had been so liable. Daughter as she was of a man of intellect, who might become a minister, Mademoiselle de la Mole had been, when in the convent of the Sacred Heart, the object of the most excessive flattery. This misfortune can never be compensated for. She had been persuaded that by reason of all her advantages of birth, fortune, etc., she ought to be happier than anyone else. This is the cause of the boredom of princes and of all their follies. Mathilde had not escaped the deadly influence of this idea. However intelligent one may be, one cannot, at the age of 10, be on one's guard against the flatteries of a whole convent, which are apparently so well founded. From the moment that she had decided that she loved Julien, she was no longer bored. She congratulated herself every day on having deliberately decided to indulge in a grand passion. This amusement is very dangerous, she thought. All the better, 1,000 times. Without a grand passion, I should be languishing in boredom during the finest time of my life, the years from 16 to 20. I have already wasted my finest years. All my pleasure consisted in being obliged to listen to the silly arguments of my mother's friends, who, when at Coblence in 1792, were not quite so strict, so they say, as their words of today. It was while Mathilde was a prey to these great fits of uncertainty that Julien was baffled by those long looks of hers which lingered upon him. He noticed, no doubt, an increased frigidity in the manner of Count Norbert, and a fresh touch of haughtiness in the manner of Messieurs de Caylus, de Luz, and de Croisenois. He was accustomed to that. He would sometimes be their victim in this way at the end of an evening when, in view of the position he occupied, he had been unduly brilliant. Had it not been for the especial welcome with which Mathilde would greet him, and the curiosity with which all this society inspired him, he would have avoided following these brilliant mustachioed young men into the garden, when they accompanied Mademoiselle de la Mole there in the hour after dinner. Yes, Julien would say to himself, it is impossible for me to deceive myself. Mademoiselle de la Mole looks at me in a very singular way. But even when her fine blue open eyes are fixed on me, wide open with the most abandon, I always detect behind them an element of scrutiny, self-possession, and malice. Is it possible that this may be love? But how different to Madame de Rênal's looks! One evening after dinner, Julien, who had followed Monsieur de la Mole into his study, was rapidly walking back to the garden. He approached Mathilde's circle without any warning, and caught some words pronounced in a very loud voice. She was teasing her brother. Julien heard his name distinctly pronounced twice. He appeared. There was immediately a profound silence, and abortive efforts were made to dissipate it. Mademoiselle de la Mole and her brother were too animated to find another topic of conversation. Messieurs de Caylus, de Croisenois, de Luce, and one of their friends manifested an icy coldness to Julien. He went away. A plot. Disconnected remarks, casual meetings, become transformed in the eyes of an imaginative man into the most convincing proofs, if he has any fire in his temperament. Schiller. The following day he again caught Norbert and his sister talking about him. A funereal silence was established on his arrival, as on the previous day. His suspicions were now unbounded. Can these charming young people have started to make fun of me? I must own this is a much more probable, much more natural than any suggested passion on the part of Mademoiselle de la Mole for a poor devil of a secretary. In the first place, have those people got any passions at all? Mystification is their strong point. They are jealous of my poor little superiority in speaking. Being jealous, again, is one of their weaknesses. On that basis, everything is explicable. Mademoiselle de la Mole simply wants to persuade me that she is marking me out for special favor in order to show me off to her betrothed. This cruel suspicion completely changed Julien's psychological condition. The idea found in his heart a budding love which it had no difficulty in destroying. This love was only founded on Mathilde's rare beauty, or rather on her queenly manners and her admirable dresses. Julien was still a parvenu in this respect. We are assured that there is nothing equal to a pretty society woman for dazzling a peasant who is at the same time a man of intellect, when he is admitted to first-class society. It had not been Mathilde's character which had given Julien food for dreams in the days that had just passed. He had sufficient sense to realize that he knew nothing about her character. All he saw of it might be merely superficial. For instance, Mathilde would not have missed Mass on Sunday for anything. She accompanied her mother there nearly every time. If, when in the salon of the Hôtel de la Mole, some indiscreet man forgot where he was, and indulged in that remotest allusion to any jest against the real or supposed interests of church or state, Mathilde immediately assumed an icy seriousness. Her previously arch expression reassumed all the impassive haughtiness of an old family portrait. But Julien had assured himself that she always had one or two of Voltaire's most philosophic volumes in her room. He himself would often steal some tomes of that fine edition which was so magnificently bound. By moving each volume a little distance from the one next to it, he managed to hide the absence of the one he took away, but he soon noticed that someone else was reading Voltaire. He had recourse to a trick worthy of the seminary and placed some pieces of hair on those volumes which he thought were likely to interest Mademoiselle de la Mole. They disappeared for whole weeks. Monsieur de la Mole had lost patience with his bookseller, who always sent him all the spurious memoirs, and had instructed Julien to buy all the new books, which were at all stimulating. But in order to prevent the poison spreading over the household, the secretary was ordered to place the books in a little bookcase that stood in the Marquis's own room. He was soon quite certain that although the new books were hostile to the interests of both state and church, they very quickly disappeared. It was certainly not Norbert who read them. Julien attached undue importance to this discovery, and attributed to Mademoiselle de la Mole a Machiavellian role. This seeming depravity constituted a charm in his eyes, the one moral charm, in fact, which she possessed. He was led into this extravagance by his boredom with hypocrisy and moral platitudes. It was more a case of his exciting his own imagination than of his being swept away by his love. It was only after he had abandoned himself to reveries about the elegance of Mademoiselle de la Mole's figure, the excellent taste of her dress, the whiteness of her hand, the beauty of her arm, the disinvoltura of all her movements, that he began to find himself in love. Then, in order to complete the charm, he thought her a Catherine de Medici. Nothing was too deep or too criminal for the character which he attributed to her. She was the ideal of the Maslon, the Frilair, and the Castanede, whom he had admired so much in his youth. To put it shortly, she represented, in his eyes, the Paris ideal. Could anything possibly be more humorous than believing in the depth or in the depravity of the Parisian character? It is impossible that this trio is making fun of me, thought Julien. The reader knows little of his character if he has not begun already to imagine his cold and gloomy expression when he answered Mathilde's looks. A bitter irony rebuffed those assurances of friendship which the astonished Mademoiselle de la Mole ventured to hazard on 2 or 3 occasions. Piqued by this sudden eccentricity, the heart of this young girl, though naturally cold, bored, and intellectual, became as impassioned as it was naturally capable of being. But there was also a large element of pride in Mathilde's character, and the birth of a sentiment which made all her happiness dependent on another was accompanied by a gloomy melancholy. Julien had derived sufficient advantage from his stay in Paris to appreciate that this was not the frigid melancholy of ennui. Instead of being keen, as she had been, on at-homes, theatres, and all kinds of distractions, she now shunned them. Music sung by Frenchmen bored Mathilde to death, yet Julien, who always made a point of being present when the audience came out of the opera, noticed that she made a point of getting taken there as often as she could. He thought he noticed that she had lost a little of that brilliant neatness of touch which used to be manifest in everything she did. She would sometimes answer her friends with jests rendered positively outrageous through the sheer force of their stinging energy. He thought that she made a special butt of the Marquis de Croisenois. That young man must be desperately in love with money not to give the go-by to that girl, however rich she may be, thought Julien. And as for himself, indignant at these outrages on masculine self-respect, he redoubled his frigidity towards her. Sometimes he went so far as to answer her with scant courtesy. In spite of his resolution not to become the dupe of Mathilde's signs of interest, these manifestations were so palpable on certain days, and Julien, whose eyes were beginning to be opened, began to find her so pretty that he was sometimes embarrassed. These young people of society will score in the long run by their skill and their coolness over my inexperience, he said to himself. I must leave and put an end to all this. The Marquis had just entrusted him with the administration of a number of small estates and houses which he possessed in Lower Languedoc. A journey was necessary. Monsieur de la Mole reluctantly consented. Julien had become his other self, except in those matters which concerned his political career. So, when we come to balance the account, said Julien to himself, as he prepared his departure, they have not caught me. Whether the jests that Mademoiselle de la Mole made to those gentlemen are real, or whether they were only intended to inspire me with confidence, they have simply amused me. If there is no conspiracy against the carpenter's son, Mademoiselle de la Mole is an enigma, but at any rate she is quite as much an enigma for the Marquis de Croisenois as she is to me. Yesterday, for instance, her bad temper was very real, and I had the pleasure of seeing her snub, thanks to her favor for me, a young man who is as noble and as rich as I am a poor scoundrel of a plebeian. That is my finest triumph. It will divert me in my post-chaise as I traverse the Languedoc plains. He had kept his departure a secret, but Mathilde knew, even better than he did himself, that he was going to leave Paris the following day for a long time. She developed a maddening headache, which was rendered worse by the stuffy salon. She walked a great deal in the garden, and persecuted Norbert, the Marquis de Croisenois, Caylus de Luz, and some other young men who had dined at the Hôtel de la Mole, to such an extent by her mordant witticisms that she drove them to take their leave. She kept looking at Julien in a strange way. Perhaps that look is a pose, thought Julien, but how about that hurried breathing and all that agitation? Bah, he said to himself, who am I to judge of such things? We are dealing with cream of Parisian sublimity and subtlety. As for that hurried breathing which was on the point of affecting me, she no doubt studied it with Leontine Fay, whom she liked so much. They were left alone. The conversation was obviously languishing. No, Julien has no feeling for me, said Mathilde to herself, in such a state of real unhappiness. As he was taking leave of her, she took his arm violently. You will receive a letter from me this evening, she said, to him in a voice that was so charged that its tone was scarcely recognizable. This circumstance affected Julien immediately. My father, she continued, has a proper regard for the services you render him. You must not leave tomorrow. Find an excuse. And she ran away. Her figure was charming. It was impossible to have a prettier foot. She ran with a grace which fascinated Julien. But will the reader guess what he began to think about after she had finally left him? He felt wounded by the imperious tone with which she had said the words, "You must." Louis XV, too, when he was on his deathbed, had been keenly irritated by the words, "You must," which had been tactlessly pronounced by his first physician, and yet Louis XV was not a parvenu. An hour afterwards, a footman gave Julien a letter. It was quite simply a declaration of love. "The style is too affected," said Julien to himself, as he endeavored to control, by his literary criticism, the joy which was spreading over his cheeks and forcing him to smile in spite of himself. At last his passionate exultation was too strong to be controlled. "So he suddenly exclaimed, "I, the poor peasant, get a declaration of love from a great lady. As for myself, I haven't done so badly," he added, restraining his joy as much as he could. "I've managed to preserve my self-respect. I did not say that I loved her." He began to study the formation of the letters. Mademoiselle de la Mole had a pretty little English handwriting. He needed some concrete occupation to distract him from a joy which verged on delirium. "Your departure forces me to speak. I could not bear not to see you again." A thought had just struck Julien like a new discovery. It interrupted his examination of Mathilde's letter and redoubled his joy. "So I score over the Marquis de Croisenois," he exclaimed. "Yes, I, who could only talk seriously, and he is so handsome. He has a moustache and a charming uniform. He always manages to say something witty and clever just at the psychological moment." Julien experienced a delightful minute. He was wandering at random in the garden, mad with happiness. Afterwards he went up to his desk and had himself ushered in to the Marquis de la Mole, who was fortunately still in. He showed him several stamped papers which had come from Normandy, and had no difficulty in convincing him that he was obliged to put off his departure for Languedoc in order to look after the Normandy lawsuits. "I'm very glad that you are not going," said the Marquis to him, when they had finished talking business. "I like seeing you." Julien went out. The words irritated him. "And I am going to seduce his daughter, and perhaps render impossible that marriage with the Marquis de Croisenois to which the Marquis looks forward with such delight. If he does not get made a duke, at any rate his daughter will have a coronet." Julien thought of leaving for Languedoc in spite of Mathilde's letter, and in spite of the explanation he had just given to the Marquis. This flash of virtue quickly disappeared. "How kind it is of me," he said to himself. "Me, a plebeian, takes pity on a family of this rank. Yes, me, whom the Duke of Chaulnes calls a servant. How does the Marquis manage to increase his immense fortune? By selling stock when he picks up information at the castle that there will be a panic or a coup d'etat on the following day. And shall I, who have been flung down into the lowest class by a cruel providence, I, whom Providence has given a noble heart, but not an income of 1,000 francs, that is to say, not enough to buy bread with, literally not enough to buy bread with, shall I refuse a pleasure that presents itself, a limpid fountain which will quench my thirst in this scorching desert of mediocrity which I am traversing with such difficulty? Upon my word, I am not such a fool. Each man for himself in that desert of egoism which is called life." As he remembered certain disdainful looks which Madame de la Mole, and especially her lady friends, had favoured him with, The pleasure of scoring over the Marquis de Croisenois completed the rout of this echo of virtue. "How I should like to make him angry," said Julien. "With what confidence would I give him a sword thrust now?" And he went through the second thrust. "Up till now I have been a mere usher, who exploited basely the little courage he had. After this letter I am his equal. Yes," he slowly said to himself with an infinite pleasure, "the merits of the Marquis and myself have been weighed in the balance, and it is the poor carpenter from the Jura who turns the scale. Good," he exclaimed. "This is how I shall sign my answer. Don't imagine, Mademoiselle de la Mole, that I am forgetting my place. I will make you realize and fully appreciate that it is for a carpenter's son that you are betraying a descendant of the famous Guy de Croisenois, who followed Saint Louis to the Crusade." Julien was unable to control his joy. He was obliged to go down into the garden. He had locked himself in his room, but he found it too narrow to breathe in. "To think of it being me, the poor peasant from the Jura," he kept on repeating to himself. "To think of it being me who am eternally condemned to wear this gloomy black suit. Alas, 20 years ago I would have worn a uniform like they do. In those days a man like me either got killed or became a general at 36. The letter which he held clenched in his hand gave him a heroic pose and stature. Nowadays, it is true, if one sticks to this black suit, one gets at 40 an income of 100,000 francs, and the blue ribbon like my Lord Bishop of Beauvais. Well, he said to himself with a Mephistophelian smile, I have more brains than they. I'm shrewd enough to choose the uniform of my century. And he felt a quickening of his ambition and of his attachment to his ecclesiastical dress. What cardinals of even lower birth than mine have not succeeded in governing? My compatriot Granvelle, for instance. Julien's agitation became gradually calm. Prudence emerged to the top. He said to himself, like his master Tartuffe, whose part he knew by heart, Je puis croire ces mots, un artifice honnête. Je ne me fierai point des propos si doux, comme peu de ces faveurs après quoi je soupire ne viennent m'assurer tout ce qu'ils m'ont pu dire. Tartuffe, acte 4, scène 5. Tartuffe, too, was ruined by a woman, and he was as good as most men. My answer may be shown, and the way out of that is this, he added, pronouncing his words slowly with an intonation of deliberate and restrained ferocity. We will begin by quoting the most vivid passages from the letter of the sublime Mathilde. Quite so, but Monsieur de Croisenois' lackeys will hurl themselves upon me and snatch the original away. No, they won't, for I am well armed, and as we know, I am accustomed to firing on lackeys. Well, suppose one of them has courage and hurls himself upon me. He has been promised 100 Napoleons. If I kill him or wound him, good, that's what they want. I shall be thrown into prison legally. I shall be had up in the police court, and the judges will send me with all justice and all equity to keep Messieurs Fontaine and Malone company in Poissy. There I shall be landed in the middle of 400 scoundrels. And am I to have the slightest pity on these people? He exclaimed, getting up impetuously. Do they show any to persons of the third estate when they have them in their power? With these words, his gratitude to Monsieur de la Mole, which had been, in spite of himself, torturing his conscience up to this time, breathed its last. Softly, gentlemen, I follow this little Machiavellian trick. The Abbé Maslon or Monsieur de Castaned of the seminary could not have done better. You will take the provocative letter away from me, and I shall exemplify the second volume of Colonel Garon et Colmar. One moment, gentlemen. I will send the fatal letter in a well-sealed packet to Monsieur the Abbé Pirard to take care of. He's an honest man, a Jansenist, and consequently incorruptible. Yes, but he will open the letter. Fouquet is the man to whom I must send it. We must admit that Julien's expression was awful, his countenance ghastly. It breathed unmitigated criminality. It represented the unhappy man at war with all society. "To arms!" exclaimed Julien, and he bounded up the flight of steps of the hotel with one stride. He entered the stall of the street scrivener. He frightened him. "Copy this," he said, giving him Mademoiselle de la Mole's letter. While the scrivener was working, he himself wrote to Fouquet. He asked him to take care of a valuable deposit. "But," he said to himself, breaking in upon his train of thought, "the Secret Service of the Post Office will open my letter and will give you, gentlemen, the one you are looking for." Not quite, gentlemen. He went and bought an enormous Bible from a Protestant bookseller, skilfully hid Mathilde's letter in the cover, and packed it all up. His parcel left by the diligence, addressed to one of Fouquet's workmen, whose name was known to nobody at Paris. This done, he returned to the Hôtel de la Mole, joyous and buoyant. "Now it's our turn," he exclaimed as he locked himself into the room and threw off his coat. "What, mademoiselle?" he wrote to Mathilde. "Is it Mademoiselle de la Mole who gets Arsène, her father's lackey, to hand an only too flattering letter to a poor carpenter from the Jura, in order, no doubt, to make fun of his simplicity?" And he copied out the most explicit phrases in the letter which he had just received. His own letter would have done honour to the diplomatic prudence of Monsieur the Chevalier de Beauvoisis. It was still only 10 o'clock when Julien entered the Italian opera, intoxicated with happiness and that feeling of his own power which was so novel for a poor devil like him. He heard his friend Geronimo sing. Music had never exalted him to such a pitch. A young girl's thoughts. What perplexity! What sleepless nights! Great God! Am I going to make myself contemptible? He will despise me himself. But he is leaving. He's going away. Alfred de Musset. Mathilde had not written without a struggle. Whatever might have been the beginning of her interest in Julien, it soon dominated that pride which had reigned unchallenged in her heart since she had begun to know herself. This cold and haughty soul was swept away for the first time by a sentiment of passion. But if this passion dominated her pride, it still kept faithfully to the habits of that pride. 2 months of struggles and new sensations had transformed, so to speak, her whole moral life. Mathilde thought she was in sight of happiness. This vista, irresistible as it is for those who combine a superior intellect with a courageous soul, had to struggle for a long time against her self-respect and all her vulgar duties. One day she went into her mother's room at 7 o'clock in the morning and asked permission to take refuge in Villequier. The marquise did not even deign to answer her and advised her to go back to bed. This was the last effort of vulgar prudence and respect for tradition. The fear of doing wrong and of offending those ideas which the Caylus, the Deluses, the Croisenois held for sacred had little power over her soul. she considered such creatures incapable of understanding her. She would have consulted them if it had been a matter of buying a carriage or an estate. Her real fear was that Julien was displeased with her. Perhaps he too has only the appearance of a superior man. She abhorred lack of character. That was her one objection to the handsome young men who surrounded her. The more they made elegant fun of everything which deviated from the prevailing mode, or which conformed to it but indifferently, the lower they fell in her eyes. They were brave, and that was all. And after all, in what way were they brave, she said to herself? In duels. But the duel is nothing more than a formality. The whole thing is mapped out beforehand, even the correct thing to say when you fall. Stretched on the turf and with your hand on your heart, you must vouchsafe a generous forgiveness to the adversary, and a few words for a fair lady who is often imaginary, or, if she does exist, will go to a ball on the day of your death for fear of arousing suspicion. One braves danger at the head of a squadron brilliant with steel. But how about that dagger which is solitary, strange, unforeseen, and really ugly? Alas, said Mathilde to herself, it was at the court of Henri III that men who were great both by character and by birth were to be found. Yes, if Julien had served at Jarnac or Moncontour, I should no longer doubt. In those days of strength and vigour, Frenchmen were not dolls. The day of the battle was almost the one which presented the fewest problems. Their life was not imprisoned, like an Egyptian mummy, in a covering which was common to all, and always the same. Yes, she added, there was more real courage in going home alone at 11 o'clock in the evening, when one came out of the Hôtel de Soissons, where Catherine de Médicis lived, than there is nowadays in running over to Algiers. A man's life was then a series of hazards. Nowadays, civilization has banished hazard. There are no more surprises. If anything new appears in any idea, there are not sufficient epigrams to immortalize it. But if anything new appears in actual life, our panic reaches the lowest depth of cowardice. Whatever folly panic makes us commit, excused. What a degenerate and boring age! What would Boniface de la Mole have said if, lifting his cut-off head out of the tomb, he had seen 17 of his descendants allow themselves to be caught like sheep in 1793, in order to be guillotined 2 days afterwards? Death was certain, but it would have been bad form to have defended themselves and to have killed at least 1 or 2 Jacobins. Yes, in the heroic days of France, in the age of Boniface de la Mole, Julien would have been the chief of a squadron, while my brother would have been the young priest with decorous manners, with wisdom in his eyes and reason on his lips. Some months previously, Mathilde had given up all hope of meeting any being who was a little different from the common pattern. She had found some happiness in allowing herself to write to some young society men. This rash procedure, which was so unbecoming and so imprudent in a young girl, might have disgraced her in the eyes of Monsieur de Croisenois, the Duc de Chaulnes, his father, and the whole Hôtel de Chaulnes, who, on seeing the projected marriage broken off, would have wanted to know the reason. At that time Mathilde had been unable to sleep on those days when she had written one of her letters, but those letters were only answers. But now she ventured to declare her own love. She wrote first, what a terrible word, to a man of the lowest social grade. This circumstance rendered her eternal disgrace quite inevitable in the event of detection. Who of the women who visited her mother would have dared to take her part? What official excuse could be evolved which would successfully cope with the awful contempt of society? Besides, speaking was awful enough, but writing— there are some things which are not written. Napoleon had exclaimed on learning of the capitulation of Balen, and it was Julien who had told her that epigram, as though giving her a lesson that was to come in useful subsequently. But all this was comparatively unimportant. Mathilde's anguish had other causes. Forgetting the terrible effect it would produce on society, and the ineffable blot on her scutcheon that would follow such an outrage on her caste, Mathilde was going to write to a person of a very different character to the Croisenois, the Deleuze, the Caylus. She would have been frightened at the depth and mystery in Julien's character if she had merely entered into a conventional acquaintance with him, and she was going to make him her lover, perhaps her master. What will his pretensions not be if he is ever in a position to do everything with me? Well, I shall say, like Medea, au milieu de tant de périls, il me reste moi. She believed that Julien had no respect for nobility of blood. What was more, he probably did not love her. In these last moments of awful doubt, her feminine pride suggested to her certain ideas. "Everything is bound to be extraordinary in the life of a girl like me," exclaimed Mathilde impatiently. The pride which had been drilled into her since her cradle began to struggle with her virtue. It was at this moment that Julien's departure precipitated everything. Such characters are luckily very rare. Very late in the evening, Julien was malicious enough to have a very heavy trunk taken down to the porter's lodge. He called the valet, who was courting Mademoiselle de la Mole's chambermaid, to move it. "This manoeuvre cannot result in anything," he said to himself, "but if it does succeed, she will think that I have gone." Very tickled by this humorous thought, he fell asleep. Mathilde did not sleep a wink. Julien left the hotel very early the next morning without being seen, but he came back before 8 o'clock. He had scarcely entered the library before M. de la Mole appeared on the threshold. He handed her his answer. He thought that it was his duty to speak to her. It was certainly perfectly feasible, but Mademoiselle de la Mole would not listen to him and disappeared. Julien was delighted. He did not know what to say. "If all this is not a put-up job with Comte Norbert, it is clear that it is my cold looks which have kindled the strange love which this aristocratic girl chooses to entertain for me. I should be really too much of a fool if I ever allowed myself to take a fancy to that big blonde doll." This train of reasoning left him colder and more calculating than he had ever been. "In the battle for which we are preparing," he added, "pride of birth will be like a high hill which constitutes a military position between her and me. That must be the field of manoeuvres. I made a great mistake in staying in Paris. This postponing of my departure cheapens and exposes me. If all this is simply a trick, what danger was there in leaving? If they were making fun of me, I was making fun of them. If her interest for me was in any way real, I was making that interest 100 times more intense. Mademoiselle de la Mole's letter had given Julien's vanity so keen a pleasure that, wreathed as he was in smiles at his good fortune, he had forgotten to think seriously about the propriety of leaving. It was one of the fatal elements of his character to be extremely sensitive to his own weaknesses. He was extremely upset by this one, and had almost forgotten the incredible victory which had preceded this slight check, when about 9 o'clock Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared on the threshold of the library, flung him a letter, and ran away. "So this is going to be the romance by letters," he said, as he picked it up. "The enemy makes a false move. I will reply by coldness and virtue." He was asked, with a poignancy which merely increased his inner gaiety, to give a definite answer. He indulged in the pleasure of mystifying those persons who he thought wanted to make fun of him for 2 pages, and it was out of humour again that he announced towards the end of his answer his definite departure on the following morning. "The garden will be a useful place to hand her the letter," he thought, after he had finished it, and he went there. He looked at the window of Mademoiselle de la Mole's room. It was on the first story, next to her mother's apartment, but there was a large ground floor. This latter was so high that as Julien walked under the avenue of pines with his letter in his hands, he could not be seen from Mademoiselle de la Mole's window. The dome, formed by the well-clipped pines, intercepted the view. "What?" said Julien to himself angrily. "Another indiscretion. If they have really begun making fun of me, showing myself with a letter is playing into my enemy's hands." Norbert's room was exactly above his sister's, and if Julien came out from under the dome formed by the clipped branches of the pine, the Comte and his friend could follow all his movements. Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared behind her window. He half showed his letter. She lowered her head. Then Julien ran up to his own room and met accidentally on the main staircase the fair Mathilde, who seized the letter with complete self-possession and smiling eyes. What passion there was in the eyes of that poor Madame de Rênal, said Julien to himself, when she ventured to receive a letter from me, even after 6 months of intimate relationship. I don't think she ever looked at me with smiling eyes in her whole life. He did not formulate so precisely the rest of his answer. Was he perhaps ashamed of the triviality of the motive which were actuating him? But how different, too, he went on to think, are her elegant morning dress and her distinguished appearance. A man of taste, on seeing Mademoiselle de la Mole 30 yards off, would infer the position which she occupies in society. That is what can be called a specific merit. In spite of all this humorousness, Julien was not quite honest with himself. Madame de Rênal had no Marquis de Croisenois to sacrifice to him. His only rival was that grotesque sub-prefect, Monsieur Charout, who assumed the name of Maugiron, because there were no Maugirons left in France. At 5 o'clock, Julien received a third letter. It was thrown to him from the library door. Mademoiselle de la Mole ran away again. What a mania for writing, he said to himself with a laugh, when one can talk so easily. The enemy wants my letters, that is clear, and many of them. He did not hurry to open this one. More elegant phrases, he thought, but he paled as he read it. There were only 8 lines. I need to speak to you. I must speak to you this evening. Be in the garden at the moment when 1 o'clock is striking. Take the big gardener's ladder near the well. Place it against my window and climb up to my room. It is moonlight. Never mind.
Is it a plot? Chapter 45. Oh, how cruel is the interval between conception and the execution of a great project! What vain fears, what fits of irresolution! It's a matter of life and death. Even more is at stake honour. Schiller. This is getting serious, thought Julien, and a little too clear, he added, thinking a little. Why, to be sure, this fine young lady can talk to me in the library with a freedom which, thank heaven, is absolutely complete. The Marquis, frightened as he is that I show him accounts, never sets foot in it. Why, Monsieur de la Mole and the Comte Norbert, the only persons who ever come here, are absent nearly the whole day, and the sublime Mathilde, for whom a sovereign prince would not be too noble a suitor, wants me to commit an abominable indiscretion. It's clear they want to ruin me, or at least make fun of me. First they wanted to ruin me by my own letters. They happen to be discreet. Well, they want some act which is clearer than daylight. These handsome little gentlemen think I am too silly or too conceited. The devil! To think of climbing like this up a ladder to a story 25 feet high in the finest moonlight. They would have time to see me, even from the neighbouring houses. I shall cut a pretty figure, to be sure, on my ladder. Julien went up to his room again and began to pack his trunk, whistling. He had decided to leave and not even to answer. But this wise resolution did not give him peace of mind. If by chance, he said suddenly to himself after he had closed his trunk, Mathilde is in good faith, why then I cut the figure of an arrant coward in her eyes. I have no birth myself, so I need great qualities, attested straight away by speaking actions, money down, no charitable credit. He spent a quarter of an hour in reflecting. What is the good of denying it, he said at last. She will think me a coward. I shall lose not only the most brilliant person in high society, as they all said at Monsieur the Duc de Retz's ball, but also the heavenly pleasure of seeing the Marquis de Croisenois, the son of a duke, who will be one day a duke himself, sacrificed to me. A charming young man who has all the qualities I lack, a happy wit, birth, fortune. This regret will haunt me all my life, not on her account, there are so many mistresses, but there is only one honour, says old Don Diego, and here I am clearly and palpably shrinking from the first danger that presents itself. For the duel with Monsieur Beauvoisis was simply a joke. This is quite different. A servant may fire at me point blank, but that is the least danger. I may be disgraced. This is getting serious, my boy, he added with a Gascon gaiety and accent. Honour is at stake. A poor devil flung by chance into as low a grade as I am will never find such an opportunity again. I shall have my conquests, but they will be inferior ones. He reflected for a long time, and walked up and down hurriedly, and then from time to time would suddenly stop. A magnificent marble bust of Cardinal de Richelieu had been placed in his room. It attracted his gaze in spite of himself. This bust seemed to look at him severely, as though reproaching him with the lack of that audacity which ought to be so natural to the French character. Would I have hesitated in your age, great man? At the worst, said Julien to himself, suppose all this is a trap. It is pretty black and pretty compromising for a young girl. They know that I am not the man to hold my tongue. They will therefore have to kill me. That was right enough in 1574, in the days of Boniface de la Mole, but nobody today would ever have the pluck. They are not the same men. Mademoiselle de la Mole is the object of so much jealousy. 400 salons would ring with her disgrace tomorrow, and how pleased they would all be. The servants gossip among themselves about mark the favours of which I am the recipient. I know it, I have heard them. On the other hand, they're her letters. They may think that I have them on me. They may surprise me in her room and take them from me. I shall have to do with 2, 3, or 4 men. How can I tell? But where are they going to find these men? Where are they to find discreet subordinates in Paris? Justice frightens them, by God. It may be the Caylus, the Croisenois, the Deleuze themselves. The idea of the ludicrous figure I should cut in the middle of them at the particular minute may have attracted them. Look out for the fate of Abayard, monsieur the secretary. Well, by heaven, I'll mark you. I'll strike at your faces like Caesar's soldiers at Pharsalia. As for the letters, I can put them in a safe place. Julien copied out the two last, hid them in a fine volume of Voltaire in the library, and himself took the originals to the post. " What folly am I going to rush into ?" he said to himself with surprise and terror when he returned. He had been a quarter of an hour without contemplating what he was to do on this coming night. But if I refuse, I am bound to despise myself afterwards. This matter will always occasion me great doubt during my whole life, and to a man like me such doubts are the most poignant unhappiness. Did I not feel like that for Amanda's lover? I think I would find it easier to forgive myself for a perfectly clear crime. Once admitted, I could leave off thinking of it. Why, I shall have been the rival of a man who bears one of the finest names in France, and then out of pure lightheartedness declare myself his inferior. After all, it is cowardly not to go. These words clinch everything, exclaimed Julien as he got up. Besides, she's quite pretty. If this is not a piece of treachery, what a folly is she not committing for my sake? If it's a piece of mystification, by heaven, gentlemen, it only depends on me to turn the jest into earnest, and that I will do. But supposing they tie my hands together at the moment I enter the room? They may have placed some ingenious machine there. It's like a duel, he said to himself with a laugh. Everyone makes a full parade, says my maître d'armes, but the good God, who wishes the thing to end, makes one of them forget to parry. Besides, here's something to answer them with. He drew his pistols out of his pocket, and although the priming was shining, he renewed it. There were still several hours to wait. Julien wrote to Fouquet in order to have something to do. My friend, do not open the enclosed letter except in the event of an accident, if you hear that something strange has happened to me. In that case, blot out the proper names in the manuscript which I am sending you, make 8 copies of it, and send it to the papers of Marseille, Bordeaux, Lyon, Brussels, etc. 10 days later, have the manuscript printed, send the first copy to Monsieur the Marquis de la Mole, and a fortnight after that throw the other copies at night into the streets of Verrières. Julien made this little memoir in defence of his position as little compromising as possible for Mademoiselle de la Mole. Fouquet was only to open it in the event of an accident. It was put in the form of a story, but in fact it exactly described his situation. Julien had just fastened his packet when the dinner bell rang. It made his heart beat. His imagination was distracted by the story which he had just composed, and fell a prey to tragic presentiments. He saw himself seized by servants, trussed, and taken into a cellar with a gag in his mouth. A servant was stationed there who never let him out of sight, and if the family honour required that the adventure should have a tragic end, it was easy to finish everything with those poisons which leave no trace. They could even say that he had died of an illness and would carry his dead body back into his room. Thrilled like a dramatic author by his own story, Julien was really afraid when he entered the dining room. He looked at all those liveried servants. He studied their faces. Which ones are chosen for tonight's expedition? He said to himself. The memories of the court of Henri III are so vivid in this family, and so often recalled, that if they think they have been insulted, they will show more resolution than other persons of the same rank. He looked at Mademoiselle de la Mole in order to read the family plans in her eyes. She was pale and looked quite middle-aged. He thought she had never looked so great. She was really handsome and imposing. He almost fell in love with her. Pallida morte futura, he said to himself. Her pallor indicates her great plans. It was in vain that after dinner he made a point of walking for a long time in the garden. Mademoiselle did not appear. Speaking to her at that moment would have lifted a great weight off his heart. Why not admit it? He was afraid. As he had resolved to act, he was not ashamed to abandon himself to this emotion. So long as I show the necessary courage at the actual moment, he said to himself, What does it matter what I feel at this particular moment? He went to reconnoitre the situation and find out the weight of the ladder. This is an instrument, he said to himself with a smile, which I am fated to use both here and at Verrières. What a difference! In those days, he added, with a sigh, I was not obliged to distrust the person for whom I exposed myself to danger. What a difference also in the danger! There would have been no dishonour for me if I had been killed in M. de Renal's gardens. It would have been easy to have made my death into a mystery. But here all kinds of abominable scandal will be talked in the salons of the Hôtel de Chaulnes, the Hôtel de Caylus, de Retz, etc. Everywhere, in fact. I shall go down to posterity as a monster. For 2 or 3 years he went on with a laugh, making fun of himself, but the idea paralysed him. And how am I going to manage to get justified? Suppose that Fouquet does print my posthumous pamphlet, it will only be taken for an additional infamy. Why, I get received into a house, and I reward the hospitality with which I have received, the kindness with which I have been loaded, by printing a pamphlet about what has happened and attacking the honour of women. Nay, I had 1,000 times rather be duped. The evening was awful. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46. 1 o'clock in the morning. This garden was very big. It had been planned a few years ago in perfect taste, but the trees were more than a century old. It had a certain rustic atmosphere. Massinger. He was going to write a countermanding letter to Fouquet when 11 o'clock struck. He noisily turned the lock of the door of his room as though he had locked himself in. He went with a sleuth-like step to observe what was happening over the house, especially on the 4th story where the servants slept. One of Madame de la Mole's chambermaids was giving an entertainment. The servants were taking punch with much gaiety. Those who laugh like that, thought Julien, cannot be participating in the nocturnal expedition. If they were, they would be more serious. Eventually he stationed himself in an obscure corner of the garden. If their plan is to hide themselves from the servants of the house, they will dispatch the persons whom they have told off to surprise me over the garden wall. If M. de Croisenois shows any sense of proportion in this matter, he is bound to find it less compromising for the young person whom he wishes to make his wife, if he has me surprised before I enter her room. He made a military and extremely detailed reconnaissance. My honour is at stake, he thought. If I tumble into some pitfall, it will not be an excuse in my own eyes to say, I never thought of it. The weather was desperately serene. About 11 o'clock the moon rose. At 12:30 it completely illuminated the facade of the hotel looking out upon the garden. She's mad, Julien said to himself. As 1 o'clock struck, there was still a light in the Comte Norbert windows. Julien had never been so frightened in his life. He only saw the dangers of the enterprise and had no enthusiasm at all. He went and took the immense ladder, waited 5 minutes to give her time to tell him not to go, and 5 minutes after one placed the ladder against Mathilde's window. He mounted softly, pistol in hand, astonished at not being attacked. As he approached the window, it opened noiselessly. "So there you are, monsieur," said Mathilde to him with considerable emotion. "I have been following your movements for the last hour." Julien was very much embarrassed. He did not know how to conduct himself. He did not feel at all in love. He thought in his embarrassment that he ought to be venturesome. He tried to kiss Mathilde. "For shame," she said to him, pushing him away. Extremely glad at being rebuffed, he hastened to look round him. The moon was so brilliant that the shadows which it made in Mademoiselle de la Mole's room were black. "It's quite possible for men to be concealed without my seeing them," he thought. "What have you got in your pocket at the side of your coat?" Mathilde said to him, delighted at finding something to talk about. She was suffering strangely. All those sentiments of reserve and timidity which were so natural to a girl of good birth had reasserted their dominion and were torturing her. " I have all kinds of arms and pistols," answered Julien, equally glad at having something to say. " You must take the ladder away," said Mathilde. " It is very big and may break the windows of the salon down below, or the room on the ground floor." " You must not break windows," replied Mathilde, making a vain effort to assume an ordinary conversational tone. " It seems to me you can lower the ladder by tying a cord to the first rung. I have always a supply of cords at hand." " So this is a woman in love," thought Julien. " She actually dares to say that she is in love. So much self-possession and such shrewdness in taking precautions are sufficient indications that I am not triumphing over M. de Croisenois, as I foolishly believed, but that I am simply succeeding him. As a matter of fact, what does it matter to me? Do I love her? I am triumphing over the Marquis in so far as he would be very angry at having a successor, and angrier still at that successor being myself. How haughtily he looked at me this evening in the Café Tortoni when he pretended not to recognize me, and how maliciously he bowed to me afterwards when he could not get out of it. Julien had tied the cord to the last rung of the ladder. He lowered it softly and leant far out of the balcony in order to avoid its touching the window pane. A fine opportunity to kill me, he thought, if anyone is hidden in Mathilde's room. But a profound silence continued to reign everywhere. The ladder touched the ground. Julien succeeded in laying it on the border of the exotic flowers alongside the wall. " What will my mother say," said Mathilde, " when she sees her beautiful plants all crushed? You must throw down the cord," she added with great self-possession. If it were noticed going up to the balcony, it would be a difficult circumstance to explain. " And how am I to get away ?" said Julien in a jesting tone affecting the Creole accent. One of the chambermaids of the household had been born in Saint Domingo. " You ? Why, you will leave by the door," said Mathilde, delighted at the idea. " Ah, how worthy this man is of all my love," she thought. Julien had just let the cord fall into the garden. Mathilde grasped his arm. He thought he had been seized by an enemy and turned round, sharply drawing a dagger. She had thought that she had heard a window opening. They remained motionless and scarcely breathed. The moonlight lit up everything. The noise was not renewed and there was no more cause for anxiety. Then their embarrassment began again. It was great on both sides. Julien assured himself that the door was completely locked. He thought of looking under the bed, but did not dare. They might have stationed some lackeys there. Finally he feared that he might reproach himself in the future for this lack of prudence, and did look. Mathilde had fallen into all the anguish of the most extreme timidity. She was horrified at her position. " What have you done with my letters ?" she said at last. " What a good opportunity to upset these gentlemen if they are eavesdropping and thus avoiding the battle," thought Julien. " The first is hid in a big Protestant Bible which last night's diligence is taking far away from here." He spoke very distinctly as he went into these details, so as to be heard by any persons who might be concealed in two large mahogany cupboards which had not dared to inspect. " The other two are in the post and are bound for the same destination as the first." " Heavens, why all these precautions ?" said Mathilde in alarm. " What's the good of my lying ?" thought Julien, and he confessed all his suspicions. " So that's the cause for the coldness of your letters, dear ?" exclaimed Mathilde in a tone of madness rather than of tenderness. Julien did not notice that nuance. The endearment made him lose his head, or at any rate his suspicions vanished. He dared to clasp in his arms that beautiful girl who inspired him with such respect. He was only partially rebuffed. He fell back on his memory as he had once at Besancon with Armanda Binet. and recited by heart several of the finest phrases of the Nouvelle Heloise. "You have the heart of a man," was the answer she made without listening too attentively to his phrases. "I wanted to test your courage, I confess it. Your first suspicions and your resolutions show you even more intrepid, dear, than I had believed." Mathilde had made an effort to call him dear, and was evidently paying more attention to this strange method of speech than to the substance of what she was saying. Being called dear without any tenderness in the tone afforded no pleasure to Julien. He was astonished at not being happy, and eventually fell back on his reasoning in order to be so. He saw that he was respected by this proud young girl who never gave undeserved praise. By means of this reasoning he managed to enjoy the happiness of satisfied vanity. It was not, it was true, that soulful pleasure which he had sometimes found with Madame de Renal. There was no element of tenderness in the feelings of these first few minutes. It was the keen happiness of a gratified ambition, and Julien was, above all, ambitious. He talked again of the people whom he had suspected and of the precautions which he had devised. As he spoke, he thought of the best means of exploiting his victory. Mathilde was still very embarrassed and seemed paralysed by the steps which she had taken. She appeared delighted to find a topic of conversation. They talked of how they were to see each other again. Julien extracted a delicious joy from the consciousness of the intelligence and the courage of which he again proved himself possessed during this discussion. They had to reckon with extremely sharp people. The little Tombeau was certainly a spy, but Mathilde and himself as well had their share of cleverness. What was easier than to meet in the library and there make all arrangements? " I can appear in all parts of the hotel," added Julien, without rousing suspicion, almost, in fact, in Madame de la Mole's own room. It was absolutely necessary to go through it in order to reach her daughter's room. If Mathilde thought it preferable for him to always come by a ladder, then he would expose himself to that paltry danger with a heart intoxicated with joy. As she was listening to him speaking, Mathilde was shocked by this air of triumph. " So he is my master," she said to herself. She was already prey to remorse. Her reason was horrified at the signal folly which she had just committed. If she had had the power, she would have annihilated both herself and Julien. When for a few moments she managed by sheer willpower to silence her pangs of remorse, she was rendered very unhappy by her timidity and wounded shame. She had quite failed to foresee the awful plight in which she now found herself. " I must speak to him, however," she said at last. " That is the proper thing to do. One does talk to one's lover." And then, with a view of accomplishing a duty, and with a tenderness which was manifested rather in the words which she employed than in the inflection of her voice, she recounted various resolutions which she had made concerning him during the last few days. She had decided that if he should dare to come to her room by the help of her gardener's ladder, according to his instructions, she would be entirely his. But never were such tender passages spoken in a more polite and frigid tone. Up to the present this assignation had been icy. It was enough to make one hate the name of love. What a lesson in morality for a young and imprudent girl. Is it worth while to ruin one's future for moments such as this? After long fits of hesitation which a superficial observer might have mistaken for the result of the most emphatic hate, so great is the difficulty which a woman's self-respect finds in yielding to even so firm a will as hers, Mathilde became eventually a charming mistress. In point of fact, these ecstasies were a little artificial. Passionate love was still more the model which they imitated than a real actuality. Mademoiselle de la Mole thought she was fulfilling a duty towards herself and towards her lover. The poor boy, she said to herself, has shown a consummate bravery. He deserves to be happy. or it is really I who will be showing a lack of character. But she would have been glad to have redeemed the cruel necessity in which she found herself, even at the price of an eternity of unhappiness. In spite of the awful violence she was doing to herself, she was completely mistress of her words. No regret and no reproach spoiled that night which Julien found extraordinary rather than happy. Great heavens! What a difference to his last 24 hours' stay in Verrières! These fine Paris manners managed to spoil everything, even love, he said to himself, quite unjustly. He abandoned himself to these reflections as he stood upright in one of the great mahogany cupboards into which he had been put at the sign of the first sounds of movement in the neighbouring apartment, which was Madame de la Mole's. Mathilde followed her mother to mass, the servants soon left the apartment, and Julien easily escaped before they came back to finish their work. He mounted a horse and tried to find the most solitary spots in one of the forests near Paris. He was more astonished than happy. The happiness which filled his soul from time to time resembled that of a young sub-lieutenant who, as the result of some surprising feat, has just been made a full-fledged colonel by the commander-in-chief. He felt himself lifted to an immense height. Everything which was above him the day before was now on a level with him, or even below him. Little by little, Julien's happiness increased in proportion as he got further away from Paris. If there was no tenderness in his soul, the reason was that, however strange it may appear to say so, Mathilde had in everything she had done simply accomplished a duty. The only thing she had not foreseen in all the events of that night was the shame and unhappiness which she had experienced, instead of that absolute felicity which is found in novels. "Can I have made a mistake and not be in love with him?" she said to herself. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47. An old sword. I now mean to be serious. It is time, since laughter nowadays is deemed too serious. A jest at vice by virtues called a crime. Don Juan, chapter 13. She did not appear at dinner. She came for a minute into the salon in the evening, but did not look at Julien. He considered this behaviour strange. But, he thought, I do not know their usages. She will give me some good reason for all this. Nonetheless, he was a prey to the most extreme curiosity. He studied the expression of Mathilde's features. He was bound to own to himself that she looked cold and malicious. It was evidently not the same woman who on the preceding night had had, or pretended to have, transports of happiness which were too extravagant to be genuine. The day after and the subsequent day she showed the same coldness. She did not look at him, she did not notice his existence. Julien was devoured by the keenest anxiety and was 1,000 leagues removed from that feeling of triumph which had been his only emotion on the first day. Can it be by chance, he said to himself, a return to virtue? But this was a very bourgeois word to apply to the haughty Mathilde. Placed in an ordinary position in life, she would disbelieve in religion, thought Julien. She only likes it in so far as it is very useful to the interests of her class. But perhaps she may, as a mere matter of delicacy, be keenly reproaching herself for the mistake which she has committed. Julien believed that he was her first lover. But, he said to himself at other moments, I must admit that there is no trace of naivety, simplicity, or tenderness in her own demeanour. I have never seen her more haughty. Can she despise me? It would be worthy of her to reproach herself simply because of my low birth for what she has done for me. While Julien, full of those preconceived ideas which he had found in books and in his memories of Verrières, was chasing the phantom of a tender mistress, who from the minute when she has made her lover happy, no longer thinks of her own existence, Mathilde's vanity was infuriated against him. As for the last 2 months, she had no longer been bored. She was not frightened of boredom. Consequently, without being able to have the slightest suspicion of it, Julien had lost his greatest advantage. "I have given myself a master," said mademoiselle de la Mole to herself, a prey to the blackest sorrow. "Luckily he is honour itself, but if I offend his vanity, he will revenge himself by making known the nature of our relations." Mathilde had never had a lover, and though passing through a stage of life which affords some tender illusions even to the coldest souls, she fell a prey to the most bitter reflections. "He has an immense dominion over me, since his reign is one of terror, and he is capable, if I provoke him, of punishing me with an awful penalty." This idea alone was enough to induce mademoiselle de la Mole to insult him. Courage was the primary quality in her character. The only thing which could give her any thrill and cure her from a fundamental and chronically recurring ennui was the idea that she was staking her entire existence on a single throw. As mademoiselle de la Mole obstinately refused to look at him, Julien, on the third day, in spite of her evident objection, followed her into the billiard room after dinner. "Well, sir, you think you have acquired some very strong rights over me," she said to him with scarcely controlled anger, "since you venture to speak to me in spite of my very clearly manifested wish. Do you know that no one in the world has had such effrontery?" The dialogue of these two lovers was incomparably humorous. Without suspecting it, they were animated by mutual sentiments of the most vivid hate. As neither the one nor the other had a meekly patient character, while they were both disciples of good form, they soon came to informing each other quite clearly that they would break for ever. "I swear eternal secrecy to you," said Julien. "I should like to add that I would never address a single word to you, were it not that a marked change might perhaps jeopardize your reputation." He saluted respectfully and left. He accomplished easily enough what he believed to be a duty. He was very far from thinking himself much in love with mademoiselle de la Mole. He had certainly not loved her 3 days before, when he had been hidden in the big mahogany cupboard. But the moment that he found himself estranged from her for ever, his mood underwent a complete and rapid change. His memory tortured him by going over the last details in that night, which had, as a matter of fact, left him so cold. In the very night that followed this announcement of a final rupture, Julien almost went mad at being obliged to own to himself that he loved mademoiselle de la Mole. The discovery was followed by awful struggles. All his emotions were overwhelmed. 2 days later, instead of being haughty towards M. de Croisenois, he could have almost burst into tears and embraced him. His habituation to unhappiness gave him a gleam of common sense. He decided to leave for Languedoc, packed his trunk and went to the post. He felt he would faint when, on arriving at the office of the mails, he was told that by a singular chance there was a place in the Toulouse mail. He booked it and returned to the Hotel de la Mole to announce his departure to the Marquis. M. de la Mole had gone out. More dead than alive, Julien went into the library to wait for him. What was his emotion when he found mademoiselle de la Mole there! As she saw him come, she assumed a malicious expression which it was impossible to mistake. In his unhappiness and surprise, Julien lost his head and was weak enough to say to her, in a tone of the most heartfelt tenderness, "So, you love me no more." "I am horrified at having given myself to the first man who came along," said Mathilde, crying with rage against herself. "The first man who came along!" cried Julien, and he made for an old medieval sword which was kept in the library as a curiosity. His grief, which he thought was at its maximum at the moment when he had spoken to mademoiselle de la Mole, had been rendered 100 times more intense by the tears of shame which he saw her shedding. He would have been the happiest of men if he had been able to kill her. When he was on the point of drawing the sword with some difficulty from its ancient scabbard, Mathilde, rendered happy by so novel a sensation, advanced proudly toward him. Her tears were dry. The thought of his benefactor, the Marquis de la Mole, presented itself vividly to Julien. "Shall I kill his daughter?" he said to himself. How horrible! He made a movement to throw down the sword. She will certainly, he thought, burst out laughing at the sight of such a melodramatic pose. That idea was responsible for his regaining all his self-possession. He looked curiously at the blade of the old sword, as though he had been looking for some spot of rust, then put it back in the scabbard and replaced it with the utmost tranquillity on the gilt bronze nail from which it hung. The whole manoeuvre, which toward the end was very slow, lasted quite a minute. Mademoiselle de la Mole looked at him in astonishment. "So I have been on the verge of being killed by my lover," she said to herself. The idea transported her into the palmiest days of the age of Charles IX and Henri III. She stood motionless before Julien, who had just replaced the sword. She looked at him with eyes whose hatred had disappeared. It must be owned that she was very fascinating at this moment. Certainly no woman looked less like a Parisian doll. This expression symbolized Julien's great objection to the women of this city. I shall relapse into some weakness for him, thought Mathilde. It is quite likely that he will think himself my lord and master after a relapse like that at the very moment that I have been talking to him so firmly. She ran away. By heaven, she's pretty, said Julien as he watched her run. And that's the creature who threw herself into my arms with so much passion scarcely a week ago. And to think that those moments will never come back, and that it's my fault to think of being lacking in appreciation at the very moment when I was doing something so extraordinarily interesting. I must own that I was born with a very dull and unfortunate character. The Marquis appeared. Julien hastened to announce his departure. Where to? Said M. de la Mole. For Languedoc. No, if you please, you are reserved for higher destinies. If you leave, it will be for the north. In military phraseology, I actually confine you in the hotel. You will compel me to be never more than 2 or 3 hours away. I may have need for you at any moment. Julien bowed and retired without a word, leaving the Marquis in a state of great astonishment. He was incapable of speaking. He shut himself up in his room. He was there free to exaggerate to himself all the awfulness of his fate. So, he thought, I cannot even get away. God knows how many days the Marquis will keep me in Paris. Great God, what will become of me, and not a friend whom I can consult? The Abbe Pirard will never let me finish my first sentence, while the Comte Altamira will propose enlisting me in some conspiracy. And yet I am mad. I feel it, I am mad. Who will be able to guide me? What will become of me? End of chapter 47. Chapter 48. Cruel Moments. And she confesses it to me. She goes into even the smallest details, her beautiful eyes fixed on mine, and describes the love which she felt for another. Schiller. The delighted Mademoiselle de la Mole thought of nothing but the happiness of having been nearly killed. She went so far as to say to herself, "He is worthy of being my master, since he was on the point of killing me." How many handsome young society men would have to be melted together before they were capable of so passionate a transport? I must admit that he was very handsome at the time when he climbed up on the chair to replace the sword in the same picturesque position in which the decorator hung it. After all, it was not so foolish of me to love him. If at that moment some honourable means of reconciliation had presented itself, she would have embraced it with pleasure. Julien, locked in his room, was a prey to the most violent despair. He thought in his madness of throwing himself at her feet. If instead of hiding himself in an out-of-the-way place, he had wandered about the garden of the hotel, so as to keep within reach of any opportunity, he would perhaps have changed in a single moment his awful unhappiness into the keenest happiness. But the tact for whose lack we are now reproaching him would have been incompatible with that sublime seizure of the sword, which at the present time rendered him so handsome in the eyes of mademoiselle de la Mole. This whim in Julien's favour lasted the whole day. Mathilde conjured up a charming image of the short moments during which she had loved him. She regretted them. As a matter of fact, she said to herself, my passion for this poor boy can, from his point of view, only have lasted from 1 hour after midnight, when I saw him arrive by his ladder, with all the pistols in his coat pocket, till 8 o'clock in the morning. It was a quarter of an hour after that, as I listened to mass at Saint Valere, that I began to think that he might very well try to terrify me into obedience. After dinner, mademoiselle de la Mole, so far from avoiding Julien, spoke to him and made him promise to follow her into the garden. He obeyed. It was a new experience. Without suspecting it, Mathilde was yielding to the love which she was now feeling for him again. She found an extreme pleasure in walking by his side, and she looked curiously at those hands which had seized the sword to kill her that very morning. After such an action, after all that had taken place, some of the former conversation was out of the question. Mathilde gradually began to talk confidentially to him about the state of her heart. She found a singular pleasure in this kind of conversation. She even went so far as to describe to him the fleeting moments of enthusiasm which she had experienced for M. de Croisenois, for M. de Caylus. " What, M. de Caylus as well ?" exclaimed Julien, and all the jealousy of a discarded lover burst out in those words. Mathilde thought as much, but did not feel at all insulted. She continued torturing Julien by describing her former sentiments with the most picturesque detail and the accent of the most intimate truth. He saw that she was portraying what she had in her mind's eye. He had the pain of noticing that as she spoke she made new discoveries in her own heart. The unhappiness of jealousy could not be carried further. It is cruel enough to suspect that a rival is loved, but there is no doubt that to hear the woman one adores confess in detail the love which rivals inspire is the utmost limit of anguish. Oh, how great a punishment was there now for those impulses of pride which had induced Julien to place himself as superior to the Caylus and the Croisenois. How deeply did he feel his own unhappiness as he exaggerated to himself their most petty advantages. With what hearty good faith he despised himself. Mathilde struck him as adorable. All words are weak to express his excessive admiration. As he walked beside her, he looked surreptitiously at her hands, her arms, her queenly bearing. He was so completely overcome by love and unhappiness as to be on the point of falling at her feet and crying pity. Yes, and that person who is so beautiful, who is so superior to everything, and who loved me once, will doubtless soon love M. de Caylus. Julien could have no doubts of mademoiselle de la Mole's sincerity. The accent of truth was only too palpable in everything she said. In order that nothing might be wanting to complete his unhappiness, there were moments when, as a result of thinking about the sentiments which she had once experienced for M. de Caylus, Mathilde came to talk of him as though she loved him at the present time. She certainly put an inflection of love into her voice. Julien distinguished it clearly. He would have suffered less if his bosom had been filled inside with molten lead. Plunged as he was in this abyss of unhappiness, how could the poor boy have guessed that it was simply because she was talking to him that mademoiselle de la Mole found so much pleasure in recalling those weaknesses of love which she had formerly experienced for M. de Caylus or M. de Luz. Words failed to express Julien's anguish. He listened to these detailed confidences of love she had experienced for others in that very avenue of pines where he had waited so few days ago for 1 o'clock to strike, that he might invade her room. No human being can undergo a greater degree of unhappiness. This kind of familiar cruelty lasted for 8 long days. Mathilde sometimes seemed to seek opportunities of speaking to him, and sometimes not to avoid them. And the one topic of conversation to which they both seemed to revert with a kind of cruel pleasure was the description of the sentiments she had felt for others. She told him about the letters which she had written. She remembered their words, she recited whole sentences by heart. She seemed during these last days to be envisaging Julien with a kind of malicious joy. She found a keen enjoyment in his pangs. One sees that Julien had no experience of life. He had not even read any novels. If he had been a little less awkward, and he had coolly said to the young girl whom he adored so much, and who had been giving him such strained confidences, "Admit that though I am not worth as much as all these gentlemen, I am none the less the man whom you loved," she would perhaps have been happy at being thus guessed. At any rate, success would have entirely depended on the grace with which Julien had expressed the idea, and on the moment which he had chosen to do so. In any case, he would have extricated himself well and advantageously from a situation which Mathilde was beginning to find monotonous. "And you love me no longer, me who adore you," said Julien to her one day, overcome by love and unhappiness. This piece of folly was perhaps the greatest which he could have committed. These words immediately destroyed all the pleasure which mademoiselle de la Mole found in talking to him about the state of her heart. She was beginning to be surprised that he did not, after what had happened, take offence at what she told him. She had even gone so far as to imagine at the very moment when he made that foolish remark that perhaps he did not love her any more. "His pride has doubtless extinguished his love," she was saying to herself. "He is not the man to sit still and see people like Caylus, de Luz, Croisenois, whom he admits are so superior, preferred to him. No, I shall never see him at my feet again." Julien had often, in the naivety of his unhappiness during the previous days, praised sincerely the brilliant qualities of these gentlemen. He would even go so far as to exaggerate them. This nuance had not escaped mademoiselle de la Mole. She was astonished by it, but did not guess its reason. Julien's frenzied soul, in praising a rival whom he thought was loved, was sympathizing with his happiness. These frank but stupid words changed everything in a single moment. Confident that she was loved, Mathilde despised him utterly. She was walking with him when he made his ill-timed remark. She left him, and her parting look expressed the most awful contempt. She returned to the salon and did not look at him again during the whole evening. This contempt monopolized her mind the following day. The impulse which, during the last week, had made her find so much pleasure in treating Julien as her most intimate friend was out of the question. The very sight of him was disagreeable. The sensation Mathilde felt reached the point of disgust. Nothing can express the extreme contempt which she experienced when her eyes fell upon him. Julien had understood nothing of the history of Mathilde's heart during the last week, but he distinguished the contempt. He had the good sense only to appear before her on the rarest possible occasions and never look at her. But it was not without a mortal anguish that he, as it were, deprived himself of her presence. He thought he felt his unhappiness increasing still further. The courage of a man's heart cannot be carried further, he said to himself. He passed his life seated at a little window at the top of the hotel. The blind was carefully closed, and from here, at any rate, he could see mademoiselle de la Mole when she appeared in the garden. What were his emotions when he saw her walking after dinner with M. de Caylus, M. de Luz, or some other for whom she had confessed to him some former amorous weakness. Julien had no idea that unhappiness could be so intense. He was on the point of shouting out. This firm soul was at last completely overwhelmed. Thinking about anything else except Mademoiselle de la Mole had become odious to him. He became incapable of writing the simplest letters. " You're mad," the Marquis said to him. Julien was frightened that his secret might be guessed, talked about illness, and succeeded in being believed. Fortunately for him, the Marquis rallied him at dinner about his next journey. Mathilde understood that it might be a very long one. It was now several days that Julien had avoided her, and the brilliant young man who had all that this pale sombre being she had once loved was lacking, had no longer the power of drawing her out of her reverie. An ordinary girl, she said to herself, would have sought out the man she preferred among those young people who are the cynosure of a salon. But one of the characteristics of genius is not to drive its thoughts over the rut traced by the vulgar. Why, if I were the companion of a man like Julien, who only lacks the fortune that I possess, I should be continually exciting attention. I should not pass through life unnoticed. Far from incessantly fearing a revolution like my cousins, who are so frightened of the people that they have not the pluck to scold a postillion who drives them badly, I should be certain of playing a role, and a great role, for the man whom I have chosen has a character and a boundless ambition. What does he lack? Friends? Money? I will give them him. But she treated Julien in her thought as an inferior being whose love one could win whenever one wanted. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49. The Opera Bouffe. How the spring of love resembleth the uncertain glory of an April day, which now shows all the beauty of the sun, and by a cloud takes all away. Shakespeare. Engrossed by thoughts of her future and the singular role which she hoped to play, Mathilde soon came to miss the dry metaphysical conversations which she had often had with Julien. Fatigued by these lofty thoughts, she would sometimes also miss those moments of happiness which she had found by his side. These last memories were not unattended by remorse, which at certain times even overwhelmed her. But one may have a weakness, she said to herself. A girl like I am should only forget herself for a man of real merit. They will not say that it is his pretty moustache or his skill in horsemanship which have fascinated me, but rather his deep discussions on the future of France, and his ideas on the analogy between the events which are going to burst upon us and the English Revolution of 1688. I have been seduced, she answered in her remorse. I am a weak woman, but at least I have not been led astray like a doll by exterior advantages. If there is a revolution, why should not Julien Sorel play the role of Roland, and I the role of Madame Roland? I prefer that part to Madame de Stael's. The immorality of my conduct will constitute an obstacle in this age of ours. I will certainly not let them reproach me with an act of weakness. I should die of shame. Mathilde's reveries were not all grave, one must admit, as the thoughts which we have just transcribed. She would look at Julien and find a charming grace in his slightest action. I have doubtless, she would say, succeeded in destroying in him the very faintest idea he had of anyone else's rights. The air of unhappiness and deep passion with which the poor boy declared his love to me 8 days ago proves it. I must own it was very extraordinary of me to manifest anger at words in which there was shone so much respect and so much of passion. Am I not his real wife? Those words of his were quite natural, and I must admit, were really very nice. Julien still continued to love me, even after those eternal conversations in which I had only spoken to him, cruelly enough, I admit, about those weaknesses of love which the boredom of the life I lead had inspired me for those young society men of whom he is so jealous. Ah, if he only knew what little danger I have to fear from them! How withered and stereotyped they seem to me in comparison with him! While indulging in these reflections, Mathilde made a random pencil sketch of a profile on a page of her album. One of the profiles she had just finished surprised and delighted her. It had a striking resemblance to Julien. " It is the voice of heaven. That's one of the miracles of love," she cried ecstatically. " Without suspecting it, I have drawn his portrait." She fled to her room, shut herself up in it, and with much application made strenuous endeavours to draw Julien's portrait, but she was unable to succeed. The profile she had traced at random still remained the most like him. Mathilde was delighted with it. She saw in it a palpable proof of the grand passion. She only left her album very late, when the marquise had called her to go to the Italian opera. Her one idea was to catch sight of Julien, so that she might get her mother to request him to keep them company. He did not appear, and the ladies had only ordinary vulgar creatures in their box. During the first act of the opera, Mathilde dreamt of the man she loved with all the ecstasies of the most vivid passion. But a love maxim in the second act, sung, it must be owned, to a melody worthy of Cimarosa, pierced her heart. The heroine of the opera said, "You must punish me for the excessive adoration which I feel for him. I love him too much." From the moment that Mathilde heard this sublime song, everything in the world ceased to exist. She was spoken to, she did not answer. Her mother reprimanded her, she could scarcely bring herself to look at her. Her ecstasy reached a state of exaltation and passion analogous to the most violent transports which Julien had felt for her for some days. The divinely graceful melody, to which the maxim, which seemed to have such a striking application to her own position, was sung, engrossed all the minutes when she was not actually thinking of Julien. Thanks to her love for music, she was, on this particular evening, like Madame de Renal always was when she thought of Julien. Love of the head has doubtless more intelligence than true love, but it only has moments of enthusiasm. It knows itself too well, it sits in judgment on itself incessantly. Far from distracting thought, it is made by sheer force of thought. On returning home, Mathilde, in spite of Madame de la Mole's remonstrances, pretended to have a fever, and spent a part of the night in going over this melody on her piano. She sang the words of the celebrated air which had so fascinated her. Devo punirmi, se troppo amai, etc. As the result of this night of madness, she imagined that she had succeeded in triumphing over her love. This page will be prejudicial in more than one way to the unfortunate author. Frigid souls will accuse him of indecency, but the young ladies who shine in the Paris salons have no right to feel insulted at the supposition that one of their number might be liable to those transports of madness which have been degrading the character of Mathilde. That character is purely imaginary, and is even drawn quite differently from that social code which will guarantee so distinguished a place in the world's history to 19th century civilization. The young girls who have adorned this winter's balls are certainly not lacking in prudence. I do not think either that they can be accused of being unduly scornful of a brilliant fortune, horses, fine estates, and all the guarantees of a pleasant position in society. Far from finding these advantages simply equivalent to boredom, they usually concentrate on them their most constant desires and devote to them such passion as their hearts possess. Nor again is it love which is the dominant principle in the career of young men who, like Julien, are gifted with some talent. They attach themselves with an irresistible grip to some coterie, and when the coterie succeeds, all the good things of society are rained upon them. Woe to the studious man who belongs to no coterie. Even his smallest and most doubtful successes will constitute a grievance, and lofty virtue will rob him in triumph. Yes, monsieur, a novel is a mirror which goes out on a highway. Sometimes it reflects the azure of the heavens, sometimes the mire of the pools of mud on the way, and the man who carries this mirror in his knapsack is forsooth to be accused by you of being immoral. His mirror shows the mire, and you accuse the mirror. Rather accuse the main road where the mud is, or rather the inspector of roads who allows the water to accumulate and the mud to form. Now that it is quite understood that Mathilde's character is impossible in our own age, which is as discreet as it is virtuous, I am less frightened of offence by continuing the history of the follies of this charming girl. During the whole of the following day she looked out for opportunities of convincing herself of her triumph over her mad passion. Her great aim was to displease Julien in everything. But not one of his movements escaped her. Julien was too unhappy, and above all too agitated to appreciate so complicated a stratagem of passion. Still less was he capable of seeing how favourable it really was to him. He was duped by it. His unhappiness had perhaps never been so extreme. His actions were so little controlled by his intellect that if some mournful philosopher had said to him, "Think how to exploit as quickly as you can those symptoms which promise to be favourable to you. In this kind of head love which is seen at Paris, the same mood cannot last more than 2 days," he would not have understood him. But however ecstatic he might feel, Julien was a man of honour. Discretion was his first duty. He appreciated it. Asking advice, describing his agony to the first man who came along, would have constituted a happiness analogous to that of the unhappy man who, when traversing a burning desert, receives from heaven a drop of icy water. He realized the danger, was frightened of answering an indiscreet question by a torrent of tears, and shut himself up in his own room. He saw Mathilde walking in the garden for a long time. When she at last left it, he went down there and approached the rose bush from which she had taken a flower. The night was dark, and he could abandon himself to his unhappiness without fear of being seen. It was obvious to him that Mademoiselle de la Mole loved one of those young officers with whom she had chatted so gaily. She had loved him, but she had realized his little merit. And as a matter of fact, I had very little, Julien said to himself with full conviction. Taking me all round, I am a very dull, vulgar person, very boring to others and quite unbearable to myself. He was mortally disgusted with all his good qualities, and with all the things which he had once loved so enthusiastically. And it was when his imagination was in this distorted condition that he undertook to judge life by means of its aid. This mistake is typical of a superior man. The idea of suicide presented itself to him several times. The idea was full of charm, and like a delicious rest, because it was the glass of iced water offered to the wretch dying of thirst and heat in the desert. "My death will increase the contempt she has for me," he exclaimed. "What a memory I should leave her!" Courage is the only resource of a human being who has fallen into this last abyss of unhappiness. Julien did not have sufficient genius to say to himself, "I must dare." But as he looked at the window of Mathilde's room, he saw through the blinds that she was putting out her light. He conjured up that charming room which he had seen, alas, once in his whole life. His imagination did not go any further. 1 o'clock struck. Hearing the stroke of the clock and saying to himself, "I will climb up the ladder," scarcely took a moment. It was the flash of genius. Good reasons crowded on his mind. "May I be more fortunate than before," he said to himself. He ran to the ladder. The gardener had chained it up. With the help of the cock of one of his little pistols, which he broke, Julien, who for the time being was animated by a superhuman force, twisted one of the links of the chain which held the ladder. He was master of it in a few minutes, and placed it against Mathilde's window. She will be angry and riddle me with scornful words. What does it matter? I will give her a kiss, one last kiss. I will go up to my room and kill myself. My lips will touch her cheek before I die. He flew up the ladder and knocked at the blind. Mathilde heard him after some minutes and tried to open the blind, but the ladder was in the way. Julien hung to the iron hook, intending to keep the blind open, and at the imminent risk of falling down, gave the ladder a violent shake, which moved it a little. Mathilde was able to open the blind. He threw himself into the window more dead than alive. " So it is you, dear," she said as she rushed into his arms. The excess of Julien's happiness was indescribable. Mathilde's almost equalled his own. She talked against herself to him and denounced herself. " Punish me for my awful pride," she said, clasping him in her arms so tightly as to almost choke him. " You are my master, dear, and I am your slave. I must ask your pardon on my knees for having tried to rebel." She left his arms to fall at his feet. " Yes," she said to him, still intoxicated with happiness and love, " you are my master, reign over me for ever. When your slave tries to revolt, punish her severely." In another moment she tore herself from his arms and lit a candle, and it was only by a supreme effort that Julien could prevent her cutting off a whole tress of her hair. " I want to remind myself," she said to him, " that I am your handmaid. If I am ever led astray again by my abominable pride, show me this hair and say, it is not a question of the emotion which your soul may be feeling at present, you have sworn to obey. Obey on your honour." But it is wiser to suppress the description of so intense a transport of delirious happiness. Julien's unselfishness was equal to his happiness. " I must go down the ladder," he said to Mathilde when he saw the dawn of the day appear from the quarter of the east over the distant chimneys beyond the garden. " The sacrifice that I impose on myself is worthy of you. I deprive myself of some hours of the most astonishing happiness that a human soul can savour, but it is a sacrifice I make for the sake of your reputation. If you know my heart, you will appreciate how violent is the strain to which I am putting myself. Will you always be to me what you are now? But honour speaks, it suffices. Let me tell you that since our last interview, thieves have not been the only object of suspicion. M. de la Mole has set a guard in the garden. M. Croisenois is surrounded by spies. They know what he does every night." Mathilde burst out laughing at this idea. Her mother and a chambermaid were woken up. They suddenly began to speak at her through the door. Julien looked at her. She grew pale as she scolded the chambermaid, and she did not deign to speak to her mother. " But suppose they think of opening the window, they will see the ladder," Julien said to her. He clasped her again in his arms, rushed to the ladder, and slid rather than climbed down. He was on the ground in a moment. 3 seconds after, the ladder was in the avenue of pines, and Mathilde's honour was saved. Julien returned to his room and found that he was bleeding and almost naked. He had wounded himself in sliding down in that daredevil way. Extreme happiness had made him regain all the energy of his character. If 20 men had presented themselves, it would have provoked at this moment only an additional pleasure to have attacked them unaided. Happily his military prowess was not put to the proof. He laid the ladder in its usual place and replaced the chain which held it. He did not forget to efface the mark which the latter had left on the bed of exotic flowers under Mathilde's window. As he was moving his hand over the soft ground in the darkness, and satisfying himself that the mark had entirely disappeared, he felt something fall down on his hands. It was a whole tress of Mathilde's hair which she had cut off and thrown down to him. She was at the window. " That's what your servant sends you," she said to him in a fairly loud voice. " It is a sign of eternal gratitude. I renounce the exercise of my reason. Be my master." Julien was quite overcome and was on the point of going to fetch the ladder again and climbing back into her room. Finally reason prevailed. Getting back into the hotel from the garden was not easy. He succeeded in forcing the door of a cellar. Once in the house, he was obliged to break through the door of his room as silently as possible. In his agitation he had left in the little room which he had just abandoned so rapidly the key which was in the pocket of his coat. " I only hope she thinks of hiding that fatal trophy," he thought. Finally, fatigue prevailed over happiness, and as the sun was rising he fell into a deep sleep. The breakfast bell only just managed to wake him up. He appeared in the dining room. Shortly afterwards Mathilde came in. Julien's pride felt deliciously flattered as he saw the love which shone in the eyes of this beautiful creature who was surrounded by so much homage. But soon his discretion had occasion to be alarmed. Making an excuse of the little time that she had to do her hair, Mathilde had arranged it in such a way that Julien could see at the first glance the full extent of the sacrifice that she had made for his sake by cutting off her hair on the previous night. If it had been possible to spoil a beautiful face by anything whatsoever, Mathilde would have succeeded in doing it. A whole tress of her beautiful blonde hair was cut off to within an inch of the scalp. Mathilde's whole manner during breakfast was in keeping with this initial imprudence. One might have said that she had made a specific point of trying to inform the whole world of her mad passion for Julien. Happily, on this particular day, M. de la Mole and the Marquis were very much concerned about an approaching bestowal of blue ribbons, which was going to take place, and in which M. de Chaulnes was not comprised. Towards the end of the meal, Mathilde, who was talking to Julien, happened to call him my master. He blushed up to the whites of his eyes. Mathilde was not left alone for an instant that day, whether by chance or the deliberate policy of Madame de la Mole. In the evening, when she passed from the dining room into the salon, however, she managed to say to Julien, " You may be thinking that I am making an excuse, but Mamma has just decided that one of her women is to spend the night in my room." This day passed with lightning rapidity. Julien was at the zenith of happiness. At 7 o'clock in the morning of the following day he installed himself in the library. He hoped the Mademoiselle de la Mole would deign to appear there. He had written her an interminable letter. He only saw her several hours afterwards at breakfast. Her hair was done today with the very greatest care. A marvellous art had managed to hide the place where the hair had been cut. She looked at Julien once or twice, but her eyes were polite and calm, and there was no question of calling him my master. Julien's astonishment prevented him from breathing. Mathilde was reproaching herself for all she had done for him. After mature reflection she had come to the conclusion that he was a person who, though not absolutely commonplace, was yet not sufficiently different from the common ruck to deserve all the strange follies that she had ventured for his sake. To sum up, she did not give love a single thought. On this particular day she was tired of loving. As for Julien, his emotions were those of a child of 16. He was a successive prey to awful doubt, astonishment, and despair during this breakfast which he thought would never end. As soon as he could decently get up from the table, he flew rather than ran to the stable, saddled his horse himself and galloped off. I must kill my heart through sheer force of physical fatigue, he said to himself as he galloped through the Meudon woods. What have I done, what have I said to deserve a disgrace like this? I must do nothing and say nothing today, he thought as he re-entered the hotel. I must be as dead physically as I am morally. Julien saw nothing any more, and it was only his corpse which kept moving. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50. The Japanese Vase. His heart does not first realize the full extremity of his unhappiness. He is more troubled than moved. But as reason returns, he feels the depth of his misfortune. All the pleasures of life seem to have been destroyed. He can only feel the sharp barbs of a lacerating despair. But what is the use of talking of physical pain? What pain which is only felt by the body can be compared to this pain? Jean-Paul. The dinner bell rang. Julien had barely time to dress. He found Mathilde in the salon. She was pressing her brother and M. de Croisenois to promise her that they would not go and spend the evening at Suresnes with Madame the Marechal de Fervaques. It would have been difficult to have shown herself more amiable or fascinating to them. M. de Luz, de Caylus, and several of their friends came in after dinner. One would have said that Mademoiselle de la Mole had commenced again to cultivate the most scrupulous conventionality at the same time as her sisterly affection. Although the weather was delightful this evening, she refused to go out into the garden, and insisted on their all staying near the armchair where Madame de la Mole was sitting. The blue sofa was the centre of the group as it had been in the winter. Mathilde was out of temper with the garden, or at any rate she found it absolutely boring. It was bound up with the memory of Julien. Unhappiness blunts the edge of the intellect. Our hero had the bad taste to stop by that little straw chair which had formerly witnessed his most brilliant triumphs. Today none spoke to him. His presence seemed to be unnoticed. And worse than that, those of Mademoiselle de la Mole's friends who were sitting near him at the end of the sofa made a point of somehow or other turning their back on him. At any rate he thought so. It's a court disgrace, he thought. He tried to study for a moment the people who were endeavouring to overwhelm him with their contempt. M. de Luz had an important post in the king's suite, the result of which was that the handsome officer began every conversation with every listener who came along by telling him this special piece of information. His uncle had started at 7 o'clock for Saint Cloud and reckoned on spending the night there. This detail was introduced with all the appearance of good nature, but it never failed to be worked in. As Julien scrutinized M. de Croisenois with a stern gaze of unhappiness, he observed that this good, amiable young man attributed a great influence to occult causes. He even went so far as to become melancholy and out of temper if he saw an event of the slightest importance ascribed to a simple and perfectly natural cause. There is an element of madness in this, Julien said to himself. This man's character has a striking analogy with that of Emperor Alexander, such as the Prince Korasoff described it to me. During the first year of his stay in Paris, poor Julien, fresh from the seminary and dazzled by the graces of all these amiable young people, whom he found so novel, had felt bound to admire them. Their true character was only beginning to become outlined in his eyes. I am playing an undignified role here, he suddenly thought. The question was, how could he leave the little straw chair without undue awkwardness? He wanted to invent something, and tried to extract some novel excuse from an imagination which was otherwise engrossed. He was compelled to fall back on his memory, which was, it must be owned, somewhat poor in resources of this kind. The poor boy was still very much out of his element, and could not have exhibited a more complete and noticeable awkwardness when he got up to leave the salon. His misery was only too palpable in his whole manner. He had been playing for the last 3/4 of an hour the role of an officious inferior from whom one does not take the trouble to hide what one really thinks. The critical observations he had just made on his rivals prevented him, however, from taking his own unhappiness too tragically. His pride could take support in what had taken place the previous day. Whatever may be their advantages over me, he thought, as he went into the garden alone, Mathilde has never been to a single one of them what, twice in my life, she has deigned to be to me. His penetration did not go further. He absolutely failed to appreciate the character of the extraordinary person whom chance had just made the supreme mistress of all his happiness. He tried on the following day to make himself and his horse dead tired with fatigue. He made no attempt in the evening to go near the blue sofa to which Mathilde remained constant. He noticed that Comte Norbert did not even deign to look at him when he met him about the house. He must be doing something very much against the grain, he thought. He is naturally so polite. Sleep would have been a happiness to Julien. In spite of his physical fatigue, memories which were only too seductive commenced to invade his imagination. He had not the genius to see that inasmuch as his long rides on horseback over forests on the outskirts of Paris only affected him, and had no effect at all on Mathilde's heart or mind, he was consequently leaving his eventual destiny to the caprice of chance. He thought that one thing would give his pain an infinite relief. It would be to speak to Mathilde. Yet what would he venture to say to her? He was dreaming deeply about this at 7 o'clock one morning when he suddenly saw her enter the library. " I know, monsieur, that you are anxious to speak to me." " Great heavens, who told you ?"" I know anyway. That is enough. If you are dishonourable you can ruin me, or at least try to. But this danger, which I do not believe to be real, will certainly not prevent me from being sincere. I do not love you any more, monsieur. I have been led astray by my foolish imagination." Distracted by love and unhappiness as a result of this terrible blow, Julien tried to justify himself. Nothing could have been more absurd. Does one make any excuses for failure to please? But reason had no longer any control over his actions. A blind instinct urged him to get the determination of his fate postponed. He thought that so long as he kept on speaking all could not be over. Mathilde had not listened to his words. Their sound irritated her. She could not conceive how he could have the audacity to interrupt her. She was rendered equally unhappy this morning by remorseful virtue and remorseful pride. She felt to some extent pulverized by the idea of having given a little abbe, who was the son of a peasant, rights over her. It is almost, she said to herself in those moments when she exaggerated her own misfortune, as though I had a weakness for one of my footmen to reproach myself with. In bold, proud natures there is only one step from anger against themselves to wrath against others. In these cases the very transports of fury constitute a vivid pleasure. In a single minute Mademoiselle de la Mole reached the point of loading Julien with the signs of the most extreme contempt. She had infinite wit, and this wit was always triumphant in the art of torturing vanity and wounding it cruelly. For the first time in his life Julien found himself subjected to the energy of a superior intellect, which was animated against him by the most violent hate. Far from having at present the slightest thought of defending himself, he came to despise himself. Hearing himself overwhelmed with such marks of contempt, which were so cleverly calculated to destroy any good opinion that he might have of himself, he thought that Mathilde was right, and that she did not say enough. As for her, She found it deliciously gratifying to her pride to punish in this way both herself and him for the adoration that she had felt some days previously. She did not have to invent and improvise the cruel remarks which she addressed to him with so much gusto. All she had to do was to repeat what the advocate of the other side had been saying against her love in her own heart for the last 8 days. Each word intensified 100-fold Julien's awful unhappiness. He wanted to run away, but Mademoiselle de la Mole took hold of his arm authoritatively. " Be good enough to remark," he said to her, " that you are talking very loud. You will be heard in the next room." " What does it matter ?" Mademoiselle de la Mole answered haughtily. " Who will dare to say that they have heard me? I want to cure your miserable vanity once and for all of any ideas you may have indulged in on my account." When Julien was allowed to leave the library, he was so astonished that he was less sensitive to his unhappiness. " She does not love me any more," he repeated to himself, speaking aloud as though to teach himself how he stood. " It seems that she has loved me 8 or 10 days, but I shall love her all my life. Is it really possible she was nothing to me, nothing to my heart so few days back?" Mathilde's heart was inundated by the joy of satisfied pride. So she had been able to break with him for ever. So complete a triumph over so strong an inclination rendered her completely happy. So this little gentleman will understand once and for all that he has not and will never have any dominion over me. She was so happy that in reality she ceased to love at this particular moment. In a less passionate being than Julien, love would have become impossible after a scene of such awful humiliation. Without deviating for a single minute from the requirements of her own self-respect, Mademoiselle de la Mole had addressed to him some of those unpleasant remarks which are so well thought out that they may seem true, even when remembered in cold blood. The conclusion which Julien drew in the first moment of so surprising a scene was that Mathilde was infinitely proud. He firmly believed that all was over between them forever, and none the less he was awkward and nervous towards her at breakfast on the following day. This was a fault from which up to now he had been exempt. Both in small things as in big, it was his habit to know what he ought and wanted to do, and he used to act accordingly. The same day after breakfast, Madame de la Mole asked him for a fairly rare seditious pamphlet which her cure had surreptitiously brought her in the morning, and Julien, as he took it from a bracket, knocked over a blue porcelain vase, which was as ugly as it could possibly be. Madame de la Mole got up, uttering a cry of distress, and proceeded to contemplate at close quarters the ruins of her beloved vase. It was old Japanese, she said. It came to me from my great aunt, the abbess of Chelles. It was a present from the Dutch to the regent, the Duke of Orleans, who had given it to his daughter. Mathilde had followed her mother's movements and felt delighted at seeing that the blue vase, that she had thought horribly ugly, was broken. Julien was taciturn and not unduly upset. He saw Mademoiselle de la Mole quite near him. " This vase," he said to her, " has been destroyed for ever. The same is the case with the sentiment which was once master of my heart. I would ask you to accept my apologies for all the pieces of madness which it has made me commit." And he went out. " One would really say," said Madame de la Mole as he went out of the room, " that this M. Sorel is quite proud of what he has just done." These words went right home to Mathilde's heart. It is true, she said to herself. My mother has guessed right. That is the sentiment which animates him. It was only then that she ceased rejoicing over yesterday's scene. Well, it's all over, she said to herself with an apparent calm. It is a great lesson anyway. It is an awful and humiliating mistake. It's enough to make me prudent all the rest of my life. Why didn't I speak the truth, thought Julien. why am I still tortured by the love which I once had for that mad woman? Far, however, from being extinguished as he had hoped it would be, his love grew more and more rapidly. She is mad, it is true, he said to himself. Is she any the less adorable for that? Is it possible for anyone to be prettier? Is not Mademoiselle de la Mole the ideal quintessence of all the most vivid pleasures of the most elegant civilization? These memories of a bygone happiness seized hold of Julien's mind, and quickly proceeded to destroy all the work of his reason. It is in vain that reason wrestles with memories of this character. Its stern struggles only increase the fascination. 24 hours after the breaking of the Japanese vase, Julien was unquestionably one of the most unhappy men in the world. End of chapter 50.
The secret note. I have seen everything I relate, and if I may have made a mistake when I saw it, I am certainly not deceiving you in telling you of it. Letter to the author. The Marquis summoned him. Monsieur de la Mole looked rejuvenated. His eye was brilliant. Let us discuss your memory a little, he said to Julien. It is said to be prodigious. Could you learn 4 pages by heart and go and say them at London, but without altering a single word? The Marquis was irritably fingering the day's quotidien, and was trying in vain to hide an extreme seriousness which Julien had never noticed in him before, even when discussing the Frilair lawsuit. Julien had already learned sufficient manners to appreciate that he ought to appear completely taken in by the lightness of tone which was being manifested. This number of the quotidien is not very amusing possibly, but if Monsieur de Marquis will allow me, I shall do myself the honour tomorrow morning of reciting it to him from beginning to end. What? Even the advertisements? Quite accurately, and without leaving out a word. You give me your word, replied the Marquis with sudden gravity. Yes, monsieur. The only thing which could upset my memory is a fear of breaking my promise. The fact is, I forgot to put this question to you yesterday. I am not going to ask for your oath never to repeat what you are going to hear. I know you too well to insult you like that. I have answered for you. I am going to take you into a salon where a dozen persons will be assembled. You will make a note of what each one says. Do not be uneasy. It will not be a confused conversation by any means. Each one will speak in his turn, though not necessarily in an orderly manner, added the Marquis, falling back into that light, subtle manner which was so natural to him. While we are talking, you will write out 20 pages and will come back here with me, and we will get those 20 pages down to 4, and those are the 4 pages you will recite to me tomorrow morning instead of the 4 pages of the quotidien. You will leave immediately afterwards. You must post about like a young man travelling on pleasure. Your aim will be to avoid attracting attention. You will arrive at the house of a great personage. You will there need more skill. Your business will then be to take in all his entourage, for among his secretaries and his servants are some people who have sold themselves to our enemies, and who spy on our travelling agents in order to intercept. You will have an insignificant letter of introduction. At the moment His Excellency looks at you. You will take out this watch of mine, which I will lend you for the journey. Wear it now. It will be so much done. At any rate, give me yours. The Duke himself will be good enough to write at your dictation the 4 pages you have learned by heart. Having done this, but not earlier, mind you, you can, if His Excellency questions you, tell him about the meeting at which you are now going to be present. You will be prevented from boring yourself on the journey between Paris and the minister's residence by the thought that there are people who would like nothing better than to fire a shot at Monsieur le Abbé Sorel. In that case, the gentleman's mission will be finished, and I see a great delay. For how are we to know of your death, my dear friend? Even your zeal cannot go to the length of informing us of it." "Run straight away and buy a complete suit," went on the Marquis seriously. "Dress in the fashion of 2 years ago. Tonight you must look somewhat badly groomed. When you travel, on the other hand, you will be as usual. Does this surprise you? Does your suspiciousness guess the secret? Yes, my friend, one of the venerable personages you are going to hear deliver his opinion is perfectly capable of giving information as a result of which you stand a very good chance of being given at least opium some fine evening in some good inn when you will have asked for supper." "It is better," said Julien, "to do an extra 30 leagues and not take the direct road. It is a case of Rome, I suppose." The Marquis assumed an expression of extreme haughtiness and dissatisfaction which Julien had never seen him wear since Bray-le-Haut. "That is what you will know, monsieur, when I think it proper to tell you. I do not like the questions." "That was not one," answered Julien eagerly. "I swear, monsieur, I was thinking quite aloud. My mind was trying to find out the safest route." "Yes, it seems your mind was a very long way off. Remember that an emissary, and particularly one of your age, should not appear to be a man who forces confidences." Julien was very mortified. He was in the wrong. His vanity tried to find an excuse and did not find one. "You understand," added M. de la Mole, "that one always falls back on one's heart when one has committed some mistake." An hour afterwards Julien was in the Marquis's antechamber. He looked quite like a servant with his old clothes, a tie of a dubious white, and a certain touch of the usher in his old appearance. The Marquis burst out laughing as he saw him, and it was only then that Julien's justification was complete. "If this young man betrays me," said M. de la Mole to himself, "whom is one to trust? And yet, when one acts, one must trust someone. My son and his brilliant friends of the same calibre have as much courage and loyalty as 100,000 men. If it were necessary to fight, they would die on the steps of the throne. They know everything except what one needs in emergency. Devil take me if I can find a single one among them who can learn 4 pages by heart and do 100 leagues without being tracked down. Norbert would know how to sell his life as dearly as his grandfathers did. But any conscript could do as much." The Marquis fell into a profound reverie. "As for selling one's life too," he said with a sigh, "perhaps this Sorel would manage it quite as well as he could." "Let us get into the carriage," said the Marquis as though to chase away an unwanted idea. "Monsieur," said Julien, "while they were getting this suit ready for me, I learned the first page of today's quotidienne by heart." The Marquis took the page. Julien recited it without making a single mistake. "Good," said the Marquis, who this night felt very diplomatic. "During the time he takes over this our young man will not notice the streets through which we are passing." They arrived in a big salon that looked melancholy enough and was partly upholstered in green velvet. In the middle of the room a scowling lackey had just placed a big dining table, which he subsequently changed into a writing table by means of an immense green ink-stained tablecloth which had been plundered from some minister. The master of the house was an enormous man whose name was not pronounced. Julien thought he had the appearance and eloquence of a man who ruminated. At a sign from the Marquis, Julien had remained at the lower end of the table. In order to keep himself in countenance, he began to cut quills. He counted out of the corner of his eye 7 visitors, but Julien could only see their backs. To seem to him to be speaking to M. de la Mole on a footing of equality, the others seemed more or less respectful. A new person entered without being announced. "This is strange," thought Julien. "People are not announced in this salon. Is this precaution taken in my honour?" Everybody got up to welcome the new arrival. He wore the same extremely distinguished decoration as 3 of the other persons who were in the salon. They talked fairly low. In endeavouring to form an opinion of the newcomer, Julien was reduced to see what he could learn from his features and his appearance. He was short and thick-set. He had a high colour and a brilliant eye, and an expression that looked like a malignant boar, and nothing else. Julien's attention was partly distracted by the almost immediate arrival of a very different kind of person. It was a tall, very thin man who wore 3 or 4 waistcoats. His eye was caressing, his demeanour polite. " He looks exactly like the old bishop of Besancon," thought Julien. This man evidently belonged to the church, was apparently not more than 50 to 55 years of age, and no one could have looked more paternal than he did. The young bishop of Agde appeared. He looked very astonished when, in making a scrutiny of those present, his gaze fell upon Julien. He had not spoken to him since the ceremony of Bray-le-Haut. His look of surprise embarrassed and irritated Julien. " What," he said to himself, " will knowing a man always turn out unfortunate for me? I don't feel the least bit intimidated by all those great lords whom I have never seen, but the look of that young bishop freezes me. I must admit that I am a very strange and very unhappy person." An extremely swarthy little man entered noisily soon afterwards, and started talking as soon as he reached the door. He had a yellow complexion and looked a little mad. As soon as this ruthless talker arrived, the others formed themselves into knots, with the apparent object of avoiding the bother of listening to him. As they went away, from the mantelpiece they came near the lower end of the table where Julien was placed. His countenance became more and more embarrassed, for whatever efforts he made, he could not avoid hearing, and in spite of all his lack of experience he appreciated all the moment of the things which they were discussing with such complete frankness, and the importance which the high personages whom he apparently had under his observation must attach to their being kept secret. Julien had already cut 20 quills as slowly as possible. This distraction would shortly be no longer available. He looked in vain at M. de la Mole's eyes for an order. The marquis had forgotten him. " What I am doing is ridiculous," he said to himself as he cut his quills. But persons with so mediocre an appearance and who are handling such great interests either for themselves or for others must be extremely liable to take offence. My unfortunate look has a certain questioning and scarcely respectful expression which will doubtless irritate them. But if I palpably lower my eyes, I shall look as if I were picking up every word they said. His embarrassment was extreme. He was listening to strange things. Chapter 52. The Discussion. The Republic. For one man, today, who will sacrifice everything for the public welfare, there are thousands and millions who think of nothing except their enjoyments and their vanity. One is requested in Paris by reason of the qualities not of one's self, but of one's carriage. Napoleon, Memorial. The footman rushed in, saying, " Monsieur, the Duke de—" " Hold your tongue, you are just a fool," said the duke as he entered. He spoke these words so well, and with so much majesty, that Julien could not help thinking this great person's accomplishments were limited to the science of snubbing a lackey. Julien raised his eyes and immediately lowered them. He had so fully appreciated the significance of the new arrival that he feared that his look might be an indiscretion. The duke was a man of 50, dressed like a dandy and with a jerky walk. He had a narrow head with a large nose and a face that jutted forward. It would have been difficult to have looked at the same time more insignificant. His arrival was a signal for the opening of the meeting. Julien was sharply interrupted in his physiognomical observations by de la Mole's voice. " I present you Monsieur the Abbe Sorel," said the marquis. " He is gifted with an astonishing memory. It is scarcely an hour ago since I spoke to him of the mission by which he might be honoured, and he had learned the first page of the Quotidienne by heart in order to give proof of his memory." " Ah, foreign news of that poor N," said the master of the house. He took up the paper eagerly and looked at Julien in a manner rendered humorous by its own self-importance. "Speak, monsieur," he said to him. The silence was profound. All eyes were fixed on Julien. He recited so well that the duke said at the end of 20 lines, "That is enough." The little man, who looked like a boor, sat down. He was the president, for he had scarcely taken his place before he showed Julien a card table and signed to him to bring it near him. Julien established himself at it with writing materials. He counted 12 persons seated round the green tablecloth. "Monsieur Sorel," said the duke, "retire into next room, you will be called." The master of the house began to look very anxious. "The shutters are not shut," he said to his neighbour in a semi-whisper. "It is no good looking out of the window," he stupidly cried to Julien. "So here I am more or less mixed up in a conspiracy," thought the latter. "Fortunately, it is not one of those which lead to the Place de Grève. Even though there were danger, I owe this, and even more, to the Marquis, and should be glad to be given the chance of making up for all the sorrow which my madness may one day occasion him." While thinking of his own madness and his own unhappiness, he regarded the place where he was in such a way as to imprint it upon his memory for ever. He then remembered, for the first time, that he had never heard the lackey tell the name of the street, and that the Marquis had taken a fiacre, which he never did in the ordinary way. Julien was left to his own reflections for a long time. He was in a salon upholstered in red velvet with large pieces of gold lace. A large ivory crucifix was on the console table, and a gilt-edged, magnificently bound copy of M. de Maistre's book, De Pope, was on the mantelpiece. Julien opened it so as not to appear to be eavesdropping. From time to time they talked loudly in the next room. At last the door was opened, and he was called in. "Remember, gentlemen," the president was saying, "that from this moment we are talking in the presence of the Duke of—" "This gentleman," he said, pointing to Julien, "is a young acolyte devoted to our sacred cause, who by the aid of his marvellous memory will repeat quite easily our very slightest words. It is your turn to speak, monsieur," he said, pointing to the paternal-looking personage who wore 3 or 4 waistcoats. Julien thought it would have been more natural to have called him the gentleman in the waistcoats. He took some paper and wrote a great deal. At this juncture the author would have liked to put a page of dots. That, said his publisher, would be clumsy, as in the case of so light a work clumsiness is death. "Politics," replied the author, "is a stone tied round the neck of literature, which submerges it in less than 6 months. Politics in the midst of imaginative matter is like a pistol shot in the middle of a concert. The noise is racking without being energetic. It does not harmonize with the sound of any instrument. These politics will give mortal offence to one half of the readers, and will bore the other half, who will have already read the ideas in question as set out in the morning paper in its own drastic manner." "If your characters don't talk politics," replied the publisher, "they cease to be Frenchmen of 1830, and your book is no longer a mirror, as you claim." Julien's record ran to 26 pages. Here is a very diluted extract, for it has been necessary to adopt the invariable practice of suppressing those ludicrous passages whose violence would have seemed either offensive or intolerable. See the Gazette des Tribunaux. The man with the waistcoats and the paternal expression, he was perhaps a bishop, often smiled, and then his eyes, which were surrounded with a floating forest of eyebrows, assumed a singular brilliance and an unusually decided expression. This personage whom they made speak first before the duke. But what duke is it, thought Julien to himself, with the apparent object of expounding various points of view and fulfilling the functions of an advocate general, appeared to Julien to fall into the uncertainty and lack of definiteness with which those officials are so often taxed. During the course of the discussion, the Duke went so far as to reproach him on the score. After several sentences of morality and indulgent philosophy, the man in the waistcoats said, "Noble England, under the guiding hand of a great man, the immortal Pitt, has spent 40 milliards of francs in opposing the Revolution. If this meeting will allow me to treat so melancholy a subject with some frankness, England fails to realize sufficiently that in dealing with a man like Bonaparte, especially when they have nothing to oppose him with except a bundle of good intentions, there is nothing decisive except personal methods." "Ah, praising assassination again," said the master of the house anxiously. "Spare us your sentimental sermons," cried the president angrily. His boar-like eye shone with a savage brilliance. "Go on," he said to the man with the waistcoats. The cheeks and the forehead of the president became purple. "Noble England," replied the advocate general, "is crushed today. For each Englishman, before paying for his own bread, is obliged to pay the interest on 40 milliards of francs which were used against the Jacobins. She has no more Pitt. She has the Duke of Wellington," said a military personage looking very important. "Please, gentlemen, please." "Silence," exclaimed the president. "If we are still going to dispute, there was no point in having Monsieur Sorel in." "We know that Monsieur has many ideas," said the Duke irritably, looking at the interrupter, who was an old Napoleonic general. Julien saw that these words contained some personal and very offensive allusion. Everybody smiled. The turncoat general appeared beside himself with rage. "There is no longer a Pitt, gentlemen," went on the speaker with all the despondency of a man who has given up all hope of bringing his listeners to reason. "If there were a new Pitt in England, you could not dupe a nation twice over by the same means. That's why a victorious general, a Bonaparte, will be henceforward impossible in France," exclaimed the military interrupter. On this occasion neither the president nor the duke ventured to get angry, though Julien thought he read in their eyes that they would very much like to have done so. They lowered their eyes, and the duke contented himself with sighing in quite an audible manner. But the speaker was put upon his mettle. "My audience is eager for me to finish," he said vigorously, completely discarding that smiling politeness and that balanced diction that Julien thought had expressed his character so well. "It is eager for me to finish. It is not grateful for me for the efforts I am making to offend nobody's ears, however long they may be. Well, gentlemen, I will be brief. I will tell you in quite common words, England has not got a sou with which to help the good cause. If Pitt himself were to come back, he would never succeed with all his genius in duping the small English landowners, for they know that the short Waterloo campaign alone cost them 1 milliard of francs. As you like clear phrases," continued the speaker, becoming more and more animated, "I will say this to you. Help yourselves, for England has not got a guinea left to help you with. And when England does not pay, Austria, Russia, and Prussia, who will only have courage but have no money, cannot launch more than 1 or 2 campaigns against France. One may hope that the young soldiers who will be recruited by the Jacobins will be beaten in the first campaign, and possibly in the second. But, even though I seem a revolutionary in your prejudiced eyes, in the third campaign, I say, you will have the soldiers of 1794, who were no longer the soldiers enlisted in 1792. At this point, interruption broke out simultaneously from 3 or 4 quarters. "Monsieur," said the president to Julien, "go and make a précis in the next room of the beginning of the report which you have written out." Julien went out to his great regret. The speaker was just dealing with the question of probabilities, which formed the usual subject for his meditations. "They are frightened of my making fun of them," he thought. When he was called back, M. de la Mole was saying with a seriousness which seemed quite humorous to Julien, who knew him so well, Yes, gentlemen, one finds the phrase, "It is God, table, or tub," especially applicable to this unhappy people. "It is God," exclaims the writer of fables. It is to you, gentlemen, that this noble and profound phrase seems to apply. Act on your own initiative, and noble France will appear again, almost such as our ancestors made her, and as our own eyes have seen her before the death of Louis XVI. England execrates disgraceful Jacobinism as much as we do, or at any rate her noble lords do. Without English gold, Austria and Prussia would only be able to give battle 2 or 3 times. Would that be sufficient to ensure a successful occupation like the one which M. de Richelieu so foolishly failed to exploit in 1817? I do not think so. At this point there was an interruption which was stifled by the hushes of the whole room. It came again from the old imperial general, who wanted the blue ribbon and wished to figure among the authors of the secret note. "I do not think so," replied M. de la Mole, after the uproar had subsided. He laid stress on the "I" with an insolence which charmed Julien. "That's a pretty piece of acting," he said to himself as he made his pen almost keep pace with the marquise's words. M. de la Mole annihilated the 20 campaigns of the turncoat with a well-turned phrase. "It is not only on foreign powers," continued the marquis in a more even tone, "on whom we shall be able to rely for a new military occupation. All those young men who write inflammatory articles in the Globe will provide you with 3 or 4 thousand young captains, among whom you may find men with the genius, but not the good intentions of a Kleber, a Hoch, a Jourdan, or a Pichegru." "We do not know how to glorify him," said the president. "He should have been immortalized." "Finally, it is necessary for France to have 2 parties," went on M. de la Mole, "but 2 parties, not merely in name, but with clear-cut lines of cleavage. Let us realize what has got to be crushed. On the one hand, the journalists and the electors, in a word, public opinion. Youth and all that admire it, while it is stupefying itself with the noise of its own vain words. We have certain advantages of administrating the expenditure of the budget." At this point there was another interruption. "As for you, monsieur," said M. de la Mole to the interrupter, with an admirable haughtiness and ease of manner, "you do not spend, if the words choke you, but you devour the 40,000 francs put down to you in the state budget, and the 80,000 which you receive from the civil list." "Well, monsieur, since you force me to it, I will be bold enough to take you for an example. Like your noble ancestors who followed Saint Louis to the crusade, you ought to return for those 120,000 francs to show us at any rate a regiment, a company. Why, what am I saying? Say half a company, even if it only had 50 men ready to fight and devoted to the good cause to the point of risking their lives in its service. You have nothing but lackeys, who in the event of a rebellion would frighten you yourselves. Throne, church, nobility are liable to perish tomorrow, gentlemen, so long as you refrain from creating in each department a force of 500 devoted men, devoted, I mean, not only with all the French courage, but with all the Spanish constancy. Half of this force ought to be composed of our children, our nephews, of real gentlemen, in fact. Each of them will have beside him not a little talkative bourgeois ready to hoist the tricolour cockade, if 1815 turns up again, but a good, frank and simple peasant like Cathelineau. Our gentleman will have educated him. It will be his own foster brother, if it is possible. Let each of us sacrifice the 5th of his income in order to form this little devoted force of 500 men in each department. Then you will be able to reckon on a foreign occupation. The foreign soldier will never penetrate even as far as Dijon, if he is not certain of finding 500 friendly soldiers in each department. The foreign kings will only listen to you when you are in a position to announce to them that you have 20,000 gentlemen ready to take up arms in order to open to them the gates of France. The service is troublesome, you say. Gentlemen, it is the only way of saving our lives. There is war to the death between the liberty of the press and our existence as gentlemen. Become manufacturers, become peasants, or take up your guns. Be timid if you like, but do not be stupid. Open your eyes. Form your battalions, I would say to you in the words of the Jacobin songs. Some noble Gustavus Adolphus will then be found who, touched by the imminent peril of the monarchical principle, will make a dash 300 leagues from his own country, and will do for you what Gustavus did for the Protestant princes. Do you want to go on talking without acting? In 50 years' time there will be only presidents or republics in Europe, and not one king, and with these 3 letters, R-O-I, you will see the last of the priests and the gentlemen. I can see nothing but candidates paying court to squalid majorities. It is no use your saying that at the present time France has not a single accredited general who is universally known and loved, that the army is only known and organized in the interests of the throne and the church, and that it has been deprived of all its old troopers, while each of the Prussian and Austrian regiments count 50 non-commissioned officers who have seen fire. 200,000 young men of the middle classes are spoiling for war. A truce to disagreeable truths, said a grave personage in a pompous tone. He was apparently a very high ecclesiastical dignitary, for M. de la Mole smiled pleasantly instead of getting angry, a circumstance which greatly impressed Julien. A truce to unpleasant truths. Let us resume, gentlemen. The man who needs to have a gangrened leg cut off would be ill-advised to say to his surgeon, "This disease is very healthy." If I may use the metaphor, gentlemen, the noble Duke of is our surgeon. So the great words have at last been uttered, thought Julien. It is towards thee that I shall gallop tonight. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53. The clergy, the forest, liberty. The first law of every being is to preserve itself and live. You sow hemlock and expect to see ears of corn ripen. Machiavelli. The great personage continued. One could see that he knew his subject. He proceeded to expound the following great truths with a soft and tempered eloquence with which Julien was inordinately delighted. 1. England has not a guinea to help us with. Economy and Hume are the fashion there. Even the saints will not give us any money, and M. Brougham will make fun of us. 2. The impossibility of getting the kings of Europe to embark on more than 2 campaigns without English gold. 2 campaigns will not be enough to dispose of the middle classes. 3. The necessity of forming an armed party in France. Without this, the monarchical principle in Europe will not risk even 2 campaigns. The 4th point which I venture to suggest to you as self-evident is this: the impossibility of forming an armed party in France without the clergy. I am bold enough to tell you this, because I will prove it to you, gentlemen. You must make every sacrifice for the clergy. Firstly, because as it is occupied with its mission by day and by night, and guided by highly capable men established far from these storms, at 300 leagues from your frontiers. Ah, Rome, Rome, exclaimed the master of the house. Yes, monsieur, Rome, replied the cardinal haughtily. Whatever more or less ingenious jokes may have been the fashion when you were young, I have no hesitation in saying that in 1830 it is only the clergy under the guidance of Rome who has the ear of the lower classes. 50,000 priests repeat the same words on the day appointed by their chiefs, and the people, who after all provide soldiers, will be more touched by the voices of its priests than by all the versifying in the whole world. This personality provoked some murmurs. The clergy has a genius superior to yours, went on the cardinal, raising his voice. All the progress that has been made towards this essential point of having an armed party in France has been made by us. At this juncture, facts were introduced. Who used 80,000 rifles in Vendée, etc., etc. So long as the clergy is without its forests, it is helpless. At the first war, the Minister of Finance will write to his agents that there is no money to be had except for the cure. At bottom, France does not believe, and she loves war. Whoever gives her war will be doubly popular. For making war is, to use a vulgar phrase, the same as starving the Jesuits. Making war means delivering those monsters of pride, the men of France, from the menace of foreign intervention. The cardinal had a favourable hearing. Monsieur de Nerval, he said, will have to leave the ministry. His name irritates, and to no purpose. At these words everybody got up and talked at the same time. I will be sent away again, thought Julien, but the sapient president himself had forgotten both the presence and existence of Julien. All eyes were turned upon a man whom Julien recognized. It was Monsieur de Nerval, the prime minister, whom he had seen at Monsieur the Duc de Retz's ball. The disorder was at its height, as the papers say when they talk of the Chamber. At the end of a long quarter of an hour a little quiet was established. Then Monsieur de Nerval got up and said in an apostolic tone and a singular voice, I will not go so far as to say that I do not set great store on being a minister. It has been demonstrated to me, gentlemen, that my name will double the forces of the Jacobins by making many moderates divide against us. I should therefore be willing to retire, but the ways of the Lord are only visible to a small number. But, he added, looking fixedly at the cardinal, I have a mission. Heaven has said, you will either lose your head on the scaffold, or you will re-establish the monarchy of France and reduce the Chambers to the condition of the Parliament of Louis XV. And that, gentlemen, I shall do. He finished his speech, sat down, and there was a long silence. What a good actor, thought Julien. He made his usual mistake of ascribing too much intelligence to the people. Excited by the debates of so lively an evening, and above all by the sincerity of the discussion, Monsieur de Nerval did at this moment believe in his mission. This man had great courage, but at the same time no sense. During the silence that followed the impressive words, I shall do it, midnight struck. Julien thought that the striking of the clock had in it a certain element of funereal majesty. He felt moved. The discussion was soon resumed with increasing energy, and above all with an incredible naivety. These people will have me poisoned, thought Julien at times. How can they say such things before a plebeian? They were still talking when 2 o'clock struck. The master of the home had been sleeping for some time. Monsieur de la Mole was obliged to ring for new candles. Monsieur de Nerval, the minister, had left at a 1:45, but not without having repeatedly studied Julien's face in a mirror which was at the minister's side. His departure had seemed to put everybody at their ease. While they were bringing new candles, the man in the waistcoats whispered to his neighbour, God knows what that man will say to the king. He may throw ridicule upon us and spoil our future. One must own that he must possess an unusual self-assurance, not to say impudence, to put in an appearance here. There were signs of it before he became a minister. But a portfolio changes everything and swamps all a man's interests. He must have felt its effect. The minister had scarcely left before the general of Bonaparte closed his eyes. He now talked of his health and his wounds, consulted his watch, and went away. I will wager, said the man in the waistcoats, that the general is running after the minister. He will apologize for having been here and pretend that he is our leader. Let us now deliberate, gentlemen, said the president, after the sleepy servants had finished bringing and lighting new candles. Let us leave off trying to persuade each other. Let us think of the contents of the note which will be read by our friends outside in 48 hours from now. We have heard ministers spoken of. Now that Monsieur de Nerval has left us, we are at liberty to say, what do we care for ministers? The cardinal gave a subtle smile of approval. Nothing is easier, it seems to me, than summing up our position, said the young bishop of Agde, with the restrained, concentrated fire of the most exalted fanaticism. He had kept silent up to this time. His eye, which Julien had noticed as being soft and calm at the beginning, had become fiery during the first hour of the discussion. His soul was now bubbling over like lava from Vesuvius. England only made one mistake from 1806 to 1814, he said, and that was in not taking direct and personal measures against Napoleon. As soon as that man had made dukes and chamberlains, as soon as he had re-established the throne, the mission that God had entrusted to him was finished. The only thing to do with him was to sacrifice him. The scriptures teach us in more than one place how to make an end of tyrants. At this point there were several Latin quotations. Today, gentlemen, it is not a man who has to be sacrificed, it is Paris. What is the use of arming your 500 men in each department, a hazardous and interminable enterprise? What is the good of involving France in a matter which is personal to Paris? Paris alone has done the evil, with its journals and its salons. Let the new Babylon perish. We must bring to an end the conflict between the Church and Paris. Such a catastrophe would even be in the worldly interests of the throne. Why did not Paris dare to whisper a word under Bonaparte? Ask the canon of Saint Roch. Julien did not leave with M. de la Mole before 3 o'clock in the morning. The Marquis seemed tired and ashamed. For the first time in his life, in conversation with Julien, his tone was plaintive. He asked him for his word never to reveal the excesses of zeal. That was his expression, of which chance had just made him a witness. Only mention it to our foreign friend if he seriously insists on knowing what our young madmen are like. What does it matter to them if a state is overthrown? They will become cardinals and will take refuge in Rome. As for us, we shall be massacred by the peasants in our chateaux. The secret note in which the Marquis condensed Julien's full report of 26 pages was not ready before 5:15. "I am dead tired," said the Marquis, "as is quite obvious from the lack of clearness at the end of this note. I am more dissatisfied with it than with anything I ever did in my whole life. Look here, my friend," he added, "go and rest for some hours, and as I am frightened you might be kidnapped, I shall lock you up in your room." The Marquis took Julien on the following day to a lonely chateau at a good distance from Paris. There were strange guests there whom Julien thought were priests. He was given a passport which was made out in a fictitious name, but indicated the real destination of his journey, which he had always pretended not to know. He got into a carriage alone. The Marquis had no anxiety on the score of his memory. Julien had recited the secret note to him several times, but he was very apprehensive of his being intercepted. "Above all, mind you, like a coxcomb who is simply travelling to kill him," he said affectionately to him when he was leaving the salon. Perhaps there was more than one treacherous brother in this evening's meeting. The journey was quick and very melancholy. Julien had scarcely got out of the Marquis's sight before he forgot his secret note and his mission, and only thought about Mathilde's disdain. At a village some leagues beyond Metz, the postmaster came and told him that there were no horses. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Julien was very annoyed and asked for supper. He walked in front of the door and gradually, without being noticed, passed into the stable yard. He did not see any horses there. "That man looks strange, though," thought Julien to himself. He was scrutinizing me with his brutal eyes. As one see, he was beginning to be slightly sceptical of all he heard. He thought of escaping after supper, and in order to learn at any rate something about the surrounding country, he left his room to go and warm himself at the kitchen fire. He was overjoyed to find there the celebrated singer, Signor Geronimo. The Neapolitan was ensconced in an armchair which he had brought near the fire. He was groaning aloud, and was speaking more to himself than to the 20 dumbfounded German peasants who surrounded him. "Those people will be my ruin," he cried to Julien. "I have promised to sing tomorrow at Mayence. 7 sovereign princes have gone there to hear me. Let us go and take the air," he added meaningly. When he had gone 100 yards down the road, and it was impossible to be overheard, he said to Julien, "Do you know the real truth? The postmaster is a scoundrel. When I went out for a walk, I gave 20 sous to a little ragamuffin who told me everything. There are 12 horses in the stable at the other end of the village. They want to stop some courier." "Really?" said Julien innocently. Discovering the fraud was not enough. The thing was to get away. But Geronimo and his friends could not succeed in doing this. "Let us wait for daybreak," said the singer at last. "They are mistrustful of us. It is, perhaps, you or me whom they suspect. We will order a good breakfast tomorrow morning, go for a walk while they are getting it ready. We will then escape. We will hire horses, and gain the next station." "And how about your luggage?" said Julien, who thought perhaps Geronimo himself might have been sent to intercept him. They had to have supper and go to bed. Julien was still in his first sleep when he was woken up with a start by the voices of 2 persons who were speaking in his room with utmost freedom. He recognized the postmaster armed with a dark lantern. The light was turned on the carriage seat which Julien had taken up into his room. Beside the postmaster was a man who was calmly searching the open seat. Julien could see nothing except the sleeves of his coat, which were black and very tight. "It's a cassock," he said to himself, and he softly seized the little pistol which he had placed under his pillow. "Don't be frightened of his waking up, cure," said the postmaster. "The wine that had been served him was the stuff prepared by yourself." "I can't find any trace of papers," answered the cure. "A lot of linen and essences, pomades and vanities. It's a young man of the world and pleasure bent. The other one, who affects an Italian accent, is more likely to be the emissary." The men approached Julien to search the pockets of his travelling coat. He felt very tempted to kill them for thieves. Nothing could be safer in its consequences. He was very desirous of doing so. "I should only be a fool," he said to himself. "I should compromise my mission." "He is not a diplomatist," said the priest after searching his coat. He went away, and did well to do so. "It will be a bad business for him," Julien was saying to himself, "if he touches me in my bed. He may have quite well come to stab me, and I won't put up with that." The cure turned his head. Julien half opened his eyes. He was inordinately astonished. He was the Abbe Castanede. As a matter of fact, although these 2 persons had made a point of talking in a fairly low voice, he had thought from the first that he recognized one of the voices. Julien was seized with an inordinate desire to purge the earth of one of its most cowardly villains. "But my mission," he said to himself. The cure and his acolyte went out. A quarter of an hour afterwards, Julien pretended to have just woken up. He called out, and woke the whole house. "I am poisoned," he exclaimed. "I am suffering horribly." He wanted an excuse to go to Geronimo's help. He found him half suffocated by the laudanum that had been contained in the wine. Julien had been apprehensive of some trick of this character, and had supped on some chocolate which he had brought from Paris. He could not wake Geronimo up sufficiently to induce him to leave. "If they were to give me the whole kingdom of Naples," said the singer, "I would not now give up the pleasure of sleeping." "But the 7 sovereign princes?" "Let them wait." Julien, left alone, and arrived at the house of the great personage without other incident. He wasted a whole morning in vainly soliciting an audience. Fortunately, about 4 o'clock the duke wanted to take the air. Julien saw him go out on foot, and he did not hesitate to ask him for alms. When at 2 yards' distance from the great personage, he pulled out the Marquis de la Mole's watch and exhibited it ostentatiously. "Follow me at a distance," said the man without looking at him. At a quarter of a league's distance the duke suddenly entered a little coffee-house. It was in a room of this low-class inn that Julien had the honour of reciting his 4 pages to the duke. When he had finished he was told to start again and go more slowly. The prince took notes. "Reach the next posting-station on foot. Leave your luggage in your carriage here. Get to Strasbourg as best you can, and at 12:30 on the 22nd of the month, it was at present the 10th, come to the same coffee-house. Do not leave for half an hour. Silence." These were the only words which Julien heard. They sufficed to inspire him with the highest admiration. That is the way, he thought, that real business is done. What would this great statesman say if he were to listen to the impassioned ranters heard 3 days ago? Julien took 2 days to reach Strasbourg. He thought he would have nothing to do there. He made a great detour. If that devil of an Abbe Castanede had recognized me, he is not the kind of man to lose track of me easily. And how he would revel in making a fool of me and causing my mission to fail. Fortunately, the Abbe Castanede, who was the chief of the Congregational police on all the northern frontier, had not recognized him, and the Strasbourg Jesuits, although very zealous, never gave a thought to observing Julien, who with his cross and his blue tailcoat looked like a young military man, very much engrossed in his own personal appearance. Chapter 54. Strasbourg. Fascination. Love gives thee all his love, energy, and all his power of suffering unhappiness. It is only his enchanting pleasures, his sweet delights, which are outside thy sphere. When I saw her ship, I was made to say, with all her angelic beauty and her sweet weaknesses, she is absolutely mine. There she is, quite in my power, such as heaven made her in its pity, in order to ravish a man's heart. Ode of Schiller. Julien was compelled to spend 8 days in Strasbourg and try to distract himself by thoughts of military glory and patriotic devotion. Was he in love then? He could not tell. He only felt in his tortured soul that Mathilde was the absolute mistress both of his happiness and of his imagination. He needed all the energy of his character to keep himself from sinking into despair. It was out of his power to think of anything unconnected with Mademoiselle de la Mole. His ambition and his simple personal successes had formerly distracted him from the sentiments which Madame de Renal had inspired. Mathilde was all-absorbing. She loomed large over his whole future. Julien saw failure in every phase of that future. This same individual whom we remember to have been so presumptuous and haughty at Verrières had fallen into an excess of grotesque modesty. 3 days ago, he would only have been too pleased to have killed the Abbe Castanede, and now at Strasbourg, if a child had picked a quarrel with him, he would have thought the child was in the right. In thinking again about the adversaries and enemies whom he had met in his life, he always thought that he, Julien, had been in the wrong. The fact was that the same powerful imagination which had formerly been continuously employed in painting a successful future in the most brilliant colours had now been transformed into his implacable enemy. The absolute solicitude of a traveller's life increased the ascendancy of his sinister imagination. What a boon a friend would have been! But Julien said to himself, "Is there a single heart which beats with affection for me? And even if I did have a friend, would not honour enjoin me to eternal silence?" He was riding gloomily in the outskirts of Kehl. It is a market town on the banks of the Rhine, and immortalized by Desailles and Gouvion Saint-Cyr. A German peasant showed him the little brooks, roads, and islands of the Rhine, which have acquired a name through the courage of these great generals. Julien was guiding his horse with his left hand, while he held unfolded in his right the superb map which adorns the memoirs of the Marshal Saint-Cyr. A merry exclamation made him lift his head. It was the Prince Korasoff, that London friend of his, who had initiated him some months before into the elementary rules of high fatuity. Faithful to his great art, Korasoff, who had just arrived at Strasbourg, had been 1 hour in Kehl, and had never read a single line in his whole life about the siege of 1796, began to explain it all to Julien. The German peasant looked at him in astonishment, for he knew enough French to appreciate the enormous blunders which the prince was making. Julien was 1,000 leagues away from the peasant's thoughts. He was looking in astonishment at the handsome young man and admiring his grace in sitting a horse. "What a lucky temperament," he said to himself, "and how his trousers suit him, and how elegantly his hair is cut. Alas, if I had been like him, it might have been that she would not have come to dislike me after loving me for 3 days." When the prince had finished his siege of Kehl, he said to Julien, "You look like a Trappist. You are carrying to excess that principle of gravity which I enjoined upon you in London. A melancholy manner cannot be good form. What is wanted is an air of boredom. If you are melancholy, it is because you lack something, because you have failed in something. That means showing one's own inferiority. If, on the other hand, you are bored, it is only that what has made an unsuccessful attempt to please you which is inferior. So realize, my dear friend, the enormity of your mistake." Julien tossed a crown to the gaping peasant who was listening to them. "Good," said the prince. "That shows grace and a noble disdain. Very good." And he put his horse to the gallop. Full of stupid admiration, Julien followed him. Ah, if I had been like that, she would not have preferred Croisenois to me. The more his reason was offended by the grotesque affectations of the prince, the more he despised himself for not having them. It was impossible for self-disgust to be carried further. The prince, still finding him distinctly melancholy, said to him as they re-entered Strasbourg, "Come, my dear fellow, have you lost all your money, or perhaps you are in love with some little actress? The Russian copy French manners, but always at an interval of 50 years. They have now reached the age of Louis XV. These jests about love brought the tears to Julien's eyes. "Why should I not consult this charming man?" he suddenly said to himself. "Well, yes, my dear friend," he said to the prince. "You see in me a man who is very much in love and jilted into the bargain. A charming woman who lives in a neighbouring town has left me stranded here after 3 passionate days, and the change kills me." Using fictitious names, he described to the prince Mathilde's conduct and character. "You need not finish," said Korasoff. "In order to give you confidence in your doctor, I will finish the story you have confided to me. This young woman's husband enjoys an enormous income, or even more probably she belongs herself to the high nobility of the district. She must be proud about something." Julien nodded his head. He had no longer the courage to speak. "Very good," said the prince. "Here are 3 fairly bitter pills that you will take without delay. 1. See Madame. What is her name? Every day. Madame de Dubois. What a name," said the prince, bursting into laughter. "But forgive me, you find it sublime. Your tactics must be to see Madame de Dubois every day. Above all, do not appear to be cold and piqued. Remember the great principle of your century. Be the opposite of what is expected. Be exactly as you were the week before you were honoured by her favours." "Ah, I was calm enough then," exclaimed Julien in despair. "I thought I was taking pity on her." "The moth is burning itself at the candle," continued the prince, using a metaphor as old as the world. 1. You will see her every day. 2. You will pay court to a woman in her own set, but without manifesting a passion. Do you understand? I do not disguise from you that your role is difficult. You are playing a part, and if she realizes you are playing it, you are lost." "She has so much intelligence and I have so little. I shall be lost," said Julien sadly. "No, you are only more in love than I thought. Madame de Dubois is preoccupied with herself, as are all women who have been favoured by heaven with either too much pedigree or too much money. She contemplates herself instead of contemplating you. Consequently, she does not know you. During the 2 or 3 fits of love into which she managed to work herself for your special benefit, she saw in you the hero of her dreams and not the man you really are. But deuce take it, this is elementary, my dear Sorel. Are you an absolute novice? All's life. Let us go into the shop. Look at that charming black cravat. One would say it was made by John Anderson of Burlington Street. Be kind enough to take it and throw far away that awful black cord which you are wearing round your neck. And now, continued the prince as they came out of the shop of the first hosier of Strasbourg, what is the society in which Madame de Dubois lives? Great God, what a name! Don't be angry, my dear Sorel. I can't help it. Now, whom are you going to pay court to? To an absolute prude, the daughter of an immensely rich stocking merchant. She has the finest eyes in the world, and they please me infinitely. She doubtlessly holds the highest place in the society of the district, but in the midst of all her greatness she blushes and becomes positively confused if anyone starts talking about trade or shops, and unfortunately her father was one of the best-known merchants in Strasbourg. So, said the prince with a laugh, you are sure that when one talks about trade, your fair lady thinks about herself and not about you. This silly weakness is divine and extremely useful. It will prevent you from yielding to a single moment's folly when near her sparkling eyes. Success is assured. Julien was thinking of Madame de Maréchal of Fervaques, who often came to the Hotel de la Mole. She was a beautiful foreigner who had married the Maréchal a year before his death. The one object of her whole life seemed to be to make people forget that she was the daughter of a manufacturer. In order to cut some figure in Paris, she had placed herself at the head of the party of piety. Julien sincerely admired the prince. What would he not have given to have possessed his affectations? The conversation between the two friends was interminable. Korasoff was delighted. No Frenchman had ever listened to him for so long. So I have succeeded at last, said the prince to himself complacently, in getting a proper hearing, and that too through giving lessons to my master. So we are quite agreed, he repeated to Julien for the 10th time. When you talk to the young beauty, I mean the daughter of the Strasbourg stocking merchant, in the presence of Madame de Dubois, not a trace of passion. But on the other hand, be ardently passionate when you write. Reading a well-written love letter is a prude's supremest pleasure. It is a moment of relaxation. She leaves off posing and dares to listen to her own heart. Consequently, 2 letters a day. Never, never, said Julien despondently. I would rather be ground in a mortar than make up 3 phrases. I am a corpse, my dear fellow. Hope nothing from me. Let me die by the roadside. And who is talking about making up phrases? I have got 6 volumes of copied out love letters in my bag. I have letters to suit every variation of feminine character, including the most highly virtuous. Did not Kaliski pay court at Richmond on the Thames, at 3 leagues from London, you know, to the prettiest Quakeress in the whole of England? Julien was less unhappy when he left his friend at 2 o'clock in the morning. The prince summoned a copyist the following day, and 2 days afterwards Julien was the possessor of 53 carefully numbered love letters intended for the most sublime and the most melancholy virtue. The reason why there is not 54, said the prince, is because Kaliski allowed himself to be dismissed. But what does it matter to you if you are badly treated by the stocking merchant's daughter when you only wish to produce an impression upon Madame de Dubois' heart? They went out riding every day. The prince was mad on Julien. Not knowing how else to manifest his sudden friendship, he finished up by offering him the hand of one of his cousins, a rich Moscow heiress, and once married, he added, my influence and that cross of yours will get you made a colonel within 2 years. But that cross was not given me by Napoleon. Far from it. What does it matter? Said the prince. Didn't he invent it?
It is still the first in Europe by a long way. Julien was on the point of accepting, but his duty called him back to the great personage. When he left Korasoff, he promised to write. He received the answer to the secret note which he had brought, and posted towards Paris. But he had scarcely been alone for 2 successive days before leaving France, and Mathilde seemed a worse punishment than death. I will not marry the millions Korasoff offers me, he said to himself, and I will follow his advice. After all, the art of seduction is his specialty. He has thought about nothing else except that alone for more than 15 years, for he is now 30. One can't say that he lacks intelligence. He is subtle and cunning. Enthusiasm and poetry are impossible in such a character. He is an attorney, an additional reason for his not making a mistake. I must do it. I will pay court to Madame de Fervaques. It is very likely she will bore me a little, but I will look at her beautiful eyes, which are so like those other eyes which have loved me more than anyone in the world. She is a foreigner. She is a new character to observe. I feel mad, and as though I were going to the devil. I must follow the advice of a friend and not trust myself. Chapter 55. The Ministry of Virtue. But if I take this pleasure with so much prudence and circumspection, I shall no longer find it a pleasure. Lope de Vega. As soon as our hero had returned to Paris and had come out of the study of the Marquis de la Mole, who seemed very displeased with the dispatches that were given him, he rushed off for the Comte Altamira. This noble foreigner, combined with the advantage of having once been condemned to death, a very grave demeanour, together with the good fortune of a devout temperament. These 2 qualities, and more than anything, the Comte's high birth, made an especial appeal to Madame de Fervaques, who saw a lot of him. Julien solemnly confessed to him that he was very much in love with her. Her virtue is the purest and the highest, answered Altamira. Only it is a little Jesuitical and dogmatic. There are days when, though I understand each of the expressions which she makes use of, I never understand the whole sentence. She often makes me think that I do not know French as well as I am said to. But your acquaintance with her will get you talked about. It will give you weight in the world. But let us go to Bustos, said Count Altamira, who had a methodical turn of mind. He once paid court to Madame le Maréchal. Don Diego Bustos had the matter explained to him at length, while he said nothing, like a barrister in his chambers. He had a big monk-like face with black moustaches and an inimitable gravity. He was, however, a good carbonaro. I understand, he said to Julien at last. Has the Maréchal de Fervaques had lovers, or has she not? Have you consequently any hope of success? That is the question. I don't mind telling you, for my part, that I have failed. Now that I am no more piqued, I reason it out to myself in this way. She is often bad-tempered, and as I will tell you in a minute, she is quite vindictive. I fail to detect in her that bilious temperament which is a sign of genius, and shows as it were a veneer of passion over all its actions. On the contrary, she owes her rare beauty and her fresh complexion to the phlegmatic, tranquil character of the Dutch. Julien began to lose patience with the phlegmatic slowness of the imperturbable Spaniard. He could not help giving vent to some monosyllables from time to time. Will you listen to me? Don Diego Bustos gravely said to him. Forgive the Furia Francese. I am all ears, said Julien. The Maréchal de Fervaques, then, is a great hater. She persecutes ruthlessly people she has never seen. Advocates poor devils of men of letters who have composed songs like Coyer, you know. J'ai la marotte, dame marotte, etc. And Julien had to put up with the whole quotation. The Spaniard was very pleased to get a chance of singing in French. The divine song was never listened to more impatiently. When it was finished, Don Diego said, the Maréchal procured the dismissal of the author of the song. On joue l'amour au cabaret. Julien shuddered lest he should want to sing it. He contented himself with analysing it. As a matter of fact, it was blasphemous and somewhat indecent. When the Marechal became enraged against the song, said Don Diego, I remarked to her that a woman of her rank ought not to read all the stupid things that are published. Whatever progress piety and gravity may make, France will always have a cabaret literature. Be careful, I said to Madame de Fervaques, when she had succeeded in depriving the author, a poor devil on half pay, of a place worth 1,800 francs a year. You have attacked this rhymester with your own arms. He may answer you with his rhymes. He will make a song about virtue. The gilded salons will be on your side. But people who like to laugh will repeat his epigrams. Do you know, monsieur, what the Marechal answered? Let all Paris come and see me walking to my martyrdom for the sake of the Lord. It will be a new spectacle for France. The people will learn to respect the quality. It will be the finest day of my life. Her eyes never looked finer. And she had superb ones, exclaimed Julien. I see that you are in love. Further, went on Don Diego Bustos gravely, she has not the bilious constitution which causes vindictiveness. If, however, she likes to do harm, it is because she is unhappy. I suspect some great misfortune. May it not be quite well a case of prude tired of her role? The Spaniard looked at him in silence for a good minute. That's the whole point, he added gravely, and that's what may give you ground for some hope. I have often reflected about it during the 2 years that I was her very humble servant. All your future, my amorous sir, depends on this great problem. Is she a prude, tired of her role, and only malicious because she is unhappy? Or, said Altamira, emerging at last from his deep silence, can it be, as I have said 20 times before, simply a case of French vanity? The memory of her father, the celebrated cloth merchant, constitutes the unhappiness of this frigid, melancholy nature. The only happiness she could find would be to live in Toledo, and to be tortured by a confessor who would show her hell wide open every day. Altamira informs me you are one of us, said Don Diego, whose demeanour was growing graver and graver to Julien as he went out. You will help us one day in re-winning our liberty. So I would like to help you in this little amusement. It is right that you should know the Marechal's style. Here are 4 letters in her handwriting. I will copy them out, exclaimed Julien, and bring them back to you. And you will never let anyone know a word of what we have been saying. Never, on my honour, said Julien. Well, God help you, said the Spaniard, and he silently escorted Altamira and Julien as far as the staircase. This somewhat amused our hero. He was on the point of smiling. So we have the devout Altamira, he said to himself, aiding me in an adulterous enterprise. During Don Diego's solemn conversation, Julien had been attentive to the hours struck by the clock of the Hôtel d'Aligre. The dinner hour was drawing near. He was going to see Mathilde again. He went in and dressed with much care. Mistake number 1, he said to himself as he descended the staircase. I must follow the prince's instructions to the letter. He went up to his room again and put on a travelling suit which was as simple as it could be. All I have to do now, he thought, is to keep control of my expression. It was only 5:30, and they dined at 6. He thought of going down to the salon, which he found deserted. He was moved to the point of tears at the sight of the blue sofa. I must make an end of this foolish sensitiveness, he said angrily. It will betray me. He took up a paper in order to keep himself in countenance, and passed 3 or 4 times from so salon into the garden, and it was only when he was well concealed by a large oak that he ventured to raise his eyes at Mademoiselle de la Meule's window. It was hermetically sealed. He was on the point of falling and remained for a long time leaning against the oak. Then with a staggering step he bent to have another look at the gardener's ladder. The chain which he had once forced asunder, in alas such different circumstances, had not yet been repaired. Carried away by a moment of madness, Julien pressed it to his lips. After having wandered about for a long time between the salon and the garden, Julien felt horribly tired. He was now feeling acutely the effects of a first success. My eyes will be expressionless and will not betray me. The guests gradually arrived in the salon. The door never opened without instilling anxiety into Julien's heart. They sat down at table. Mademoiselle de la Mole, always faithful to her habit of keeping people waiting, eventually appeared. She blushed a great deal on seeing Julien. She had not been told of his arrival. In accordance with Prince Korasoff's recommendation, Julien looked at his hands. They were trembling. Troubled though he was beyond words by this discovery, he was sufficiently happy to look merely tired. Monsieur de la Mole sang his praises. The Marquise spoke to him a minute afterwards, and complimented him on his tired appearance. Julien said to himself at every minute, I ought not to look too much at Mademoiselle de la Mole. I ought not to avoid looking at her too much either. I must appear as I was 8 days before my unhappiness. He had occasion to be satisfied with his success and remained in the salon. Paying attention for the first time to the mistress of the house, he made every effort to make the visitors speak and to keep the conversation alive. His politeness was rewarded. Madame de la Maréchale de Fervaques was announced about 8 o'clock. Julien retired, and shortly afterwards appeared dressed with the greatest care. Madame de la Mole was infinitely grateful to him for this mark of respect, and made a point of manifesting her satisfaction by telling Madame de Fervaques about his journey. Julien established himself near the Maréchale in such a position that Mathilde could not notice his eyes. In this position he lavished, in accordance with all the rules in the art of love, the most abject admiration on Madame de Fervaques. The first of the 53 letters with which Prince Korasoff had presented him commenced with a tirade on this sentiment. The Maréchale announced that she was going to the Opera Bouffe. Julien rushed there. He ran across the Chevalier de Beauvoisis, who took him into a box occupied by messieurs the gentlemen of the chamber, just next to Madame de Fervaques' box. Julien constantly looked at her. I must keep a siege journal, he said to himself as he went back to the hotel. Otherwise I shall forget my attacks. He wrote 2 or 3 pages on this boring theme, and in this way achieved the admirable result of scarcely thinking at all about Mademoiselle de la Mole. Mathilde had almost forgotten him during his journey. He is simply a commonplace person after all, she thought. His name will always recall to me the greatest mistake in my life. I must honestly go back to all my ideas about prudence and honour. A woman who forgets them has everything to lose. She showed herself inclined to allow the contract with the Marquis de Croisenois, which had been prepared so long ago, to be at last concluded. He was mad with joy. He would have been very much astonished had he been told that there was an element of resignation at the bottom of those feelings of Mathilde which made him so proud. All Mademoiselle de la Mole's ideas changed when she saw Julien. As a matter of fact, he is my husband, she said to herself. If I am sincere in my return to sensible notions, he is clearly the man I ought to marry. She was expecting importunities and airs of unhappiness on the part of Julien. She commenced rehearsing her answers, for he would doubtless try to address some words to her when they left the dinner table. Far from that, he remained stubbornly in the salon, and did not even look in the direction of the garden, though God knows what pain that caused him. It is better to have this explanation out all at once, thought Mademoiselle de la Mole. She went into the garden alone. Julien did not appear. Mathilde went and walked near the salon window. She found him very much occupied in describing to Madame de Fervaques the old ruined chateau which crowns the banks along the Rhine and invests them with so much atmosphere. He was beginning to acquit himself with some credit in that sentimental picturesque jargon which is called wit in certain salons. Prince Korasoff would have been very proud if he had been at Paris. This evening was exactly what he had predicted. He would have approved the line of conduct which Julien followed on the subsequent days. An intrigue among the members of the secret government was going to bestow a few blue ribbons. Madame Maréchale de Fervaques was insisting on her great-uncle being made a chevalier of the order. The Marquis de la Mole had the same pretensions of his father-in-law. They joined forces, and the Maréchale came to the Hôtel de la Mole nearly every day. It was from her that Julien learned that the Marquis was going to be a minister. He was offering to the Camarilla a very ingenious plan for the annihilation of the Charter within 3 years without any disturbance. If M. de la Mole became a minister, Julien could hope for a bishopric, but all these important interests seemed to be veiled and hazy. His imagination only perceived them very vaguely, and, so to speak, in the far distance. The awful unhappiness which was making him into a madman could find no other interest in life except the character of his relations with Mademoiselle de la Mole. He calculated that after 5 or 6 careful years he would manage to get himself loved again. The cold brain had been reduced, as one sees, to a state of complete disorder. Out of all the qualities which had formerly distinguished him, all that remained was a little firmness. He was literally faithful to the line of conduct which Prince Korasoff had dictated, and placed himself every evening near Madame Fervac's armchair, but he found it impossible to think of a word to say to her. The strain of making Mathilde think that he had recovered exhausted his whole moral force, and when he was with the Marechal he seemed almost lifeless. Even his eyes had lost all their fire, as in cases of extreme physical suffering. As Madame de la Mole's views were invariably a counterpart of the opinions of that husband of hers who could make her into a duchess, she had been singing Julien's praises for some days.
Chapter 56. Moral Love. There also was of course in Adeline that calm patrician polish in the address, which ne'er can pass the equinoctial line of anything which nature would express. Just as a mandarin finds nothing fine, at least his manner suffers not to guess that anything he views can greatly please. Don Juan, chapter 13, stanza 84. There is an element of madness in all this family's way of looking at things, thought the Marechal. They are infatuated with their young abbe, whose only accomplishment is to be a good listener, though his eyes are fine enough, it is true. Julien, on his side, found in the Marechal's manner an almost perfect instance of that patrician calm which exhales a scrupulous politeness, and, what is more, announces at the same time the impossibility of any violent emotion. Madame de Fervaques would have been as much scandalized by any unexpected movement or any lack of self-control as by a lack of dignity towards one's inferiors. She would have regarded the slightest symptom of sensibility as a kind of moral drunkenness which puts one to the blush, and was extremely prejudicial to what a person of high rank owed to herself. Her great happiness was to talk of the king's last hunt. Her favourite book was the Memoirs of the Duke de Saint-Simon, especially the genealogical part. Julien knew the place where the arrangement of the light suited Madame de Fervaques' particular style of beauty. He got there in advance, but was careful to turn his chair in such a way as not to see Mathilde. Astonished one day at this consistent policy of hiding himself from her, she left the blue sofa and came to work by the little table near the Marechal's armchair. Julien had a fairly close view of her over Madame de Fervaques' hat. Those eyes, which were the arbiters of his fate, frightened him, and then hurled him violently out of his habitual apathy. He talked, and talked very well. He was speaking to the Marechal, but his one aim was to produce an impression upon Mathilde's soul. He became so animated that eventually Madame de Fervaques did not manage to understand a word he said. This was a prime merit. If it had occurred to Julien to follow it up by some phrases of German mysticism, lofty religion, and Jesuitism, the Marechal would have immediately given him a rank among the superior men whose mission it was to regenerate the age. Since he has had bad enough taste, said Mademoiselle de la Mole, to talk so long and so ardently to Madame de Fervaques, I shall not listen to him any more. She kept her resolution during the whole latter part of the evening, although she had difficulty in doing so. At midnight, when she took her mother's candle to accompany her to her room, Madame de la Mole stopped on the staircase to enter into an exhaustive eulogy of Julien. Mathilde ended by losing her temper. She could not get to sleep. She felt calmed by this thought. The very things which I despise in a man may none the less constitute a great merit in the eyes of the Marechal. As for Julien, he had done something. He was less unhappy. His eyes chanced to fall on the Russian leather portfolio in which Prince Korasoff had placed the 53 love letters which he had presented to him. Julien saw a note at the bottom of the first letter. Number 1 is sent 8 days after the first meeting. I am behindhand, exclaimed Julien. It is quite a long time since I met Madame de Fervaques. He immediately began to copy out his first love letter. It was a homily packed with moral platitudes and deadly dull. Julien was fortunate enough to fall asleep at the second page. Some hours afterwards he was surprised to see the broad daylight as he leant on his desk. The most painful moments in his life were those when he woke up every morning to realize his unhappiness. On this particular day he finished copying out his letter in a state verging on laughter. Is it possible, he said to himself, that there ever lived a young man who actually wrote like that? He counted several sentences of 9 lines each. At the bottom of the original he noticed a pencil note. These letters are delivered personally, on horseback, black cravat, blue tailcoat. You give the letter to the porter with a contrite air, expression of profound melancholy. If you notice any chambermaid, dry your eyes furtively and speak to her. All this was duly carried out. I am taking a very bold course, thought Julien, as he came out of the Hôtel de Fervaques, but all the worse for Korasoff. To think of daring to write to so virtuous a celebrity. I shall be treated with the utmost contempt, and nothing will amuse me more. It is really the only comedy that I can in any way appreciate. Yes, it will amuse me to load with ridicule that odious creature whom I call myself. If I believed in myself, I would commit some crime to distract myself. The moment when Julien brought his horse back to the stable was the happiest he had experienced for a whole month. Korasoff had expressly forbidden him to look at the mistress who had left him on any pretext whatsoever. But the step of that horse, which she knew so well, and Julien's way of knocking on the stable door with his riding whip to call a man, sometimes attracted Mathilde to behind the window curtain. The muslin was so light that Julien could see through it. By looking under the brim of his hat in a certain way, he could get a view of Mathilde's figure without seeing her eyes. Consequently, he said to himself, she cannot see mine, and that is not really looking at her. In the evening, Madame de Fervaques behaved towards him exactly as though she had never received the philosophic, mystical, and religious dissertation which he had given to her porter in the morning with so melancholy an air. Chance had shown Julien on the preceding day how to be eloquent. He placed himself in such a position that he could see Mathilde's eyes. She, on her side, left the blue sofa a minute after the Marechal's arrival. This involved abandoning her usual associates. Monsieur de Croisenois seemed overwhelmed by this new caprice. His palpable grief alleviated the awfulness of Julien's agony. This unexpected turn in his life made him talk like an angel, and inasmuch as a certain element of self-appreciation will insinuate itself even into those hearts which serve as a temple for the most august virtue, the Marechale said to herself as she got into her carriage, Madame de la Mole is right. This young priest has distinction. My presence must have overawed him at first. As a matter of fact, the whole tone of this house is very frivolous. I can see nothing but instances of virtue helped by oldness, and standing in great need of the chills of age. This young man must have managed to appreciate the difference. He writes well, but I fear very much that this request of his in his letter for me to enlighten him with my advice is really nothing less than an as yet unconscious sentiment. Nevertheless, how many conversions have begun like that? What makes me consider this a good omen is the difference between his style and that of the young people whose letters I have had an opportunity of seeing. One cannot avoid recognizing unction, profound seriousness, and much conviction in the prose of this young acolyte. He has no doubt the sweet virtue of a Massillon. Chapter 57. The finest places in the church. Services, talents, merits, Bach, belonged to a coterie, Télémaque. The idea of a bishopric had thus become associated with the idea of Julien in the mind of a woman who would sooner or later have at her disposal the finest places in the Church of France. This idea had not struck Julien at all. At the present time his thoughts were strictly limited to his actual unhappiness. Everything tended to intensify it. The sight of his room, for instance, had become unbearable. When he came back in the evening with his candle, each piece of furniture and each little ornament seemed to articulate and to announce harshly some new phase of his unhappiness. "I have a hard task before me to-day," he said to himself as he came in with a vivacity which he had not experienced for a long time. "Let us hope that the second letter will be as boring as the first." It was more so. What he was copying seemed so absurd that he finished up by transcribing it line for line without thinking of the sense. "It is even more bombastic," he said to himself, "than those official documents of the Treaty of Munster which my professor of diplomacy made me copy out at London." It was only then that he remembered madame de Fervaques' letters which he had forgotten to give back to the grave Spaniard Don Diego Bustos. He found them. They were really almost as nonsensical as those of the young Russian nobleman. Their vagueness was unlimited. It meant everything and nothing. "It's the Aeolian harp of style," thought Julien. "The only real thing I see in the middle of all these lofty thoughts about annihilation, death, infinity, etc., is an abominable fear of ridicule." The monologue which we have just condensed was repeated for 15 days on end. Falling off to sleep as he copied out a sort of commentary on the Apocalypse, going with a melancholy expression to deliver it the following day, taking his horse back to the stable in the hope of catching sight of Mathilde's dress, working, going in the evening to the opera on those evenings when madame de Fervaques did not come to the Hôtel de la Mole. Such were the monotonous events in Julien's life. His life had more interest when madame la Fervaques visited the marquise. He could then catch a glimpse of Mathilde's eyes underneath a feather of the marechal's hat, and he would wax eloquent. His picturesque and sentimental phrases began to assume a style which was both more striking and more elegant. He quite realized that what he said was absurd in Mathilde's eyes, but he wished to impress her by the elegance of his diction. "The falser my speeches are, the more I ought to please," thought Julien. And he then had the abominable audacity to exaggerate certain elements in his own character. He soon appreciated that to avoid appearing vulgar in the eyes of the marechal, it was necessary to eschew simple and rational ideas. He would continue on these lines, or would cut short his grand eloquence according as he saw appreciation or indifference in the eyes of the two great ladies whom he had set out to please. Taking it all round, his life was less awful than when his days were passed in inaction. "But," he said to himself one evening, "here I am copying out the 15th of these abominable dissertations. The first 14 have been duly delivered to the marechal's porter. I shall have the honour of filling all the drawers in her escritoire. And yet she treats me as though I never wrote. What can be the end of all of this? Will my constancy bore her as much as it does me? I must admit that that Russian friend of Korasoff's who was in love with the pretty Quakeress of Richmond was a terrible man in his time. No one could be more overwhelming. Like all mediocre individuals who chance to come into contact with the manoeuvres of a great general, Julien understood nothing of the attack executed by the young Russian on the heart of the young English girl. The only purpose of the first 40 letters was to secure forgiveness for the boldness of writing at all. The sweet person, who perhaps lived a life of inordinate boredom, had to be induced to contract the habit of receiving letters, which were perhaps a little less insipid than her everyday life. One morning a letter was delivered to Julien. He recognized the arms of madame la Fervaques and broke the seal with an eagerness which would have seemed impossible to him some days before. It was only an invitation to dinner. He rushed to Prince Korasoff's instructions. Unfortunately, the young Russian had taken it into his head to be as flippant as Dorat, just when he should have been simple and intelligible. Julien was not able to form any idea of the moral position which he ought to take up at the Marechale's dinner. The salon was extremely magnificent and decorated like the Galerie de Diane in the Tuileries with panelled oil paintings. There were some light spots on these pictures. Julien learned that the mistress of the house had thought the subject somewhat lacking in decency, and that she had had the pictures corrected. What a moral century, he thought. He noticed in this salon 3 of the persons who had been present at the drawing up of the secret note. One of them, my lord bishop of the Marechale's uncle, had the disposition of the ecclesiastical patronage, and could, it was said, refuse his niece nothing. What immense progress I have made, said Julien to himself with a melancholy smile, and how indifferent I am to it. Here I am dining with the famous bishop of. The dinner was mediocre and the conversation wearisome. It's like the small talk in a bad book, thought Julien. All the greatest subjects of human thought are profoundly tackled. After listening for 3 minutes, one asks oneself which is greater, the speaker's bombast or his abominable ignorance. The reader had doubtless forgotten the little man of letters named Tanbeau, who was a nephew of the academician, and intended to be professor, who seemed entrusted with the task of poisoning the salon of the Hôtel de la Mole with his base calumnies. It was this little man who gave Julien the first inkling that though Madame de Fervaques did not answer, she might quite well take an indulgent view of the sentiment which dictated them. M. Tanbeau's sinister soul was lacerated by the thought of Julien's success. But since, on the other hand, a man of merit cannot be in 2 places at the same time, any more than a fool, said the future professor to himself, if Sorel becomes the love of the sublime Marechale, she will obtain some lucrative position for him in the church, and I shall be rid of him in the Hôtel de la Mole. Monsieur the Abbé Pirard addressed long sermons to Julien concerning his success at the Hôtel de Fervaques. There was a sectarian jealousy between the austere Jansenist and the salon of the virtuous Marechale, which was Jesuitical, reactionary, and monarchical. Chapter 58. Manon Lescaut. Accordingly, once he was thoroughly convinced of the asinine stupidity of the prior, he would usually succeed well enough by calling white black and black white. Lichtenberg. The Russian instructions peremptorily forbade the writer from ever contradicting in conversation the recipient of the letters. No pretext could excuse any deviation from the rôle of that ecstatic admiration. The letters were always based on that hypothesis. One evening at the opera, when in Madame de Fervaques' box, Julien spoke of the ballet of Manon Lescaut in the same enthusiastic terms. His only reason for talking in that strain was the fact that he thought it insignificant. The Marechale said that the ballet was very inferior to the Abbe Prévost's novel. The idea, thought Julien, both surprised and amused, of so highly virtuous a person praising a novel. Madame de Fervaques used to profess 2 or 3 times a week the most absolute contempt for those writers, who, by means of their insipid works, try to corrupt a youth which is, alas, only to incline to the errors of the senses. Manon Lescaut, continued the Marechale, is said to be one of the best of his immoral and dangerous type of book. The weaknesses and the deserved anguish of a criminal heart are, they say, portrayed with a truth which is not lacking in depth, a fact which does not prevent your Bonaparte from stating at Saint Helena that it is simply a novel written for lackeys. The word Bonaparte restored to Julien all the activity of his mind. They have tried to ruin me with the Marechale. They have told her of my enthusiasm for Napoleon. This fact had sufficiently piqued her to make her yield to the temptation to make me feel it. This discovery amused him all the evening and rendered him amusing. As he took leave of the Marechale in the vestibule of the opera, she said to him, "Remember, monsieur, one must not like Bonaparte if you like me. At the best he can only be accepted as a necessity imposed by Providence. Besides, the man did not have a sufficiently supple soul to appreciate masterpieces of art." When you like me, Julien kept on repeating to himself, That means nothing or means everything. Here we have mysteries of language which are beyond us poor provincials. And he thought a great deal about Madame de Renal as he copied out an immense letter destined for the Marechal. How is it, she said to him the following day, with an assumed indifference which he thought was clumsily assumed, that you talked to me about London and Richmond in a letter which you wrote last night, I think, when you came back from the opera? Julien was very embarrassed. He had copied line by line without thinking about what he was writing, and had apparently forgotten to substitute Paris and St. Cloud for the words London and Richmond which occurred in the original. He commenced 2 or 3 sentences, but found it impossible to finish them. He went on the point of succumbing to a fit of idiotic laughter. Finally, by picking his words, he succeeded in formulating this inspiration. Exalted as I was by the discussion of the most sublime and greatest interests of the human soul, my own soul may have been somewhat absent in my letter to you. I am making an impression, he said to himself, so I can spare myself the boredom of the rest of the evening. He left the Hôtel de Fervaques at a run. In the evening he had another look at the original of the letter which he had copied out on the previous night, and soon came to the fatal place where the young Russian made mention of London and of Richmond. Julien was very astonished to find this letter almost tender. It had been the contrast between the apparent lightness of his conversation and the sublime and most apocalyptic profundity of his letters which had marked him out for favour. The Marechal was particularly pleased by the longness of the sentences. This was very far from being that sprightly style which that immoral man Voltaire had brought into fashion. Although our hero made every possible human effort to eliminate from his conversation any symptom of good sense, it still preserved a certain anti-monarchical and blasphemous tinge which did not escape Madame de Fervaques. Surrounded as she was by persons who, though eminently moral, had very often not a single idea during a whole evening, this lady was profoundly struck by anything resembling a novelty, but at the same time she thought she owed it to herself to be offended by it. She called this defect keeping the imprint of the lightness of the age. But such salons are only worth observing when one has a favour to procure. The reader doubtless shares all the ennui of the colourless life which Julien was leading. This period represents the steps of our journey. Mademoiselle de la Mole needed to exercise her self-control to avoid thinking of Julien during the whole period filled by the de Fervaques episode. Her soul was a prey to violent battles. Sometimes she piqued herself on despising that melancholy young man, but his conversation captivated her in spite of herself. She was particularly astonished by his absolute falseness. He did not say a single word to the Marechal which was not a lie, or at any rate an abominable travesty of his own way of thinking, which Mathilde knew so perfectly in every phase. This Machiavellianism impressed her. What subtlety, she said to herself. What a difference between the bombastic coxcombs or the common rascals like Timbaud who talk in the same strain. Nevertheless, Julien went through awful days. It was only to accomplish the most painful of duties that he put in a daily appearance in the Marechal's salon. The strain of playing a part ended by depriving his mind of all its strength. As he crossed each night the immense courtyard of the Hôtel de Fervaques, it was only through sheer force and character and logic that he succeeded in keeping a little above the level of despair. I overcame despair at the seminary, he said. Yet what an awful prospect I had then. I was then either going to make my fortune or come to grief just as I am now. I found myself obliged to pass all my life in intimate association with the most contemptible and disgusting things in the whole world. The following spring, just 11 short months later, I was perhaps the happiest of all young people of my own age. But very often all this fine logic proved unavailing against the awful reality. He saw Mathilde every day at breakfast and at dinner. He knew from the numerous letters which de la Mole dictated to him that she was on the eve of marrying de Croisenois. This charming man already called twice a day at the Hôtel de la Mole. The jealous eye of a jilted lover was alive to every one of his movements. When he thought he had noticed that Mademoiselle de la Mole was beginning to encourage her intended, Julien could not help looking tenderly at his pistols as he went up to his room. Ah, he said to himself, would it not be much wiser to take the marks out of my linen, and to go into some solitary forest 20 leagues from Paris to put an end to this atrocious life? I should be unknown in the district, my death would remain a secret for a fortnight, and who would bother about me after a fortnight? This reasoning was very logical. But on the following day a glimpse of Mathilde's arm between the sleeve of her dress and her glove sufficed to plunge our young philosopher into memories which, though agonizing, none the less gave him a hold in life. Well, he said to himself, I will follow this Russian plan to the end. How will it all finish? So far as the Marechal is concerned, after I have copied out these 53 letters, I shall not write any others. As for Mathilde, these 6 weeks of painful acting will either leave her anger unchanged, or will win me a moment of reconciliation. Great God, I should die of happiness. And he could not finish his train of thought. After a long reverie, he succeeded in taking up the thread of his argument. In that case, he said to himself, I should win one day of happiness, and after that her cruelties, which are based, alas, on my lack of ability to please her, will recommence. I should have nothing left to do. I should be ruined and lost forever. With such a character as hers, what guarantee can she give me? Alas, my manners are no doubt lacking in elegance, and my style of speech is heavy and monotonous. Great God, why am I myself? Chapter 59. Ennui. Sacrificing one's self to one's passion, let it pass. But sacrificing one's self to passions which one has not got. Oh, melancholy 19th century. Givaudais. Madame de Fervaques had begun reading Julien's long letters without any pleasure, but she now began to think about them. One thing, however, grieved her. What a pity that M. Sorel was not a real priest. He could then be admitted to a kind of intimacy. But in view of that cross and that almost lay dress, one is exposed to cruel questions. And what is one to answer? She did not finish the train of thought. Some malicious woman friend may think, and even spread it about, that he is some lower middle-class cousin or other, a relative of my father, some tradesman who has been decorated by the National Guard. Up to the time which she had seen Julien, Madame de Fervaques' greatest pleasure had been writing the word Marechal after a name. Consequently, a morbid parvenu vanity, which was ready to take umbrage at everything, combated the awakening of her interest in him. It would be so easy for me, said the Marechal, to make him a grand vicar in some diocese near Paris. But plain Monsieur Sorel, and what is more, a man who is the secretary of Monsieur de la Mole, it is heartbreaking. For the first time in her life, this soul, which was afraid of everything, was moved by an interest which was alien to its own pretensions to rank and superiority. Her old porter noticed that whenever he brought a letter from this handsome young man, who always looked so sad, he was certain to see that absent, discontented expression which the Marechal always made a point of assuming on the entry of any of her servants immediately disappear. The boredom of a mode of life whose ambitions were concentrated on impressing the public, without her having at heart any real faculty of enjoyment for that kind of success, had become so intolerable, since she had begun to think of Julien, that all that was necessary to prevent her chambermaids being bullied for a whole day was that their mistress should have passed an hour in the society of this strange young man on the evening of the preceding day. His budding credit was proof against very cleverly written anonymous letters. It was in vain that Timbaud supplied M. de Luz, de Croisenois, de Caylus with 2 or 3 very clever calumnies which these gentlemen were only too glad to spread, without making too many enquiries of the actual truth of the charges. The Marechal, whose temperament was not calculated to be proof against these vulgar expedients, related her doubts to Mathilde, and was always consoled by her. One day madame de Fervaques, after having asked 3 times if there were any letters for her, suddenly decided to answer Julien. It was a case of the triumph of ennui. On reaching the second letter in his name, the marechale almost felt herself pulled up sharp by the unbecomingness of writing with her own hand so vulgar an address as to Monsieur Sorel, care of Monsieur le Marquis de la Mole. "You must bring me envelopes with your address on," she said very dryly to Julien in the evening. "Here I am appointed lover and valet in one," thought Julien, and he bowed, amused himself by wrinkling his face up like Arsène, the old valet of the marquis. He brought the envelopes that very evening, and he received the third letter very early on the following day. He read 5 or 6 lines at the beginning and 2 or 3 towards the end. There were 4 pages of a small and very close writing. The lady gradually developed the sweet habit of writing nearly every day. Julien answered by faithful copies of the Russian letters, and such is the advantage of the bombastic style, that madame de Fervaques was not a bit astonished by the lack of connection between his answers and her letters. How gravely irritated would her pride have been if the little Tanbeau, who had constituted himself a voluntary spy on all Julien's movements, had been able to have informed her that all these letters were left unsealed and thrown haphazard into Julien's drawer. One morning the porter was bringing into the library a letter to him from the marechale. Mathilde met the man, saw the letter together with the address in Julien's handwriting. She entered the library as the porter was leaving it. The letter was still on the edge of the table. Julien was very busy with his work, and had not yet put it in his drawer. " I cannot endure this," exclaimed Mathilde, as she took possession of the letter. " You are completely forgetting me, your wife. Your conduct is awful, monsieur." At these words her pride, shocked by the awful unseemliness of her proceeding, prevented her from speaking. She burst into tears, and soon seemed to Julien scarcely able to breathe. Julien was so surprised and embarrassed that he did not fully appreciate how ideally fortunate this scene was for himself. He helped Mathilde to sit down. She almost abandoned herself in his arms. The first minute in which he noticed this movement, he felt an extreme joy. Immediately afterwards he thought of Korasoff. I may lose everything by a single word. The strain of carrying out his tactics was so great that his arms stiffened. I dare not even allow myself to press this supple, charming frame to my heart, or she will despise me or treat me badly. What an awful character! And while he cursed Mathilde's character, he loved her 100 times more. He thought she had a queen in his arms. Julien's impassive coldness intensified the anguished pride which was lacerating the soul of mademoiselle de la Mole. She was far from having the necessary self-possession to try and read in his eyes what he felt for her at that particular moment. She could not make up her mind to look at him. She trembled lest she might encounter a contemptuous expression. Seated motionless on the library divan, with her head turned in the opposite direction to Julien, she was a prey to the most poignant anguish that pride and love can inflict upon a human soul. What an awful step had she just slipped into taking! It has been reserved for me, unhappy woman that I am, to see my most unbecoming advances rebuffed. And rebuffed by whom? Added her maddened and wounded pride. Rebuffed by a servant of my father's. That's more than I will put up with, she said aloud, and rising in a fury, she opened the drawer of Julien's table, which was 2 yards in front of her. She stood petrified with horror when she saw 8 or 10 unopened letters, completely like the one the porter had just brought up. She recognized Julien's handwriting, though more or less disguised, on all the addresses. So, she cried, quite beside herself, you are not only on good terms with her, but you actually despise her. You, a nobody, despise madame la marechale de Fervaques. Oh, forgive me, dear, she added, throwing herself on her knees. Despise me if you wish, but love me. I cannot live without your love. And she fell down in a dead faint. So, our proud lady is lying at my feet, said Julien to himself. Chapter 60. A box at the bouffe. As the blackest sky, foretells the heaviest tempest. Don Juan, chapter 1, stanza 76. In the midst of these great transports, Julien felt more surprised than happy. Mathilde's abuse proved to him the shrewdness of the Russian tactics. Few words, few deeds. That is my one method of salvation. He picked up Mathilde, and without saying a word, put her back on the divan. She was gradually being overcome by tears. In order to keep herself in countenance, she took Madame de Fervaques's letters in her hands, and slowly broke the seals. She gave a noticeable nervous movement when she recognized the Marechale's handwriting. She turned over the pages of these letters without reading them. Most of them were 6 pages. At least answer me, Mathilde said at last in the most supplicatory tone, but without daring to look at Julien. You know how proud I am. It is the misfortune of my position and of my temperament too, I confess. Has Madame de Fervaques robbed me of your heart? Has she made the sacrifices to which my fatal love swept me? A dismal silence was all Julien's answer. By what right, he thought, does she ask me to commit an indiscretion unworthy of an honest man? Mathilde tried to read the letters. Her eyes were so wet with tears that it was impossible for her to do so. She had been unhappy for a month past, but this haughty soul had been very far from owning its own feelings even to itself. Chance alone had brought about this explosion. For one instant jealousy and love had won a victory over pride. She was sitting on the divan, and very near him. He saw her hair and her alabaster neck. For a moment he forgot all that he owed to himself. He passed his arm around her waist, and clasped her almost to his breast. She slowly turned her head towards him. He was astonished by the extreme anguish in her eyes. There was not a trace of their usual expression. Julien felt his strength desert him. So great was the deadly pain of the courageous feat which he was imposing on himself. Those eyes will soon express nothing but the coldest disdain, said Julien to himself, if I allow myself to be swept away by the happiness of loving her. She, however, kept repeatedly assuring him at this moment, in a hushed voice, and in words which she had scarcely the strength to finish, of all her remorse for those steps which her inordinate pride had dictated. I too have pride, said Julien to her in a scarcely articulate voice, while his features portrayed the lowest depths of physical prostration. Mathilde turned round sharply towards him. Hearing his voice was a happiness which she had given up hoping. At this moment her only thought of her haughtiness was to curse it. She would have liked to have found out some abnormal and incredible actions in order to prove to him the extent to which she adored him and detested herself. That pride is probably the reason, continued Julien, why you singled me out for a moment. My present courageous and manly firmness is certainly the reason why you respect me. I may entertain love for the Marechale. Mathilde shuddered. A strange expression came into her eyes. She was going to hear her sentence pronounced. This shudder did not escape Julien. He felt his courage weaken. Ah, he said to himself as he listened to the sound of the vain words which his mouth was articulating, as he thought it was some strange sound. If I could only cover those pale cheeks with kisses without your feeling it. I may entertain love for the Marechale, he continued, while his voice became weaker and weaker, but I certainly have no definite proof of her interest in me. Mathilde looked at him. He supported that look. He hoped, at any rate, that his expression had not betrayed him. He felt himself bathed in a love that penetrated even into the most secret recesses of his heart. He had never adored her so much. He was almost as mad as Mathilde. If she had mustered sufficient self-possession and courage to maneuver, he would have abandoned all his play-acting and fallen at her feet. He had sufficient strength to manage to continue speaking. Ah, Korasoff, he exclaimed mentally, why are you not here? How I need a word from you to guide me in my conduct. During this time his voice was saying, in default of any other sentiment, gratitude would be sufficient to attach me to the Marechale. She has been indulgent to me. She has consoled me when I have been despised. I cannot put unlimited faith in certain appearances which are no doubt extremely flattering, but possibly very fleeting." "Oh, my God!" exclaimed Mathilde. "Well, what guarantee will you give me?" replied Julien with a sharp, firm intonation which seemed to abandon for a moment the prudent forms of diplomacy. "What guarantee, what God will warrant that the position to which you seem inclined to restore me at the present moment will last more than 2 days?" "The excess of my love and my unhappiness if you do not love me," she said to him, taking his hands and turning towards him. The spasmodic movement which she had just made had slightly displaced her tippet. Julien caught a view of her charming shoulders. Her slightly dishevelled hair recalled a delicious memory. He was on the point of succumbing. "One imprudent word," he said to himself, "and I have to start all over again that long series of days which I have passed in despair." Madame de Renal used to find reasons for doing what her heart dictated. This young girl of high society never allows her heart to be moved except when she has proved to herself by sound logic that it ought to be moved. He saw this proof in the twinkling of an eye, and in the twinkling of an eye too he regained his courage. He took away his hands which Mathilde was pressing in her own, and moved a little away from her with a marked respect. Human courage could go no further. He then busied himself with putting together madame de Fervaques' letters which were spread out on the divan, and it was with all the appearance of extreme politeness that he cruelly exploited the psychological moment by adding, "Mademoiselle de la Mole will allow me to reflect over all this." He went rapidly away and left the library. She heard him shut all the doors one after the other. "The monster is not the least bit troubled," she said to herself. "But what am I saying? Monster! He is wise, prudent, good. It is I myself who have committed more wrong than one can imagine." This point of view lasted. Mathilde was almost happy to day, for she gave herself up to love unreservedly. One would have said that this soul had never been disturbed by pride. And what pride? She shuddered with horror when a lackey announced madame de Fervaques into the salon in the evening. The man's voice struck her as sinister. She could not endure the sight of the marechale, and stopped suddenly. Julien, who had left little pride over with his painful victory, had feared to face her, and had not dined at the Hotel de la Mole. His love and his happiness rapidly increased in proportion to the time that elapsed from the moment of the battle. He was blaming himself already. "How could I resist her?" he said to himself. "Suppose she were to go and leave off loving me. One single moment may change that haughty soul, and I must admit that I have treated her awfully." In the evening he felt that it was absolutely necessary to put in an appearance at the Bouffe in madame de Fervaques' box. She had expressly invited him. Mathilde would be bound to know of his presence or his discourteous absence. In spite of the clearness of this logic, he could not at the beginning of the evening bring himself to plunge into society. By speaking he would lose half his happiness. 10 o'clock struck, and it was absolutely necessary to show himself. Luckily he found the marechale's box packed with women, and was relegated to a place near the door where he was completely hidden by the hats. This position saved him from looking ridiculous. Caroline's divine notes of despair in the Matrimonio Segreto made him burst into tears. Madame de Fervaques saw these tears. They represented so great a contrast with the masculine firmness of his usual expression, that the soul of the old-fashioned lady, saturated as it had been for many years with all the corroding acid of parvenu haughtiness, was none the less touched. Such remnants of a woman's heart as she still possessed impelled her to speak. She wanted to enjoy the sound of his voice at this moment. "Have you seen the de la Mole ladies?" she said to him. "They are in the 3rd tier." Julien immediately craned out over the theatre, leaning politely enough on the front of the box. He saw Mathilde. Her eyes were shining with tears. "And yet it is not their opera day," thought Julien. How eager she must be. Mathilde had prevailed on her mother to come to the Bouffe in spite of the inconveniently high tier of the box, which a lady friend of the family had hastened to offer her. She wanted to see if Julien would pass the evening with the marechale.
frighten her. So this is the fine miracle of your civilization. You have turned love into an ordinary business. Barnave. Julien rushed into Madame de la Mole's box. His eyes first met the tearful eyes of Mathilde. She was crying without reserve. There were only insignificant personages present, the friend who had lent her the box, and some men whom she knew. Mathilde placed her hand on Julien's. She seemed to have forgotten all fear of her mother. Almost stifled as she was by her tears, she said nothing but this one word: guarantees. So long as I don't speak to her, said Julien to himself. He was himself very moved, and concealed his eyes with his hand as best he could, under the pretext of avoiding the dazzling light of the third tier of boxes. If I speak, she may suspect the excess of my emotion. The sound of my voice will betray me. All may yet be lost. His struggles were more painful than they had been in the morning. His soul had had the time to become moved. He had been frightened at seeing Mathilde piqued with vanity. Intoxicated as he was with love and pleasure, he resolved not to speak. In my view, this is one of the finest traits in his character. An individual capable of such an effort of self-control may go far, si fata sinant. Mademoiselle de la Mole insisted on taking Julien back to the hotel. Luckily it was raining a great deal, but the marquise had him placed opposite her, talked to him incessantly, and prevented him saying a single word to her daughter. One might have thought that the marquise was nursing Julien's happiness for him. No longer fearing to lose everything through his excessive emotion, he madly abandoned himself to his happiness. Shall I dare to say that when he went back to his room, Julien fell on his knees and covered with kisses the love letters which Prince Korasoff had given him. "How much I owe you, great man," he exclaimed in his madness. Little by little he regained his self-possession. He compared himself to a general who had just won a great battle. "My advantage is definite and immense," he said to himself. "But what will happen tomorrow? One instant may ruin everything." With a passionate gesture, he opened the memoirs which Napoleon had dictated at St. Helena, and for 2 long hours forced himself to read them. Only his eyes read. No matter, he made himself do it. During this singular reading, his head and his heart rose to the most exalted level and worked unconsciously. "Her heart is very different from Madame de Renal's," he said to himself, but he did not go further. "Frighten her!" he suddenly exclaimed, hurling away the book. "The enemy will only obey me in so far as I frighten him, but then he will not dare to show contempt for me." Intoxicated with joy, he walked up and down his little room. In point of fact, his happiness was based rather on pride than on love. "Frighten her!" he repeated proudly, and he had cause to be proud. Madame de Renal always doubted, even in her happiest moment, if my love was equal to her own. In this case, I have to subjugate a demon. Consequently, I must subjugate her. He knew quite well that Mathilde would be in the library at 8 o'clock in the morning of the following day. He did not appear before 9 o'clock. He was burning with love, but his head dominated his heart. Scarcely a single minute passed without his repeating to himself, "Keep her obsessed by this great doubt. Does he love me?" Her own brilliant position, together with the flattery of all who speak to her, tend a little too much to make her reassure herself. He found her sitting on the divan, pale and calm, but apparently completely incapable of making a single movement. She held out her hand. "Dear one, it is true I have offended you. Perhaps you are angry with me." Julien had not been expecting this simple tone. He was on the point of betraying himself. "You want guarantees, my dear," she added, after a silence which she had hoped would be broken. "Take me away. Let us leave for London. I shall be ruined, dishonored forever." She had the courage to take her hand away from Julien to cover her eyes with it. All her feelings of reserve and feminine virtue had come back into her soul. "Well, dishonor me," she said at last with a sigh. "That will be a guarantee." "I was happy yesterday because I had the courage to be severe with myself," thought Julien. After a short silence, he had sufficient control over his heart to say in an icy tone, Once we are on the road to London, once you are dishonored, to employ your own expression, who will answer that you will still love me, that my very presence in the post-chaise will not seem importunate? I'm not a monster. To have ruined your reputation will only make me still more unhappy. It is not your position in society which is the obstacle. It is, unfortunately, your own character. Can you yourself guarantee that you will love me for 8 days? Ah, let her love me for 8 days, just 8 days, whispered Julien to himself, and I will die of happiness. What do I care for the future? What do I care for life? And yet, if I wish that divine happiness can commence this very minute, it only depends on me. Mathilde saw that he was pensive. So I am completely unworthy of you, she said to him, taking his hand. Julien kissed her, but at the same time, the iron hand of duty gripped his heart. If she sees how much I adore her, I shall lose her. And before leaving her arms, he had reassumed all that dignity which is proper to a man. He managed on this and the following days to conceal his inordinate happiness. There were moments when he even refused himself the pleasure of clasping her in his arms. At other times, the delirium of happiness prevailed over all the counsels of prudence. He had been accustomed to station himself near a bower of honeysuckle in the garden, arranged in such a way so as to conceal the latter, whence he had looked up at Mathilde's blind in the distance, and lamented her inconstancy. A very big oak tree was quite near, and the trunk of that tree prevented him from being seen by the indiscreet. As he passed with Mathilde over this very place, which recalled his excessive unhappiness so vividly, the contrast between his former despair and his present happiness proved too much for his character. Tears inundated his eyes, and he carried his sweetheart's hand to his lips. It was here I used to live in my thoughts of you. It was from here that I used to look at that blind, and waited whole hours for the happy moment when I would see that hand open it. His weakness was unreserved. He portrayed the extremity of his former despair in genuine colors, which could not possibly have been invented. Short interjections testified to that present happiness which had put an end to that awful agony. My God, what am I doing? Thought Julien, suddenly recovering himself. I'm ruining myself. In his excessive alarm, he thought that he had already detected a diminution of the love in Mademoiselle de la Mole's eyes. It was an illusion, but Julien's face suddenly changed its expression and became overspread by a mortal pallor. His eyes lost their fire, and an expression of haughtiness touched with malice soon succeeded to his look of the most genuine and unreserved love. "But what is the matter with you, my dear?" said Mathilde to him, both tenderly and anxiously. "I'm lying," said Julien irritably, "and I am lying to you. I'm reproaching myself for it, and yet God knows that I respect you sufficiently not to lie to you. You love me, you are devoted to me, and I have no need of praises in order to please you." Great heavens! Are all the charming things you've been telling me for the last 2 minutes mere phrases? And I reproach myself for it keenly, dear one. I once made them up for a woman who loved me and bored me. It is the weakness of my character. I denounce myself to you. Forgive me. Bitter tears streamed over Mathilde's cheeks. As soon as some trifle offends me and throws me back on my meditation, continued Julien, my abominable memory, which I curse at this very moment, offers me a resource, and I abuse it. So I must have slipped, without knowing it, into some action which has displeased you, said Mathilde, with a charming simplicity. I remember one day that when you passed near this honeysuckle, you picked a flower. Monsieur de Luz took it from you, and you let him keep it. I was 2 paces away. Monsieur de Luz? It is impossible, replied Mathilde, with all her natural haughtiness. I do not do things like that. I'm sure of it, Julien replied sharply. Well, my dear, it is true, said Mathilde, as she sadly lowered her eyes. She knew positively that many months had elapsed, since she had allowed Monsieur de Luz to do such a thing. Julien looked at her with ineffable tenderness. No, he said to himself, she does not love me less. In the evening she rallied him with a laugh on his fancy for Madame de Fervaques. Think of a bourgeois loving a parvenu. Those are perhaps the only type of hearts that my Julien cannot make mad with love. She has made you into a real dandy, she said, playing with his hair. During the period when he had thought himself scorned by Mathilde, Julien had become one of the best dressed men in Paris. He had, moreover, a further advantage over other dandies, inasmuch as, once he had finished dressing, he never gave a further thought to his appearance. One thing still piqued Mathilde. Julien continued to copy out the Russian letters and send them to the Marechal.
Chapter 62. The Tiger. Alas, why these things and not other things? Beaumarchais. An English traveller tells of the intimacy in which he lived with a tiger. He had trained it and would caress it, but he always kept a cocked pistol on his table. Julien only abandoned himself to the fullness of his happiness in those moments when Mathilde could not read the expression in his eyes. He scrupulously performed his duty of addressing some harsh word to her from time to time. When Mathilde's sweetness, which he noticed with some surprise, together with the completeness of her devotion, were on the point of depriving him of all self-control, he was courageous enough to leave her suddenly. Mathilde loved for the first time in her life. Life had previously always dragged along at a tortoise pace, but now it flew. As, however, her pride required to find a vent in some way or other, she wished to expose herself to all the dangers in which her love could involve her. It was Julien who was prudent, and it was only when it was a question of danger that she did not follow her own inclination. But submissive and almost humble as she was when with him, she only showed additional haughtiness to everyone in the house who came near her, whether relatives or friends. In the evening she would call Julien to her in the salon in the presence of 60 people, and have a long and private conversation with him. The little Tombeau installed himself one day close to them. She requested him to go and fetch from the library the volume of Smollett, which deals with the Revolution of 1688, and when he hesitated, added with an expression of insulting haughtiness which was a veritable balm to Julien's soul, "Don't hurry." "Have you noticed that little monster's expression?" he said to her. "His uncle has been in attendance in this salon for 10 or 12 years, otherwise I would have had him packed off immediately." Her behaviour towards Messieurs de Croisenois, de Luz, etc., though outwardly perfectly polite, was in reality scarcely less provocative. Mathilde keenly reproached herself for all the confidential remarks about them which she had formerly made to Julien, and all the more so since she did not dare to confess that she had exaggerated to him the, in fact, almost absolutely innocent manifestations of interest of which these gentlemen had been the objects. In spite of her best resolutions, her womanly pride invariably prevented her from saying to Julien, "It was because I was talking to you that I found a pleasure in describing my weakness in not drawing my hand away, when Monsieur de Croisenois had placed his on a marble table, and had just touched it." But now, as soon as one of these gentlemen had been speaking to her for some moments, she found she had a question to put to Julien, and she made this an excuse for keeping him by her side. She discovered that she was enceinte, and joyfully informed Julien of the fact. "Do you doubt me now? Is it not a guarantee? I am your wife for ever." This announcement struck Julien with profound astonishment. He was on the point of forgetting the governing principle of his conduct. "How am I to be deliberately cold and insulting towards this poor young girl who is ruining herself for my sake?" And if she looked at all ill, he could not, even on those days when the terrible voice of wisdom made itself heard, find the courage to address to her one of those harsh remarks which his experience had found so indispensable in the preservation of their love. "I will write to my father," said Mathilde to him one day. He is more than a father to me, he is my friend. That being so, I think it unworthy both of you and of myself to try and deceive him, even for a single minute." "Great heavens, what are you going to do?" said Julien in alarm. "My duty," she answered, with eyes shining with joy. She thought she was showing more nobility than her lover. "But he will pack me off in disgrace." "It is his right to do so. We must respect it. I will give you my arm, and we will go out by the front door in full daylight." Julien was thunderstruck, and requested her to put it off for a week. "I cannot," she answered. "It is the voice of honour. I have seen my duty. I must follow it, and follow it at once." "Well, I order you to put it off," said Julien at last. "Your honour is safe for the present. I am your husband. The position of us will be changed by this momentous step. I too am within my rights. To-day is Tuesday. Next Tuesday is the Duke of de Retz's at home. When Monsieur de la Mole comes home in the evening, the porter will give him the fatal letter. His only thought is to make you a duchess, I am sure of it. Think of his unhappiness." "You mean think of his vengeance. It may be that I pity my benefactor, and am grieved at injuring him, but I do not fear, and shall never fear, anyone." Mathilde yielded. This was the first occasion, since she had informed Julien of her condition, that he had spoken to her authoritatively. She had never loved him so much. The tender part of his soul had found happiness in seizing on Mathilde's condition as an excuse for refraining from his cruel remarks to her. The question of the confession to Monsieur de la Mole deeply moved him. Was he going to be separated from Mathilde? And however grieved she would be to see him go, would she have a thought for him after his departure? He was almost equally horrified by the thought of the justified reproaches which the Marquis might redress to him. In the evening he confessed to Mathilde the second reason for his anxiety, and then, led away by his love, confessed the first as well. She changed colour. "Would it really make you unhappy," she said to him, "to pass 6 months far away from me?" "Infinitely so. It is the only thing in the world which terrifies me." Mathilde was very happy. Julien had played his part so assiduously that he had succeeded in making her think that she was the one of the two who loved the more. The fatal Tuesday arrived. When the Marquis came in at midnight, he found a letter addressed to him, which was only to be opened himself when no one was there. "My father, all social ties have been broken between us, only those of nature remain. Next to my husband, you are and always will be the being I shall always hold most dear. My eyes are full of tears. I am thinking of the pain that I am causing you, but if my shame was to be prevented from becoming public, and you were to be given time to reflect and act, I could not postpone any longer the confession that I owe you. If your affection for me, which I know is extremely deep, is good enough to grant me a small allowance, I will go and settle with my husband anywhere you like, in Switzerland, for instance. His name is so obscure that no one would recognize in Madame Sorel the daughter-in-law of a Verrières carpenter, your daughter. That is the name which I have so much difficulty in writing. I fear your wrath against Julien, it seems so justified. I shall not be a duchess, my father, but I knew it when I loved him. For I was the one who loved him first. It is I who seduced him. I have inherited from you too lofty a soul to fix my attention on what either is or appears to be vulgar. It is in vain that I thought of Monsieur Croisenois with a view to pleasing you. Why did you place real merit under my eyes? You told me yourself on my return from Hyères that young Sorel is the one person who amuses me. The poor boy is as grieved as I am, if it is possible, at the pain this letter will give you. I cannot prevent you being irritated as a father, but love me as a friend. Julien respected me. If he sometimes spoke to me, it was only by reason of his deep gratitude towards yourself, for the natural dignity of his character induces him to keep to his official capacity in any answers he may make to anyone who is so much above him. He has a keen and instinctive appreciation of the difference of social rank. It was I confess it with a blush to my best friend, and I shall never make such a confession to anyone else, who clasped his arm one day in the garden. Why need you be irritated with him after 24 hours have elapsed? My own lapse is irreparable. If you insist on it, the assurance of his profound respect and of his desperate grief at having displeased you can be conveyed to you through me. You need not see him at all, but I shall go and join him wherever he wishes. It is his right, and it is my duty. He is the father of my child. If your kindness will go so far as to grant us 6,000 francs to live on, I will receive it with gratitude. If not, Julien reckons on establishing himself at Besançon, where he will set up as a Latin and literature master. However low may have been the station from which he springs, I am certain he will raise himself. With him I do not fear obscurity. If there is a revolution, I am sure that he will play a prime part. Can you say as much for any of those who have asked for my hand? They have fine estates, you say. I cannot consider that circumstance a reason for admiring them. My Julien would attain a high position, even under the present regime, if he had 1,000,000 and my father's protection. Mathilde, who knew that the Marquis was a man who always abandoned himself to his first impulse, had written 8 pages. "What am I to do?" said Julien to himself while M. de la Mole was reading this letter. "Where is first my duty, and second my interest? My debt to him is immense. Without him I should have been a menial scoundrel, and not even enough of a scoundrel to be hated and persecuted by the others. He has made me a man of the world. The villainous acts which I now have to do are, first, less frequent, second, less mean. That is more than as if he had given me 1,000,000. I am indebted to him for this cross and the reputation of having rendered those alleged diplomatic services which have lifted me out of the ruck. If he himself were writing instructions for my conduct, what would he prescribe?" Julien was sharply interrupted by M. de la Mole's old valet. "The Marquis wants to see you at once, dressed or not dressed," the valet added in a low voice as he walked by Julien's side. "He is beside himself. Look out." Chapter 63.
Chapter 63. The Hell of Weakness. A clumsy lapidary, in cutting this diamond, deprived it of some of its most brilliant facets. In the Middle Ages, nay, even under Richelieu, the Frenchman had force of will. Mirabeau. Julien found the Marquis furious. For perhaps the first time in his life this nobleman showed bad form. He loaded Julien with all the insults that came to his lips. Our hero was astonished, and his patience was tried, but his gratitude remained unshaken. The poor man now sees the annihilation in a single minute of all the fine plans which he has long cherished in his heart. But I owe it to him to answer. My silence tends to increase his anger. The part of Tartuffe supplied the answer. I am not an angel. I served you well. You paid me generously. I was grateful, but I am 22. Only you and that charming person understood my thoughts in this household. Monster! exclaimed the Marquis. Charming, charming to be sure. The day when you found her charming, you ought to have fled. I tried to. It was then that I asked permission to leave for Languedoc. Tired of stampeding about and overcome by his grief, the Marquis threw himself into an armchair. Julien heard him whispering to himself, "No, no, he is not a wicked man." "No, I am not towards you," exclaimed Julien, falling on his knees. But he felt extremely ashamed of this manifestation, and very quickly got up again. The Marquis was really transported. When he saw this movement, he began again to load him with abominable insults, which were worthy of the driver of a fiacre. The novelty of these oaths perhaps acted as a distraction. "What, is my daughter to go by the name of Madame Sorel? What, is my daughter not to be a duchess? Each time that these two ideas presented themselves in all their clearness, M. de la Mole was a prey to torture, and lost all power over the movements of his mind. Julien was afraid of being beaten. In his lucid intervals, when he was beginning to get accustomed to his unhappiness, the marquis addressed to Julien reproaches which were reasonable enough. " You should have fled, sir," he said to him. " Your duty was to flee. You are the lowest of men." Julien approached the table and wrote, " I have found my life unbearable for a long time. I am putting an end to it. I request M. the marquis to accept my apologies, together with the expression of my infinite gratitude, for any embarrassment that may be occasioned by my death in this hotel." " Kindly run your eye over this paper, M. the marquis," said Julien. " Kill me, or have me killed by your valet. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. I will go and walk in the garden in the direction of the wall at the bottom." " Go to the devil," cried the marquis as he went away. " I understand," thought Julien. " He would not be sorry if I were to spare his valet the trouble of killing me. Let him kill me if he likes. It is a satisfaction which I offer him, but by heaven I love life. I owe it to my son." This idea, which had not previously presented itself with so much definiteness to his imagination, completely engrossed him during his walk, after the first few minutes which he had spent thinking about his danger. This novel interest turned him into a prudent man. I need advice as to how to behave towards this infuriated man. He is devoid of reason. He is capable of everything. Fouque is too far away. Besides, he would not understand the emotions of a heart like the marquis's. Count Altamira, am I certain of eternal silence? My request for advice must not be a fresh step which will raise still further complications. Alas, I have no one left but the gloomy abbe Pirard. His mind is crabbed by Jansenism. A damned Jesuit would know the world, and would be more in my line. M. Pirard is capable of beating me at the very mention of my crime. The genius of Tartuffe came to Julien's help. Well, I will go and confess to him. This was his final resolution after having walked about in the garden for 2 good hours. He no longer thought about being surprised by a gunshot. He was feeling sleepy. Very early the next day Julien was several leagues away from Paris, and knocked at the door of the severe Jansenist. He found to his great astonishment that he was not unduly surprised at his confidence. " I ought perhaps to reproach myself," said the abbe, who seemed more anxious than irritated. " I thought I guessed that love, my affection for you, my unhappy boy, prevented me from warning the father." " What will he do ?" said Julien keenly. At that moment he loved the abbe, and would have found a scene between them very painful. " I see 3 alternatives," continued Julien. " M. de la Mole can have me put to death." And he mentioned the suicide letter which he had left with the marquis. " 2. He can get Count Norbert to challenge me to a duel, and shoot at me point blank." " You would accept ?" said the abbe furiously as he got up. " You do not let me finish. I should certainly never fire upon my benefactor's son. 3. He can send me away. If he says go to Edinburgh or New York, I will obey him. They can then conceal mademoiselle de la Mole's condition, but I will never allow them to suppress my son." " Have no doubt about it. That will be the first thought of that depraved man." At Paris Mathilde was in despair. She had seen her father about 7 o'clock. He had shown her Julien's letter. She feared that he might have considered it noble to put an end to his life. " And without my permission," she said to herself with a pain due solely to her anger. " If he dies, I shall die," she said to her father. " It will be you who will be the cause of his death. Perhaps you will rejoice at it, but I swear by his shades that I shall at once go into mourning, and shall publicly appear as Madame the widow Sorel. I shall send out my invitations. You can count on it. You will find me neither pusillanimous nor cowardly." Her love went to the point of madness. M. de la Mole was flabbergasted in his turn. He began to regard what had happened with a certain amount of logic. Mathilde did not appear at breakfast. The marquis felt an immense weight off his mind, and was particularly flattered when he noticed that she had said nothing to her mother. Julien was dismounting from his horse. Mathilde had him called and threw herself into his arms almost beneath the very eyes of her chambermaid. Julien was not very appreciative of this transport. He had come away from his long consultation with the abbe Pirard in a very diplomatic and calculating mood.
The calculation of possibilities had killed his imagination. Mathilde told him, with tears in her eyes, that she had read his suicide letter. "My father may change his mind. Do me the favour of leaving for Villequier this very minute. Mount your horse again and leave the hotel before they get up from table." When Julien's coldness and astonishment showed no sign of abatement, she burst into tears. "Let me manage our affairs," she exclaimed ecstatically, as she clasped him in her arms. "You know, dear, it is not of my own free will that I separate from you. Write under cover to my maid. Address it in a strange handwriting. I will write volumes to you. Adieu, flee." This last word wounded Julien, but he none the less obeyed. It will be fatal, he thought, if in their most gracious moments these aristocrats manage to shock me. Mathilde firmly opposed all her father's prudent plans. She would not open negotiations on any other basis except this. She was to be Madame Sorel, and was either to live with her husband in poverty in Switzerland, or with her father in Paris. She rejected absolutely the suggestion of a secret accouchement. In that case I should begin to be confronted with the prospect of calumny and dishonour. I shall go travelling with my husband 2 months after the marriage, and it will be easy to pretend that my son was born at a proper time. This firmness, though at first received with violent fits of anger, eventually made the marquis hesitate. "Here," he said to his daughter in a moment of emotion, "is a gift of 10,000 francs a year. Send it to your Julien, and let him quickly make it impossible for me to retract it." In order to obey Mathilde, whose imperious temper he well knew, Julien had travelled 40 useless leagues. He was superintending the accounts of the farmers at Villequier. This act of benevolence on the part of the marquis occasioned his return. He went and asked asylum of the abbe Pirard, who had become Mathilde's most useful ally during his absence. Every time that he was questioned by the marquis, he would prove to him that any other course except public marriage would be a crime in the eyes of God. "And happily," added the abbe, "worldly wisdom is in this instance in agreement with religion. Could one, in view of mademoiselle de la Mole's passionate character, rely for a minute on her keeping any secret which she did not herself wish to preserve? If one does not reconcile oneself to the frankness of a public marriage, society will concern itself much longer with this strange mésalliance. Everything must be said all at once without either the appearance or the reality of the slightest mystery." "It is true," said the marquis pensively. 2 or 3 friends of M. de la Mole were of the same opinion as the abbe Pirard. The great obstacle in their view was Mathilde's decided character, but in spite of all these fine arguments the marquis's soul could not reconcile itself to giving up all hopes of a coronet for his daughter. He ransacked his memory and his imagination for all the variations of knavery and duplicity which had been feasible in his youth. Yielding to necessity and having fear of the law seemed absurd and humiliating for a man in his position. He was paying dearly now for the luxury of those enchanting dreams concerning the future of his cherished daughter in which he had indulged for the last 10 years. "Who could have anticipated it?" he said to himself. "A girl of so proud a character, of so lofty disposition, who is even prouder than I am of the name she bears. A girl whose hand has already been asked for by all the cream of the nobility of France. We must give up all faith in prudence. This age is made to confound everything. We are marching towards chaos." End of chapter 63. Chapter 64. A man of intellect. The prefect said to himself as he rode along the highway on horseback, "Why should I not be a minister, a president of the council, a duke? This is how I should make war. By this means I should have all the reformers put in irons." The Globe. No argument will succeed in destroying the paramount influence of 10 years of agreeable dreaming. The marquis thought it illogical to be angry, but could not bring himself to forgive. "If only this Julien could die by accident," he sometimes said to himself. It was in this way that his depressed imagination found a certain relief in running after the most absurd chimeras. They paralysed the influence of the wise arguments of the abbe Pirard. A month went by in this way without negotiations advancing one single stage. The Marquis had in this family matter, just as he had in politics, brilliant ideas over which he would be enthusiastic for 2 or 3 days, and then a line of tactics would fail to please him because it was based on sound arguments, while arguments only found favour in his eyes in so far as they were based on his favourite plan. He would work for 3 days with all the ardour and enthusiasm of a poet, on bringing matters to a certain stage. On the following day he would not give it a thought. Julien was at first disconcerted by the slowness of the Marquis, but after some weeks he began to surmise that M. de la Mole had no definite plan with regard to this matter. Madame de la Mole and the whole household believed that Julien was travelling in the provinces in connection with the administration of the estates. He was in hiding in the personage of the Abbe Pirard, and saw Mathilde every day. Every morning she would spend an hour with her father, but they would sometimes go for weeks on end without talking of the matter which engrossed all their thoughts. "I don't want to know where the man is," said the Marquis to her one day. "Send him this letter." Mathilde read: "The Languedoc estates bring in 20,600 francs. I give 10,600 francs to my daughter, and 10,000 francs to M. Julien Sorel. It is understood that I give the actual estates. Tell the notary to draw up 2 separate deeds of gift, and to bring them to me tomorrow. After this there are to be no more relations between us." Ah, monsieur, could I have expected all this? The Marquis de la Mole. "I thank you very much," said Mathilde gaily. "We will go and settle in the Chateau d'Aiguillon, between Agen and Marmande. The country is said to be as beautiful as Italy." This gift was an extreme surprise to Julien. He was no longer the cold severe man whom we have hitherto known. His thoughts were engrossed in advance by his son's destiny. This unexpected fortune, substantial as it was for a man as poor as himself, made him ambitious. He pictured a time when both his wife and himself would have an income of 36,000 francs. As for Mathilde, all her emotions were concentrated on her adoration for her husband, for that was the name by which her pride insisted on calling Julien. Her one great ambition was to secure the recognition of her marriage. She passed her time in exaggerating to herself the consummate prudence which she had manifested in linking her fate to that of a superior man. The idea of personal merit became a positive craze with her. Julien's almost continuous absence, coupled with the complications of business matters and the little time available in which to talk love, completed the good effect produced by the wise tactics which Julien had previously discovered. Mathilde finished by losing patience at seeing so little of the man whom she had come really to love. In a moment of irritation she wrote to her father, and commenced her letter like Othello. "My very choice is sufficient proof that I have preferred Julien to all the advantages which society offered to the daughter of the Marquis de la Mole. Such pleasures, based as they are on prestige and petty vanity, mean nothing to me. It is now nearly 6 weeks since I have lived separated from my husband. That is sufficient to manifest my respect for yourself. Before next Thursday I shall leave the paternal house. Your acts of kindness have enriched us. No one knows my secret except the venerable Abbe Pirard. I shall go to him. He will marry us, and an hour after the ceremony we shall be on our road to Languedoc, and we will never appear again in Paris except by your instructions. But what cuts me to the quick is that all this will provide the subject matter for piquant anecdotes against me and against yourself. May not the epigrams of a foolish public compel our excellent Norbert to pick a quarrel with Julien? Under such circumstances I know I should have no control over him. We should discover in his soul the mark of the rebel plebeian. Oh, father, I entreat you, on my knees, come and be present at my marriage in M. Pirard's church next Thursday. It will blunt the sting of malignant scandal, and will guarantee the life's happiness of your only daughter and of that of her husband," and so on, and so on. This letter threw the Marquis's soul into a strange embarrassment. He must at last take a definite line. All his little habits, all his vulgar friends had lost their influence. In these strange circumstances the great lines of his character, which had been formed by the events of his youth, reassumed all their original force. The misfortunes of the emigration had made him into an imaginative man. After having enjoyed for 2 years an immense fortune and all the distinctions of the court, 1790 had flung him into the awful miseries of the emigration. This hard schooling had changed the character of a spirit of 22. In essence he was not so much dominated by the present riches as encamped in their midst. but that very imagination which had preserved his soul from the taint of avarice had made him a victim of a mad passion for seeing his daughter decorated by a fine title. During the 6 weeks which had just elapsed, the Marquis had felt at times impelled by a caprice for making Julien rich. He considered poverty mean, humiliating for himself, M. de la Mole, and impossible in his daughter's husband. He was ready to lavish money. On the next day his imagination would go off on another track, and he would think that Julien would read between the lines of this financial generosity, change his name, exile himself to America, and write to Mathilde that he was dead for her. M. de la Mole imagined this letter written, and went so far as to follow its effect on his daughter's character. The day when he was awakened from these highly youthful dreams by Mathilde's actual letter, after he had been thinking for a long time of killing Julien, or securing his disappearance, he was dreaming of building up a brilliant position for him. He would make him take the name of one of his estates, and why should he not make him inherit a peerage? His father-in-law, M. the Duc de Chaulnes, had, since the death of his own son in Spain, frequently spoken to him about his desire to transmit his title to Norbert. One cannot help owning that Julien has a singular aptitude for affairs, had boldness, and is possibly even brilliant, said the Marquis to himself, but I detect at the root of his character a certain element which alarms me. He produces the same impression upon everyone, consequently there must be something real in it. And the more difficult this reality was to seize hold of, the more it alarmed the imaginative mind of the old Marquis. My daughter expressed the same point very neatly the other day, in a suppressed letter. Julien has not joined any salon or any coterie. He has nothing to support himself against me, and has absolutely no resource if I abandon him. Now is that ignorance of the actual state of society? I have said to him 2 or 3 times, the only real and profitable candidature is the candidature of the salons. No, he has not the adroit, cunning genius of an attorney who never loses a minute or an opportunity. He is very far from being a character like Louis XI. On the other hand, I seen him quote the most ungenerous maxims. It is beyond me. Can it be that he simply repeats these maxims in order to use them as a dam against his passions? However, one thing comes to the surface. He cannot bear contempt. That's my hold on him. He has not, it is true, the religious reverence for high birth. He does not instinctively respect us. That is wrong, but after all, the only things which are supposed to make the soul of a seminary student impatient are lack of enjoyment and lack of money. He is quite different, and cannot stand contempt at any price. Pressed as he was by his daughter's letter, M. de la Mole realized the necessity for making up his mind. After all, the great question is this: did Julien's audacity go to the point of setting out to make advances to my daughter because he knows I love her more than anything else in the world, and because I have an income of 100,000 crowns? Mathilde protests to the contrary. No, Monsieur Julien, that is a point on which I am not going to be under any illusion. Is it really a case of spontaneous and authentic love, or is it just a vulgar desire to raise himself to a fine position? Mathilde is far-seeing. She appreciated from the first that this suspicion might ruin him with me, hence that confession of hers. It was she who took upon herself to love him the first. The idea of a girl of so proud a character so far forgetting herself as to make physical advances! To think of pressing his arm in the garden in the evening, how horrible! As though there were not 100 other less unseemly ways of notifying him that he was the object of her favour. Qui s'excuse, s'accuse. I distrust Mathilde. The Marquis's reasoning was more conclusive to-day than it was usually. Nevertheless, force of habit prevailed, and he resolved to gain time by writing to his daughter, for a correspondence was being carried on between one wing of the hotel and the other. M. de la Mole did not dare to discuss matters with Mathilde and to see her face to face. He was frightened of clinching the whole matter by yielding suddenly. Mind you commit no new acts of madness. Here is a commission of Lieutenant of Hussars for Monsieur the Chevalier Julien Sorel de la Varney. You see what I am doing for him. Do not irritate me, do not question me. Let him leave within 24 hours, and present himself at Strasbourg, where his regiment is. Here is an order on my bunker. Obey me. Mathilde's love and joy were unlimited. She wished to profit by her victory, and immediately replied. If Monsieur de la Verney knew all that you are good enough to do for him, he would be overwhelmed with gratitude, and be at your feet. But amidst all this generosity my father has forgotten me. Your daughter's honour is in peril. An indiscretion may produce an everlasting blot which an income of 20,000 crowns could not put right. I will only send the commission to Monsieur de la Verney if you give me your word that my marriage will be publicly celebrated at Villequier in the course of next month. Shortly after that period, which I entreat you not to prolong, your daughter will only be able to appear in public under the name of Madame de la Verney. How I thank you, dear papa, for having saved me from the name of Sorel, and so on and so on. The reply was unexpected. Obey, or I retract everything. Tremble, you imprudent young girl. I do not yet know what your Julien is, and you yourself know less than I. Let him leave for Strasbourg, and try to act straightly. I will notify him from here of my wishes within a fortnight. Mathilde was astonished by this firm answer. I do not know Julien. These words threw her into a reverie which soon finished in the most fascinating suppositions. But she believed in their truth. My Julien's intellect is not clothed in the petty mean uniform of the salons, and my father refuses to believe in his superiority by reason of the very fact which proves it. All the same, if I do not obey this whim of his, I see the possibility of a public scene. A scandal would lower my position in society, and might render me less fascinating in Julien's eyes. After the scandal, 10 years of poverty, and the only thing which can prevent marrying for merit becoming ridiculous is the most brilliant wealth. If I live far away from my father, he is old and may forget me. Norbert will marry some clever, charming woman. Old Louis XIV was seduced by the Duchess of Burgundy. She decided to obey, but refrained from communicating her father's letter to Julien. It might perhaps have been that ferocious character driven to some act of madness. Julien's joy was unlimited when she informed him in the evening that he was a lieutenant of hussars. Its extent can be imagined from the fact that this had constituted the ambition of his whole life, and also from the passion which he now had for his son. The change of name struck him with astonishment. After all, he thought, I have got to the end of my romance, and I deserve all the credit. I have managed to win the love of that monster of pride, he added, looking at Mathilde. Her father cannot live without her, nor she without me. End of chapter 64.
Chapter 35. A Storm. My God, give me mediocrity. By Marie-Henri. His mind was engrossed. He only half answered the eager tenderness that she showed to him. He remained gloomy and taciturn. He had never seemed so great and so adorable in Mathilde's eyes. She was apprehensive of some subtle twist of his pride which would spoil the whole situation. She saw the Abbé Pirard come to the hotel nearly every morning. Might not Julien have divined something of her father's intention through him? Might not the Marquis himself have written to him in a momentary caprice? What was the explanation of Julien's stern manner following on so great a happiness? She did not dare to question. She did not dare, Mathilde. From that moment her feelings for Julien contained a certain vague and unexpected element which was almost panic. This arid soul experienced all the passion possible in an individual who has been brought up amid the excessive civilization which Paris so much admires. Early on the following day Julien was at the house of the Abbé Pirard. Some post horses were arriving in the courtyard with a dilapidated chaise, which had been hired at the neighboring station. A vehicle like that is out of fashion, said the stern abbé to him morosely. Here are 20,000 francs, which M. de la Mole give you a gift of. He insists on your spending them within a year, but at the same time wants you to try to look as little ridiculous as possible. The priest regarded flinging away so substantial a sum on a young man as simply an opportunity for sin. The Marquis adds this: M. Julien de la Verney will have received this money from his father, whom it is needless to call by any other name. M. de la Verney will perhaps think it proper to give a present to M. Sorel, a carpenter of Verrey, who cared for him in his childhood. I can undertake that commission, added the abbe. I have at last prevailed upon M. de la Mole to come to a settlement with the Jesuit, the Abbe de Frelair. His influence is unquestionably too much for us. The complete recognition of your high birth on the part of this man, who is in fact the governor of B, will be one of the unwritten terms of arrangement. Julien could no longer control his ecstasy. He embraced the abbe. He saw himself recognized. For shame, said M. Pirard, pushing him away. What is the meaning of this worldly vanity? As for Sorel and his sons, I will offer them in my own name a yearly allowance of 500 francs, which will be paid to each of them as long as I am satisfied with them. Julien was already cold and haughty. He expressed his thanks, but in the wise terms which bound him to nothing. Could it be possible, he said to himself, that I am the natural son of some great nobleman who was exiled to our mountains by the terrible Napoleon? This idea seemed less and less improbable every minute. My hatred of my father would be a proof of this. In that case, I should not be an unnatural monster after all. A few days after this soliloquy, the 15th Regiment of the Hussars, which was one of the most brilliant in the army, was being reviewed on the parade ground of Strasbourg. M. le Chevalier de la Vernaye set the finest horse in Alsace, which had cost him 6,000 francs. He was received as a lieutenant, though he had never been sub-lieutenant except on the rolls of a regiment of which he had never heard. His impassive manner, his stern and almost malicious eyes, his pallor, and his invariable self-possession founded his reputation from the very first day. Shortly afterwards, his perfect and calculated politeness, and his skill at shooting and fencing, of which, though without any undue ostentation, he made his comrades aware, did away with all idea of making fun of him openly. After hesitating for 5 or 6 days, the public opinion of the regiment declared itself in his favor. This young man has everything, said the facetious old officers, except youth. Julien rode from Strasbourg to the old cure of Verrey, M. Chilon, who was now verging on extreme old age. You will have learned, with a joy of which I have no doubt, of the events which have induced my family to enrich me. Here are 500 francs, which I request you to distribute quietly and without any mention of my name, among those unfortunate ones who are now poor as I myself was once, and whom you will doubtless help as you once helped me. Julien was intoxicated with ambition, and not with vanity. He nevertheless devoted a great part of his time to attending to his external appearance. His horses, his uniform, his orderlies' liveries, were all kept with a correctness which would have done credit to the punctiliousness of a great English nobleman. He had scarcely been made a lieutenant as a matter of favor, when he began to calculate that if he was to become commander-in-chief at 30, like all the great generals, then he must be more than a lieutenant at 23 at the latest. He thought about nothing except fame and his son. He was in the midst of the ecstasies of the most reinless ambition that he was surprised by the arrival of a young valet from the Hotel de la Mole, who had come with a letter. All is lost, wrote Mathilde to him. Rush here as quickly as possible. Sacrifice everything. Desert, if necessary. As soon as you have arrived, wait for me in a fiacre near the little garden door, near number of the street. I will come and speak to you. I shall perhaps be able to introduce you into the garden. All is lost, and I'm afraid there is no way out. Count on me. You will find me staunch and firm in adversity. I love you. A few minutes afterwards, Julien obtained a furlough from the colonel and left Strasbourg at full gallop. But the awful anxiety which devoured him did not allow him to continue this method of travel beyond Metz. He flung himself into a post-chaise, and arrived with an almost incredible rapidity at the indicated spot near the little garden door of the Hotel de la Mole. The door opened, and Mathilde, oblivious of all human conventions, rushed into his arms. Fortunately, it was only 5 o'clock in the morning, and the street was still deserted. All is lost. My father, fearing my tears, left Thursday night, nobody knows wherefore. But here is his letter. Read it. She climbed into the fiacre with Julien. I could forgive everything except the plan of seducing you because you're rich. That, unhappy girl, is the awful truth. I give you my word of honor that I will never consent to a marriage with that man. I will guarantee him an income of 10,000 francs if he will live far away beyond the French frontiers, or better still, in America. Read the letter which I have just received in answer to the inquiries which I have made. The impudent scoundrel had himself requested me to write to Madame de Reno. I will never read a single line you write concerning that man. I feel a horror for both Paris and yourself. I urge you to cover what is bound to happen with the utmost secrecy. Be frank, have nothing more to do with that wild man, and you will find again the father you have lost. Where is Madame de Reno's letter? Said Julien coldly. Here it is. I do not want to show it to you before you are prepared for it. Letter. My duties to the sacred cause of religion and morality oblige me, monsieur, to take the painful course which I have just done with regard to yourself. An infallible principle orders me to do harm to my neighbor at the present moment, but only in order to avoid an even greater scandal. My sentiment of duty must overcome the pain which I experience. It is only too true, monsieur, that the conduct of the person about whom you ask me to tell you the whole truth may seem incredible or even honest. It may possibly be considered proper to hide or disguise part of the truth. That would be in accordance with both prudence and religion. But the conduct about which you desire information has been, in fact, reprehensible to the last degree, and more than I can say. Poor and greedy as the man is, it is only to be the aid of the most consummate hypocrisy, and by seducing a weak and unhappy woman, that he was endeavored to make a career for himself and become someone in the world. It is part of my painful duty to add that I am obliged to believe that M. Julien has no religious principles. I am driven conscientiously to think that one of his methods of obtaining is to try to seduce the woman who commands the principal influence. His one great object, and in spite of his show of disinterestedness and his stock in trade of phrases out of the novels, is to succeed in doing what he likes with the master of the household and his fortune. He leaves behind him unhappiness and eternal remorse, etc., etc., etc. This extremely long letter, which was almost blotted out by tears, was certainly Madame de Reno's handwriting. It was even written with more than ordinary care. I cannot blame M. de la Mole, said Julien, after he had finished it. He is just and prudent. What father would give his beloved daughter to such a man? Adieu. Julien jumped out of the fiacre and rushed to his post-chaise, which had stopped at the end of the street. Mathilde, whom he had apparently forgotten, took a few steps as though to follow him, but the looks she received from the tradesmen who were coming out on the thresholds of their shops and who knew who she was forced her to return precipitately to the garden. Julien had left for Verrières. During that rapid journey he was unable to write to Mathilde as he had intended. His hand could only form illegible characters on the paper. He arrived at Verrières on a Sunday morning. He entered the shop of a local gunsmith, who overwhelmed it with congratulations on his recent good fortune. It constituted the news of the locality. Julien had much difficulty in making him understand that he wanted a pair of pistols. At his request, the gunsmith loaded the pistols. The 3 peals sounded. It is a well-known signal in the villages of France, and after the various ringings in the morning announces the immediate commencement of the Mass. Julien entered the new church of Verrières. All the lofty windows of the building were veiled with crimson curtains. Julien found himself some spaces behind the pew of Madame de Vino. It seemed to him that she was praying fervently. The sight of the woman whom he had loved so much made Julien's arm tremble so violently that he was first unable to execute his project. "I cannot," he said to himself. "It is a physical impossibility." At that moment the young priest who was officiating at the mass rang the bell at the elevation of the host. Madame de Vino lowered her head, which for a moment became entirely hidden by the folds of her shawl. Julien did not see her features so distinctly. He aimed a pistol shot at her, and missed her. He aimed a second shot. She fell.
Chapter 36. Sad Details. Do not expect any weakness on my part. I have avenged myself. I have deserved death, and here I am. Pray for my soul. Chiquito. Julien remained motionless. He saw nothing more. When he recovered himself a little, he noticed all the faithful rushing from the church. The priest had left the altar. Julien started fairly slowly to follow some women who were going away with loud screams. A woman who was trying to get away more quickly than the others pushed him roughly. He fell. His feet got entangled with a chair, knocked over by the crowd. When he got up he felt his neck gripped. A gendarme in full uniform was arresting him. Julien tried mechanically to have recourse to his little pistol, but a second gendarme pinioned his arms. He was taken to the prison. They went into a room where irons were put on his hands. He was left alone. The door was doubly locked on him. All this was done very quickly, and he scarcely appreciated it at all. "Yes, upon my word, all is over," he said aloud as he recovered himself. "Yes, the guillotine in a fortnight, or killing myself here." His reasoning did not go any further. His head felt as though it had been seized in some violent grip. He looked round to see if anyone was holding him. After some moments he fell into a deep sleep. Madame de Renal was not mortally wounded. The first bullet had pierced her hat. The second had been fired as she was turning round. The bullet had struck her on the shoulder, and, astonishing to relate, had ricocheted from off the shoulder bone, which it had, however, broken, against a Gothic pillar, from which it had loosened an enormous splinter of stone. When, after a long and painful bandaging, the solemn surgeon said to Madame de Renal, "I answer for your life as I would for my own," she was profoundly grieved. She had been sincerely desirous of death for a long time. The letter which she had written to M. de la Mole, in accordance with the injunctions of her present confessor, had proved the final blow to a creature already weakened by an only too permanent unhappiness. This unhappiness was caused by Julien's absence, but she for her own part called it remorse. Her director, a young ecclesiastic who was both virtuous and enthusiastic, and had recently come to Dijon, made no mistake as to its nature. "Dying in this way, though not by my own hand, is very far from being a sin," thought Madame de Renal. "God will perhaps forgive me for rejoicing over my death." She did not dare to add, "and dying by Julien's hands puts a last touch on my happiness." She had scarcely been rid of the presence of the surgeon and of all the crowd of friends that had rushed to see her, than she called her maid Elisa. "The jailer," she said to her with a violent blush, "is a cruel man. He will doubtless ill-treat him, thinking to please me by doing so. I cannot bear that. Could you not go, as though on your own account, and give the jailer this little packet which contains some louis? You will tell him that religion forbids him to treat him badly. Above all, he must not go and speak about the sending of this money." It was this circumstance which we have just mentioned that Julien had to thank for the humanity of the jailer of Verrieres. It was still the same M. Norreau, that ideal official whom he remembered as being so finely alarmed by M. Appert's presence. A judge appeared in the prison. I occasioned death by premeditation, said Julien to him. I bought the pistols and had them loaded at so-and-so's a gunsmith. Article 1342 of the Penal Code is clear. I deserve death, and I expect it. Astonished at this kind of answer, the judge started to multiply his questions, with a view of the accused contradicting himself in his answers. Don't you see, said Julien to him with a smile, that I am making myself out as guilty as you can possibly desire? Go away, monsieur, you will not fail to catch the quarry you are pursuing. You will have the pleasure to condemn me. Spare me your presence. I have some irksome duty to perform, thought Julien. I must write to Mademoiselle de la Mole. I have avenged myself, he said to her. Unfortunately, my name will appear in the papers, and I shall not be able to escape from the world incognito. I shall die in 2 months' time. My revenge was ghastly, like the pain of being separated from you. From this moment I forbid myself to write or pronounce your name. Never speak of me even to my son. Silence is the only way of honouring me. To the ordinary commonplace man I shall represent a common assassin. Allow me the luxury of the truth at this supreme moment. You will forget me. This great catastrophe, of which I advise you not to say a single word to a single living person, will exhaust, for several years to come, all that romantic and unduly adventurous element which I have detected in your character. You were intended by nature to live among the heroes of the Middle Ages. Exhibit their firm character. Let what has to happen take place in secret and without your being compromised. You will assume a false name, and you will confide in no one. If you absolutely need a friend's help, I bequeath the Abbe Pirard to you. Do not talk to any one else, particularly to the people of your own class, the de Luces, the Caylus. A year after my death, marry M. de Croisenois. I command you as your husband. Do not write to me at all. I shall not answer. Though in my view much less wicked than Iago, I am going to say, like him, from this time forth I never will speak word. I shall never be seen to speak or write again. You will have received my final words and my final expressions of adoration. J.S. It was only after he had dispatched this letter and had recovered himself a little that Julien felt for the first time extremely unhappy. Those momentous words, I shall die, meant the successive tearing out of his heart of each individual hope and ambition. Death in itself was not horrible in his eyes. His whole life had been nothing but a long preparation for unhappiness, and he had made a point of not losing sight of what is considered the greatest unhappiness of all. Come then, he said to himself, if I had to fight a duel in a couple of months with an expert duellist, should I be weak enough to think about it incessantly with panic in my soul? He passed more than an hour in trying to analyse himself thoroughly on this score. When he saw clear in his own soul, and the truth appeared before his eyes with as much definiteness as one of the pillars of his prison, he thought about remorse. Why should I have any? I have been atrociously injured. I have killed, I deserve death, but that is all. I die after having squared my account with humanity. I do not leave any obligation unfulfilled. I owe nothing to anybody. There is nothing shameful about my death, except the instrument of it. That alone, it is true, is simply sufficient to disgrace me in the eyes of the bourgeois of Verrieres. But from the intellectual standpoint, what could be more contemptible than they? I have one means of winning their consideration, by flinging pieces of gold to the people as I go to the scaffold. If my memory is linked with the idea of gold, they will always look upon it as resplendent. After this chain of reasoning, which after a minute's reflection seemed to him self-evident, Julien said to himself, I have nothing left to do in the world, and fell into a deep sleep. About 9 o'clock in the evening, the gaoler woke him up, as he brought him his supper. What are they saying in Verrieres? Monsieur Julien, the oath which I took before the crucifix in the royal courtyard on the day when I was installed in my place, obliges me to silence." He was silent, but remained. Julien was amused by the sight of this vulgar hypocrisy. I must make him, he thought, wait a long time for the 5 francs which he wants to sell his conscience for. When the gaoler saw him finish his meal without making any attempt to corrupt him, he said in a soft and perfidious voice, "The affection which I have for you, Monsieur Julien, compels me to speak. Although they say that it is contrary to the interests of justice, because it may assist you in preparing your defence. Monsieur Julien, you are a good fellow at heart, and you will be very glad to learn that Madame de Renal is better." "What? She is not dead?" exclaimed Julien beside himself. "What, you know nothing?" said the gaoler, with a stupid air which soon turned into exultant cupidity. "It would be very proper, monsieur, for you to give something to the surgeon, who, so far as law and justice go, ought not to have spoken. But in order to please you, monsieur, I went to him, and he told me everything." "Anyway, the wound is not mortal," said Julien to him impatiently. "You answer for it on your life?" The gaoler, who was a giant 6 feet tall, was frightened and retired towards the door. Julien saw that he was adopting bad tactics for getting at the truth. He sat down again and flung a Napoleon to M. Noiraud. As the man's story proved to Julien more and more conclusively that Madame de Renal's wound was not mortal, he felt himself overcome by tears. "Leave me," he said brusquely. The gaoler obeyed. Scarcely had the door shut than Julien exclaimed, "Great God, she is not dead!" and he fell on his knees, shedding hot tears. In this supreme moment he was a believer. What mattered the hypocrisies of the priests? Could they abate one whit of the truth and sublimity of the idea of God? It was only then that Julien began to repent of the crime that he had committed. By a coincidence which prevented him falling into despair, it was only at the present moment that the condition of physical irritation and semi-madness in which he had been plunged since his departure from Paris for Verrieres came to an end. His tears had a generous source. He had no doubt about the condemnation which awaited him. "So she will live," he said to himself. "She will live to forgive me and love me." Very late the next morning, the gaoler woke him up and said, "You must have a famous spirit, Monsieur Julien. I have come in twice, but I did not want to wake you up. Here are 2 bottles of excellent wine which our cure, Monsieur Maslon, has sent you." "What, is the scoundrel still here?" said Julien. "Yes, monsieur," said the gaoler, lowering his voice, "but do not talk so loud. It may do you harm." Julien laughed heartily. "At the stage I have reached, my friend, you alone can do me harm in the event of your ceasing to be kind and tender. You will be well paid," said Julien, changing his tone and reverting to his imperious manner. This manner was immediately justified by the gift of a piece of money. M. Noiraud related again, with the greatest detail, everything he had learned about Madame de Renal, but he did not make any mention of mademoiselle Elisa's visit. The man was as base and servile as it was possible to be. An idea crossed Julien's mind. This kind of misshapen giant cannot earn more than 300 or 400 francs, for his prison is not at all full. I can guarantee him 10,000 francs if he will escape with me to Switzerland. The difficulty will be in persuading him of my good faith. The idea of the long conversation he would need to have with so vile a person filled Julien with disgust. He thought of something else. In the evening the time had passed. A postchaise had come to pick him up at midnight. He was very pleased with his travelling companions, the gendarmes. When he arrived at the prison of Besançon in the morning, they were kind enough to place him in the upper story of a Gothic turret. He judged the architecture to be of the beginning of the 14th century. He admired its fascinating grace and lightness. Through a narrow space between 2 walls, beyond the deep court, there opened a superb vista. On the following day there was an interrogation, after which he was left in peace for several days. His soul was calm. He found his affair a perfectly simple one. I meant to kill. I deserve to be killed. His thoughts did not linger any further over this line of reasoning. As for the sentence, the disagreeableness of appearing in public, the defence, he considered all this as slight embarrassment, irksome formalities, which it would be time enough to consider on the actual day. The actual moment of death did not seize hold of his mind either. I will think about it after the sentence. Life was no longer boring. He was envisaging everything from a new point of view. He had no longer any ambition. He rarely thought about Mademoiselle de la Mole. His passion of remorse engrossed him a great deal, and often conjured up the image of Madame de Renal, particularly during the silence of the night, which in this high turret was only disturbed by the song of the osprey. He thanked heaven that he had not inflicted a mortal wound. Astonishing, he said to himself. I thought that she had destroyed my future happiness for ever by her letter to M. de la Mole, and here I am, less than a fortnight after the date of that letter, not giving a single thought to all the things that engrossed me then. An income of 2,000 or 3,000 francs on which to live quietly in a mountain district like Vergy. I was happy then. I did not realize my happiness. At other moments he would jump up from his chair. If I had mortally wounded Madame de Renal, I would have killed myself. I need to feel certain of that, so as not to horrify myself. Kill myself? That's the great question, he said to himself. Oh, those judges, those fiends of red tape, who would hang their best citizen in order to win the cross. At any rate, I should escape from their control, and from the bad French of their insults, which the local paper will call eloquence. I still have 5 or 6 weeks, more or less, to live. Kill myself? No, not for a minute, he said to himself after some days. Napoleon went on living. Besides, I find life pleasant. This place is quiet. I am not troubled with bores, he added with a smile, and he began to make out a list of the books which he wanted to order from Paris. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 67. A turret. The tomb of a friend. Stern. He heard a loud noise in the corridor. It was not the time when the jailer usually came up to his prison. The osprey flew away with a shriek. The door opened, and the venerable cure Chelen threw himself into his arms. He was trembling all over, and had his stick in his hands. Great God! Is it possible, my child? I ought to say monster. The good old man could not add a single word. Julien was afraid he would fall down. He was obliged to lead him to a chair. The hand of time lay heavy on this man who had once been so active. He seemed to Julien the mere shadow of his former self. When he had regained his breath, he said, "It was only the day before yesterday that I received your letter from Strasbourg with your 500 francs for the poor of Verrieres. They brought it to me in the mountains at Liveru, where I am living in retirement with my nephew Jean. Yesterday I learnt of the catastrophe. Heavens, is it possible?" And the old man left off weeping. He did not seem to have any ideas left, but added mechanically, "You will have need of your 500 francs. I will bring them back to you." "I need to see you, my father," exclaimed Julien, really touched. "I have money anyway." But he could not obtain any coherent answer. From time to time M. Chelen shed some tears which coursed silently down his cheeks. He then looked at Julien and was quite dazed when he saw him kiss his hands and carry them to his lips. That face which had once been so vivid, and which had once portrayed with such vigour the most noble emotions, was now sunk in a perpetual apathy. A kind of peasant came soon to fetch the old man. "You must not fatigue him," he said to Julien, who understood that he was the nephew. This visit left Julien plunged in a cruel unhappiness which found no vent in tears. Everything seemed to him gloomy and disconsolate. He felt his heart frozen in his bosom. This moment was the cruellest which he had experienced since the crime. He had just seen death, and seen it in all its ugliness. All his illusions about greatness of soul and nobility of character had been dissipated like a cloud before the hurricane. This awful plight lasted several hours. After moral poisoning, physical remedies and champagne are necessary. Julien would have considered himself a coward to have resorted to them. "What a fool I am," he exclaimed towards the end of the horrible day that he had spent entirely in walking up and down his narrow turret. "It's only, if I had been going to die like anybody else, that the sight of that poor old man would have had any right to have thrown me into this awful fit of sadness. But a rapid death in the flower of my age simply puts me beyond the reach of such awful senility." In spite of all his argumentation, Julien felt as touched as any weak-minded person would have been, and consequently felt unhappy as the result of the visit. He no longer had any element of rugged greatness or any Roman virtue. Death appeared to him at a great height, and seemed a less easy proposition. "This is what I shall take for my thermometer," he said to himself. "To-night I am 10 degrees below the courage requisite for guillotine point level. I had that courage this morning. Anyway, what does it matter so long as it comes back to me at the necessary moment?" This thermometer idea amused him and finally managed to distract him. When he woke up the next day he was ashamed of the previous day. "My happiness and peace of mind are at stake." He almost made up his mind to write to the Procureur General to request that no one should be admitted to see him. "And how about Fouque?" he thought. "If he takes it upon himself to come to Besancon, his grief will be immense." It had perhaps been 2 months since he had given Fouque a thought. "I was a great fool at Strasbourg. My thoughts did not go beyond my coat collar." He was much engrossed by the memory of Fouque, which left him more and more touched. He walked nervously about. "Here I am, clearly 20 degrees below death point. If this weakness increases, it will be better for me to kill myself. What joy for the abbe Maslon and the Valenods, if I die like an usher." Fouque arrived. The good simple man was distracted by grief. His one idea, so far as he had any at all, was to sell all he possessed in order to bribe the gaoler and secure Julien's escape. He talked to him at length of M. de la Valette's escape. "You pain me," Julien said to him. "M. de la Valette was innocent. I am guilty. Though you did not mean to, you made me think of the difference." "But is it true? What, were you going to sell all you possessed?" said Julien, suddenly becoming mistrustful and observant. Fouque was delighted at seeing his friend answer his obsessing idea, and detailed at length, and within 100 francs, what he would get for each of his properties. "What a sublime effort for a small country landowner," thought Julien. "He is ready to sacrifice for me the fruits of all the economies, and all the little semi-swindling tricks which I used to be ashamed of when I saw him practice them. None of the handsome young people whom I saw in the Hotel de la Mole, and who read René, would have any of his ridiculous weaknesses, but except those who are very young and who have also inherited riches and are ignorant of the value of money, which of all those handsome Parisians would be capable of such a sacrifice?" All Fouque's mistakes in French and all his common gestures seemed to disappear. He threw himself into his arms. Never have the provinces in comparison with Paris received so fine a tribute. Fouque was so delighted with the momentary enthusiasm which he read in his friend's eyes that he took it for consent to the flight. This view of the sublime recalled to Julien all the strength that the apparition of M. Chelan had made him lose. He was still very young, but in my view he was a fine specimen. Instead of his character passing from tenderness to cunning, as is the case with the majority of men, age would have given him that kindness of heart which is easily melted. But what avail these vain prophecies? The interrogations became more frequent in spite of all the efforts of Julien, who always endeavoured by his answers to shorten the whole matter. "I killed, or at any rate I wished to occasion death, and I did so with premeditation," he would repeat every day. But the judge was a pedant above everything. Julien's confessions had no effect in curtailing the interrogations. The judge's conceit was wounded. Julien did not know that they had wanted to transfer him into an awful cell, and that it was only thanks to Fouque's effort that he was allowed to keep his pretty room at the top of 180 steps. Monsieur the abbe de Frilair, was one of the important customers who entrusted Fouquet with the purveying of their firewood. The good tradesman managed to reach the all-powerful Grand Vicar. M. de Frilair informed him, to his unspeakable delight, that he was so touched by Julien's good qualities, and by the services which he had formerly rendered to the seminary, that he intended to recommend him to the judges. Fouquet thought he saw a hope of saving his friend, and as he went out, bowing down to the ground, requested M. the Grand Vicar to distribute a sum of 10 louis in masses to entreat the acquittal of the accused. Fouquet was making a strange mistake. M. de Frilair was very far from being a Valenod. He refused, and even tried to make the good peasant understand that he would do better to keep his money. Seeing that it was impossible to be clear without being indiscreet, he advised him to give the sum as alms for the use of the poor prisoners, who, in point of fact, were destitute of everything. This Julien is a singular person, his action is unintelligible, thought M. de Frilair, and I ought to find nothing unintelligible. Perhaps it will be possible to make a martyr of him. In any case I shall get to the bottom of the matter, and shall perhaps find an opportunity of putting fear into the heart of that Madame de Renal, who has no respect for us, and at the bottom detests me. Perhaps I might be able to utilize all this as a means of a brilliant reconciliation with M. de la Mole, who has a weakness for the little seminarist. The settlement of the lawsuit had been signed some weeks previously, and the abbe Pirard had left Besancon after having duly mentioned Julien's mysterious birth, on the very day when the unhappy man tried to assassinate madame de Renal in the church of Verrieres. There was only one disagreeable event between himself and his death, which Julien anticipated. He consulted Fouquet concerning his idea of writing to M. the Procureur General, asking to be exempt from all visits. This horror at the sight of a father, above all at a moment like this, deeply shocked the honest middle-class heart of the wood merchant. He thought he understood why so many people had a passionate hatred for his friend. He concealed his feelings out of respect for misfortune. In any case, he answered coldly, such an order for privacy would not be applied to your father. Chapter 67. Chapter 68. A powerful man. But her proceedings are so mysterious, and her figure is so elegant. Who can she be? Schiller. The doors of the turret opened very early on the following day. Oh, good God, he thought, here's my father. What an unpleasant scene. At the same time a woman dressed like a peasant rushed into his arms. He had difficulty in recognizing her. It was mademoiselle de la Mole. You wicked man, your letter only told me where you were, as for what you call your crime, but which is really nothing more or less than a noble vengeance, which shows me all the loftiness of the heart which beats within your bosom. I only got to know of it at Verrieres. In spite of all his prejudices against mademoiselle de la Mole, prejudices moreover which he had not owned to himself quite frankly, Julien found her extremely pretty. It was impossible not to recognize both in what she had done and what she had said a noble disinterested feeling far above the level of anything that a petty vulgar soul would have dared to do. He thought that he still loved a queen, and after a few moments said to her with a remarkable nobility both of thought and of elocution, I sketched out the future very clearly. After my death I intended to remarry you to M. de Croisenois, who will officially of course then marry a widow. The noble but slightly romantic soul of this charming widow, who will have been brought back to the cult of vulgar prudence by an astonishing and singular event which played in her life a part as great as it was tragic, will deign to appreciate the very real merit of the young marquis. You will resign yourself to be happy with ordinary worldly happiness, prestige, riches, high rank. But, dear Mathilde, if your arrival at Besancon is suspected, it will be a mortal blow for M. de la Mole, and that is what I shall never forgive myself. I have already caused him so much sorrow. The academician will say that he has nursed the serpent in his bosom. I must confess that I little expected so much cold reason and so much solicitude for the future, said mademoiselle de la Mole, slightly annoyed. My maid, who is almost as prudent as you are, took a passport for herself, and I posted here under the name of Madame Michelet. And did Madame Michelet find it so easy to get to see me? Ah, you are still the same superior man whom I chose to favour. I started by offering 100 francs to one of the judge's secretaries, who alleged at first that my admission into this turret was impossible, But once he had got the money, the worthy man kept me waiting, raised objections, and I thought that he meant to rob me." She stopped. "Well?" said Julien. "Do not be angry, my little Julien," she said, kissing him. "I was obliged to tell my name to the secretary, who took me for a young working girl from Paris in love with handsome Julien. As a matter of fact, those are his actual expressions. I swore to him, my dear, that I was your wife, and I shall have a permit to see you every day." "Nothing could be madder," thought Julien, but I could not help it. After all, M. de la Mole is so great a nobleman that public opinion will manage to find an excuse for the young colonel who will marry such a charming widow. My death will atone for everything. And he abandoned himself with delight to Mathilde's love. It was madness, it was greatness of soul, it was the most remarkable thing possible. She seriously suggested that she should kill herself with him. After these first transports, when she had had her fill of the happiness of seeing Julien, a keen curiosity suddenly invaded her soul. She began to scrutinize her lover, and found him considerably above the plane which she had anticipated. Boniface de la Mole seemed to be brought to life again, but on a more heroic scale. Mathilde saw the first advocates of the locality, and offended them by offering gold too crudely, but they finished by accepting. She promptly came to the conclusion that so far as dubious and far-reaching intrigues were concerned, everything depended at Besancon on M. the abbe de Frilair. She found at first overwhelming difficulties in obtaining an interview with the all-powerful leader of the congregation under the obscure name of Madame Michelet, but the rumour of the beauty of a young dressmaker who was madly in love, and had come from Paris to Besancon to console the young abbe Julien Sorel, spread over the town. Mathilde walked about the Besancon streets alone. She hoped not to be recognized. In any case, she thought it would be of some use to her cause if she produced a great impression on the people. She thought in her madness of making them rebel in order to save Julien as he walked to his death. Mademoiselle de la Mole thought she was dressed simply and in a way suitable to a woman in mourning. She was dressed, in fact, in such a way as to attract everyone's attention. She was the object of everyone's notice at Besancon when she obtained an audience of M. de Frilair after a week spent in soliciting it. In spite of all her courage, the idea of an influential leader of the congregation, and the idea of deep and calculating criminality were so associated with each other in her mind, that she trembled as she rang the bell at the door of the bishop's palace. She could scarcely walk when she had to go up the staircase which led to the apartment of the first grand vicar. The solitude of the episcopal palace chilled her. I might sit down in an armchair, and the armchair might grip my arms. I should then disappear. Whom could my maid ask for? The captain of the gendarmerie will take care to do nothing. I am isolated in this great town. After her first look at the apartment, Mademoiselle de la Mole felt reassured. In the first place, the lackey who had opened the door to her had on a very elegant livery. The salon in which she was asked to wait displayed that refined and delicate luxury which differs so much from crude magnificence, and which is only found in the best houses in Paris. As soon as she noticed M. de Frilair coming towards her with quite a paternal air, all her ideas of his criminality disappeared. She did not even find on his handsome face the impress of that rustic and somewhat savage courage which is so antipathetic to Paris society. The half smile which animated the features of the priest, who was all powerful at Besancon, betokened the well-bred man, the learned prelate, the clever administrator. Mathilde felt herself at Paris. It was the work of a few minutes for M. de Frilair to induce Mathilde to confess to him that she was the daughter of his powerful opponent, the Marquis de la Mole. As a matter of fact, I am not Madame Michelet, she said, reassuming all the haughtiness of her natural demeanour. And this confession costs me but little, since I have come to consult you, monsieur, on the possibility of procuring the escape of M. de la Vernaye. Moreover, he is only guilty of a piece of folly. The woman whom he shot at is well, and in the second place, I can put down 50,000 francs straight away for the purpose of bribing the officials, and pledge myself for twice that sum. Finally, my gratitude and the gratitude of my family will be ready to do absolutely anything for the man who has saved M. de la Vernaye. M. de Frilair seemed astonished at the name. Mathilde showed him several letters from the Minister of War, addressed to M. Julien Sorel de la Vernaye. You see, monsieur, that my father took upon himself the responsibility of his career. I married him secretly. My father was desirous that he should be a superior officer before the notification of this marriage, which, after all, is somewhat singular for a de la Mole." Mathilde noticed that M. de Frilair's expression of goodwill and mild cheerfulness was rapidly vanishing in proportion as he made certain important discoveries. His face exhibited a subtlety tinged with deep perfidiousness. The abbe had doubts. He was slowly re-reading the official documents. " What can I get out of these strange confidences ?" he said to himself. " Here I am suddenly thrown into intimate relations with a friend of the celebrated Marechal de Fervaqus, who is the all-powerful niece of my lord Bishop of who can make one a Bishop of France. What I looked upon as an extremely distant possibility presents itself unexpectedly. This may lead me to the goal of all my hopes." Mathilde was at first alarmed by the sudden change in the expression of this powerful man, with whom she was alone in a secluded room. " But come," she said to herself soon afterwards, " would it not have been more unfortunate if I had made no impression at all on the cold egoism of a priest who was already sated with power and enjoyment?" Dazzled at the sight of this rapid and unexpected path of reaching the episcopate which now disclosed itself to him, and astonished as he was by Mathilde's genius, M. de Frilair ceased for a moment to be on his guard. Mademoiselle de la Mole saw him almost at her feet, tingling with ambition and trembling nervously. " Everything is cleared up," she thought. " Madame de Fervaques' friend will find nothing impossible in this town." In spite of a sentiment of still painful jealousy, she had sufficient courage to explain that Julien was the intimate friend of the marechal and met my lord the Bishop of nearly every day. " If you were to draw by ballot 4 or 5 times in succession a list of 36 jurymen from out the principal inhabitants of this department," said the grand vicar, emphasizing his words, and with a hard ambitious expression in his eyes, " I should not feel inclined to congratulate myself if I could not reckon on 8 or 10 friends who would be the most intelligent of the lot in each list. I can always manage in nearly every case to get more than a sufficient majority to secure a condemnation, so you see, mademoiselle, how easy it is for me to secure a conviction." The abbe stopped short, as though astonished by the sound of his own words. He was admitting things which are never said to the profane. But he, in his turn, dumbfounded Mathilde when he informed her that the special feature in Julien's strange adventure, which astonished and interested Besancon society, was that he had formerly inspired madame de Renal with a grand passion, and reciprocated it for a long time. M. de Frilair had no difficulty in perceiving the extreme trouble which his story produced. " I have my revenge," he thought. " After all, it's a way of managing this decided young person. I was afraid that I should not succeed." Her distinguished and intractable appearance intensified in his eyes the charm of the rare beauty whom he now saw practically entreating him. He regained all his self-possession, and he did not hesitate to move the dagger about in her heart. " I should not be at all surprised," he said to her lightly, " if we were to learn that it was owing to jealousy that M. Sorel fired 2 pistol shots at the woman he once loved so much. Of course, she must have consoled herself, and for some time she has been seeing extremely frequently a certain abbe Marquinot of Dijon, a kind of Jansenist, and as immoral as all Jansenists are." M. de Frilair experienced the voluptuous pleasure of torturing at his leisure the heart of this beautiful girl whose weakness he had surprised. Why, he added, as he fixed his ardent eyes upon Mathilde, should M. Sorel have chosen the church, if it were not for the reason that his rival was celebrating mass in it at that very moment? Everyone attributes an infinite amount of intelligence and an even greater amount of prudence to the fortunate man who is the object of your interest. What would have been simpler than to hide himself in the garden of M. de Renal, which he knows so well? Once there, he could put the woman of whom he was jealous to death with the practical certainty of being neither seen, caught, nor suspected. This apparently sound train of reasoning eventually made Mathilde lose all self-possession. Her haughty soul, steeped in all that arid prudence which passes in high society for the true psychology of the human heart, was not of the type to be at all quick in appreciating that joy of scorning all prudence, which an ardent soul can find so keen. In the high classes of Paris society in which Mathilde had lived, it is only rarely that passion can divest itself of prudence, and people always make a point of throwing themselves out of windows from the 5th story. At last the abbe de Frilair was sure of his power over her, and gave Mathilde to understand and he was doubtless lying, that he could do what he liked with a public official who was entrusted with the conduct of Julien's prosecution. After the 36 jurymen for the sessions had been chosen by ballot, he would approach at least 30 jurymen directly and personally. If M. de Frilair had not thought Mathilde so pretty, he would not have spoken so clearly before the 5th or 6th interview. Chapter 68. Chapter 69. The Intrigue. Castor, 1676. A brother has just murdered his sister in the house next to mine. This gentleman had already been guilty of one murder. His father saved his life by causing 500 crowns to be distributed among the councillors. Locke, Journey in France. When she left the bishop's palace, Mathilde did not hesitate to dispatch a courier to Madame de Fervaques. The fear of compromising herself did not stop her for a moment. She entreated her rival to obtain for M. de Frilair an autograph letter from the Bishop of . She went as far as to entreat her to come herself to Besançon with all speed. This was an heroic act on the part of a proud and jealous soul. Acting on Fouquet's advice, she had had the discretion to refrain from mentioning the steps she had taken for Julien. Her presence troubled him enough without that. A better man when face to face with death than he had ever been during his life, he had remorse not only towards M. de la Mole, but also towards Mathilde. Come, he said to himself, there are times when I feel absent-minded and even bored by her society. She is ruining herself on my account, and this is how I reward her. Am I really a scoundrel? This question would have bothered him but little in the days when he was ambitious. In those days he looked upon failure as the only disgrace. His moral discomfort when with Mathilde was proportionately emphasized by the fact that he inspired her at this time with the maddest and most extraordinary passion. She talked of nothing but the strange sacrifices that she was ready to make in order to save him. Exalted as she was by a sentiment on which she plumed herself to the complete subordination of her pride, she would have liked not to have let a single minute of her life go by without filling it with some extraordinary act. The strangest projects, and ones involving her in the utmost danger, supplied the topics of her long interviews with Julien. The well-paid gaolers allowed her to reign over the prison. Mathilde's ideas were not limited by the sacrifice of her reputation. She would have thought nothing of making her condition known to society at large, throwing herself on her knees before the king's carriage as it galloped along, in order to ask for Julien's pardon, and thus attracting the attention of the prince, at the risk of being crushed 1,000 times over, was one of the least fantastic dreams in which this exalted and courageous imagination chose to indulge. She was certain of being admitted into the reserved portion of the park of Saint Cloud through those friends of hers who were employed at the king's court. Julien thought himself somewhat unworthy of so much devotion. As a matter of fact, he was tired of heroism. A simple, naive, and almost timid tenderness was what would have appealed to him, while Mathilde's haughty soul, on the other hand, always required the idea of a public and an audience. In the midst of all her anguish and all her fears for the life of that lover whom she was unwilling to survive, she felt a secret need of astonishing the public by the extravagance of her love and the sublimity of her actions. Julien felt irritated at not finding himself touched by all this heroism. What would he have felt if he had known of all the mad ideas with which Mathilde overwhelmed the devoted but eminently logical and limited spirit of the good Fouquet? He did not know what to find fault with in Mathilde's devotion, for he, too, would have sacrificed all his fortune, and have exposed his life to the greatest risks in order to save Julien. He was dumbfounded by the quantity of gold which Mathilde flung away. During the first days, Fouquet, who had all the provincial's respect for money, was much impressed by the sums she spent in this way. He at last discovered that Mademoiselle de la Mole's projects frequently varied, and he was greatly relieved at finding a word with which to express his blame for a character whom he found so exhausting. She was changeable. There is only a step from this epithet to that of wrong-headed, the greatest term of opprobrium known to the provinces. It is singular, said Julien to himself as Mathilde was going out of his prison one day, that I should be so insensible at being the object of so keen a passion, and 2 months ago I adored her. I have, of course, read that the approach of death makes one lose interest in everything, but it is awful to feel oneself ungrateful and not to be able to change. Am I an egoist, then?" He addressed the most humiliating reproaches to himself on this score. Ambition was dead in his heart. Another passion had arisen from its ashes. He called it remorse at having assassinated madame de Renal. As a matter of fact, he loved her to the point of destruction. He experienced a singular happiness on these occasions, when, being left absolutely alone, and without being afraid of being interrupted, he could surrender himself completely to the memory of the happy days which he had once passed at Verrieres or at Vergy. The slightest incidents of these days, which had fleeted away only too rapidly, possessed an irresistible freshness and charm. He never gave a thought to his Paris successes. They bored him. These moods, which became intensified with every succeeding day, were partly guessed by the jealous Mathilde. She realized very clearly that she had to struggle against his love of solitude. Sometimes, with terror in her heart, she uttered madame de Renal's name. She saw Julien quiver. Henceforth her passion had neither bounds nor limit. "If he dies, I will die after him," she said to herself in all good faith. "What will the Paris salons say when they see a girl of my own rank carry her adoration for a lover who is condemned to death to such a pitch as this? For sentiments like these you must go back to the age of the heroes. It was loves of this kind which thrilled the hearts of the century of Charles IX. And Henry III." In the midst of her keenest transports, when she was clasping Julien's head against her heart, she would say to herself with horror, "What! Is this charming head doomed to fall? Well," she added, inflamed by a not unhappy heroism, "these lips of mine, which are now pressing against this pretty hair, will be icy cold less than 24 hours afterwards." Thoughts of the awful voluptuousness of such heroic moments gripped her in a compelling embrace. The idea of suicide, absorbing enough in itself, entered that haughty soul to which up to the present it had been so utterly alien, and soon reigned over it with an absolute dominion. "No, the blood of my ancestors has not grown tepid in descending to me," said Mathilde proudly to herself. "I have a favour to ask of you," said her lover to her one day. "Put your child out to nurse at Verrieres. Madame de Renal will look after the nurse." "Those words of yours are very harsh," and Mathilde paled. "It is true, and I ask your pardon 1,000 times," exclaimed Julien, emerging from his reverie and clasping her in his arms. After having dried his tears, he reverted to his original idea, but with greater tact. He had given a twist of melancholy philosophy to the conversation. He talked of that future of his which was so soon going to close. "One must admit, dear one, that passions are an accident in life, but such accidents only occur in superior souls. My son's death would be in reality a happiness for your own proud family, and all the servants will realize as much. Neglect will be the lot of that child of shame and unhappiness. I hope that at a time which I do not wish to fix, but which nevertheless I am courageous enough to imagine, you will obey my last advice. You will marry the Marquis de Croisenois." "What? Dishonoured?" "Dishonour cannot attach to a name such as yours. You will be a widow, and the widow of a madman, that is all. I will go further. My crime will confer no dishonour, since it had no money motive. Perhaps, when the time comes for your marriage, some philosophic legislator will have so far prevailed on the prejudice of his contemporaries as to have secured the suppression of the death penalty. Then some friendly voice will say, by way of giving an instance, 'Why, madame de la Mole's first husband was a madman, but not a wicked man or a criminal. It was absurd to have his head cut off.' So my memory will not be infamous in any way, at least after a certain time. Your position in society, your fortune, and, if you will allow me to say so, your genius, will make M. de Croisenois, once he is your husband, play a part which he would have never managed to secure unaided. He only possesses birth and bravery, and those qualities alone, though they constituted an accomplished man in 1729, are an anachronism a century later on, and only give rise to unwarranted pretensions. You need other things if you are to place yourself at the head of the youth of France. You will take all the help of your firm and enterprising character to the political party which you will make your husband join. You may be able to be a successor to the Chevreuse and the Longueville of the Fronde. But then, dear one, the divine fire which animates you at present will have grown a little tepid. Allow me to tell you," he added after many other preparatory phrases, "that in 15 years' time you will look upon the love you once had for me as a madness which, though excusable, was a piece of madness all the same." He stopped suddenly and became meditative. He found himself again confronted with the idea which shocked Mathilde so much. "In 15 years madame de Renal will adore my son, and you will have forgotten him." Chapter 70. Tranquillity. It is because I was foolish then that I am wise today. O thou philosopher who seest nothing except the actual instant, how short-sighted are thy views! Thine eye is not adapted to follow the subterranean work of the passions. Monsieur Goethe. This conversation was interrupted by an interrogation followed by a conference with the advocate entrusted with the defence. These moments were the only absolutely unpleasant ones in a life made up of nonchalance and tender reveries. "There is murder, and murder with premeditation," said Julien to the judge, as he had done to the advocate. "I am sorry, gentlemen," he added with a smile, "that this reduces your functions to a very small compass." "After all," said Julien to himself, when he had managed to rid himself of these two persons, "I must really be brave, and apparently braver than those two men. They regard that duel with the unfortunate termination, which I can only seriously bother myself about on the actual day, as the greatest of evils and the arch terror. The fact is that I have known a much greater unhappiness," continued Julien, as he went on philosophizing with himself. "I suffered far more acutely during my first journey to Strasbourg, when I thought I was abandoned by Mathilde. And to think that I desired so passionately that same perfect intimacy which to day leaves me so cold. As a matter of fact, I am more happy alone than when that handsome girl shares my solitude." The advocate, who was a red tape pedant, thought him mad, and believed with the public that it was jealousy which had led him to take up the pistol. He ventured one day to give Julien to understand that this contention, whether true or false, would be an excellent way of pleading. But the accused man became in a single minute a passionate and drastic individual. "As you value your life, monsieur," exclaimed Julien, quite beside himself, "mind you never put forward such an abominable lie." The cautious advocate was for a moment afraid of being assassinated. He was preparing his case because the decisive moment was drawing near. The only topic of conversation in Besancon and all the department was the coup célèbre. Julien did not know of this circumstance. He had requested his friends never to talk to him about that kind of thing. On this particular day Fouque and Mathilde had tried to inform him of certain rumours which in their view were calculated to give hope. Julien had stopped them at the very first word. "Leave me my ideal life. Your pettifogging troubles and details of practical life all more or less jar on me and bring me down from my heaven. One dies as best one can, but I wish to choose my own way of thinking about death. What do I care for other people? My relations with other people will be sharply cut short. Be kind enough not to talk to me any more about those people. Seeing the judge and the advocate is more than enough. As a matter of fact," he said to himself, "it seems that I am fated to die dreaming. An obscure creature like myself, who is certain to be forgotten within a fortnight, would be very silly, one must admit, to go and play a part. It is nevertheless singular that I never knew so much about the art of enjoying life as since I have seen its end so near me." He passed his last day in promenading upon the narrow terrace at the top of the turret, smoking some excellent cigars which Mathilde had fetched from Holland by a courier. He had no suspicion that his appearance was waited for each day by all the telescopes in the town. His thoughts were at Vergy. He never spoke to Fouque about madame de Renal, but his friend told him 2 or 3 times that she was rapidly recovering, and these words reverberated in his heart. While Julien's soul was nearly all the time wholly in the realm of ideas, Mathilde, who, as befits an aristocratic spirit, had occupied herself with concrete things, had managed to make the direct and intimate correspondence between Madame de Fervaques and M. de Frilair progress so far that the great word bishopric had been already pronounced. The venerable prelate, who was entrusted with the distribution of the benefices, added in a postscript to one of his niece's letters, "This poor Sorel is only a lunatic. I hope he will be restored to us." At the sight of these lines M. de Frilair felt transported. He had no doubts about saving Julien. But for this Jacobin law, which has ordered the formation of an unending panel of jurymen, and which has no other real object except to deprive well-born people of all their influence, he said to Mathilde on the eve of the balloting for the 36 jurymen of the session, I would have answered for the verdict. I certainly managed to get the cure acquitted. When the names were selected by ballot on the following day, M. de Frilair experienced a genuine pleasure in finding that they contained 5 members of the Besancon congregation, and that amongst those who were strangers to the town were the names of M. Valenod, de Moirod, de Cholin. I can answer for these 8 jurymen, he said to Mathilde. The first 5 are mere machines. Valenod is my agent. Moirod owes me everything. De Cholin is an imbecile who is frightened of everything. The journal published the names of the jurymen throughout the department, and to her husband's unspeakable terror, madame de Renal wished to go to Besancon. All that M. de Renal could prevail on her to promise was that she would not leave her bed so as to avoid the unpleasantness of being called to give evidence. " You do not understand my position," said the former mayor of Verrieres. " I am now said to be disloyal and illiberal. No doubt that scoundrel Valenod and M. de Frilair will get the Procureur General and the judges to do all they can to cause me unpleasantness." Madame de Renal found no difficulty in yielding to her husband's orders. " If I appear at the assize court," she said herself, " I should seem as if I were asking for vengeance." In spite of all the promises she had made to the director of her conscience and to her husband that she would be discreet, she had scarcely arrived at Besancon before she wrote with her own hand to each of the 36 jurymen. " I shall not appear on the day of the trial, monsieur, because my presence might be prejudicial to M. Sorel's case. I only desire one thing in the world, and that I desire passionately, for him to be saved. Have no doubt about it, the awful idea that I am the cause of an innocent man being led to his death would poison the rest of my life and would no doubt curtail it. How can you condemn him to death while I continue to live? No, there is no doubt about it, society has no right to take away a man's life, and above all the life of a being like Julien Sorel. Every one at Verrieres knew that there were moments when he was quite distracted. This poor young man has some powerful enemies, but even among his enemies, and how many has he not got, who is there who casts any doubt on his admirable talents and his deep knowledge? The man whom you are going to try, monsieur, is not an ordinary person. For a period of nearly 18 months we all knew him as a devout and well-behaved student. 2 or 3 times in the year he was seized by fits of melancholy that went to the point of destruction. The whole town of Verrieres, all our neighbours at Vergy where we live in the fine weather, my whole family, and monsieur the sub-prefect himself will render justice to his exemplary piety. He knows all the Holy Bible by heart. Would a blasphemer have spent years of study in learning the sacred book? My sons will have the honour of presenting you with this letter. They are children. Be good enough to question them, monsieur. They will give you all the details concerning this poor young man, which are necessary to convince you of how barbarous it would be to condemn him. Far from revenging me, you would be putting me to death. What can his enemies argue against this? The wound which was the result of one of those moments of madness which my children themselves used to remark in their tutor, is so little dangerous that in less than 2 months it has allowed me to take the post from Verrieres to Besancon. If I learn, monsieur, that you show the slightest hesitation in releasing so innocent a person from the barbarity of the law, I will leave my bed, where I am only kept by my husband's express orders, and I will go and throw myself at your feet. Bring in a verdict, monsieur, that the premeditation has not been made out, and you will not have an innocent man's blood on your head, and so on. End of chapter 70.
The trial. The country will remember this celebrated case for a long time. The interest in the accused amounted to an agitation. The reason was that his crime was astonishing, and yet not atrocious. Even if it had been, this young man was so handsome. His brilliant career, that came to an end so early in his life, intensified the pathos. "Will they condemn him?" the women asked of the men of their acquaintance, and they could be seen to grow pale as they waited for the answer. Sainte Beuve. The day that Madame de Rênal and Mathilde feared so much arrived at last. Their terror was intensified by the strange appearance of the town, which had its emotional effect even upon Fouquet's sturdy soul. All the province had rushed to Besançon to see the trial of this romantic case. There had been no room left in the inns for some days. Monsieur the Président of the Assize was besieged by requests for tickets. All the ladies in the town wanted to be present at the trial. Julien's portrait was hawked about the streets, etc., etc. Mathilde was keeping in reserve for this supreme moment a complete autograph letter from my Lord Bishop of... This prelate, who governed the Church of France and created its bishops, was good enough to ask for Julien's acquittal. On the eve of the trial, Mathilde took this letter to the all-powerful Grand Vicar. When she was going away in tears at the end of the interview, Monsieur de Frilair at last emerged from his diplomatic reserve and almost showed some emotion himself. "I will be responsible for the jury's verdict," he said to her. "Out of the 12 persons charged with the investigation of whether your friend's crime is made out, and above all whether there was premeditation, I can count 6 friends who are devoted to my fortunes, and I have given them to understand that they have it in their power to promote me to the episcopate. Baron Valenod, whom I have made mayor of Verrières, can do just as he likes with 2 of his officials, Messieurs de Moirod and de Cholin. As a matter of fact, fate has given us for this business 2 jurymen of extremely loose views, but, although ultra-liberals, they are faithful to my orders on great occasions, and I have requested them to vote like Monsieur Valenod. I have learnt that a 6th juryman, a manufacturer, who was immensely rich, and a garrulous liberal into the bargain, has secret aspirations for a contract with the War Office, and doubtless he would not like to displease me. I have had him told that Monsieur de Valenod knows my final injunctions." "And who is this Monsieur Valenod?" asked Mathilde anxiously. "If you knew him, you could not doubt our success. He is an audacious speaker, coarse, impudent, with a natural gift for managing fools. 1814 saw him in low water, and I am going to make a prefect of him. He is capable of beating the other jurymen if they do not vote his way." Mathilde felt a little reassured. Another discussion awaited her in the evening. To avoid the prolongation of an unpleasant scene, the result of which, in his view, was absolutely certain, Julien had resolved not to make a speech. "My advocate will speak," he said to Mathilde. "I shall figure too long anyway as a laughing-stock to all my enemies. These provincials have been shocked by the rapidity of my success, for which I have to thank you, and believe me, there's not one of them who does not desire my conviction, though he would be quite ready to cry like an idiot when I am taking to my death." "They desire to see you humiliated. That is only too true," answered Mathilde. but I do not think they are at all cruel. My presence at Besançon and the sight of my sufferings have interested all the women. Your handsome face will do the rest. If you say a few words to your judges, the whole audience will be on your side, etc., etc. At 9 o'clock on the following day, when Julien left his prison for the great hall of the Palais de Justice, the gendarme had much difficulty in driving away the immense crowd that was packed in the courtyard. Julien had slept well. He was very calm, and experienced no other sentiment except a sense of philosophic pity towards that crowd of jealous creatures who were going to applaud his death sentence, though without cruelty. He was very surprised when, having been detained in the middle of the crowd more than a quarter of an hour, he was obliged to admit that his presence affected the public with a tender pity. He did not hear a single unpleasant remark. "These provincials are less evil than I thought," he said to himself. As he entered the courtroom, he was struck by the elegance of the architecture. It was real Gothic, with a number of pretty little columns, hewn out of stone with the utmost care. He thought himself in England. But his attention was soon engrossed by 12 or 15 pretty women who sat exactly opposite the prisoner's seat and filled the 3 balconies above the judges and the jury. As he turned round towards the public, he saw that the circular gallery that dominated the amphitheatre was filled with women. The majority were young and seemed very pretty. Their eyes were shining and full of interest. The crowd was enormous throughout the rest of the room. People were knocking against the door, and the janitors could not obtain silence. When all the eyes that were looking for Julien observed where he was, and saw him occupying the slightly raised place which is reserved for the prisoner, he was greeted by a murmur of astonishment and tender interest. You would have taken him for under 20 on this day. He was dressed very simply, but with a perfect grace. His hair and his forehead were charming. Mathilde had insisted on officiating personally at his toilet. Julien's pallor was extreme. Scarcely was he seated in this place than he heard people say all over the room, "Great heavens, how young he is! But he's quite a child. He's much better than his portrait." "Prisoner," said the gendarme who was sitting on his right, "do you see those 6 ladies in that balcony?" The gendarme pointed out a little gallery that jutted out over the amphitheatre where the jury were placed. "That's Madame the Prefect's wife," continued the gendarme. "Next to her, Madame the Marquise de M. She likes you well. I have heard her speak to the judge of first instance. Next to her is Madame Derville." "Madame Derville!" exclaimed Julien, and a vivid blush spread over his forehead. "When she leaves here," he thought, "she will write to Madame de Rênal." He was ignorant of Madame de Rênal's arrival at Besançon. The witnesses were quickly heard. After the first words of the opening of the prosecution by the Advocate General, 2 of the ladies in the little balcony just opposite Julien burst into tears. Julien noticed that Madame Derville's neighbours seemed to manifest a keen disapproval. Several jurors, who were apparently acquainted with the ladies, spoke to them and seemed to reassure them. "So far as it goes, that is certainly a good omen," thought Julien. Up to the present he had felt himself steeped in unadulterated contempt for all the persons who were present at the trial. The sentiment of disgust was intensified by the stale eloquence of the Advocate General. But the coldness of Julien's soul gradually disappeared before the marks of interest of which he was evidently the object. He was satisfied with the sturdy demeanour of his advocate. "No phrases," he said to him in a whisper, as he was about to commence his speech. "All the bombast which our opponent has stolen from Bossuet and lavished upon you," said the advocate, "has done you good." As a matter of fact, he had scarcely spoken for 5 minutes before practically all the women had their handkerchiefs in their hands. The advocate was encouraged and addressed some extremely strong remarks to the jury. Julien shuddered. He felt on the point of breaking into tears. "My God," he thought, "what would my enemies say?" He was on the point of succumbing to the emotion which was overcoming him, when, luckily for him, he surprised an insolent look from Monsieur the Baron de Valenod. "That rogue's eyes are gleaming," he said to himself. "What a triumph for that base soul! If my crime had only produced this one result, it would be my duty to curse it. God knows what he will say about it to Madame de Rênal." This idea effaced all others. Shortly afterwards, Julien was brought back to reality by the public's manifestation of applause. The advocate had just finished his speech. Julien remembered that it was a good form to shake hands with him. The time had passed rapidly. They brought in refreshments for the advocate and the prisoner. It was only then that Julien was struck by the fact that none of the women had left the audience to go and get dinner. "Upon my word, I'm dying of hunger," said the advocate. "And you?" "I too," answered Julien. "See, there's Madame the Prefect's wife, who's also getting her dinner," said the advocate, as he pointed out the little balcony. "Keep up your courage. Everything is going all right." The court sat again. Midnight struck as the president was summing up. The president was obliged to pause in his remarks. Amid the silence and the anxiety of all present, the reverberation of the clock filled the hall. "So my last day is now beginning," thought Julien. He soon felt inflamed by the idea of his duty. Up to the present he had controlled his emotion and had kept his resolution not to speak. When the president of the Assize asked him if he had anything to add, he got up. He saw in front of him the eyes of Madame Derville, which seemed very brilliant in the artificial light. "Can she by any chance be crying?" he thought. "Gentlemen of the jury, I am induced to speak by my fear of that contempt which I thought, at the very moment of my death, I should be able to defy. Gentlemen, I have not the honour of belonging to your class. You behold in me a peasant who has rebelled against the meanness of his fortune. I do not ask you for any pardon," continued Julien, with a firmer note in his voice. "I am under no illusions. Death awaits me. It will be just. I have brought myself to make an attempt on the life of the woman who is most worthy of all reverence and respect. Madame de Rênal was a mother to me. My crime was atrocious, and it was premeditated. Consequently, I have deserved death, gentlemen of the jury. But even if I were not so guilty, I see among you men who, without a thought for any pity that may be due to my youth, would like to use me as a means for punishing and discouraging for ever that class of young men who, though born in an inferior class, and to some extent oppressed by poverty, have none the less been fortunate enough to obtain a good education, and bold enough to mix with what the pride of the rich calls society. This is my crime, gentlemen, and it will be punished with even more severity, inasmuch as, in fact, I am very far from being judged by my peers. I do not see on the jury benches any peasant who has made money, but only indigent bourgeois. Julien talked in this strain for 20 minutes. He said everything he had on his mind. The advocate general, who aspired to the favours of the aristocracy, writhed in his seat. But in spite of the somewhat abstract turn which Julien had given to his speech, all the women burst out into tears. Even Madame Derville put her handkerchief to her eyes. Before finishing, Julien alluded again to the fact of his premeditation, to his repentance, and to the respect and unbounded filial admiration which, in happier days, he had entertained for Madame de Rênal. Madame Derville gave a cry and fainted. 1 o'clock was striking when the jury retired to their room. None of the women had left their places. Several men had tears in their eyes. The conversations were at first very animated, but as there was a delay in the verdict of the jury, their general fatigue gradually began to invest the gathering with an atmosphere of calm. Julien, who was very tired, heard people around him debating the question of whether this delay was a good or a bad omen. He was pleased to see that all the wishes were for him. The jury did not come back, and yet not a woman left the court. When 2 o'clock had struck, a great movement was heard. The little door of the jury-room opened. Monsieur the Baron de Valenod advanced with a slow and melodramatic step. He was followed by all the jurors. He coughed, and then declared on his soul and conscience that the jury's unanimous verdict was that Julien Sorel was guilty of murder, and of murder with premeditation. This verdict involved the death penalty, which was pronounced a moment afterwards. Julien looked at his watch and remembered Monsieur de Lavalette. It was 2:15. Today is Friday, he thought. Yes, but this day is lucky for the Valenod who has got me convicted. I am watched too well for Mathilde to manage to save me like Madame de Lavalette saved her husband. So, in 3 days' time, at this very hour, I shall know what view to take about the great perhaps. At this moment he heard a cry and was called back to the things of this world. The women around him were sobbing. He saw that all faces were turned towards a little gallery built into the crowning of a Gothic pilaster. He knew later that Mathilde had concealed herself there. As the cry was not repeated, everybody began to look at Julien again, as the gendarmes were trying to get him through the crowd. Let us try not to give that villain Valenod any chance of laughing at me, thought Julien. With what a contrite, sycophantic expression he pronounced the verdict which entails the death penalty, while that poor president of the Assize, although he has been a judge for years and years, had tears in his eyes as he sentenced me. What a joy the Valenod must find in revenging himself for our former rivalry for Madame de Rênal's favours. So I shall never see her again. The thing is finished. A last good-bye between us is impossible. I feel it. How happy I should have been to have told her all the horror I feel for my crime. Mere words. I consider myself justly convicted.
Chapter 72. Note from the translator.
There is no heading to this and the following chapters in the original. When Julien was taken back to prison, he had been taken into a room intended for those who were condemned to death. Although a man who, in the usual way, would notice the most petty details, he had quite failed to observe that he had not been taken up to his turret. He was thinking of what he would say to Madame de Rênal if he had the happiness of seeing her before the final moment. He thought that she would break into what he was saying, and was anxious to be able to express his absolute repentance with his very first words. How can I convince her that I love her alone after committing an action like that? For after all, it was either out of ambition or out of love for Mathilde that I wanted to kill her. As he went to bed, he came across sheets of a rough coarse material. Ah, I am in the condemned cell, he said to himself. That is right. Comte Altamira used to tell me that Danton, on the eve of his death, would say in his loud voice, "It is singular, but you cannot conjugate the verb guillotine in all its tenses. Of course you can say, I shall be guillotined, thou shalt be guillotined, but you don't say, I have been guillotined." "Why not?" went on Julien, "if there is another life? Upon my word, it will be all up with me if I find the God of the Christians there. He is a tyrant, and as such, he is full of ideas of vengeance. His Bible speaks of nothing but atrocious punishment. I never liked him. I could never get myself to believe that any one really liked him. He has no pity, and he remembered several passages in the Bible. He will punish me atrociously. But supposing I find Fenelon's God, he will perhaps say to me, much forgiveness will be vouchsafed to thee, inasmuch as thou hast loved much. Have I loved much? Ah, I loved Madame de Rênal, but my conduct has been atrocious. In that, as in other cases, simple modest merit was abandoned for the sake of what was brilliant. But still, what fine prospects! Colonel of Hussars, if we had had a war, secretary of a legation during peace, then ambassador, for I should soon have picked up politics. And even if I had been an idiot, would the Marquis de la Mole's son-in-law have had any rivalry to fear? All my stupidities have been forgiven, or rather counted as merits. A man of merit, then, and living in the grandest style at Vienna or London. Not exactly, monsieur. Guillotined in 3 days' time. Julien laughed heartily at this sally of his wit. As a matter of fact, man has two beings within him, he thought. Who the devil can have thought of such a sinister notion? Well, yes, my friend, guillotined in 3 days, he answered the interrupter. Monsieur de Cholin will hire a window, and share the expense with the Abbé Maslon. Well, which of those two worthy personages will rob the other over the price paid for hiring that window? The following passage from Rotrus Venceslas suddenly came back into his mind. Ladislas. Mon âme est toute prête. The king, father of Ladislas. L'échafaud l'est aussi. Portez-y votre tête. A good repartee, he thought, as he went to sleep. He was awakened in the morning by someone catching hold of him violently. What, already? Said Julien, opening his haggard eyes. He thought he was already in the executioner's hands. It was Mathilde. Luckily, she has not understood me. This reflection restored all his self-possession. He found Mathilde as changed as though she had gone through a 6-month illness. She was really not recognizable. "That infamous Frilair has betrayed me," she said to him, wringing her hands. Her fury prevented her from crying. "Was I not fine when I made my speech yesterday?" answered Julien. "I was improvising for the first time in my life. It is true that it is to be feared that it will also be the last." At this moment, Julien was playing on Mathilde's character with all the self-possession of a clever pianist whose fingers are on the instrument. "It is true," he added, "that I lack the advantage of a distinguished birth, but Mathilde's great soul has lifted her lover up to her own level. Do you think that Boniface de la Mole would have cut a better figure before his judges?" On this particular day Mathilde was as unaffectedly tender as a poor girl living in a fifth story. But she failed to extract from him any simpler remark. He was paying her back without knowing it for all the torture she had frequently inflicted on him. "The sources of the Nile are unknown," said Julien to himself. "It has not been vouchsafed to the human eye to see the king of rivers as a simple brook. Similarly, no human eye shall see Julien weak. In the first place because he is not so. But I have a heart which it is easy to touch. The most commonplace words, if said in a genuine tone, can make my voice broken and even cause me to shed tears. How often have frigid characters not despised me for this weakness? They thought that I was asking a favour. That is what I cannot put up with." It is said that when at the foot of the scaffold, Danton was affected by the thought of his wife. But Danton had given strength to a nation of coxcombs, and prevented the enemy from reaching Paris. I alone know what I should have been able to do. I represent to the others at the very outside simply a perhaps. If Madame de Rênal had been here in my cell instead of Mathilde, should I have been able to have answered for myself? The extremity of my despair and my repentance would have been taken for a craven fear of death by the Valenod and all the patricians of the locality. They are so proud, are those feeble spirits, whom their pecuniary position puts above temptation. You see what it is to be born a carpenter's son, M. de Moirod and de Cholin doubtless said, after having condemned me to death. A man can learn to be learned and clever, but the qualities of the heart cannot be learned. Even in the case of this poor Mathilde, who is crying now, or rather, who cannot cry, he said to himself, as he looked at her red eyes. And he clasped her in his arms. The sight of a genuine grief made him forget the sequence of his logic. She has perhaps cried all the night, he said to himself, but how ashamed she will be of this memory on some future day. She will regard herself as having been led astray in her first youth by a plebeian's low view of life. Le Croisenois is weak enough to marry her, and upon my word, he will do well to do so. She will make him play a part. Du droit qu'un esprit ferme et vaste en ses desseins a sur l'esprit grossier des vulgaires humains. Ah, that's really humorous. Since I have been doomed to die, all the verses I ever knew in my life are coming back into my memory. It must be a sign of demoralization. Mathilde kept on repeating in a choked voice, "He is there, in the next room." At last he paid attention to what she was saying. Her voice is weak, he thought, but all the imperiousness of her character comes out in her intonation. She lowers her voice in order to avoid getting angry. "And who is there?" he said gently. "The advocate, to get you to sign your appeal." "I shall not appeal." "What? You will not appeal?" she said, getting up, with her eyes sparkling with rage. "And why, if you please?" "Because I feel at the present time that I have the courage to die without giving people occasion to laugh too much at my expense. And who will guarantee that I shall be in so sound a frame of mind in 2 months' time, after living for a long time in this damp cell? I foresee interviews with the priests, with my father. I can imagine nothing more unpleasant. Let's die." This unexpected opposition awakened all the haughtiness of Mathilde's character. She had not managed to see the Abbé de Frilair before the time when visitors were admitted to the cells in the Besançon prison. Her fury vented itself on Julien. She adored him, and nevertheless she exhibited for a good quarter of an hour in her invective against his,
Julien's, character, and her regret at having ever loved him, the same haughty soul which had formerly overwhelmed him with such cutting insults in the library of the Hôtel de la Mole. In justice to the glory of your stock, heaven should have had you born a man, he said to her. But as for myself, he thought, I should be very foolish to go on living for 2 more months in this disgusting place, to serve as a butt for all the infamous humiliations which the patrician party can devise. Note: the speaker is a Jacobin. And having the outburst of this mad woman for my only consolation. Well, the morning after tomorrow I shall fight a duel with a man known for his self-possession and his remarkable skill. His very remarkable skill, said the Mephistophelian part of him. He never makes a miss. Well, so be it. Good. Mathilde continued to wax eloquent. No, not for a minute, he said to himself. I shall not appeal. Having made this resolution, he fell into meditation. The courier will bring the paper at 6 o'clock as usual, as he passes. At 8 o'clock, after M. de Rênal has finished reading it, Elisa will go on tiptoe and place it on her bed. Later on, she will wake up. Suddenly, as she reads it, she will become troubled. Her pretty hands will tremble. She will go on reading down to these words, "At 5 minutes past 10, he had ceased to exist." She will shed hot tears, I know her. It will matter nothing that I tried to assassinate her, all will be forgotten, and the person whose life I wish to take will be the only one who will sincerely lament my death. Ah, that's a good paradox, he thought. And he thought about nothing except Madame de Rênal, during the good quarter of an hour which the scene Mathilde was making still lasted. In spite of himself, and though he made frequent answers to what Mathilde was saying, he could not take his mind away from the thought of the bedroom at Verrières. He saw the Besançon Gazette on the counterpane of orange taffeta. He saw that white hand clutching at it convulsively. He saw Madame de Rênal cry. He followed the path of every tear over her charming face. Mademoiselle de la Mole, being unable to get anything out of Julien, asked the advocate to come in. Fortunately, he was an old captain of the Italian army of 1796, where he had been a comrade of Manuel. He opposed the condemned man's resolution as a matter of form. Wishing to treat him with respect, Julien explained all his reasons. "Upon my word, I can understand a man taking the view you do," said M. Felix Vanneau, that was the advocate's name, to him at last. "But you have 3 full days in which to appeal, and it is my duty to come back every day. If a volcano were to open under the prison between now and 2 months' time, you would be saved. You might die of illness," he said, looking at Julien. Julien pressed his hand. "I thank you, you are a good fellow. I will think it over." And when Mathilde eventually left with the advocate, he felt much more affection for the advocate than for her. End of chapter 72.
Chapter 73. When he was deep asleep, an hour afterwards, he was woken up by feeling tears flow over his hand. "Oh, it is Mathilde again," he thought, only half awake. "She has come again, faithful to her tactics of attacking my resolution by her sentimentalism." Bored by the prospect of this new scene of hackneyed pathos, he did not open his eyes. The verses of Belphegor, as he ran away from his wife, came into his mind. He heard a strange sigh. He opened his eyes. It was Madame de Rênal. "Ah, so I see you again before I die. Or is it an illusion?" he exclaimed, as he threw himself at her feet. "But forgive me, madame, you must look upon me as a mere murderer," he said immediately, as he recovered himself. "Monsieur, I have come to entreat you, to appeal. I know you do not want to." Her sobs choked her. She was unable to speak. "Deign to forgive me." "If you want me to forgive you," she said to him, getting up and throwing herself into his arms, "appeal immediately against your death sentence." Julien covered her with kisses. "Will you come and see me every day during those 2 months?" "I swear it every day, unless my husband forbids me." "I will sign it," exclaimed Julien. "What? You really forgive me? Is it possible?" He clasped her in his arms. He was mad. She gave a little cry. "It is nothing," she said to him. "You hurt me." "Your shoulder!" exclaimed Julien, bursting into tears. He drew back a little and covered her hands with kisses of fire. "Who could have prophesied this, dear, the last time I saw you in your room at Verrières? Who could have prophesied then that I should write that infamous letter to Mademoiselle de la Mole? Know that I have always loved you, and that I have never loved anyone but you." "Is it possible?" cried Madame de Rênal, who was delighted in her turn. She leant on Julien, who was on his knees, and they cried silently for a long time. Julien had never experienced moments like this at any period of his whole life. "And how about that young Madame Michelet?" said Madame de Rênal, a long time afterwards, when they were able to speak. "Or rather that Mademoiselle de la Mole, for I am really beginning to believe in that strange romance." "It is only superficially true," answered Julien. "She is my wife, but she is not my mistress." After interrupting each other 100 times over, they managed with great difficulty to explain to each other what they did not know. The letter written to Mademoiselle de la Mole had been drafted by the young priest, who directed Madame de Rênal's conscience, and had been subsequently copied by her. "What a horrible thing religion has made me do," she said to him. "And even so, I softened the most awful passages in the letter." Julien's ecstatic happiness proved the fullness of her forgiveness. He had never been so mad with love. "And yet I regard myself as devout," Madame de Rênal went on to say to him in the ensuing conversation. "I believe sincerely in God. I equally believe, and I even have full proof of it, that the crime which I am committing is an awful one, and yet the very minute I see you, even after you have fired 2 pistol shots at me," and at this point, in spite of her resistance, Julien covered her with kisses. "Leave me alone," she continued. "I want to argue with you. I'm frightened lest I should forget. The very minute I see you, all my duties disappear. I have nothing but love for you, dear, or rather, the word love is too weak. I feel for you what I ought only to feel for God, a mixture of respect, love, obedience. As a matter of fact, I don't know what you inspire me with. If you were to tell me to stab the jailer with a knife, the crime would be committed before I had given it a thought. Explain this very clearly to me before I leave you. I want to see down to the bottom of my heart, for we shall take leave of each other in 2 months. By the by, shall we take leave of each other?" she said to him with a smile. "I take back my words," exclaimed Julien, getting up. "I shall not appeal from my death sentence if you try, either by poison, knife, pistol, charcoal or any other means whatsoever to put an end to your life, or make any attempt upon it. Madame de Rênal's expression suddenly changed. The most lively tenderness was succeeded by a mood of deep meditation. "Supposing we were to die at once," she said to him. "Who knows what one will find in the other life," answered Julien. "Perhaps torment, perhaps nothing at all. Cannot we pass 2 delicious months together? 2 months means a good many days. I shall never have been so happy." "You will never have been so happy?" "Never," repeated Julien ecstatically, "and I am talking to you just as I should talk to myself. May God save me from exaggerating." "Words like that are a command," she said with a timid, melancholy smile. "Well, you will swear by the love you have for me to make no attempt, either direct or indirect, upon your life. Remember," he added, "that you must live for my son, whom Mathilde will hand over to lackeys as soon as she is Marquise de Croisenois." "I swear," she answered coldly, "but I want to take away your notice of appeal, drawn and signed by yourself. I will go myself to Monsieur le Procureur Général." "Be careful. You will compromise yourself." "After having taken the step of coming to see you in your prison, I shall be a heroine of local scandal for Besançon, and the whole of Franche-Comté," she said very dejectedly. "I have crossed the bounds of austere modesty. I am a woman who has lost her honour. It is true that it is for your sake." Her tone was so sad that Julien embraced her with a happiness which was quite novel to him. It was no longer the intoxication of love, it was extreme gratitude. He had just realized for the first time the full extent of the sacrifice which she had made for him. Some charitable soul no doubt informed Monsieur de Rênal of the long visits which his wife paid to Julien's prison, for at the end of 3 days he sent her his carriage with the express order to return to Verrières immediately. This cruel separation had been a bad beginning for Julien's day. He was informed 2 or 3 hours later that a certain intriguing priest, who had, however, never managed to make any headway among the Jesuits of Besançon, had, since the morning, established himself in the street outside the prison gates. It was raining a great deal, and the man out there was pretending to play the martyr. Julien was in a weak mood, and this piece of stupidity annoyed him deeply. In the morning he had already refused this priest's visit, but the man had taken it into his head to confess Julien and to win a name for himself among the young women of Besançon by all the confidences which he would pretend to have received from him. He declared in a loud voice that he would pass the day and the night by the prison gates. God has sent me to touch the heart of this apostate, and the lower classes, who are always curious to see a scene, began to make a crowd. "Yes, my brothers," he said to them, "I will pass the day here and the night, as well as all the days and all the nights which will follow. The Holy Ghost has spoken to me. I am commissioned from above. I am the man who must save the soul of young Sorel. Do you join in my prayers, etc." Julien had a horror of scandal, and of anything which could attract attention to him. He thought of seizing the opportunity of escaping from the world incognito, but he had some hope of seeing Madame de Rênal again, and he was desperately in love. The prison gates were situated in one of the most populous streets. His soul was tortured by the idea of this filthy priest attracting a crowd and creating a scandal. And doubtless he is repeating my name at every single minute. This moment was more painful than death. He called the turnkey, who was devoted to him, and sent him 2 or 3 times at intervals of 1 hour to see if the priest was still by the prison gates. "Monsieur," said the turnkey to him on each occasion, "he is on both his knees in the mud. He is praying at the top of his voice and saying litanies for your soul." The impudent fellow, thought Julien. At this moment he actually heard a dull buzz. It was the responses of the people to the litanies. His patience was strained to the utmost when he saw the turnkey himself move his lips while he repeated the Latin words. "They are beginning to say," added the turnkey, "that you must have a very hardened heart to refuse the help of this holy man." "Oh, my country, how barbarous you still are!" exclaimed Julien, beside himself with anger. And he continued his train of thought aloud without giving a thought to the turnkey's presence. "The man wants an article in the paper about him, and that's a way in which he will certainly get it. Oh, you cursed provincials! At Paris I should not be subjected to all these annoyances. There they are more skilled in their charlatanism." "Show in the holy priest," he said at last to the turnkey, and great streams of sweat flowed down his forehead. The turnkey made the sign of the cross and went out rejoicing. The holy priest turned out to be very ugly. He was even dirtier than he was ugly. The cold rain intensified the obscurity and dampness of the cell. The priest wanted to embrace Julien and began to wax pathetic as he spoke to him. The basest hypocrisy was only too palpable. Julien had never been so angry in his whole life. A quarter of an hour after the priest had come in, Julien felt an absolute coward. Death appeared horrible to him for the first time. He began to think about the state of decomposition which his body would be in 2 days after the execution, etc., etc. He was on the point of betraying himself by some sign of weakness or throwing himself on the priest and strangling him with his chain, when it occurred to him to beg the holy man to go and say a good 40-franc mass for him on that very day. It was 12 o'clock, so the priest took himself off. Chapter 74. As soon as he had gone out, Julien wept desperately, and for a long time. He gradually admitted to himself that if Madame de Rênal had been at Besançon, he would have confessed his weakness to her. The moment when he was regretting the absence of this beloved woman, he heard Mathilde's step. The worst evil of being in prison, he thought, is one's inability to close one's door. All Mathilde said only irritated him. She told him that Monsieur de Valenod had had his nomination to the prefectship in his pocket on the day of his trial, and had consequently dared to defy Monsieur de Frilair and give himself the pleasure of condemning him to death. "Why did your friend take it into his head," Monsieur de Frilair just said to me, "to awaken and attack the petty vanity of that bourgeois aristocracy? Why talk about caste? He pointed out to them what they ought to do in their own political interest. The fools had not been giving it a thought, and were quite ready to weep. That caste interest intervened and blinded their eyes to the horror of condemning a man to death. One must admit that Monsieur Sorel is very inexperienced. If we do not succeed in saving him by a petition for a reprieve, His death will be a kind of suicide. Mathilde was careful not to tell Julien a matter concerning which she had now no longer any doubts. It was that the Abbé de Frilair, seeing that Julien was ruined, had thought that it would further his ambitious projects to try and become his successor. "Go and listen to a mass for me," he said to Mathilde, almost beside himself with vexation and impotent rage, "and leave me a moment in peace." Mathilde, who was already very jealous of Madame de Renal's visits, and who had just learned of her departure, realized the cause of Julien's bad temper, and burst into tears. Her grief was real. Julien saw this, and was only the more irritated. He had a crying need of solitude, and how was he to get it? Eventually, Mathilde, after having tried to melt him by every possible argument, left him alone. But almost at the same moment, Fouquet presented himself. He said to this faithful friend, and as he saw him hesitate, "I am composing a memorial for my petition for pardon. One thing more. Do me a favor and never speak to me about death. If I have need of any especial services on that day, let me be the first to speak to you about it." When Julien had eventually procured solitude, he found himself more prostrate and more cowardly than he had been before. The little force which this enfeebled soul still possessed had all been spent in concealing his condition from Mademoiselle de la Mole. Towards the evening he found consolation in this idea. If at the very moment this morning when death seemed so ugly to me, I had been given notice of my execution, the public eye would have acted as a spur to glory. My demeanour would perhaps have had a certain stiffness about it, like a nervous fop entering a salon. A few penetrating people, if there are any amongst these provincial, might have managed to divine my weakness, but no one would have seen it. And he felt relieved of part of his unhappiness. "I am a coward at this very moment," he sang to himself, "but no one will know it." An even more unpleasant episode awaited him on the following day. His father had been announcing that he would come and see him for some time past. The old white-haired carpenter appeared in Julien's cell before he woke up. Julien felt weak. He was anticipating the most unpleasant reproaches. His painful emotion was intensified by the fact that on this particular morning he felt a keen remorse for not loving his father. "Chance placed us next to each other in the world," he said to himself, while the turnkey was putting the cell a little in order, "and we have practically done each other all the harm we possibly could. He has come to administer the final blow at the moment of my death." As soon as they were without witnesses, the old man commenced his stern reproaches. Julien could not restrain his tears. "What an unworthy weakness," he said to himself querulously. "He will go about everywhere exaggerating my lack of courage. What a triumph for the Valenods, and for all the fatuous hypocrites who rule in Verrières. They are very great in France. They combine all the social advantages. But hitherto I could at any rate say to myself, it is true they are in receipt of money, and that all the honours lavished on them, but I have a noble heart. But here is a witness whom everyone will believe, and who will testify to the whole of Verrières that I showed weakness when confronted with death, and who will exaggerate it into the bargain. I shall be taken for a coward in an ordeal which comes home to all." Julien was nearly desperate. He did not know how to get rid of his father. He felt it absolutely beyond his strength to invent a ruse capable of deceiving so shrewd an old man. His mind rapidly reviewed all the alternatives. "I have saved some money," he suddenly exclaimed. This inspiration produced a change in the expression of the old man, and in Julien's own condition. "How ought I to dispose of it?" continued Julien more quietly. The result had freed him from any feeling of inferiority. The old carpenter was burning not to let the money slip by him, but it seemed that Julien wanted to leave part of it to his brothers. He talked at length and with animation. Julien felt cynical. "Well, the Lord has given me a message with regard to my will. I will give 1,000 francs to each of my brothers, and the rest to you." "Very good," said the old man. "The rest is due to me. But since God has been gracious enough to touch your heart, your debts ought to be paid if you wish to die like a good Christian. There are, moreover, the expenses of your board and your education, which I advance to you, but which you are not thinking of." "Such is paternal love," repeated Julien to himself dejectedly, when he was at last alone. Soon the jailer appeared. "Monsieur, I always bring my visitors a good bottle of champagne after near relations have come to see them. It is a little dear, 6 francs a bottle, but it rejoices the heart." "Bring 3 glasses," said Julien to him, with a childish eagerness, "and bring in 2 of the prisoners whom I have heard walking about in the corridor." The jailer brought 2 men in to him who had once been condemned to the gallows, and had now been convicted of the same offence again, and were preparing to return to penal servitude. They were very cheerful scoundrels, and really very remarkable by reason of their subtlety, their courage, and their coolness. "If you give me 20 francs," said one of them to Julien, "I will tell you the story of my life in detail. It's rich." "But you will lie," said Julien. "Not me," he answered. "My friend there, who is jealous of my 20 francs, will give me away if I say anything untrue." His history was atrocious. It was evidence of a courageous heart which had only one passion, that of money. After their departure, Julien was no longer the same man. All his anger with himself had disappeared. The awful grief, which had been poisoned and rendered more acute by the weakness of which he had been a victim since Madame de Rênal's departure, had turned to melancholy. "If I had been less taken by appearances," he said to himself, "I would have had a better chance of seeing that the Paris salons are full of honest men like my father, or clever scoundrels like those felons. They are right. The men in the salon never get up in the morning with this poignant thought in their minds, 'How am I going to get my dinner?' They boast about their honesty, and when they are summoned on the jury, they take pride in convicting the man who has stolen a silver dish because he felt starving. But if there is a court, and it's a question of losing or winning a portfolio, my worthy salon people will commit crimes exactly similar to those which the need of getting a dinner inspired those 2 felons to perpetrate. There is no such thing as natural law. The expression is nothing more than a silly anachronism, well worthy of the advocate general who harried me the other day, and whose grandfather was enriched by one of the confiscations of Louis XIV. There is no such thing as right, except when there is a law to forbid a certain thing under pain of punishment. Before law existed, the only natural thing was the strength of the lion, or the need of a creature who was cold or hungry, to put it in one word, need. No, the people whom the world honors are merely villains who have had the good fortune not to have been caught red-handed. The prosecutor whom society put on my track was enriched by an infamous act. I have committed a murder, and I am justly condemned. But the Valneau who has condemned me is by reason alone of that very deed 100 times more harmful to society. Well, added Julien sadly, but not angrily, in spite of his avarice, my father is worth more than all those men. He never loved me. The disgrace I bring upon him by an infamous death has proved the last straw. That fear of lacking money, that distorted view of the wickedness of mankind, which is called avarice, make him find a tremendous consolation and sense of security in a sum of 3,000 or 4,000 louis which I've been able to leave him. Some Sunday, after dinner, he will show his gold to all the envious men in Verrières. Which of you would not be delighted to have a son guillotined at a price like this, will be the message they will read in his eyes. This philosophy might be true, but it was of such a character as to make him wish for death. In this way 5 long days went by. He was polite and gentle to Mathilde, whom he saw was exasperated by the most violent jealousy. One evening Julien seriously thought of taking his own life. His soul was demoralized by the deep unhappiness in which Madame de Rênal's departure had thrown him. He could no longer find pleasure in anything, either in real life or in the sphere of the imagination. Lack of exercise began to affect his health, and to produce in him all the weakness and exaltation of a young German student. He began to lose that virile disdain which repels with a drastic oath certain undignified ideas which besiege the soul of the unhappy. I love truth. Where is it? Hypocrisy everywhere, or at any rate charlatanism, even in the most virtuous, even in the greatest. And his lips assumed an expression of disgust. No, man cannot trust man. Madame de, when she was making a collection for her poor orphans, used to tell me that such and such a prince had just given 10 louis, a sheer lie. But what am I talking about? Napoleon at Saint Helena, pure charlatanism, like the proclamation in favor of the King of Rome. Great God! If a man like that, at a time when misfortune ought to summon him sternly to his duty, will sink to charlatanism, what is one to expect from the rest of the human species? Where is truth? In religion? Yes, he added, with a bitter smile of utter contempt, in the mouth of the Maslon, the Frilair, the Castanede, perhaps in that true Christianity whose priests were not paid any more than were the apostles, but St. Paul was paid by the pleasure of commanding, speaking, getting himself talked about. Oh, if there were only a true religion! Fool that I am! I see a Gothic cathedral and venerable stained-glass windows, and my weak heart conjures up the priest to fit the scene. My soul would understand him. My soul would need him. I only find a nincompoop with dirty hair, about as comforting as a Chevalier de Beauvoisis. But a true priest, a Massillon, a Fénelon. Massillon sacrificed Dubois. Saint-Simon's memoirs have spoilt the illusion of Fénelon. But he was a true priest anyway. In those days, tender souls could have a place in the world, where they could meet together. We should not then have been isolated. That good priest would have talked to us of God. But what God? Not the one of the Bible, a cruel, petty despot, full of vindictiveness, but the God of Voltaire, just, good, infinite. He was troubled by all the memories of that Bible which he knew by heart. But how on earth when the deity is three people all at the same time, is one to believe in the great name of God, after the frightful way in which our priests have abused it. Living alone, what a torture! I'm growing mad and unreasonable, said Julien to himself, striking his forehead. I'm alone here in this cell, but I have not lived alone on earth. I had the powerful idea of duty, the duty which, rightly or wrongly, I laid down for myself, has been to me like the trunk of a solid tree, which I could lean on during the storm. I stumbled, I was agitated. After all, I was only a man, but I was not swept away. It must be the damp air of this cell which made me think of being alone. Why should I still play the hypocrite by cursing hypocrisy? It is neither death, nor the cell, nor the damp air, but Madame de Rênal's absence which prostrates me. If, in order to see her at Verrières, I had to live whole weeks at Verrières concealed in the cellars of her house, would I complain? The influence of my contemporaries wins the day, he said aloud, with a bitter laugh. Though I am talking to myself, and with an menace of death, I still play the hypocrite. Oh, you 19th century! A hunter fires a gunshot in the forest. His quarry falls. He hastens forward to seize it. His foot knocks against a 2-foot ant-hill, knocks down the dwelling-place of the ants, and scatters the ants and their eggs far and wide. The most philosophic among the ants will never be able to understand that black, gigantic, and terrifying body, the hunter's boot, which suddenly invaded their home with incredible rapidity, preceded by a frightful noise and accompanied by flashes of reddish fire. In the same way, death, life, and eternity are very simple things for anyone who has organs sufficiently vast to conceive them. An ephemeral fly is born at 9 o'clock in the morning in the long summer days, to die at 5 o'clock in the evening. How is it to understand the word night? Give it 5 more hours of existence, and it will see night and understand its meaning. So in my case, I shall die at the age of 23. Give me 5 more years of life in order to live with Madame de Rênal. He began to laugh like Mephistopheles. How foolish to debate these great problems. 1. I am as hypocritical as though there were someone there to listen to me. 2. I am forgetting to live and to love when I have so few days left to live. Alas, Madame de Rênal is absent. Perhaps her husband will not let her come back to Besançon any more, to go on compromising her honor. That is what makes me lonely, and not the absence of a God who is just, good, and omnipotent, devoid of malice, and in no wise greedy of vengeance. Oh, if he did exist, alas, I should fall at his feet. I have deserved death. I should say to him, but, O thou great God, good God, indulgent God, give me back her whom I love. But this time the night was far advanced. After an hour or two of peaceful sleep, Fouquet arrived. Julien felt strongly resolute, like a man who sees in the bottom of his soul. Chapter 75. I cannot play such a trick on that poor Abbé Charbernard as to summon him, he said to Fouquet. It would prevent him from dining for 3 whole days. But try and find some Jansenist who is a friend of Monsieur Pirard. Fouquet was impatiently waiting for this suggestion. Julien acquitted himself becomingly of all the duty a man owes to provincial opinion. Thanks to Monsieur the Abbé de Frilair, and in spite of his bad choice of a confessor, Julien enjoyed in his cell the protection of the priestly congregation. With a little more diplomacy, he might have managed to escape, but the bad air of the cell produced its effect, and his strength of mind diminished. But this only intensified his happiness at Madame de Rênal's return. "My first duty is towards you, my dear," she said, as she embraced him. "I have run away from Verrières." Julien felt no petty vanity in his relations with her, and told her all his weaknesses. She was good and charming to him. In the evening she had scarcely left the prison before she made the priest, who had clung on to Julien like a veritable prey, go to her aunt's. As his only object was to win prestige among the young women who belonged to good Besançon society, Madame de Rênal easily prevailed upon him to go and perform a novena at the Abbey of Bray-le-Haut. No words can do justice to the madness and extravagance of Julien's love. By means of gold, and by using and abusing the influence of her aunt, who was devout, rich, and well known, Madame de Rênal managed to see him twice a day. At this news, Mathilde's jealousy reached a pitch of positive madness. Monsieur de Frilair had confessed to her that all his influence did not go so far as to admit of flouting the conventions by allowing her to see her sweetheart more than once every day. Mathilde had Madame de Rênal followed, so as to know the smallest thing she did. Monsieur de Frilair exhausted all the resources of an extremely clever intellect in order to prove to her that Julien was unworthy of her. Plunged though she was in all these torments, she only loved him the more, and made a horrible scene nearly every day. Julien wished, with all his might, to behave to the very end like an honourable man towards this poor young girl whom he had so strangely compromised. But the reckless love which he felt for Madame de Rênal swept him away at every single minute. When he could not manage to persuade Mathilde of the innocence of her rival's visits by all his thin excuses, he would say to himself, "At any rate, the end of the drama ought to be quite near. The very fact of not being able to lie better will be an excuse for me." Mademoiselle de la Mole learnt of the death of the Marquis de Croisenois. The rich Monsieur de Thaler had indulged in some unpleasant remarks concerning Mathilde's disappearance. Monsieur de Croisenois went and asked him to recant them. Monsieur de Thaler showed him some anonymous letters which had been sent to him, and which were full of details so artfully put together that the poor Marquis could not help catching a glimpse of the truth. Monsieur de Thaler indulged in some jests which were devoid of all taste. Maddened by anger and unhappiness, Monsieur de Croisenois demanded such unqualified satisfaction that the millionaire preferred to fight a duel. Stupidity triumphed, and one of the most lovable of men met with his death before he was 24. This death produced a strange and morbid impression on Julien's demoralized soul. "Poor Croisenois," he said to Mathilde, "really behaved very reasonably and very honourably towards us. He had ample ground for hating me and picking a quarrel with me by reason of your indiscretion in your mother's salon, for the hatred which follows on contempt is usually frenzied." Monsieur de Croisenois' death changed all Julien's ideas concerning Mathilde's future. He spent several days in proving to her that she ought to accept the hand of Monsieur de Luz. He is a nervous man, not too much of a Jesuit, and will doubtless be a candidate, he said to her. He has a more sinister and persevering ambition than poor Croisenois, and as there has never been a dukedom in his family, he will be only too glad to marry Julien Sorel's widow. A widow, though, who scorns the grand passions, answered Mathilde coldly, for she has lived long enough to see her lover prefer to her after 6 months another woman, who was the origin of all their unhappiness. You are unjust. Madame de Renal's visits will furnish my advocate at Paris, who is endeavoring to procure my pardon, with the subject matter for some sensational phrases. He will depict the murderer honored by the attention of his victim. That may produce an impression, and perhaps some day or other you will see me provide the plot of some melodrama or other, etc., etc. A furious and impotent jealousy, a prolonged and hopeless unhappiness, for even supposing Julien was saved, how was she to win back his heart? Coupled with her shame and anguish at loving this unfaithful lover more than ever, had plunged Mademoiselle de la Mole into a gloomy silence, from which all the careful assiduity of Monsieur de Frilair was as little able to draw her as the rugged frankness of Fouquet. As for Julien, except in those moments which were taken up by Mathilde's presence, he lived on love, with scarcely a thought for the future. In former days, Julien said to her, when I might have been so happy during our walks in the wood of Vergy, a frenzied ambition swept my soul into the realms of imagination. Instead of pressing to my heart that charming arm which is so near my lips, the thoughts of my future took me away from you. I was engaged in countless combats which I should have to sustain in order to lay the foundations of a colossal future. No, I should have died without knowing what happiness was if you had not come to see me in this prison. 2 episodes ruffled this tranquil life. Julien's confessor, Jansenist though he was not proof against an intrigue of the Jesuits, and became their tool without knowing it. He came to tell him one day that unless he meant to fall into the awful sin of suicide, he ought to take every possible step to procure his pardon. Consequently, as the clergy have a great deal of influence with the Minister of Justice at Paris, an easy means presented itself. He ought to become converted with all publicity. With publicity, repeated Julien. Ha, ha, I have caught you at it. I have caught you as well, my father, playing a part like any missionary. Your youth, replied the Jansenist gravely, the interesting appearance which Providence has given you, the still unsolved mystery of the motive for your crime, the heroic steps which Mademoiselle de la Mole has so frequently taken on your behalf, everything, up to the surprising affection which your victim manifests towards you, has contributed to make you the hero of the young women of Besançon. They have forgotten everything, even politics, on your account. Your conversion will reverberate in their hearts, and will leave behind it a deep impression. You can be of considerable use to religion, and I was about to hesitate for the trivial reason that in a similar circumstance the Jesuits would follow a similar course. But if I did, even in the one case which has escaped their greedy clutches, they would still be exercising their mischief. The tears which your conversion will cause to be shed will annul the poisonous effect of 10 editions of Voltaire's works. And what will be left for me, answered Julien coldly, if I despise myself? I have been ambitious. I do not mean to blame myself in any way. Further, I have acted in accordance with the code of the age. Now I am living from day to day. But I should make myself very unhappy if I were to yield to what the locality would regard as a piece of cowardice. Madame de Rênal was responsible for the other episode, which affected Julien in quite another way. Some intriguing woman friend or other had managed to persuade this naive and timid soul that it was her duty to leave for Saint-Cloud and go and throw herself at the feet of King Charles X. She had made the sacrifice of separating from Julien, and after a strain as great as that, she no longer thought anything of the unpleasantness of making an exhibition of herself, though in former times she would have thought that worse than death. I will go to the king. I will confess freely that you are my lover. The life of a man, and of a man like Julien too, ought to prevail over every consideration. I will tell him that it was because of jealousy that you made an attempt upon my life. There are numerous instances of poor young people who have been saved in such a case by the clemency of the jury or of the king. I will leave off seeing you. I will shut myself up in my prison, exclaimed Julien, and you can be quite certain that if you do not promise me to take no step which will make a public exhibition of us both, I will kill myself in despair the day afterwards. This idea of going to Paris is not your own. Tell me the name of the intriguing woman who suggested it to you. Let us be happy during the small number of days of this short life. Let us hide our existence. My crime was only too self-evident. Mademoiselle de la Mole enjoys all possible influence at Paris. Take it from me that she has done all that is humanly possible. Here in the provinces, I have all the men of wealth and prestige against me. Your conduct will still further aggravate those rich and essentially moderate people to whom life comes so easy. Let us not give the Malone, the Valneau, and the 1,000 other people who are worth more than they anything to laugh about. Julien came to find the bad air of the cell unbearable. Fortunately, nature was rejoicing in a fine sunshine on the day when they announced to him that he would have to die, and he was in a courageous vein. He found walking in the open air as delicious a sensation as the navigator who has been at sea for a long time finds walking on the ground. Come on, everything is going all right, he said to himself. I am not lacking in courage. His head had never looked so poetical as at that moment when it was on the point of falling. The sweet minutes which he had formerly spent in the woods of Vergy crowded back upon his mind with extreme force. Everything went off simply, decorously, and without any affectation on his part. 2 days before he had said to Fouquet, I cannot guarantee not to show some emotion. This dense, squalid cell gives me fits of fever, in which I do not recognize myself. But fear? No, I shall not be seen to flinch. He had made his arrangements in advance for Fouquet to take Mathilde and Madame de Rênal away on the morning of his last day. Drive them away in the same carriage, he had said. Do you see that the post-horses do not leave off galloping? They will either fall into each other's arms or manifest towards each other a mortal hatred. In either case, the poor women will have something to distract them a little from their awful grief. Julien had made Madame de Rênal swear that she would live to look after Mathilde's son. Who knows? Perhaps we have still some sensations after our death, he had said one day to Fouquet. I should like to rest, for rest is the right word, in that little grotto in the great mountain which dominates Verrières. Many a time, as I have told you, I have spent the night alone in that grotto, and as my gaze would plunge far and wide over the richest provinces of France, ambition would inflame my heart. In those days it was my passion. Anyway, I hold that grotto dear, and one cannot dispute that its situation might well arouse the desires of the philosopher's soul. Well, you know, those good priests of Besançon will make money out of everything. If you know how to manage it, they will sell you my mortal remains. Fouquet succeeded in this melancholy business. He was passing the night alone in his room by his friend's body, when, to his great surprise, he saw Mathilde come in. A few hours before he had left her 10 leagues from Besançon. Her face and eyes looked distraught. "I want to see him," she said. Fouquet had not the courage either to speak or get up. He pointed with his finger to a big blue cloak on the floor. There was wrapped in it all that remained of Julien. She threw herself on her knees. The memory of Boniface de la Mole and of Marguerite de Navarre gave her, no doubt, a superhuman courage. Her trembling hands undid the cloak. Fouquet turned away his eyes. He heard Mathilde walking feverishly about the room. She lit several candles. When Fouquet could bring himself to look at her, she had placed Julien's head on a little marble table in front of her, and was kissing it on the forehead. Mathilde followed her lover to the tomb which she had chosen. A great number of priests convoyed the bier, and alone in her draped carriage, without anyone knowing it, she had carried on her knees the head of the man whom she had loved so much. When they arrived in this way at the most elevated peak of the high mountains of the Jura, 20 priests celebrated the service of the dead in the middle of the night in this little grotto, which was magnificently illuminated by a countless number of wax candles. Attracted by this strange and singular ceremony, all the inhabitants of the little mountain villages which the funeral had passed through followed it. Mathilde appeared in their midst in long mourning garments, and had several thousands of 5-franc pieces thrown to them at the end of the service. When she was left alone with Fouquet, she insisted on burying her lover's head with her own hands. Fouquet nearly went mad with grief. Mathilde took care that this wild grotto should be decorated with marble monuments that had been sculpted in Italy at great expense. Madame de Rênal kept her promise. She did not try to make any attempt upon her life, but she died embracing her children 3 days after Julien. The end. The inconvenience of the reign of public opinion is that, though of course it secures liberty, it meddles with what it has nothing to do with, private life, for example. Hence the gloominess of America and England. In order to avoid infringing on private life, the author has invented a little town, Verrières, and when he had need of a bishop, a jury, an assize court, he placed all this in Besançon, where he has never been before.